Chapter 1. A Life Cut Short. A suffocating wave engulfed Wang Ziyang, making him feel as if his lungs were about to burst. He sensed he was submerged in water, yearning to rise to the surface, yet his body felt as heavy as lead, rendering him incapable of movement, not even able to open his eyes. Am I not asleep? How could I be in the water? Confusion surged within his mind, but he could not delve into it. Overcome by extreme asphyxiation, his consciousness began to blur, thoughts slipping away. Just as he was on the brink of descending into darkness, he felt a gentle tremor coursing through him, followed by a soft touch upon his lips. A wave of fresh air, carrying a subtle fragrance, flooded into his mouth. Driven by instinct, he greedily inhaled. As he drew in the revitalizing air, the sensation of suffocation gradually receded, his awareness returning little by little. Struggling, he opened his eyes. In the haze, a visage emerged, skin as pale as snow, features exquisitely defined, eyebrows like distant mountains shrouded in mist, eyes resembling autumn waters, enchanting, beyond words. Yet, within those beautiful eyes, anxiety and pain resided, evoking an irresistible sense of compassion. In his astonishment at her beauty, she suddenly drew a breath, lowering her gaze to his lips, bestowing upon him a mouthful of fragrant, life-giving air. In that instant, he realized she was his savior, performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Their gazes locked, and upon witnessing his eyes flutter open, a spark of joy illuminated her beautiful orbs. She quickly looked up, asking, "How do you feel?" Wang Ziyang inhaled deeply a few times, replying, "I'm fine." They held each other's gaze for a moment, but suddenly her eyes filled with a mist of tears. She grasped his collar tightly, scolding him, "Wang Ziyang, you fool!" Wang Ziyang fell silent, bewildered, unaware of her identity or how to respond. "I know you're in pain. I understand this has dealt a heavy blow to you. But that does not justify your self-destruction." Her face flushed, tears cascading down her cheeks. "What you're doing is unworthy of your parents. They sacrificed themselves for your life, only for you to squander it." Her tears fell upon his face, and with that warm touch, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. He had traversed into another world. He too bore the name Wang Ziyang, a graduate of the Central Music Academy in the Kingdom of Yanlong, specializing in piano. Gifted with extraordinary talent, he had been lauded as a piano prodigy since childhood. Upon entering the Academy for Advanced Studies, he had shown brilliantly, acclaimed by industry insiders as an ancien millennium piano genius, with limitless potential ahead. However, a tragic car accident months prior had altered the trajectory of his life. His parents had perished while protecting him. Though he survived, his left hand bore irreversible damage, leaving him only capable of performing simple auxiliary movements, unable to engage in professional piano playing. The demise of his parents, the shattering of his dreams, the obliteration of his future, and the collapse of his beliefs inflicted a devastating blow upon him. He subsequently succumbed to despondency, nearly rendering himself a shell of a man, numbing his existence with alcohol. Ultimately, after a night of heavy drinking, he submerged himself in a bathtub brimming with water, choosing to end his life. At that moment, he fortuitously traversed into another realm. Before him stood a young woman named Qin, his childhood companion. Following the tragic accident, she had remained steadfastly by his side, caring for and encouraging him. "I'm sorry," he uttered, gazing deeply into her eyes, moved by her unwavering affection and support. How many individuals in one's lifetime could one encounter who genuinely care for them? Observing his haggard visage and sorrowful eyes, Qin Yu's heart softened, and the words of reproach died on her lips. With a gentle sigh, she helped him rise from the ground. "Your life does not solely belong to you, it also belongs to your parents. Therefore, you cannot abandon yourself, nor can you seek an early end. You must live for their hopes and for those who love you, embracing life with fervor and grace." "I will." Wang Ziyang nodded in affirmation. He stood upright and gazed into the mirror, where he beheld a tall, handsome figure, particularly captivated by his bright, profound eyes. These eyes, having endured immense hardship, now bore a hint of deep-seated melancholy and sorrow. Once he had enjoyed a harmonious family life, abundant talent, striking looks, and a promising future. Had it not been for that fateful accident, his life would have been nothing. Short of perfect, alas, fate can be cruel. "Will you truly?" Qin Yu asked, her heart fluttering with unease. uncertain whether he was merely placating her. Had she not arrived in time today, the consequences could have been dire. Wang Ziyang smiled and nodded. Indeed, the former Wang Ziyang has perished. The individual before you now is a new Wang Ziyang, one who is cheerful, optimistic, and will not act foolishly. Witnessing his smile, Qin Yu felt a surge of emotion, her eyes welling with tears. This was the first time he had smiled since the accident, and his smile struck her as both familiar and foreign, as if he had indeed undergone a transformation. Perhaps this brush with mortality had imparted some profound insight. "Good, I hope that is the case," she said, gazing deeply at him. "Your clothes are soaked. I shall fetch you a clean set to change into." "Thank you." Wang Ziyang nodded and reached to unfasten his buttons. Yet, after loosening just two, a sharp pain surged through his left hand that he glanced down to see his long, slender fingers, elegantly proportionate, a perfect fit for playing the piano. However, they trembled slightly, as if lamenting their fate. "What pity," he sighed softly. Having spent years tuning pianos and possessing the skill to play, he understood all too well the potential of those hands. Yet, the irreparable damage rendered them incapable of enduring the intensity of performance. "Is your hand hurting again? Let me massage it for you," Qin Yu said, entering with a fresh set of clothes. Noticing his expression, she promptly grasped his hand and began to knead it gently. Her delicate and tender touch was exceedingly comforting, alleviating much of his pain. Observing her gentle, focused demeanor, Wang Ziyang expressed his gratitude in a soft voice. "There's no need for formality with me," Qin Yu said, offering him a gentle smile. Once his hand had improved somewhat, she assisted him in changing his clothes. When she intended to help him with his trousers, Wang Ziyang quickly interjected, "I can manage myself." Qin Yu chuckled softly. "What's this? Are you feeling shy? Haven't I seen every part of you?" During his previous injury, it was she who tended to him, which encompassed bathing, using the restroom, and more. "That I prefer to do it myself," Wang Ziyang replied, his face flushing crimson, firmly grasping his trousers. While others might disregard her, he could not. "Very well, I shall wait for you outside," Qin Yu said, turning away with a smile gracing her lips. Wang Ziyang began to take notice of such interactions, a splendid sign indicating that he was no longer numb to his surroundings. After changing, Wang Ziyang entered his room to find her delicately handling a small, exquisite brooch. "What is this?" he inquired. "This is a portable camera, something you will need to carry with you from now on," Qin Yu explained, fastening the camera to his chest. Just as Wang Ziyang was about to respond, a cascade of notifications suddenly flooded his mind. Live streaming device detected. Super live streaming system activated. Activation successful. Binding to unique host. Wang Ziyang. With these notifications came an influx of information, and he instantly grasped the entire situation. During his transition, he had acquired a live streaming system, which would allow him to earn popularity points simply by broadcasting live. These popularity points served as the system's currency, enabling purchases of various commodities from the system's marketplace, including skills, items, potions, and more. Regardless of whether they were tangible or virtual, scientific or mystical, anything he desired could be acquired from the marketplace, provided he had sufficient popularity. Points that he searched the offerings and was delighted to discover numerous items capable of healing his hand injury. "Congratulations! You have received a system gift package. Would you like to claim it?" At that moment, another system prompt appeared, igniting a spark in his eyes as he promptly chose to accept. Host has claimed the gift package. Receiving. Chapter 2. The Surprise Gift Package. The host receives a gift package and acquires the skill. Extraordinary Hearing. Extraordinary Hearing. Your auditory perception surpasses that of ordinary individuals. No sound or movement escapes your keen ears. The host receives a gift package and acquires the item. Universal Toolbox. Universal Toolbox. A box that can generate all common tools. The host receives a gift package and acquires the item. Skill Upgrade Card. Skill Upgrade Card. Upon usage, it can randomly enhance a skill level by 1 to 2. Wang Ziyang was overjoyed. For him, these three items were truly valuable. As a piano tuner, hearing was his most essential attribute. The skill of extraordinary hearing would elevate him to the pinnacle of tuners in this world. And even if he pursued another profession, his efficiency would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, it was at maximum level. Indeed, the system's offerings were exquisite. The Universal Toolbox was exceptionally practical, proving useful in both work and daily life. With it at his disposal, he could handle any situation with ease. This skill upgrade card was an immense surprise. It could directly enhance his skill level, potentially by 2 levels. It was worth noting that the highest skill level was only 9. He promptly opened the system panel to review his skill status. Piano performance, LV7. Piano tuning, LV7. Absolute pitch, LV9. Extraordinary hearing, LV9. Upon this inspection, he was filled with elation. He possessed 4 high-level skills, including the maximum level, absolute pitch. What is absolute pitch? It is a rare auditory ability that enables one to accurately identify or reproduce specific pitches without external reference tones. It is a core competency in the realm of music, playing a crucial role in performance, singing, and composition. Even in fields such as technology and medicine, it holds unique value. Possessing this ability ensures that, as long as he avoids self-sabotage, he will lead a life free from financial worries. And now, not only did he have this capability, but it was also at maximum level. Of course, apart from absolute pitch, the other skills were also quite commendable. The level 7, piano tuning, was sufficient for him to handle the vast majority of tuning tasks, which formed the foundation of his previous career. The level 7, piano performance, was even rarer. The difficulty of piano performance far exceeds that of tuning, requiring both innate talent and rigorous practice to achieve success. Both elements are indispensable. Many individuals spend a lifetime without notable accomplishments, yet he had attained a level 7 proficiency at such a young age, truly deserving of the title genius. He checked within the system and realized that redeeming these skills would require millions of popularity points, an invaluable treasure indeed. After examining his skills, he composed himself and chose to use the skill upgrade card. In the next instant, he suddenly noticed a golden light emanating from the skill name, piano performance, and the number 7 flickered, transforming into 9. Using the skill upgrade card, the level of piano performance has been upgraded to 9. He was suddenly filled with joy. After achieving absolute pitch and extraordinary hearing, he had now reached the pinnacle of piano performance. This signified that he had become one of the finest piano masters in the world. Alongside his elation, a torrent of insights, experiences, and techniques related to the piano surged into his mind, as if he had been accompanied by the piano for countless years. With keys and notes merging into his very blood and soul, his hands involuntarily began to dance, as if compelled to play the most enchanting melodies the world had ever heard. Yet the next moment, a sharp pain jolted him back to reality. He glanced down at his left hand, which was trembling uncontrollably. The higher the level of piano skill, the greater the demands placed upon the hands. His left hand was utterly incapable of enduring such pressure. Possessing extraordinary pianistic talent, yet unable to express, it was an excruciating sensation, and it was little wonder that his predecessor could not cope. However, he had a system which rendered this predicament less daunting. He had just discovered several remedies for his hand injury in the system's marketplace, one of which was a potion named Spirit Jade Healing Ointment, known for its remarkable efficacy and requiring merely 100,000 popularity points. If he could earn that amount, he would be able to heal his injury. By the way, the means of acquiring popularity points was quite simple. By gaining fans, he would earn 1 point for every 10 minutes of live streaming viewed. For instance, if he had 500 fans watching his live stream for 30 minutes each day, he would accumulate 500 points daily, allowing him to amass 100,000 points in just over 2 months. This was not an unattainable goal. What's wrong? Is your hand hurting again? Qin noticed his expression and quickly grasped his hand to massage it. Thank you. Feeling the softness of her small hand, Wang Ziyang expressed his gratitude once more. I told you there's no need to be polite. Qin replied, shaking her head. Why don't you ask why I insisted you were the camera? Wang Ziyang shrugged. Perhaps you're worried I might do something irrational and wish to monitor my actions in real time? He could sense her concern and anxiety for him. Not at all. Qin hastily shook her head, though her gaze was somewhat evasive. He had hit the nail on the head. She was indeed afraid he might come to harm, which was why she had insisted he wear it. Wang Ziyang observed her expression closely but did not press the issue, asking instead, what is the reason for it? Didn't I help you find a job a few days ago? Wearing the camera is a job requirement. You'll need to wear it once you start. Qin Yu explained, her eyes betraying her nervousness, to prevent him from wallowing in despair and to help him emerge from his shadow. She had been actively seeking employment for him. However, his persistent resistance to it had caused her considerable worry. Wang Ziyang pondered briefly. What kind of job? A property manager. Qin Yu hurriedly clarified. This job is relatively easy, mainly involving communication with owners and coordinating property management tasks. In truth, the most suitable position for him would have been one related to the piano. She had merely opted for this role out of concern that he might suffer emotional distress from being in a related environment. Wang Ziyang shook his head decisively. This job is not suitable for me. What do you wish to do? Tuning pianos. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had misheard. What? Tuning the piano. Wang Ziyang reiterated. How could you do such a thing? You are still young. You cannot give up on yourself. Moreover, this is illegal. Qin Yu exclaimed in alarm, fearing he intended to pursue a career in flirtation. Wang Ziyang chuckled softly. I meant tuning the piano. The piano. Oh. Qin Yu was once again taken aback. What are you talking about? Wang Ziyang looked at her with a smile. Qin Yu's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly waved her hand. No, it's nothing. I thought you meant the piano too. But tuning a piano isn't illegal, is it? Then, I must have remembered incorrectly. With a face full of embarrassment, she quickly shifted the topic. But can you really do it? She expressed concern, wondering if being around pianos all day might burden him psychologically. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Besides, didn't I mention? The old Wang Ziyang is gone. The person before you now is the optimistic and cheerful new Wang Ziyang. He smiled at her. Looking at his bright expression, Qin Yu felt a bit dazed. He truly seemed different from before. I have a friend who is the manager of a chain piano store. They are currently hiring. I can ask her for you. Wang Ziyang intended to inquire further, but exhaustion washed over him like a tide, having drained his spirit during the transition. It's late. You should rest. Qin Yu noticed his fatigue and helped him lie down. And you? Wang Ziyang struggled to keep his eyes open, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, inevitably closing. He could not quite catch what Qin Yu said next, only vaguely sensing some movement beside him, as a soft figure nestled closely against him. Instinctively, he reached out to embrace her, and in that instant, he found himself enveloped in warmth and sweetness, the fragrant aroma enveloping him. Gradually, he fell into a deep slumber, faintly hearing a whisper, Would, live well, I beg you. Chapter 3 Greetings. I am here to tune the piano. Time seemed to dissolve into nothingness as Prince Yang, enveloped in slumber, was suddenly stirred by a tender and fragrant sensation upon his lips. His eyelids fluttered, gradually revealing a visage of exquisite beauty. Blushing with a hint of crimson, it was none other than Qin Yu. He hastily lowered his gaze, only to discover that she lay entwined within his embrace, their bodies closely interlaced. As he blinked, a realization washed over him. He had unconsciously held her close while dreaming, observing her long, delicate legs, feeling the softness of her enchanting form, and inhaling her intoxicating scent. He found himself beset by a rush of emotions. Having grown up alongside her, his former self had known her intimately, but familiarity dulled the spark of romantic intrigue. Yet for him, despite possessing all memories of her, the experience was distinctly different. She was no longer merely a sisterly figure, but a stunning woman embodying exquisite beauty and alluring curves. In the presence of such a captivating woman, how could any man maintain his composure? Thus he lifted his head. At this moment, their bodies remained tightly entwined, and Qin Yu immediately sensed the shift in his demeanor. Her cheeks flushed a deep scarlet, breaths quickening, her long eyelashes quivering, rendering her unable to feign sleep any longer. Indeed, she had been pretending. She awoke before him and, unable to resist the sight of his peaceful slumber, had planted a kiss upon his lips, only to be taken aback when he stirred. In a flurry, she had closed her eyes to maintain the ruse. Prince Yang noticed her transformation and leaned in closer, testing the waters. As his heated breath drew nearer, Qin Yu's heart raced, her breaths growing more rapid, causing her to unconsciously part her lips, releasing fragrant air that enveloped him. Just as their lips were on the verge of meeting, The shrill ring of a mobile phone interrupted the moment. Both jolted in surprise. Prince Yang regained his senses and released her. Though reluctant to answer, Qin Yu recognized the ringtone as an important call she had deliberately set, forcing her to open her eyes and answer. It was her friend, the manager of the music store, inquiring about Prince Yang's well-being and inviting him for a discussion. "Let us go meet her," Qin Yu suggested, her face alight with joy. Yet, beneath her radiant exterior lay a trace of subtle disappointment. Had the call come a moment later, their relationship might have taken a different turn. "All right," Prince Yang replied, studying her. "But why were you sleeping in my bed?" "I intended merely to discuss work with you and then leave, but somehow I fell asleep," Qin Yu replied with feigned nonchalance. Although he had embraced her throughout the night, she could have left at any time, yet she chose to remain. Prince Yang chuckled. "Did you sleep well?" "Decently," she replied, rising with a calm demeanor, though in truth, it was the most restful and comfortable sleep she had experienced in a long while. Stealing a glance at him, she found him gazing intently, causing her to blush. "What are you staring at?" "Suddenly, I realized that your figure is quite impressive." Wang Ziyang appraised her from head to toe. She stood tall, her curves elegantly accentuated, with long, straight legs and a graceful silhouette that was both alluring and captivating. "I'm a practitioner of martial arts. How could my physique be anything less?" Qin Yu scoffed lightly as she turned to walk towards the restroom. Her words were laced with a hint of pride, yet as she turned, a faint smile crept upon her lips. Has the blockhead finally noticed? Wang Ziyang, possessing a gentle temperament since childhood, had often been bullied. In her desire to protect him, she dedicated over a decade to mastering martial arts, ultimately becoming a martial arts instructor. Observing her retreating figure, Wang Ziyang shook his head with a chuckle. She was a good girl, albeit perhaps too familiar with him, likely considering him as a brother. After freshening up and having breakfast, the two arrived at the Aishi music store, where they met Qin Yu's friend, Zhou Qian. In her 30s, Zhou Qian possessed exquisite features and an enviable figure, her every glance imbued with a mature allure. Truly, she was the renowned piano prince of the Central Conservatory of Music, embodying elegance and grace. She appraised Wang Ziyang and complimented him. Qin Yu cast a worried glance at him, fearing he might be unsettled by the title Piano Prince. Although it had indeed been his former title, he could no longer play the piano. However, Wang Ziyang displayed no signs of distress. Instead, he smiled gently at Zhou Qian. "You flatter me. It was merely a jest among classmates and should not be taken seriously. It is you, Qian Jia, who is truly beautiful and graceful, a genuine goddess." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wang Ziyang was not known for his eloquence. He typically spoke little, save for discussions regarding the piano. Yet his response now was so poised and gracious that she could hardly believe it came from him. It seemed that after yesterday's events, he had indeed transformed. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Ziyang, prior to his crossing over, had served countless clients as a highly acclaimed tuner, mastering the art of communication far beyond the capabilities of his former self. "You certainly know how to speak," Zhou Qian giggled lightly. "But I'm getting old. Yu is the real goddess here." Wang Ziyang glanced at Qin Yu and caught her gaze, offering her a warm smile. "She has always been the goddess in my heart." Qin Yu's heart fluttered with joy, and she maintained a facade of calm, merely shooting him a playful glare. "Oh, please, spare me. You call me a tomboy thousands of times since childhood." Wang Ziyang shook his head with a smile. His former self was indeed lacking in romantic sensibility. As the two bantered, Zhou Qian chuckled heartily, and their conversation flowed smoothly in the pleasant atmosphere. After a while, she turned to Wang Ziyang earnestly. "You have an appealing image, excellent communication skills, and you are a childhood friend of Yu. Personally, I hold you in high regard. However, I cannot make decisions regarding this matter. A tuner must undergo the company's evaluation and gain approval before being hired." That was understandable, as Aishi Music Store was a leading brand in the country, adhering to formal protocols, especially for such an important position as a tuner. "What does the evaluation entail?" Wang Ziyang inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. "Completing 3 tuning tasks independently and recording videos for submission to headquarters." Wang Ziyang felt a spark of inspiration. Could I accomplish the assessment through a live broadcast? He needed to garner popularity, and if he could stream while tuning, it would likely attract an audience. Certainly, I will ensure that the reviewers at headquarters are able to view it. Of course, this is contingent upon obtaining the client's consent. Wang Ziyang's eyes lit up. No problem, let us begin. Is that acceptable? Qin Yu looked at him with concern. Rest assured, it will be fine. Very well. Then we shall commence. Here is the address of the first client. After you complete the tuning, I will provide you with further instructions. Zhou Qian handed him the client's information. Wang Ziyang promptly made his way to the address, and, on the journey, he registered an account on the live streaming platform. After completing a series of preparations for the broadcast, he arrived at his destination just in time. Adjusting the camera, he initiated the live stream, and, following a brief self-introduction, he lifted his versatile toolbox and knocked on the door. Who is it? A melodious voice came from within. Hello, I am here to tune the piano. Chapter 4. The beautiful boss time rewind slightly. Watching Wang Ziyang enter the community, Qin Yu gently bites her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes brimming with concern. You seem even more anxious than he does, Zhou Qian remarked with a smile, noting how Qin Yu not only accompanied him, but also waited at the entrance. After receiving the address, Qin Yu personally escorted Wang Ziyang to the community gate, offering numerous reminders along the way. Once they arrived, she did not leave, but chose to wait there. Qianjia, you don't understand. Today is truly significant for him. Qin Yu's brows furrowed slightly. If he misses this opportunity, I cannot fathom the impact it would have on him. Wang Ziyang had finally opened his heart, attempting to step out of the shadows. If he failed the evaluation, it would be a considerable blow, and she feared he might not be able to bear it. I am aware. His plight has spread through the circles. Zhou Qian sighed softly. Truly, it is a case of heaven's jealousy towards talent. As a rising star, Wang Ziyang had gained some recognition, and coupled with his sympathetic circumstances, many were aware of his situation. Qianjia, you must help him. This is far more than just a job for him. It could define his entire life. Qin Yu gazed at her imploringly, afraid that setbacks would lead him into despair. Rest assured, I have contacted the review manager from the headquarters. As long as he does not offend the clients, even if his skills are lacking, he can pass. Qin Yu's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Qianjia. You are my benefactor. I will definitely repay you. Repay? Just treat me to a nice meal later. Zhou Qian chuckled, looking at her meaningfully. But I am curious, how will he repay you? I seek no repayment. I only wish for him to live well. Qin Yu shook her head. Having a friend like you is a blessing for him. I am not his girlfriend. We are brothers, Qin Yu clarified hastily. Zhou Qian looked astonished. Brothers? We have grown up together. We share a pure friendship. Zhou Qian giggled. Do you not know that there is no such thing as pure friendship between men and women? I assure you, our relationship is entirely platonic. I am attracted to strong, masculine men, not someone like him, who is delicate and cries easily. He is not my type. Qin Yu maintained a composed expression, striving to appear nonchalant. Zhou Qian scrutinized her for a moment, about to say something, but Qin Yu suddenly glanced at her phone. He has started his broadcast. She swallowed her words and looked down, entering a live stream titled, Tuning, I Am Professional. The host's name read, Tuning, Wang Ziyang. Despite the hyphen in his name, it easily conjured images of him as the prince of flirting. She chuckled softly. He is so clumsy with words. How could he be a flirt? Qin Yu seemed unimpressed by the title of flirting prince. As the two individuals engaged in conversation, the voice of Wang Ziyang resonated. Good morning to all family members in the live stream. I am Wang Ziyang, a piano tuner. From now on, I will be broadcasting daily. Those who are fond of pianos and tuning can illuminate my fan badge to receive timely updates on my live broadcasts. Zhou Qian chuckled upon hearing this, remarking, those words flowed quite smoothly and aptly. You hardly seem to be at a loss for words. Qin Yu remained silent. Yet she responded to Wang Ziyang's call, spending $1 to illuminate his fan badge, and without hesitation. She gifted him a grand present valued at 3,000 yuan, the Dream Carnival. This was one of the most expensive gifts on the live streaming platform, and each time it was given, an announcement would be made across the entire server for all to see. In an instant, a splendid animation unfolded, accompanied by a system announcement. Shang Xian, you has gifted the Dream Carnival in Wang Ziyang's livestream. Hurry to witness. Due to this system announcement, the previously empty livestream room quickly filled with viewers, just as Wang Ziyang was about to knock on a client's door. Who is it? Came a melodious voice from within. Hello, I'm here to tune the piano. At the headquarters of Yasi Piano Shop, a man clad in a suit, his face beaming with a smile, opened his computer to log into the live streaming platform. His name was Chun Sheng, an admirer of Zhou Qian. For years he had pursued her without success, and he had nearly resolved to give up. However, moments ago, she had unexpectedly called him, seeking his assistance. Eager to seize an opportunity for a date with her, he readily agreed, perceiving it as a mere trifle. Yet, just as he entered the live stream room, a figure approached him. Manager Chun, there's an urgent matter that requires your attention. You need to communicate with Manager Zhu right away. Chun Sheng looked up to see a beautiful face that could effortlessly convey both playful charm and seriousness. Her elegant features and fair complexion, tinged with a rosy hue, exuded an air of ethereal grace. She was Zhao Yasi, the owner of Yasi Piano Shop. Manager Zhao, I am currently conducting an online review, he hastily replied. This matter is quite urgent. You should handle it first. As for the online review, I will take care of it, Zhao Yasi stated matter-of-factly, casting him a glance. Chun Sheng hesitated. Zhou Qian had hinted that this individual's tuning skills were mediocre, which was precisely why she sought his expertise. After all, he was the final gatekeeper for approval. If Zhao Yasi were to conduct the review, the candidate would surely fail, jeopardizing the hard-won opportunity for a date and potentially offending Zhou Qian. He had just confidently assured her that he could manage it. Is there a problem? Zhao Yasi inquired, her expression turning serious as she noticed his inaction. And no problem. I will go immediately, Chun Sheng exclaimed, startled, as he hastily made his exit. Despite Zhao Yasi's delicate appearance, her personality was remarkably assertive. Any unwarranted delays would certainly irritate her, and he could even risk losing his job. The Yasi Piano Shop offered exceptional benefits, standing at the pinnacle of the industry. Faced with the choice between fulfilling his agreement with Zhou Qian and preserving his livelihood, he instinctively knew which path to choose. As she observed his departing figure, a flicker of coldness flashed across Zhao Yasi's gaze. Just moments ago, she had inadvertently overheard his phone conversation, which incited a profound fury within her. How could one of her employees dare to engage in such duplicitous conduct, wielding their authority for personal gain? It was only natural for her to be incensed. This was precisely why she had dismissed him and taken it upon herself to conduct the review. She sought to ascertain the true level of his tuning skills. Were they indeed as abysmal as rumored? If so, she would not hesitate to dismiss Chun Sheng and Zhou Qian. Such behavior would not be tolerated under any circumstances. Turning her attention to the computer screen, she saw that the live broadcaster had arrived at the client's doorstep. Knocking on the door. Who is it? Came a melodious voice from within. Hello, I am here to tune the piano. Chapter 5. Who says domestic productions lack good plots? Wang Ziyang's live stream. Under the influence of the Dream Carnival sent by Qin Yu, hundreds of viewers flocked into the live stream. The once pristine screen was suddenly inundated with a flurry of comments. Huh? Where did this come from? Is this still in our country? Tuning? Such a niche field. I've never seen it before. No way, dude. Starting off with flirting? How bold. This streamer has quite the audacity, proclaiming himself the prince of flirting. Did you consult me first? Is it possible that Wang Ziyang is actually someone else's name? Quick look. There's an honest person. He tipping for the carnival on his first stream. The host must have some clout. Mom, I've made it. I've upgraded from fixing hose to tuning. As the comments joyfully exchanged, the door swung open, revealing a graceful silhouette. She was slender and poised. Her brows resembled distant mountains. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her eyes sparkled like bright stars. Beneath her elegant nose lay a charming cherry-red mouth, exuding an indescribable allure. At this moment, the comments surged. Wow, what a beautiful lady. No wonder he's flirting. I want him too. Let go of that girl. Let me have a chance. The host even turned on beauty filters. She's a natural beauty. I'm done for. I've fallen in love. Seeking a relationship. The woman scrutinized Wang Ziyang, noting his handsome features and distinguished demeanor. which made her eyes light up. After verifying his identity, she led him to the piano room. During their walk, Wang Ziyang mentioned the live stream, and she showed no objection. Upon entering the piano room, Wang Ziyang glanced at the piano and smiled at her. "Your mother must be a music teacher, right? How did you know?" she asked, surprised. This piano is from the Qingwan brand's Starry Sky series, featuring a spruce soundboard with vacuum cast steel plates for enhanced stability. It's a classic teaching instrument. However, it was discontinued over a decade ago, making it quite rare now. Its age doesn't quite match yours, which is why I made that guess. The woman replied, "That may not be the case. Perhaps I bought it secondhand." Wang Ziyang smiled slightly, pointing to one of the pedals and asking, "What does this one do?" She fell silent, uncertain of its function. "These 3 pedals are the brake, accelerator, and clutch," Wang Ziyang stated earnestly. She couldn't help but giggle, playfully retorting, "Hey, don't treat me like an idiot." Her laughter was like a blooming garden, brightening the entire piano room. At this point, the volume of comments in the live stream surged once more. "Wait, are you really flirting? Truly a professional flirter. The piano isn't even tuned yet, but the chemistry is already there. To be fair, this girl is stunning. I'm smitten. Who says domestic productions lack good plots? This storyline is delightful. Bring on more." Prince Yang smiled faintly. "This is the sustain pedal. When pressed, it lifts all the dampers, allowing the strings to vibrate continuously and produce harmonic resonance, thus prolonging the reverberation of the notes." The girl, perplexed, gazed at him. "I truly do not understand the intricacies of harmonic resonance or the reverberation of notes. How did you discern that I cannot play the piano? Your hand shape and manicure are quite exquisite." Prince Yang replied with a gentle smile as he seated himself at the piano. The girl looked on in confusion, unable to grasp the connection. Typically, those who practice piano for extended periods refrain from having long nails, as they tend to scratch the keys. Additionally, the inner sides of their index and ring fingers would usually bear calluses, yet your hands are as smooth and lustrous as jade. Upon examining her hands, he remarked, "Your hands are truly beautiful. Perhaps you should consider becoming a hand model." The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you know?" "I actually am a hand model." Prince Yang not only accurately identified the ownership of the piano, but also her mother's profession and deduced her lack of piano skills, leaving her filled with curiosity. It was merely a casual observation. He chuckled, his fingers gliding over the piano keys, producing a cascade of notes. However, an instant later, he furrowed his brow. "What troubles you?" The girl inquired hastily. "If I am not mistaken, this piano must have just been transported from the north, correct?" The girl's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "My mother has retired and plans to move in with me. She brought the piano from our hometown." "How did you know?" At that moment, not only was she astonished, but the live stream chat was also filled with question marks. Even the professional musicians Zhou Qian and Zhao Xia displayed expressions of disbelief, uncertain of the basis for Prince Yang's deductions. The tuning pins are loose, with a pitch deviation of 20 cents, likely due to long-distance transport. Furthermore, the soundboard has cracked, causing a continuous drift in pitch, which is likely a result of sudden changes in temperature and humidity. "It is based on these 2 observations that I made my inference," Prince Yang explained. As his words settled, the live stream chat fell silent, and Zhou Qian and Zhao Xia wore expressions of astonishment. "You merely glanced at the keys, without any equipment or inspection, and were able to identify so many issues?" Seemingly aware of their skepticism, Prince Yang opened the piano's lid and pointed out each problem, confirming the accuracy of his assessments. "You are remarkably talented. Just by listening, you can detect so many issues. How is it that I hear nothing?" The girl gazed at him in awe. Prince Yang chuckled softly. "I perceive that you are quite greedy." "Greedy?" she responded, taken aback. "The heavens have already bestowed upon you such exquisite beauty, and yet you desire exceptional hearing as well. Is that not greedy?" he teased. Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed crimson. "Not at all. I consider myself quite ordinary." The livestream comments. "No way, you're really good at this. Truly worthy of the title Prince of Tuning. You really know how to charm." She's blushing. "She's truly beautiful." I thought the host was joking, but it turns out he was serious. "The 2 of you are not acquainted. I shall indulge in a morsel of Min Jianren." Wang Ziyang ceased to tease her and instead opened his versatile toolbox, extracting instruments to commence tuning. Is the issue with the piano severe? The woman cast a glance at him and initiated a conversation. Fortunately, it remains within my control. However, as it has recently been relocated, the ongoing influence of temperature and humidity persists, and it may require another tuning in a couple of days. How long does a tuning session take? Approximately an hour or so. The woman cautiously inquired, an extensive duration, indeed. Tuning alone might prove rather tedious. Would you not prefer to converse with me for a spell? Wang Ziyang chuckled in response. That comes at an additional cost. Chapter 6. Are you serious, Anchor? Does chatting come with a fee? The woman gazed at him in astonishment. How much? Typically, it's $10 per hour. However, for you it's $100. Her expression was one of utter disbelief. Why am I so expensive? At that moment, not only was she baffled, but Qin Yu, Zhou Qian, and Zhao Yasi were equally perplexed. The barrage of comments was filled with question marks. It was one thing to charge for chatting, but to audaciously inflate the cost tenfold was nothing short of blatant exploitation. Wang Ziyang smiled. While I can still focus on tuning while conversing with an average person, it's quite different with you. Engaging in dialogue with you makes it exceedingly difficult for me to concentrate on anything else, thereby significantly diminishing my work efficiency and increasing my costs. Upon hearing this, the woman blushed once more. Although he had not explicitly stated why chatting with her would distract him, the implication was clear. It was due to her striking beauty and undeniable charm. He was, in essence, paying her a compliment. Very well then, I agree to the $100. However, you must ensure our conversation is engaging. If I am not satisfied, I shall leave you a negative review. This guy is truly adept at flirting. Young lady, don't be fooled. Avoid chatting with this man. He is a professional charmer. How outrageous to charge for conversing with a lady, and it's such a steep price. What happened to ethics and boundaries? Where can I find the Lady S address? I earnestly request her details and social media accounts. Begging for it. Leave you a negative review? That may not be feasible. Wang Ziyang chuckled, shaking his head while continuing his work. With his exceptional hearing and the tools generated from a universal toolbox, tuning was exceedingly simple for him, especially as he was a highly skilled tuner by profession. Why? The woman inquired, her curiosity piqued. Because you're unaware of my identity. How could you leave me a negative review? Realization dawned upon her. He was subtly urging her to inquire about his name. She stifled a giggle. Then may I inquire, esteemed tuner, how should I address you? Do you know what character is formed by adding an ear to the right side of it? S. Is your surname? Wang Ziyang remained noncommittal. Are you aware of the name of the Red Side's general in chess? Her eyes sparkled with understanding. So your name is. But as soon as she uttered it, she snapped back to reality, playfully retorting, how handsome. Who has such a name? Statistics indicate that the surname comprises approximately 0.22 of the national population, totaling around 2.7 million individuals. Among them, roughly 600 bear the name. Wang Ziyang maintained a straight face. The woman, convinced, responded, my apologies, I misjudged you. It turns out you truly are. Thank you for the compliment. She looked at him incredulously. But I didn't praise you. Weren't you just saying how handsome I am? That's merely your name. No, I do not go by. What? But you just said your surname is, and your name is, and you even educated me about the surname and the name. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Not at all. I merely inquired whether you knew how to write the character, and if you were aware of who the main general of the Red Side in chess is. I was simply sharing some knowledge with you, without implying that I am called. That notion is entirely your own. Wang Ziyang chuckled. You are indeed teasing me. The young woman pouted playfully. How naughty of you. She was not genuinely upset. Firstly, she felt no offense, as his jest was not excessive. Secondly, he was undeniably handsome. Wang Ziyang smiled slightly. How could I tease you? I was merely joking. Then what is your name? Wang Ziyang. Pleased to meet you. He extended his hand to her. Wang Ziyang? What a lovely name. The young woman offered her delicate hand for a brief handshake. Hello. I am Hu Kur. The host is quite charming. ISNTE. Wait, did you just go in for a handshake? How has it only been a short while? And you've already held hands? Such a foolish move. How infuriating. A rare gem being pursued by a swine. Host, you ought to be careful. You're being too bold, and let go of my Kur. After their handshake, Wang Ziyang resumed his work on tuning the piano, while Hukuder stood beside him, observing and asking questions about the piano and tuning process. Wang Ziyang not only answered her patiently, but also entertained her with witty remarks that often made her giggle, creating a harmonious and joyful atmosphere. The barrage of comments erupted with numerous question marks, filled with inquiries about whether they were already in a relationship. In the car, Zhou Qian looked at Qinyu in astonishment. Didn't Tiyu say he was tongue-tied? He doesn't seem at all clumsy now. He had always been taciturn before. Watching Hukuer's charming smile on the screen, she felt a pang of bitterness. He was so reticent with her, yet so open with other girls. This stark contrast was disheartening. Is he still single? Zhou Qian asked again. Yes, Qinyu nodded. If your feelings for him are merely platonic, there is nothing more to discuss. However, if you harbor deeper feelings, it would be wise to establish a relationship quickly, Zhou Qian advised. Girls who can play the piano often come from affluent families and possess refined qualities. With his good looks and high emotional intelligence, he may soon find someone. Qinyu fell into a prolonged silence, her mind in a chaotic whirl. She was uncertain of her own thoughts until Wang Ziyang's voice broke through. All right. She hastily glanced at her phone, only to see Wang Ziyang repositioning the piano cover. Is it done so soon? It hasn't even been an hour. Hukuer looked astonished on screen. Didn't Tiyu say that chatting would significantly reduce work efficiency? Wang Ziyang smiled gently. By conventional logic, that would be the case, but I didn't anticipate that you would invigorate me like a magic potion, doubling my work efficiency. Hukuer chuckled. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she teasingly replied, You shouldn't compare women to magic potions. It seems you are merely trying to charm me into spending an extra 100 yuan. Wang Ziyang laughed lightly. It's all set. Come and test the sound. I cannot play the piano, nor can I discern any differences. Hukuer shook her head. You should simply give it a try. Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Claiming it's in tune when it clearly is not. Not at all. Why is that? Because I trust you are not that kind of person. Hukuer squinted and smiled. Moreover, if you fail to tune it properly, I can always return to your shop, compelling you to continue until it is perfected. You cannot evade that responsibility. Indeed, I cannot escape your clutches. What clutches are there? Amid her playful protest, Wang Ziyang seated himself before the piano, extending his hands to rest upon the keys. In that moment, a profound sensation surged within him, as if the piano resonated with his very soul, merging seamlessly with his essence. With a spark of inspiration, his fingers danced upon the keys like ethereal spirits. Chapter 7. No, my friend. As Wang Ziyang placed his hands upon the piano keys, Hukuer felt nothing particularly remarkable. After all, she had grown up listening to her mother play. However, when the notes began to flow from Wang Ziyang's fingertips, she suddenly shivered, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. The notes appeared to possess a life of their own, dancing and weaving through the air. At times, they coalesced into a delicate mist that caressed her ears, and at others, they unfurled like a gentle breeze that swept through her heart. As the melody swelled, it enveloped her heartbeat in a silken embrace. When it softened, the lingering echoes transformed into dewdrops suspended at the edge of time. It was as if a subtle fragrance had infiltrated her breath, coaxing forth a breathtaking spring bloom from the folds of her soul. Before she had the chance to fully grasp this wonder, a vivid tapestry unfurled before her eyes. She found herself beside a river that shimmered like a jade ribbon. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting fragmented golden rays upon the water surface, a gentle breeze rustled the sycamore leaves along the bank. A beautiful figure crouched by the water's edge, delicately stirring the surface with her porcelain-like hand, her presence merging seamlessly with the shimmering waves, exuding romance and beauty. Enraptured by such exquisite music, Hukuer became utterly entranced, her lovely face alight with admiration and awe. Raised under her mother's tutelage, she had developed a certain indifference to the piano, having listened to it so often that she deemed it commonplace. Yet now, through Wang Ziyang's performance, she experienced an unprecedented sensation, one of romance and poetry that transported her into another realm. This experience surpassed her wildest imagination, shattering her previous understanding. She was profoundly moved. She had once thought her mother played beautifully, But in comparison to Wang Ziyang, she felt utterly ordinary. It was not just Hu Kuer who was astonished. Zhou Qian and Qin Yu were equally struck by the performance. Such a beautiful and romantic piece, Zhou Qian exclaimed. He centers around the interval of a sixth, crafting a romantic atmosphere that unfolds like ripples through contrasts of strength and subtlety. Truly impressive technique. He truly deserves the title of the Piano Prince of Central Conservatory. Originally, she had failed to comprehend why Wang Ziyang was so renowned, even assuming it was merely due to his handsome appearance. But now, she began to grasp that while his looks played a role, it was his exceptional piano skills that truly set him apart. Qin Yu's eyes glistened with tears. His progress is remarkable. He is more captivating than ever, and his technique has improved significantly. She had once thought she would never witness him play again. Yet at this moment, not only had she heard him, but she also realized how much he had advanced, leaving her both surprised and moved. Watching him, his long fingers dancing across the keyboard, her gaze was filled with admiration. Though she had never spoken it aloud, she deeply felt his prowess. She had once attempted to learn the piano herself, but no matter how hard she tried, she could make no progress, not even mastering the basics. Yet, it seemed as though he was born for the piano. No matter how challenging the piece, he mastered it effortlessly. For her, the once rebellious piano became utterly submissive in his hands. Thus, her greatest joy was simply to sit quietly beside him, watching him play, a cherished pastime from her childhood to the present day. As the notes gently flowed, a beautiful scene unfolded before the two individuals. Zhou Qian could not help but exclaim once more, he has perfectly blended the romantic melody with poetic imagery, even managing to present such an ambience before us. Such talent is truly astonishing. Having been in this profession for nearly a decade, she had encountered many gifted individuals, yet none had ever left her so awestruck. His piano skills resonated deeply within her. Even through the screen, she found herself profoundly moved. She could scarcely imagine how overwhelming it would be to experience it live. Qin Yu murmured, "Indeed, he is exceptional." Zhou Qian, with a serious expression, looked at her and insisted, "I must remind you once more, if you truly like him, you should take action sooner rather than later. He is young and handsome, with a charming wit and humor, and possesses remarkable piano skills. Surely there are many who admire him. Sister Qian, please don't worry. I see him as a brother," Qin Yu stammered, feeling flustered. They were far too familiar with one another. It simply wouldn't be appropriate. She feared that if Prince Yang did not reciprocate her feelings, revealing her heart could irrevocably damage their relationship, a prospect she could not bear. After hearing her deny it several times, Zhou Qian refrained from further comments, simply closing her eyes gently, revealing a look of rapture. This piece is exquisite. Combined with his playing technique, is truly harmonious. Listening to him play is a pure delight. As someone who was partially within the industry, Zhou Qian's appreciation was profound, but it paled in comparison to the astonishment of Zhao Yasi, a full-fledged insider. At that moment, she stared wide-eyed, her face a mask of shock. As the owner of a chain of piano stores and a skilled pianist herself, she understood the nuances of the craft. It is said that outsiders appreciate the spectacle, while insiders discern the subtleties. Upon hearing him play, she immediately recognized Prince Yang's exceptional prowess. He could deftly navigate complex techniques while infusing them with musicality. The transitions within this piece were seamlessly smooth, with no mechanical quality whatsoever. His finger sensitivity must have achieved a reaction time of 0.1 seconds, showcasing a dynamic range that spanned from PPP to FFF in striking contrast. Moreover, he could sculpt a three-dimensional timbre through subtle techniques such as key angle and delicate pedal pressure. In this piece, he employed the feather touch technique to evoke the hazy reflection on water, manipulating tonal brightness to guide the emotional trajectory of the phrases. He had surpassed the elementary stage of mere note execution, ascending to the level of a musical architect. He was not merely replicating superficialities. He was carving time and expressing emotion through the resonance of the piano. His technical prowess far exceeded hers, surpassing even that of any pianist she had encountered, including renowned performers. Yet, those piano masters were all nearly 40, while he appeared to be under 30. A thought spiraled through her mind. Who exactly is he? She quickly checked the assessment records, only to find a familiar name, Wang Ziyang. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged. No way, dude. Are you really this good? Are you from a musical family? How did the iced tea in my hand turn into red wine? How did my hurdle vest transform into a tailcoat? Waiter, swiftly exchange my pork for an M9 steak. Behold, this is what we call professionalism. Well done. You truly made the cut. Are you two becoming quite romantic? Neighbor. Oh, has a musician moved in next door? Who swapped my cola for Sophie? What is this melody? It sounds absolutely delightful. Does anyone know its title? Very well, host. With your antics, I can only choose to follow you. Chapter 8. Has it begun? Just as everyone was utterly entranced, the music abruptly ceased. Why has it stopped? Hukur, with a look of rapture on her face, turned in confusion to Wang Ziyang, only to find him gazing down at his left hand. Following his gaze, she noticed that his left hand was trembling violently. What is wrong? A surge of alarm gripped her heart as she inquired. I injured my hand. Playing the piano aggravated the injury, Wang Ziyang replied, shaking his head. He had endeavored to select a simple piece, yet unexpectedly, he could not endure. Looking at his pallid complexion and the cold sweat beading on his forehead, Hukur quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were injured. I shouldn't have made you play. It has nothing to do with you. It was my own desire to play, he replied with a faint, somewhat forced smile. He had attempted to showcase his abilities, which had placed immense strain on his hand, causing pain to surge like a tidal wave. Is it very painful? She asked, concern etched on her face. It's all right. A little rest will suffice. Noticing his wan appearance, she hesitated briefly before taking his hand and gently massaging it. This is an exercise for hand care that an elderly gentleman taught me. I often use it to relieve hand fatigue. Perhaps it will be beneficial for you. Has she taken the initiative? Are they truly developing feelings for each other? Is this a ruse to ensnare him? Oh, the host must be thrilled. Such a splendid plot. Surely, it won't require payment to continue watching. Will it? Her hands were incredibly soft and smooth, imbued with a slight coolness. Being held by her was remarkably comfortable, and coupled with the effectiveness of her exercise, Wang Ziyang indeed felt the pain diminish significantly. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Feeling the warmth emanating from his hand, Hukur's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly redirected the conversation. How did your hand get injured? I was involved in a traffic accident a few months ago. Is it serious? Hukur's heart skipped a beat. Although she did not play the piano, she was acutely aware of the importance of hands in playing. It's not a major issue. Some rest will suffice. Wang Ziyang downplayed the severity. Hearing this, Hukur refrained from probing further. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at him with interest. What piece were you playing? I've listened to my mother play the piano since childhood, yet I've never heard this one. Is it beautiful? Indeed. Hukur's eyes sparkled with delight. It is both romantic and poetic. I've never heard such a melodious piece. It's called. Wang Ziyang initially intended to say Clair de Lune, but suddenly recalled that this world lacked that composition. To avoid explaining who the composer was, he swiftly altered his response. It's called Lakeside Maiden. What a fitting title. I feel as if I truly glimpsed a maiden, though I regret not hearing the complete version. Hukur remarked with a hint of wistfulness. When my injury heals, I shall play it for you again. You won't hear it anywhere else. Why can't I hear it elsewhere? Is it your original composition? She gazed at him in astonishment. Wang Ziyang offered a slight smile indeed. I am the one who brought it to this world. He could not openly discuss the matter of time travel, so he expressed it in a different manner. However, to others, this melody was entirely his original work. Hukur gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, No wonder I have never heard it before. You are truly remarkable to have composed such a beautiful piece. It was merely a coincidence, hardly a testament to any talent, he modestly replied. What is your major? She inquired. Piano performance, he answered. Hukur's eyes sparkled with excitement. Piano performance? My mother mentioned that there are very few universities in our country that offer this major. Yet each one is prestigious. Which school do you attend? Central Conservatory of Music. Ah, Central Conservatory? My mother is also an alumna of Central Conservatory. So you are technically alumni, Hukur exclaimed with delight. Wang Ziyang chuckled. That is indeed quite a coincidence. Perhaps I shall meet my senior next time I visit. You may meet her, but please do not call her senior. Why not? Hukuer's cheeks flushed. Wouldn't he that make me a generation above you? That's fine. I wouldn't mind having another niece. Wang Ziyang laughed. Enough of that. Don't take advantage of me. While you may not mind, I certainly do. He taught it playfully. If you feel at a disadvantage, I can let you have some advantages in return. He winked at her. Dream on. She rolled her eyes at him, though her face was beaming with joy. With this newfound connection, their relationship grew closer, and they conversed about the Central Conservatory and piano for quite some time, nearly half an hour passing in a flash. As they enjoyed their conversation, Hukuer continued to massage him until he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, prompting her to finally cease. Please refrain from playing the piano or exerting yourself for now. Allow it to rest. If the pain persists, do not hesitate to seek medical attention, she advised earnestly. Thank you. I will, Wang Ziyang replied gratefully as he stood up. That will be all for today. I should be fine to adjust it again in a couple of days. Are you leaving already? Yes. Hukuer urged. It's getting late. Why not have a meal before you go? Thank you, but I have work to attend to, so I must decline. Wang Ziyang politely refused, picking up his toolbox as he headed for the door. Let us add each other on WeChat. I'll transfer the chat fee to you, Hukuer suggested. Pulling out her phone, Wang Ziyang smiled at her, saying, no need for that. Your massage has already canceled it out. In truth, the notion of a chat fee was merely a jest, as he had never intended to accept any payment. It's no trouble. This was our agreement, was it not? Wang Ziyang shook his head. Really, it's unnecessary. Hukuer glanced at him and suddenly burst into laughter. Do you happen to not have a girlfriend? Yes. How did you know? Wang Ziyang responded, astonished. Just a guess, Hukuer smiled, avoiding a direct answer. Wang Ziyang did not press further, instead discussing a few more matters regarding piano maintenance before taking his leave. Once outside, he took out his phone to check his live stream, where a flurry of comments awaited him. Wait, after flirting for so long, you're just leaving. Stay for dinner, you fool. Can't you see she wants you to stay? She is not seeking to compensate you for conversation. Rather, she wishes to add you on WeChat. Do you not comprehend this? Foolish one, you infuriate me. No wonder you remain single. It is your own doing. How unfortunate, just as the opportunity was at hand. You stumbled upon your own misfortune. One might wonder if the streamer is fully aware, yet chooses to feign ignorance as a means of entrapment. It is quite possible. After all, she will be back in a few days, will she not? Observing these comments, Wang Ziyang merely smiled faintly, paying them little mind. However, when he glanced at his back-end data, his eyes brightened with surprise and delight. Chapter 9. The daring question from Qianjie Today's live streaming statistics. Earn Meow coins, 1555. New followers, 201. Number of viewers, 967. Number of gift givers, 5. Number of comments, 198. Total comment count, 2,532. Number of likes, 2188. Average viewing duration, 33 minutes. As this was his inaugural live broadcast, he held modest expectations and had even prepared himself for a lackluster outcome. However, the data before him was astonishing. Nearly 1,000 viewers tuned in, and he gained an additional 200 followers with an impressive average viewing time of 30 minutes. This indicated that his first live stream had garnered 600 popularity points. He quickly summoned the system panel, where the popularity value was clearly displayed as 684. This revelation filled him with elation. It is well known that live streaming requires time to cultivate and accumulate followers. He had initially planned to amass 200 followers over the course of a month. Yet here he was achieving that milestone in just his first session. If each subsequent broadcast could yield similar results, he would accrue 100,000 popularity points in just over a month. Filled with joy, he delved into the detailed statistics and discovered that his substantial viewership was largely due to Qingyue gifting him a carnival, which had attracted traffic to his streaming room. This gesture deeply moved him, as Qingyue had only recently begun her job, and a carnival represented a significant portion of her earnings over the past half month. Dear viewers, it is not that I wish to leave, but I have work commitments. Today is my entrance examination, and I must allocate my time wisely. he explained to the audience in the live stream. No sooner had he spoken than an animated airplane flew across the screen, accompanied by a notification. User Kikikir has sent 2 sonic planes. The sonic plane is a type of gift, valued at 100 yuan each. Is that Kikik? How could she be so generous? Has she forgotten about her daily expenses? Kikik's boss is quite magnanimous. I can't believe she has even covered the chat fees. Wang Ziyang chuckled. Thank you, Kikik, for the planes. The chat fees were merely a jest. Truly, you need not give. Keep up the good work, and I wish you success in your assessment. Kikik replied. Thank you. I will certainly strive to do my best. Wang Ziyang responded gratefully. What good is merely saying thank you? You ought to add Kikik as a friend right away. Indeed, she has come to bestow gifts upon you. Why not connect with her? Add her now and have a good chat later. Wang Ziyang chuckled at the barrage of comments. I apologize for forgetting earlier, Kikik. Please message me privately, and I shall add you when I have a moment. That's quite all right. No rush. Focus on your work. Kikik replied with a cute emoji. As he spoke, Wang Ziyang exited the community. Just outside, 2 figures approached him in tandem, the first of whom grasped his left hand. How are you? Does it still hurt? This person was, of course, Qin Yue, accompanied by Zhou Qian. The appearance of both women instantly ignited a flurry of comments. Who are they? They are so beautiful. A vibrant youth and a mature elegance. Both are exquisite beauties. What is your relationship with them? Why did she take direct action? Host, what is your background that surrounds you with such enchanting ladies? No worries, it's much better now. Wang Ziyang smiled at Qin Yu, then greeted Zhou Qian before they all got into the car, headed to their next destination. In the vehicle, Wang Ziyang introduced the viewers to their identities. This is my childhood sweetheart, Shang Xianyu, and she is also the administrator of my live stream. This lady is my superior, Qianjia. Both women waved at the camera, igniting a flurry of excitement in the comments. Shang Xianyu is stunning. Does she have a boyfriend? I prefer Qianjia. Her figure and those long legs and black stockings are utterly alluring. Host, which city are you in? I want to be Qianjia's little brother. Childhood sweetheart. As the saying goes, a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. Host, keep your distance. Just moments ago, you expressed your affection for Kuer. How did you change your heart so swiftly? Min. Qin Yu flashed a sweet smile at the camera. The host has just begun live streaming. I hope everyone can follow and support him. Zhou Qian chimed in. Yes, please show your support. And it would be wonderful if you could light up the fanlight board. Their words proved effective, as Wang Ziyang instantly gained 50 new followers. How did I perform just now? He inquired. You were fantastic. Zhou Qian praised him without reservation. You played well, and your communication with the clients was impeccable. Very good. However, you should refrain from playing the piano. Your hand is still injured. Qin Yu advised, her concern evident from his earlier injury. I apologize. I hadn't played in a while, and my fingers itched to play. I couldn't resist, but I won't do it again, he replied. Qin Yu shot him a knowing look. Is it truly because you haven't played in ages? Or is it because they are beautiful? Do you think I am that kind of person? Wang Ziyang chuckled. I believe so, Qin Yu teased, causing him to laugh. Zhou Qian then asked Wang Ziyang, do you find Yi beautiful? Absolutely, he nodded without hesitation. So, do you think Yi is more beautiful, or is it Kuer? Zhou Qian flashed him a meaningful smile. At her words, Qin Yu cast a concerned glance his way, and the comments section erupted. This question is too tricky. The key is, Kuer is still present. Oh no, how to choose? Both are beautiful. No matter how you choose, it feels wrong, trapped in a dilemma. If you ask me, I think Kuer is prettier, her figure is better, and her aura is more captivating. Come on, while Kuer is lovely, it's clear Yi is more stunning. Hearing this, Wang Ziyang chuckled. Qianjia, you've presented me with a question that could be perilous. This question is exceedingly sensitive. A poor response could easily offend someone. Just express your true feelings. As long as they are sincere, I believe they won't mind, Zhou Qian remarked with a smile. Wang Ziyang pondered for a moment. Kuer is beautiful, gentle, and possesses an elegant demeanor. If I were to liken her to a flower, I would choose the lotus, with its refreshing fragrance that captivates the heart. And what about Yeya? Wang Ziyang turned his gaze towards Qin Yu, noticing her calm expression, yet a hint of tension in her eyes. He smiled slightly. In my heart, She must be a dandelion. Dandelion? Zhou Qian looked at him in surprise. She had expected him to use a flower to describe Qinyu, just as he had done with Hukura, but instead, he chose the unassuming dandelion, devoid of fragrance. Could it be that he harbored no special feelings for her at all? All right, it's time to set off, flower connoisseur. Qinyu shot Wang Ziyang a sidelong glance as she started the vehicle. She struggled to maintain a calm demeanor. Yet the curve of her lips betrayed her emotions. The dandelion was his favorite plant, without exception. Chapter 10. Do not indulge. Refrain from temptation. Half an hour later, Wang Ziyang arrived at the entrance of an apartment, toolbox in hand, and rang the doorbell. This was the address of his second client. After waiting for quite some time without a response, just as he began to assume no one was home, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a graceful figure within. She was strikingly beautiful, tall and slender, clad in a simply styled silk nightgown that subtly hinted at her alluring form, her long, straight legs radiating a dazzling whiteness. "Who are you?" the woman inquired, a faint scent of alcohol lingering around her. "Hello, I'm here to tune the piano," Wang Ziyang replied. "Tune the piano?" She furrowed her brow in confusion. "Please, don't misunderstand. I mean tuning the piano, adjusting its pitch," he clarified, and she finally understood, welcoming him inside. As he entered, his presence was captivating. Beneath the delicate fabric of her nightgown, her slender waist and curvaceous figure swayed enticingly, accentuated by her smooth, fair legs. Wang Ziyang stole a few glances, feeling a surge of heat rise within him. Fortunately, due to the angle, such sights remained hidden from the live stream, lest it face censorship. The space was modest, and he soon found himself in the room where the piano was placed. To his surprise, it was her bedroom, filled with a fragrant ambience and scattered with intimate garments. Pink, purple, lace, and lycra, all exuding a sensuous allure. Wang Ziyang averted his gaze and hastily approached the piano. The room was small, leaving little extra space, and the piano had to occupy this area. The woman sat on the edge of the bed, pouring herself a glass of wine from a bottle on the nightstand. "Would you like a drink?" she offered. "No, thank you," Wang Ziyang declined, testing the piano's sound. "Lately, it seems to be off, which is why I thought I should have someone take a look." "It sounds quite out of tune," he observed, glancing at the window. "You rarely draw the curtains, do you?" "I only close them when I sleep," she replied. "That's the issue," he explained. "Direct sunlight can alter the curvature of the soundboard, causing pitch discrepancies. Ultraviolet rays can break down the polyurethane varnish, leading to deterioration, and temperature fluctuations can create differences in the linear expansion coefficients of strings, resulting in imbalanced tension. Therefore, it's best to avoid direct sunlight and maintain a distance of at least 1.5 meters from the window, ideally with blackout curtains." She chuckled lightly. "You truly are an expert. Is it a significant problem?" "This piano is relatively new, so there aren't any major issues at present. Just some minor adjustments and care moving forward," Wang Ziyang replied, lifting the lid and taking out his tools to begin tuning. As he worked, she sipped her drink, observing him with keen interest. After a moment, she suddenly asked, "Are you married?" Wang Ziyang chuckled softly. "I don't even have a girlfriend." "No girlfriend? You must be joking," she replied, somewhat astonished. "With looks like yours, how could you possibly be single? I assure you, there's no need for deception." Wang Ziyang smiled faintly. In the past, he was engrossed in playing the piano, his demeanor rather reserved and passive. However, subsequent events led him to abandon such thoughts. It appeared that all his skills had been devoted to the piano. Apart from that, he was quite mediocre, especially in romantic relationships, having never had a girlfriend throughout his university years. It is worth noting that Central Conservatory of Music is renowned for its artistic prestige, teeming with beautiful women. And in the piano performance department, the male-to-female ratio was an astounding 8:2. Yet, this did not change his single status. The sole ambiguous relationship he had was severed due to a car accident. "Could it be that you have never been in a relationship?" the woman asked. Her interest piqued as she regarded him. "Are you planning to introduce me to a girlfriend?" Wang Ziyang replied with a smile, acknowledging that he was no innocent child. But his romantic history was indeed blank. The woman chuckled playfully. "If that's what you desire, I can certainly assist. I may not excel in other matters, but when it comes to this, I assure you, no one is more adept than I." "How so?" he inquired. I am surrounded by stunning beauties, regardless of your preferences. Wang Ziyang turned to see her sitting at the edge of the bed, her face slightly flushed, her striking legs elegantly entwined, evoking a myriad of thoughts. Are you a model? He asked. Not exactly, but somewhat akin to that, she replied. His gaze fell upon a suitcase beside the wardrobe, and he suddenly realized. You're a flight attendant, aren't you? No wonder her appearance was so captivating and her figure so graceful. She was indeed a stewardess. Yes, she confirmed. So, you must understand why I said that. What type do you prefer? I can help you find someone. Wang Ziyang smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but it's unnecessary. Why not? Do you think I'm boasting? Not at all. So what is the reason? Do you hold a stereotype against us? She questioned, observing him intently. Wang Ziyang smiled. How could I? I simply have no intention of seeking a girlfriend at the moment. The woman lifted her glass and drank deeply. Be honest with me. I can understand. Chaotic personal lives, inflated egos, materialism, infidelity, irregular routines. These are all labels we bear, and I have grown numb to them over the years. Each time I mention my profession, I am met with various disapproving glances, most of which are negative. You misunderstand. I bear no prejudice against you. Wang Ziyang replied as he tuned his instrument. It is due to health reasons that I currently have no plans to pursue a girlfriend. Health reasons? The woman narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him. Suddenly, she covered her mouth. You can't mean. Surely not. You are still so young. Haven't you seen a doctor? She added, her inebriation causing her to mistakenly assume Wang Ziyang was incapable in that regard, hence his single status. Wang Ziyang, oblivious to her expression, merely nodded. I have consulted a doctor. The prognosis is not optimistic. Therefore, until I have fully recovered, I will not consider such matters. The woman fell silent, simply gazing at him with a sympathetic look. You may attend to your own matters first. The tuning process is rather lengthy, requiring approximately an hour. Wang Ziyang, noticing her silence, presumed she was intently observing his work. What led to your physical ailment? The woman inquired softly, snapping back to reality. A traffic accident, he replied. The woman gasped, inhaling deeply, her gaze now brimming with compassion. It must have been excruciating, she thought. No wonder the doctors had expressed pessimism. Do not lose hope. With the advancements in medicine today, there will surely come a day when healing is possible, she encouraged him. Wang Ziyang offered her a faint smile. Thank you. Captivated by his radiant and charming smile, the woman felt a stirring within her. Could it be that he was indeed the most suitable candidate? Chapter 11. The stench of love, how shall I address you? The woman approached Wang Ziyang, her curiosity evident in her gaze. Wang Ziyang, and you? Chu Wani. What a lovely name, Wang Ziyang smiled. Your name is quite beautiful as well. Chu Wani returned a subtle smile. Have you been in this profession for long? Not really. I have not even officially started yet. Not employed? Chu Wani exclaimed in surprise. But your movements are so adept, and you haven't used any instruments. The previous tuner relied on equipment. Tuning must adhere strictly to the principles of the 12-tone equal temperament, where the interval relationships between notes must be nuanced to minute fractions. Often, an electronic tuner is required. Why do you not need one? My auditory perception and musicality are quite strong. For now, I manage without. It seems you possess considerable talent. Chu Wani's eyes sparkled slightly. If you were to be officially hired, what would your salary be? I'm not sure about the compensation yet. Wang Ziyang shook his head. What would be your ideal salary? She pressed. Having just graduated, for the 5,000 would suffice, he chuckled. He was indifferent about the salary. As long as he could heal his hands, his piano skills would ensure financial stability. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, monetary gain was not a pressing concern. After a brief contemplation, Chu Wani posed, I can offer you 10,000. Would you assist me with something? What is it? Wang Ziyang looked at her, astonished. To cohabit with me for a month. Chu Wani gazed at him with a smile in her eyes. 66,666. No, my friend, are you filming a drama? This plot is outrageous. Inviting someone to cohabit right upon first meeting. How exaggerated. 6666. Who says domestic productions lack good storylines? If this weren't scripted, I would let you all do as you please. It's too implausible. I'm afraid that not convenient. Wang Ziyang was taken aback by her proposition and quickly declined. His primary focus was to earn popularity through live streaming. All else could wait. Furthermore, he had no intention of living with an unfamiliar person for monetary gain. What is inconvenient about it? We are both single, unencumbered by familial obligations. It's merely cohabitation, not an invitation to anything else, Chu Wani asserted. Taking a seat beside him, her gaze intense, Wang Ziyang continued to shake his head. I'm not accustomed to living with others. You've never lived with anyone. How can you be sure you wouldn't adapt? Chu Wani leaned closer. Just give it a try. You would simply reside here. Everything else remains unchanged. I will not impose any demands on you. No. Wang Ziyang shifted slightly, increasing the distance between them. The remuneration is negotiable. This is not a matter of money. Additionally, do you not find it peculiar to invite a stranger to cohabit upon first meeting? Wang Ziyang countered. It is somewhat unusual. However, I have my reasons, Chu Wani replied. Her gaze fixed on him. You may stipulate any conditions you wish. Wang Ziyang remained resolute in his refusal. I'm sorry. This may not be convenient for me. Chu Wani smiled gently. You truly are a person of principles. Wang Ziyang responded with a serene smile, focusing intently on tuning the piano. Chu Wani fell into silence, sipping her drink as she observed him at work. After a while, Wang Ziyang put away his tuning tools and said, All right, it's your turn to give it a try. Chu Wani pondered for a moment before suggesting, You must also know how to play the piano. Why don't we play a duet? Regrettably, my left hand is injured and I cannot play for the time being. Was it due to a traffic accident? She inquired tentatively, having noticed during his tuning that his left hand seemed to have some issues. Wang Ziyang nodded. With a sympathetic glance, Chu Wani became more convinced of her earlier assessment. How about I use my left hand and you use your right hand? We could perform a piece together. That sounds feasible. Wang Ziyang's interest was piqued. He had never played like this with anyone before. Chu Wani settled beside him, close to his side. What piece shall we play? You choose. I can play any common piece, whether classical or contemporary. How about Crush? Crush is a renowned pop song, a melodious love ballad. That works, Wang Ziyang replied, resting his right hand on the keys and gently pressing down. The beautiful melody instantly filled the air, and Chu Wani felt a stirring within her heart, her left hand swiftly following suit. Initially, she had anticipated their first collaboration would be fraught with mistakes. Yet as they began to play, she realized her assumptions were unfounded. They seemed to communicate seamlessly, their playing flawless and harmonious. Not only did they make no errors, but their performance surpassed her usual standards. The enchanting notes echoed around them, gradually immersing her in the song's emotional atmosphere, a subtle sentiment blossoming within her heart. Turning her head, she met his gaze. Looking into his bright, profound eyes and handsome visage, her heart fluttered gently, a sweet and tender sensation washing over her. Wait, have you two truly become an item? Please so. A brand new version. You both have two hands, right? Are you not holding each other as waist? Indeed, you're playing together. It's official. Piano is wonderful. One must learn it. Left hand on the waist, right hand on the keys. The air thickens with ambiguity, the notes pausing time itself. Promise me, don't play any longer, or love sparks might ignite. Mom, I want to learn the piano, tuning and playing all of it. I declare you two can be together. Why do I smell the scent of love in the air? Wishing you a lifetime of happiness and early offspring. Neighbor, finally, a realization dawns. As the piece concluded, Chu Waning's delicate hand rested on the keys, her starry eyes half closed, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. The performance was but a few fleeting minutes, yet it left her profoundly moved. As she played the piece, it seemed as though she truly experienced the sensations of a secret crush and the flutter of her heart. The profound connection she felt while performing alongside him deeply moved her, filling her soul with an overwhelming sweetness that lingered in her memory. She leaned closer to him, resting her delicate head upon his shoulder. Before he could voice a refusal, she gently spoke, May I lean on you for just a moment? Just for a brief while. Please. Wang Ziyang glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded slightly. Thank you, she murmured softly, slowly closing her eyes, a faint smile gracing her beautiful face. Chapter 12. Settling down in the car. Yu diverted her gaze from the phone screen to the window. The interaction between Chu Wani and Wang Ziyang stirred a mix of bitterness and discomfort within her. It seems my judgment was not mistaken. He indeed possesses an admirable charm with women, Zhou Qian remarked. Throughout his life, he has always been surrounded by girls, yet he has consistently shown indifference towards them. Qin Yu replied softly. Back then, he was oblivious to emotions, but now he is a young man, both physically and mentally at a stage where love is essential. Furthermore, he is currently experiencing the lowest point in his life, making it a crucial time for affection and encouragement. Zhou Qian gazed at her with profound meaning. Her words ignited a flicker of unease and anxiety in Qin Yu's heart, though she chose not to reveal it. I actually hope he finds a girlfriend. It would certainly ease my burdens. I am exhausted from taking care of him daily. You truly do not care for him? Zhou Qian probed once more. Yijin Yuan Li Do. We consider each other as siblings. Qin Yu reiterated her insincere words. Just remember, you said that, if I were to introduce him to a girlfriend, you must not blame me. Zhou Qian laughed. Wang Ziyang is not only handsome, but also talented. There are quite a few single girls around him. How could that be? I would welcome it. A romantic relationship could help him overcome his past shadows. That is wonderful. What kind of girl does he like? I am unsure. He has never shown much interest in girls, nor discussed such matters with me. Qin Yu shook her head. She withheld the truth. Although Wang Ziyang seldom spoke to her about such topics, he had revealed a few preferences, such as an affinity for girls with long hair, fair skin, and a lively spirit. This is why she has maintained her long hair, diligently protected her skin from the sun, and consistently exercised over the years. Before Zhou Qian could inquire further, the sound of a doorbell suddenly interrupted the live stream. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, Chu Wani lifted her head and smiled gently at Wang Ziyang. Thank you. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, she felt a surge of clarity. Her previous weariness dissipated in an instant. Had it not been for the doorbell, she might have even dozed off against him. Her sleep quality had been poor, often relying on alcohol, and it had been ages since she had fallen asleep unaided. It's nothing. Wang Ziyang nodded slightly, picking up his toolbox in preparation to leave. Chu Wani initially assumed her takeaway had arrived, but upon speaking, she was taken aback to find that the individuals at the door were not the delivery person, but rather a middle-aged woman and an elderly lady with a head full of white hair. Xiaoi. Seeing her, the elderly lady exclaimed joyfully. Chu Wani instantly snapped back to reality. Mom, Grandma, what brings you here? The two at the door were indeed her mother and grandmother. We originally planned to come next month, but your grandmother insisted on visiting these past few days, claiming she wanted to give you a surprise. I couldn't persuade her otherwise, so here we are, replied Chu's mother. As she spoke, she glanced at Wang Ziyang behind Chu Wani, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Not only her, but the elderly lady was also observing him closely. Prince Yang smiled politely and nodded to them, intending to bid farewell to Chu Wani. However, before he could utter a word, she pulled him aside. Please, don't leave just yet. Prince Yang looked at her in confusion. My grandmother is quite old, and her mind is becoming increasingly muddled. She is seldom lucid. Yet, she has been preoccupied with my marriage. To ease her worries, I told her I have a boyfriend, but she has been insisting on meeting him, and although she was supposed to come next month, she arrived today. Prince Yang suddenly understood. No wonder she had paid for him to cohabit with her. It all made sense now. Please help me, don't expose me. Chu Wani looked at him with pleading eyes. He hesitated, wanting to refuse, but at that moment, Chu's mother and the grandmother approached them. Chu's mother, smiling warmly, said to Chu Wani, Xiaoi, why don't you introduce us? Chu Wani cast a desperate glance at Prince Yang, then took his arm, introducing them. Mom, Grandma, this is my boyfriend, Wang Ziyang. Zhang, this is my mother and my grandmother. Seeing their expectant gazes upon him, Prince Yang sighed inwardly and steeled himself to greet them. Grandma, Auntie, hello, I am Wang Ziyang. Good. A wonderful name, and an even better person, the elderly woman nodded in satisfaction. Such a handsome lad, full of righteousness. He's clearly a good boy. The grandmother beamed widely. Auntie, Grandma, you flatter me, Prince Yang said, steadying the grandmother's arm. You must be weary from your travels. Please, have a seat and rest. Such a good child. The grandmother smiled affectionately, following him to the sofa. Ziyang, it's a pleasure to meet you. We didn't prepare any gifts, but please accept this as a token of our appreciation. Once seated, Chu's mother and the grandmother each presented him with a thick red envelope. As is customary, they, as Chu Wani's elders, were expected to give a token of greeting upon meeting him for the first time. Auntie, Grandma, I cannot accept this, Prince Yang exclaimed in surprise, hastily declining. He could tell by merely holding the envelope that it contained a substantial sum. However, Chu's mother and the grandmother were not about to retract their offering. Despite his repeated refusals, he was left with no choice but to look at Chu Wani, hoping she could assist him in this predicament. This is a gesture from my mother and grandmother. Please accept it. Chu Wani smiled at him, fully aware that they would not take it back. Reluctantly, Prince Yang acquiesced, contemplating how he might return the favor at a later date. Upon seeing him accept the red envelope, both Chu's mother and the grandmother expressed immense delight, with the grandmother kindly engaging him in conversation about his family background. What is this unexpected turn of events? Why am I here? I came to tune the piano, not to find a boyfriend. Goodness, tuning has turned into a relationship? This feels scripted. This is far more thrilling than any script. I'm a simple observer, and I love it. If this were a script, the grandmother's acting would be truly remarkable. Even if it were scripted, I'd still enjoy it. It's quite entertaining. Observing the thickness of these two substantial red envelopes, they must contain at least 20,000, right? Surely, one must learn to tune instruments, for is this not a harmonious convergence of wealth and talent? Indeed, this is far more captivating than merely watching women sway their hips. Wouldn't you agree? Without hesitation, I shall follow. After conversing for a while and gaining insight into Wang Ziyang's circumstances, the elderly lady suddenly inquired, saying, "You are a commendable young man, and we are quite pleased with you. How about we take this opportunity to meet your parents in the coming days and strive to solidify your future together?" Chapter 13. Please marry on the spot. Upon hearing the phrase, set the date, both Wang Ziyang and Chu Wani's expressions changed dramatically. "Grandma, isn't that a bit too soon?" Chu Wani exclaimed hastily. "Not at all. At your age, having a baby is entirely appropriate. A healthy child will allow you to recover well," the elderly lady said with a beaming smile. "While I still have the strength, I would like to hold my great-grandchild." Exchanging a glance filled with resignation, Wang Ziyang and Chu Wani were at a loss. At that moment, Wang Ziyang's phone suddenly rang. It was Qin Yu inquiring about when he would be available. "Is Ziyang busy?" the elderly lady asked after he hung up. Chu Wani quickly nodded, "Yes. He has matters to attend to at work and will be on a business trip for a few days." He was just about to leave. She intended to use the business trip as an excuse to deflect the conversation. "Then go ahead. Work is important," the elderly lady replied without suspicion. Wang Ziyang stood up, bid farewell to the two, and left. Chu Wani donned a coat and escorted him downstairs. "I'm sorry for the trouble," she said, her face full of regret as she looked at him. Wang Ziyang shook his head and returned 2 red envelopes to her. "Keep these. Consider them my compensation for you." Chu Wani did not accept them, and seeing his frown, she quickly added, "I have nowhere to put them, and if they see me with them, I want to be able to explain." "Then let me add you on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money online," Wang Ziyang suggested promptly. Chu Wani remained non-committal, but opened her phone and added him as a friend. "We can talk online if anything comes up." After completing the addition, Wang Ziyang prepared to leave. "Wait a moment," Chu Wani suddenly called out to him. He halted, looking at her with a questioning gaze. "If I am not mistaken, they must be watching us from upstairs, right?" she murmured softly. Wang Ziyang glanced up and indeed saw them peering down from the balcony. "As a couple in love, shouldn't we do something before parting for a while?" Chu Wani said, her face tinged with a delicate blush as she gazed at him. Wang Ziyang frowned slightly, but before he could respond, she opened her arms and stepped into his embrace, holding him tightly. Feeling her soft, yielding form, Wang Ziyang was momentarily entranced. What surprised him most was when she gently pecked his cheek. The warmth of her lips and the sweet fragrance enveloping him made his heart flutter. "Safe travels. I will wait for your return," Chu Wani said, her face flushed before turning and dashing away. However, after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly paused and whispered, "And remember to think of me." Without waiting for his reply, she hurried off. Watching her graceful figure retreat, inhaling the lingering scent that clung to his senses. Wang Ziyang remained silent for a while before finally turning to leave. Wang Defa, they kiss just like that? Why can't I experience such moments? Jealousy distorts my very being. If I don't marry, there will truly be no resolution. Ah, how sweet. I so want to indulge in this. I long to see what follows. What on earth? I came here to tune the piano, and somehow it turned into a dating show. Embraces and hugs. Not to mention the lavish red envelopes. Oh, how could you? Truly worthy of the title Prince of Flirting. You have swiftly captivated a lovely lady. My heart is wounded. Dear host, I must impose a fine of 800 yuan upon you. Wang Ziyang interacted with the audience for a moment, then promptly accessed the backend data of the live stream, his eyes lighting up. Today's streaming statistics. Earn Meow coins. 1. 830. New followers. 351. Viewers. 1. 267. Gift givers. 6. Commenters. 318. Total comments. 3. 832. Likes. 5. 188. Average watch duration. 42 minutes. Though lacking the promotional effects of the carnival, he still managed to increase his followers by over 100 through organic traffic and raise the average watch time to an impressive 40 minutes. He quickly checked the system panel, noting that his popularity had surged to 501 points. He achieved his anticipated goal in just half a day. At this rate, he might recover from his hand injury in less than 2 months. Surely, being kissed by a beautiful woman must be delightful. A melodious voice chimed in from the side. He turned to see Qin Yu waiting by the car. Nothing of the sort, he replied with a smile, denying the implication. Nothing? Your smile is more revealing than an AK. Qin Yu remarked with a glance, opening the car door for him. Wang Ziyang found himself unable to explain his joy and simply thanked her before taking a seat. Noticing his lack of denial, Qin Yu assumed his silence was acquiescence. A flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Have we inadvertently interfered with your lifelong ambitions? Inside the car, Zhou Qian teased him with a smile. Sister Qian, please, do not mock me. They merely asked for my assistance. There was no ulterior motive, Wang Ziyang chuckled. That may not necessarily be the case, Zhou Qian replied, eyeing the red envelope in his hand. This meeting gift is quite tangible. It must be returned. Wang Ziyang shook his head vigorously. He opened the envelope and counted. Chu Mu gifted 10,001, while the elderly lady contributed 16,666. Why such a large sum? Qin Yu asked, astonished. These numbers carry significance. 10,001 symbolizes 1 in 10,000, while 16,666 signifies smooth sailing and everything goes well, Zhou Qian explained with a smile. Clearly, she comes from a well-off family, and her elders are quite generous. Perhaps you should consider it? I'm not worthy of her, Wang Ziyang replied with a light chuckle, offering the 2 envelopes to Qin Yu. She looked at him in surprise. Why are you giving this to me? Please keep it safe for me. But this is someone else's money, Qin Yu frowned. Wang Ziyang gestured toward his phone. I have transferred it back to her online. All right, I will hold on to it for you. Qin Yu felt a thrill as she saw him transfer the amount to Chu Wani. Zhou Qian looked at them in astonishment. You are managing his finances? Wang Ziyang laughed. She is my financial steward. Of course, she must assist me with my finances. In the future, I will entrust her with my money as well. Qin Yu shot him a glare. Do not exaggerate. It is merely that you are too lazy to deposit it at the bank. Though she spoke those words, her heart was filled with joy. The term housekeeper was quite self-evident in its implications. I have placed my trust in you, and yet you choose to slander me. This truly saddens me. Wang Ziyang sighed. Don't start, Qin Yu retorted. Am I not familiar with you? Aside from the piano, what else have you ever cared about? Am I indifferent to you? He countered. Indifferent? In all these years, have you ever taken the initiative to message me even once? Out of the 10 messages I sent you, did you respond to more than 5? That's because I dislike texting. I often call you, don't I? And you dare to say that? Your calls are either I'm at the station, come pick me up, or do me a favor. And how many times have they lasted over a minute? Qin Yu shot him a significant glance. Wang Ziyang chuckled bitterly. His ex was indeed a complete blockhead, lacking any romantic sensibility. As the two exchanged banter, Zhou Qian found their argument amusing and was about to interject when her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, Her expression changed, and she swiftly gestured for silence to the pair. Moments later, she hung up, her demeanor somewhat complicated. "What happened?" Qin Yu inquired. "There's been a change in the third assessment," Zhou Qian replied, her gaze fixed on Wang Ziyang with an inscrutable look. "The general manager just called me personally and stated that she will be overseeing the third round herself." Chapter 14. Challenging assessment in the conference room of the Yasi Piano Company. "Mr. Zhao will conduct your assessment via video call shortly." Zhou Qian escorted Wang Ziyang into the room. She possessed a serious demeanor. "Simply answer any questions truthfully." "Understood. By the way, due to the nature of the internal company matters, your live broadcast must be paused for a moment." "I comprehend." Wang Ziyang greeted his audience before shutting down the live stream. He glanced at Zhou Qian and noticed a hint of tension in her expression. "Sister Qian, is there something troubling you?" Upon receiving the phone call, your expression darkened. Zhou Qian furrowed her brows slightly. Ordinarily, she would not concern herself with such matters unless there were unforeseen circumstances. However, the affairs overseen by Chun Sheng were now being personally inquired into by Zhao Xia, which made her apprehensive that her intentions to seek Chun Sheng's assistance had been uncovered by Zhao Xia. "There is no need for worry. If there were any significant changes, she would not have considered interviewing me," Wang Ziyang reassured her. "One can only hope," Zhou Qian replied with a forced smile as she activated the projection device to initiate the video call. Before long, a striking figure emerged on the screen. It was Zhao Xia. "Zhao, this is Wang Ziyang," Zhou Qian introduced the two. Zhao Xia acknowledged with a nod. Zhou Qian shot a knowing glance at Wang Ziyang and took a seat nearby. Yet, Zhao Xia did not immediately speak, merely observing Wang Ziyang. He remained unperturbed, meeting her gaze with calm composure. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, but instead of the customary inquiries typical of an interview, she posed a direct question. "If our roles were reversed, would you dismiss Zhou Qian?" Zhou Qian's expression shifted dramatically. Her fears had indeed materialized. Zhao Xia was fully aware of everything. She cast a pale glance at Wang Ziyang, her heart burdened with heaviness and regret, realizing that not only had she failed to assist him, but had also inadvertently implicated him. In her gaze, Wang Ziyang replied with resolute certainty, "No." "The reason?" "Firstly, Qian Jie did not receive any benefits from me and did not exploit her authority for personal gain. Secondly, she conducted 2 rounds of interviews with me beforehand, thereby gaining a certain understanding of my capabilities. In order to ensure that my interview was conducted in a fair and just manner, she contacted the assessment personnel from headquarters. Lastly, she accompanied me throughout the assessment process, refraining from providing any assistance or interfering with the evaluator's judgments. Her conduct was entirely in accordance with professional norms and ethics." Wang Ziyang articulated a clear defense for Zhou Qian. Zhao Yasi gazed intently at him, questioning, "You are a friend of her friend. Do you assert that she harbors no ulterior motives?" "No, I did not assert that she is devoid of selfish motives. On the contrary, I can confidently affirm that she indeed possesses them." Prince Yang maintained a composed gaze with her. "However, when public duties and personal interests do not conflict, why should it not be acceptable? She is aware of my capabilities and hopes to collaborate with me. Is this not a natural sentiment? In ancient times, the selection of the virtuous did not shy away from familial ties. How much less should I feel constrained when my relationship with her barely qualifies as that of mere acquaintances?" Zhao Yasi fell silent, finding every word of Wang Ziyang to be undeniably reasonable, leaving her without a counterargument. After a brief pause, she resumed her inquiry. "As far as I know, you have studied piano performance. What led you to the art of tuning?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian's expression immediately transformed into one of astonishment. Zhao Yasi did not refute his words, which indicated that he had persuaded her. She acknowledged his perspective. This meant that she was in the clear. She hurriedly turned her gaze towards Prince Yang, her eyes brimming with astonishment and delight. She had not anticipated that such a dire predicament could be so effortlessly transformed by his mere words. She had anticipated that she would undoubtedly be dismissed, yet surprisingly, nothing happened. His composure and wisdom left her deeply impressed. Wang Ziyang offered her a faint smile, then replied to Zhao Yasi, The essence of piano tuning comprises two fundamental aspects: knowledge of vocal techniques and understanding of piano mechanics. The significance of vocal knowledge is self-evident, as it constitutes a primary focus in piano performance. As for piano mechanics, it is quite elementary for me. Throughout my life, I have dismantled countless pianos into their individual components. This response was impeccable, leaving Zhao Yasi with no grounds for criticism. In truth, her inquiry was not of great consequence. She posed the question merely to segue into her next. In your opinion, which do you excel at more, tuning or performing? Prince Yang spoke softly. Everyone is formidable. Zhao Yasi gazed at him intently. You seem somewhat conceited. Zhao's choice of words was rather inappropriate. It is not arrogance, but confidence. Zhao Yasi suddenly smiled. Is this the pride of a genius? In contrast to pride, I would prefer to refer to it as confidence and capital. Listening to the conversation between the two, Zhou Qian's gaze towards Wang Ziyang grew increasingly radiant. Zhao Yasi exuded a formidable presence, possessing an almost intimidating aura. Most individuals, particularly her subordinates, would not dare to engage in a debate with her. Yet, Wang Ziyang stood his ground, confronting her head-on without losing an ounce of composure, neither servile nor arrogant, exuding a remarkable tranquility. This is not an achievement within the reach of ordinary individuals. At the very least, it is beyond Zhou Qian's capabilities, as well as those of Chen Sheng. Is it not so? Zhao Yasi smiled faintly. Let me see just how substantial your capabilities truly are. Wang Ziyang remained silent, merely regarding her with an odd gaze. Her face flushed instantly as she realized the ambiguity in her words, prompting her to quickly clarify. I will play several audio segments that have been disrupted by an electronic interferer and infused with white noise. You must discern the specific deviation values. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Yasi was testing his auditory skills. He not only had to identify the deviations in the audio, but also eliminate the interference of the white noise, which posed considerable difficulty. All right, Wang Ziyang promptly nodded. Do you need a moment to prepare? Zhou Qian urged. Wang Ziyang smiled gently at her. No need, we can begin right away. Zhou Qian wanted to say more, but at that moment, Zhao Yasi had already commenced playing the audio, and the sound of chimes resonated. Listening to these sounds, Zhou Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Her expression filled with disbelief. Having spent over a decade in close association with the piano, she was accustomed to its nuances. Yet even so, she found herself unable to discern the extent of the deviations in these audio clips. In truth, she was not alone in this. Even Zhao Yasi felt it was somewhat unreasonable, for had she not known the answers, she too would struggle to accurately identify the specific deviation values. Moreover, Wang Ziyang was attempting to discern them through the internet. It is essential to understand that regardless of the speed of the internet, sound inevitably undergoes some degree of distortion during transmission, complicating the listener's ability to make accurate judgments. Consequently, upon the completion of the audio playback, she hurriedly informed him, "This is the first iteration. I can play it once more." Her intentions were benevolent, yet Prince Yang appeared unappreciative, responding, "No need, I have the answer." Listening again could enhance your accuracy, Zhao Yasi gently reminded him. However, Prince Yang continued to shake his head. That's not necessary. Zhao Xia furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a twinge of irritation at his repeated dismissals of her well-meaning advice. Are you certain? If you are mistaken, there will be no opportunity for correction. I am certain. Prince Yang reiterated his refusal. Very well. Then please proceed, Zhao Yasi thought to herself, vexed, eager to witness his expression in the event of an error. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Prince Yang declared loudly. Chapter 15. Captivating the beautiful boss under the furious gaze of Zhao Xia. Wang Ziyang proclaimed in a clear voice. The deviations of several segments of the video are 3 cents, -2 cents, -1 cent, 0, 5 cents, and -0. 3 cents. Zhao Xia, initially seething with anger, was taken aback. She hastily glanced at the answer before her, only to be astonished to discover that Wang Ziyang's words were, astonishingly, entirely accurate. How could this be possible? She glanced at the answer, then back at him. You, say it again. Wang Ziyang didn't hesitate, repeating the answer once more. She meticulously verified it again, still not a single error. Staring at him in utter astonishment, her eyes brimmed with disbelief. To comprehend, 0.5 was a precision achievable only by the finest piano tuners, a feat scarcely matched by even a handful worldwide. 0.3 marked the absolute threshold of human auditory perception, attainable solely by the extraordinarily gifted under the most exacting conditions. Absolute soundproofing, an environment devoid of interference. A pure 1 kilohertz tone, free of noise, subjected to repeated comparisons, and so forth. Yet Wang Ziyang required none of these prerequisites, even amid the interference of white noise. Through the medium of a video call, he discerned a deviation of 0.3. How utterly staggering. She had originally intended to employ this method to assess his true capabilities. Among the 5 audio clips, if he could correctly identify just one, she planned to hire him. Recognizing 2 would elevate him to the status of an exceptional talent worthy of cultivation. As for more than that, she hadn't even contemplated the possibility, for among the 1,000 piano tuners at the esteemed Melody Conservatory, not a single soul had ever accurately discerned 3. Yet Prince Yang not only answered all correctly, but did so with such effortless speed that it utterly surpassed her expectations. Zhou Qian, standing nearby, gazed at him with astonishment. She was aware of his exceptional tuning skills, yet she never anticipated that they could reach such remarkable heights. Ordinary individuals can discern a deviation of 3 cents in pitch, which meets the internationally recognized standard for entry-level piano tuners. To discern a mere 0.8 cent in pitch distinguishes a master tuner. Though considered an elementary skill, it is by no means simple. Even among professional tuners, 7 out of 10 fail to meet this standard. As for true masters of the craft, they are as rare as 1 in 10,000. Yet he accomplished this feat with effortless grace. According to this standard, he is an internationally recognized senior tuner. The designation of senior does not imply a superior rank. Rather, it reflects the fact that the highest level of certification available is senior. At this moment, she finally understood why Qin Yu had consistently praised his brilliance. She even felt the word brilliance was insufficient to describe his excellence. President Zhao, why the silence? Are you experiencing technical difficulties? Prince Yang noticed Zhao Yasi remain motionless and assumed the internet connection had frozen. Zhao Yasi quickly cleared her throat to conceal her momentary lapse. There might be some network instability. Your answer was entirely correct. Congratulations on passing the assessment. Now, let's discuss compensation. What are your expectations regarding salary and benefits? As long as the salary is reasonable, I prioritize having a certain amount of discretionary time. Wang Ziyang articulated his demands. Compensation is merely a secondary consideration. He requires time to engage in live streaming. Zhao Yasi pondered for a moment and explained, we offer 2 forms of employment. One is a base salary plus commission. This requires the tuner to work in the store daily, and in addition to tuning, they must complete other tasks, resulting in a relatively modest commission. The other form does not require on-site work, but it offers no base salary, only tuning commissions, allowing for greater freedom. Although the commissions in this option are slightly higher, there is no stable income. Wang Ziyang's eyes lit up as he responded promptly. I choose the second option. This arrangement seemed tailor-made for him. At this juncture, popularity was his utmost priority. Salary was secondary. Are you certain? With your skills, the base salary would be quite substantial, Zhao Yasi candidly remarked, acknowledging his remarkable tuning abilities that would guarantee him a high salary wherever he went. Zhou Qian, nearby, also signaled to him, urging him to deliberate carefully. After all, tuning commissions were inherently unstable. A base salary offered security. Yet, Wang Ziyang did not waver. Absolutely. Very well. Then it shall be as you wish, Zhao Yasi replied, considering for a moment. Typically, the commission for tuning is divided 30-70, but for you, I shall elevate this ratio to a full 100%, meaning all income from your tuning will go directly to you. This statement left Zhou Qian astonished. Would all the tuning income truly go to him? Would that not be a loss for the music store? After all, employing someone incurs costs, such as social insurance and holiday benefits. A company is not a charitable institution. Why would Zhao Yasi make such an offer? Wang Ziyang was slightly taken aback, but recognized that opportunities like this do not simply fall from the sky. What else would I need to do? You are quite astute and composed, Zhao Yasi acknowledged. To receive this treatment, there are indeed additional conditions. First, should I assign you tuning tasks? I hope you will not decline. Of course, Wang Ziyang nodded. It is my duty to serve those who provide for me. Secondly, I would like you to film several promotional advertisements for our music shop, and I hope you will agree. Naturally, I will compensate you accordingly. Additionally, Yasi Music Store will provide you with piano and instrument support. At any time you wish to use an instrument, you may request it from me. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Zhao Yasi's eyes. As an insider, she had heard of his struggles. Initially, like others, she believed he was finished. However, after watching his live streams and engaging with him directly, her intuition told her that he was far from ordinary and was destined to rise from adversity. She believed in his potential and sought to invest early, anticipating that his future success could bring considerable benefits to Yasi Music Store, which was currently facing developmental challenges. Wang Ziyang looked at her with a hint of surprise. Any piano will do? Even a Steinway? Steinway is a prestigious brand in the piano world, with even the most basic models costing hundreds of thousands and higher-end versions reaching into the millions. Yes, simply let me know which model you desire. Zhao Yasi replied without hesitation. If you have any additional requests, feel free to discuss them with me. Zhou Qian was taken aback, for she had not anticipated that Zhao Yasi would bestow upon him such exceptional treatment, which transcended the usual privileges afforded to ordinary employees. This level of favor appeared almost excessive. Wang Ziyang also sensed the anomaly. Zhao Xia spoke candidly. I have great faith in your future. Wang Ziyang gazed at her intently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your ambition is commendable, Director Zhao. Let it be decided then. I shall accept both terms. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yasi smiled in return. Very well. I shall send the contract to Zhou Qian shortly. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Wang Ziyang nodded gently. To a successful partnership. Chapter 16. Personal assistant. As Wang Ziyang emerged from the conference room, Qin Yu promptly approached him, her voice laced with anxiety. How did it go? Did you pass? Wang Ziyang smiled and nodded. Fortune favored me. I passed. That's wonderful. Qin Yu exclaimed joyfully, hastily expressing her gratitude to Zhou Qian. Thank you so much, Jia. It's not about me. It's Ziyang's exceptional skills. With his talent, every music store would be eager to have him, Zhou Qian replied, her gaze towards Wang Ziyang filled with appreciation. In fact, I should be the one thanking him. If it weren't for him, I might have lost my job. When Zhao Xia posed that question to him earlier, she genuinely feared dismissal. Wang Ziyang shook his head. That won't happen. Jia, you hold yourself with integrity. There's nothing to fear. Thank you, Zhou Qian said, looking deeply at him as she expressed her gratitude once more. Being a long-standing employee at Yasi Music Store, she was well aware of Zhao Yasi's temperament. She was not known for her leniency. However, through this incident, her admiration for him grew. He was clever, humble, and courteous, which endeared him to her. Qin Yu looked at the two, puzzled, unable to comprehend their conversation. After learning the backstory, she once again thanked Zhou Qian. Yeah, you also did this for him. Thank you. I hope you will continue to look after him. It should be he who looks after me, Zhou Qian replied, shaking her head. He is a direct subordinate of General Zhao, solely accountable to her. Even his salary is personally disbursed by her. His rank is not inferior to mine. Indeed, Wang Ziyang's only superior was Zhao Yasi, and Zhou Qian had no authority over him. Your boss holds you in such high regard? Qin Yu asked, astonished as she gazed at Wang Ziyang. She had assumed he was merely an ordinary tuner, not realizing the esteem in which he was held. Wang Ziyang smiled proudly at her. Of course, who could deny my talents? Don't be so conceited. Qin Yu rolled her eyes at him. Regardless, it was Jia who provided you with this opportunity. You must genuinely express your gratitude. Certainly, Wang Ziyang replied with a smile towards Zhou Qian. Yeah, do you have time recently? I would like to treat you to a meal. It should be me inviting you, Zhou Qian insisted. If you're free this Saturday, come to my place for a simple meal. I couldn't possibly impose. That would be too much trouble. Wang Ziyang quickly declined. It's not troublesome at all. I have no one else at home. It's quite lonely by myself. Your visit would be a welcome company, Zhou Qian said with a smile. Seeing that, Wang Ziyang agreed readily. After chatting for a while longer, he and Qin Yu left the music store. Tomorrow marks your official start. Make sure to give it your all, Qin Yu said, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she looked at him. Wang Ziyang smiled back. Yes, I will certainly give my best. As she gazed at his warm smile, Qin Yu felt a blend of joy and trepidation. Joy because he had finally emerged from the shadows, and trepidation because she feared this bliss might be but a dream, and upon awakening, she would once again confront the harshness of reality. If you're worried, why not come and keep an eye on me? Wang Ziyang suddenly suggested, as if he could read her feelings. What? Qin Yu was taken aback. Aren't you concerned that I might revert to my old ways? Then come by my side and witness my progress firsthand. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yu's heart raced unexpectedly. During the time he had been in trouble, she had longed to be by his side, watching over him, yet each time she was dismissed. Now, as he suddenly spoke thus, she found herself doubting her own ears. I do not comprehend your meaning, she said nervously, gazing at him. As you are aware, the clients requiring tuning services are scattered throughout the city. My hand is injured, preventing me from driving, and I cannot afford to take a taxi every day. So, you are in need of chauffeur? Qin Yu tentatively inquired. Wang Ziyang shook his head, saying, to be precise, I require an assistant to assist me with both my professional and personal matters. The demands of high-intensity live streaming will inevitably give rise to numerous challenges, such as managing the barrage of comments during the broadcast, fostering relationships with fans, editing subsequent videos, operating the account, planning content, and ensuring logistical support in daily life, among others. While I can manage a portion of these tasks, I cannot handle them all. Therefore, I am in need of an aide. Undoubtedly, Qin Yu is the most suitable candidate. The two of us share a profound understanding and mutual trust, and no one is better suited than she. Assistant, an aide? Are you suggesting that I resign from my job to work for you? I have no intention of lowering myself to your level. Qin Yu's heart raced with joy as she exerted every effort to conceal her feelings from him. Wang Ziyang chuckled. No, it's not a job. It's a partnership. The money I earn, we shall divide equally. That simply cannot be. Qin Yu replied hastily, waving her hand. What do you mean? Do you wish to maintain such a clear distinction between us? Wang Ziyang chuckled. So, you mean to say that during my time in the hospital, I owe you all the money you spent? During the period when his ex had the accident, she had diligently taken care of him, not only covering his medical expenses, but also managing the affairs of his parents after their passing. Yet, she had never once mentioned it to him, always silently giving of herself. But it's different. There's nothing different about it. Wang Ziyang interrupted her. It is settled then. You shall resign from your job to assist me. From now on, we shall face challenges together and share in the joys as well. Hey, I haven't agreed to that yet. Qin Yu feigned annoyance, yet her heart brimmed with joy, so much so that she felt an urge to burst into song. His proposal was precisely the long-held desire she had buried deep within. From this moment forth, they would share both joys and sorrows, leaving no room for dissent. Prince Yang bestowed upon her a radiant smile before quickly departing. What a domineering rascal! Qin Yu playfully pouted as she watched his retreating figure. However, she soon let out a soft giggle and hastened to catch up with him, stepping into his shadow as she followed. I could be your assistant, but we must establish 3 rules. What? First and foremost, you must refrain from adopting an authoritative demeanor with me, and you're not permitted to issue demands. Very well. That is acceptable. What else is there? At the moment, I cannot think of anything else. I will inform you once I do. Surely, you're not asking me to make a promise without substance? So, will you agree? Very well. I shall consent if that suffices. That is much better. La la la. My dear friend, please refrain from singing. While others' voices bring joy, yours brings terror. You wretched creature, asking for punishment. In a nearby corner, a figure was observing the two individuals, and upon witnessing their playful demeanor, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. It seems that boy has recovered. He is actually laughing and chatting. A chilling voice emanated from the other end of the line. Then obliterate everything he holds dear, ensuring he never smiles again. Chapter 17. Lights out. Time for sleep in the serene setting of the lakeside pavilion. A voice broke the tranquility. Ziyang, please don't leave after the graduation ceremony. I have prepared a special surprise for you. The young woman seated beside Wang Ziyang spoke suddenly. Her chestnut hair cascaded in gentle curls over her shoulders. Her porcelain skin radiant with a hint of blush, and her dark, beautiful eyes sparkled like the stars. A surprise? Can't you tell me now? Wang Ziyang inquired, his gaze reflecting a peculiar glimmer. Of course not. The timing and occasion are all wrong. Just wait and see. You'll know after tomorrow's graduation ceremony. She quickly replied, shaking her head. Could you perhaps reveal just a hint? What is it about? Wang Ziyang probed further. The woman rose from her seat, a sudden flush blooming on her alabaster cheeks. It is a secret I have harbored in my heart for a long time. A sentiment I have long wished to express to you. Wang Ziyang was about to press for more information when she swiftly departed, leaving him with nothing but the memory of her graceful silhouette. Suddenly, a wave of disorientation washed over him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself seated in a car. The driver, a stern-looking middle-aged man, was accompanied by a woman of refined beauty, his parents. Mom, Dad, you really didn't need to rush over, Wang Ziyang said. How can we not? Our Ziyang is graduating and even speaking on behalf of the graduates. We must witness this moment ourselves, his mother replied with a gentle smile. His usually stern father chimed in. Professor Leon flew all the way from abroad for you. Our precious student. How could we possibly miss it? Due to his exceptional talent in piano, Wang Ziyang was sought after by several of the world's top music academies. Ultimately, he chose the Royal Academy of Music, renowned as the finest institution for piano performance. To honor his achievements, an esteemed mentor from the academy personally attended his graduation ceremony. Must you dress as if you're attending a ball? Wang Ziyang remarked quietly, observing their formal attire. You cheeky boy, are we not allowed to enhance your glory? His father playfully scolded. His mother added with a smile, these outfits were quite expensive. Your father has been lamenting the cost for quite some time. Don't worry, once I start earning, you can wear such outfits every day, he assured them, causing both parents to chuckle. Just then, a series of urgent honks pierced the air nearby. Wang Ziyang turned to see a car careening from a side road, roaring and rushing towards him like a frenzied beast. Ziyang, watch out. In the next instant, his mother threw herself at him, and a violent crash ensued. As the world spun into chaos, everything around him turned a vivid red. Wang Ziyang jolted awake, gasping for breath. Ziyang, what's wrong? A delicate face came into view. It was Qin Yu. Concerned for him, she had chosen to stay back today, though not in the same room. He glanced out the window. It was pitch black, deep into the night. I'm fine, just a dream, he reassured her, shaking his head. Qin Yu gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Her eyes filled with compassion. Did you have another nightmare? After the car accident, his mental state deteriorated significantly, often haunted by nightmares. Although they were not truly nightmares, there was no need for concern. Wang Ziyang smiled at her, suggesting, you should get some rest. Tomorrow we have an early start. That evening, Zhou Qian sent in the client's request list. Due to a backlog, there were numerous pianos needing tuning, and he anticipated a busy period ahead. I'm not tired. Qin Yu gently shook her head. During this time, she would wait until he fell asleep before she could rest. Wang Ziyang glanced at her, shifted further into the bed, and patted the space beside him. What are you doing? Qin Yu's heart raced. Since you're not tired, why not lie down and chat with me for a while? Wang Ziyang smiled at her. His words made her heart race even faster. She clenched her delicate fists, striving to maintain her composure. No, your bed smells awful. Awful? How could that be? Wang Ziyang looked at her with skepticism. I'm just inviting you to lie down, not to do anything else. Are you afraid? Qin Yu, typically calm, found herself unable to withstand his provocation. Throughout their lives, he had often employed this tactic to tease her. Afraid? That word does not exist in my dictionary. Indeed, as expected, Qin Yu lay down beside him without hesitation. Wang Ziyang instantly broke into a smile. Seeing his grin made Qin Yu's cheeks flush, and her heart swelled with shyness, though she masked it with indifference. What do you want to talk about? Wang Ziyang pondered for a moment. You're not a child anymore. Why don't you have a boyfriend? I can protect myself and earn my own living. What need do I have for a boyfriend? Qin Yu retorted. Don't you feel lonely or isolated? Lonely? Not at all. I barely have time to exercise. My life is quite fulfilling. Even during rare, free moments, I can invite my friends for shopping or dining. Qin Yu shook her head. Yet, her inner thoughts diverged from her spoken words. She was not a robot. And there were indeed moments of solitude. However, she had her unique ways of alleviating that loneliness. Watching videos, perusing photographs, and revisiting their past conversations. Yes, she meticulously preserved everything about him. Do you truly wish to remain single for a lifetime? Wang Ziyang inquired again. Hey, what era are we living in? What's so wrong with being single? Qin Yu countered. Wang Ziyang fell silent, suddenly realizing that Qin Yu seemed somewhat oblivious. Undeterred, he pressed on. Do you genuinely regard me solely as a brother? Qin Yu shook her head. No. Wang Ziyang's heart leapt at her response, and he looked at her with hopeful anticipation, only to be met with her next statement. I see you as my son. Wang Ziyang stared at her in silence, pondering how her previous relationship had maintained years of pure friendship without a hint of ambiguity. Qin Yu's expression remained unchanged, yet her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, continuously questioning whether he had sensed something. If he sought to clarify the boundaries of their friendship, how should she respond? Please, surely I could be considered a handsome young man? No feelings whatsoever. In my eyes, you remain that same tearful crybaby. Wang Ziyang rolled his eyes helplessly and reached out to turn off the light, murmuring, I'm sleepy. Time for bed. Qin Yu said nothing, yet moments later, a pair of delicate little hands gently grasped his left hand, tenderly kneading it. Feeling the tenderness in her movements, Wang Ziyang's heart softened as drowsiness washed over him. Gradually, he drifted into slumber. In that hazy twilight between wakefulness and dreams, he seemed to hear a faint, melancholic sigh whispering, just being able to see you every day, to accompany you, that is already enough. Chapter 18. The peerless dancer the following day, beneath a certain office building. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. I've already stated that I uttered nothing last night. Qin Yu shot a sidelong glance at Wang Ziyang, adding besides, you slept like a log. How could you possibly have heard anything I said? Perhaps you were merely dreaming. Very well. It appears I misheard, Wang Ziyang shrugged, lifting his toolbox as he made his way into the building. Today marked the commencement of his official employment. On his journey here, he reflected upon the words he had heard the previous night before sleeping, which prompted him to inquire with her, only to be met with her adamant denial. As he stepped into the building, Qin Yu exhaled a sigh of relief that was close. She picked up her phone, just as Wang Ziyang initiated his live broadcast. Greetings to all esteemed viewers. Welcome to my live stream. I am your longtime friend, Wang Ziyang. We are about to embark on today's session. Shortly after the broadcast commenced, over 100 viewers entered the room, many of whom brandished his fan badges, eagerly sending barrage messages. Is it finally beginning? Yesterday, I waited the entire afternoon without witnessing the host engage in flirtation. How did the host's onboarding examination go yesterday? Where is she headed today? Is it to Ku'er and the flight attendant's residence? Am I correct in assuming she is tuning the piano? How did I stumble upon such an exquisite live stream? Where are the hosts, Yeye and Qianjia? I miss them dearly. Upon witnessing the barrage of comments, she promptly interjected, greetings to all. I sincerely appreciate your attention. If you enjoy the streamer's content, do consider illuminating the fan badge. The host successfully passed the assessment and has officially become a tuner. Sister Qian is in the shop, and from now on, it will be him and me working together. Just as I was responding, she suddenly noticed several consecutive messages in the live stream. User Kiki has sent a sonic plane. User Chu Chu has sent a sonic plane. User Xiao Qian has sent a sonic plane. These IDs correspond to who Kiki, Chu Wani, and Zhou Qian. She hurriedly typed a message to express her gratitude for the gifts. But before she could finish, a scrolling announcement appeared. Yasi has sent a dream carnival in Wang Ziyang's live stream. Hurry to join the excitement. In the live broadcast of Prince Yang, Aishi has presented a mesmerizing carnival. Hasten to witness this spectacle. In the live broadcast of Wang Ziyang, Yasi presents a splendid dream carnival. Do not miss the opportunity to witness this enchanting event. A series of 10 announcements flooded the live stream with a surge of new viewers. Tuning the piano? I adore it. What is this track? It is my first encounter with it. Flirting is one thing, but to self-proclaim oneself as a prince is truly audacious. The host is indeed shameless. The boss must be confused. 10 carnivals. I've purchased an abundance of delectable treats. Goodness, has the host sold themselves? Otherwise, where did all these wealthy patrons come from? What is this for me? Is this still within the country? Qin Yu was suddenly flustered, expressing her gratitude for the gift while urging the viewers in the live stream to pay attention to Wang Ziyang. Meanwhile, as Qin Yu interacted with the comments, Wang Ziyang had already arrived at his destination and pressed the doorbell. Before long, the door swung open, revealing a figure within. She possessed fair skin, striking features, and a graceful figure, clad in a dance training outfit that accentuated her form exquisitely. "Hello, I am here to tune the piano." Wang Ziyang greeted her with a smile. "Oh, I meant to flirt." He boldly expressed his feelings. "Wow, what a beautiful lady. I wish to get to know her. She is simply stunning. Such a figure. Such beauty. Absolutely extraordinary. A peerless dancer. Wow, just for her looks, I am definitely following her." "Hello, please follow me," the woman replied with a slight smile, ushering him inside. "I am currently live streaming. I hope that doesn't interfere," Wang Ziyang inquired. "It's fine. Do you have any beauty filters? I hope I 1T look unattractive." He smiled. "You are being modest. With your looks, there is no need for a filter." Her laughter was a delightful sound. "No, I truly am not good with charming words," Wang Ziyang replied earnestly, shaking his head. "I often find myself at odds with my friends because I lack the ability to speak beautifully." Her smile blossomed further at his words. Before long, she led him to a dance studio where a piano stood. "Oh, a medium Steinway grand piano." Wang Ziyang's eyes lit up. "You are quite knowledgeable. You recognized its brand at a glance," she commended. "With enough exposure, one learns to identify them." He chuckled as he approached the piano and took a seat. "But what constitutes a medium?" she inquired curiously. Grand pianos can be categorized by size into 3 classes: large, medium, and small. Those exceeding 3 meters are considered large. Suitable for concert performances, medium pianos range from 1.7 to 2 meters, ideal for professional performances, while small pianos are under 1.5 meters, typically for home use. Wang Ziyang explained, extending his right hand to touch the keys. In an instant, melodious and enchanting music flowed from his fingertips. "Wait, are you serious? Who handed me a glass of wine? Amazing. Just because someone plays does not mean they can tune, but anyone who can tune undoubtedly plays." Came the remarks from the background. "What piece is this? It sounds wonderful." However, Wang Ziyang played only a few notes before stopping. The woman gazed at him in surprise, her eyes wide with delight. "Why did you stop? That piece was delightful." "Because it is out of tune. This piano must not have been tuned for quite some time, right?" Wang Ziyang asked. "That is likely the case. I have only recently taken over this dance school. The previous owner faced a financial crisis and closed down for over a year," she nodded. "I assumed you were merely a dance instructor. I did not realize you were also the owner." Wang Ziyang chuckled. "These 2 roles are not mutually exclusive. I'm both a teacher and a proprietor." "Impressive," he remarked. "At such a tender age, one can ascend to the status of a proprietor solely through one's own talents." Wang Ziyang gestured a thumbs up towards her. "What talent?" "It merely stems from diligent practice. I believe your prowess in playing the piano truly reflects talent. I too aspire to learn the instrument in my youth, yet lamentably, I could never quite grasp it, which led me to pursue dance instead." Wang Ziyang smiled and shook his head. "There is no need for undue self-deprecation. Art knows no hierarchy. The ease with which you learn dance signifies your extraordinary aptitude in that realm, and the results bear testament to this, do they not? You possess a gift for conversation." The young woman bestowed upon him a radiant smile. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Wang Ziyang commenced tuning the piano, while the young woman practiced her foundational skills beside him. Her rehearsals did not disrupt Wang Ziyang, yet the audience in the live stream grew increasingly agitated. Chapter 19. Is this the joy of the Titans? With high knees, side lunges, bending to touch her ankles, wall-supported single-leg extensions, squats, and toe raises, the young woman engaged in her daily regimen of strength and flexibility training. showcasing her solid foundation and exceptional physical condition. Wang Ziyang, however, remained oblivious to her efforts, engrossed in tuning his instrument. Meanwhile, the livestream chat erupted with fervor. Is this truly what I'm witnessing? Thank you, streamer. If I could win the affection of someone like her, I would gladly sacrifice a decade of my life. Miss, please start your own stream. The top-tier viewers would surely adore you. With a physique like that and such flexibility, it's an absolute 100. Are you testing us with this? Hello, streamer. Are you there? Please take a moment to glance. Maya, such a figure is simply magnificent. Tell Qer and Choo-Choo, I can't return now. Is this the joy of the Titans? Oh, control your desires, please. A beauty that is all-encompassing and irresistible. I wouldn't even dare to bend like that. As the woman practiced, coupled with the 10 consecutive gifts sent by Zhao Yasi, a considerable stir ensued, causing the audience in the live stream to surge explosively, quickly surpassing 3,000 viewers. The dense barrage of comments and the remarkably high retention rate led the platform's algorithm to classify the stream as a quality broadcast, propelling it to the homepage of live stream recommendations. Although the position was modest, the natural traffic exhibited a sharp upward trajectory. Seeing this, Qin Yu was elated and seized the opportunity. Thank you all for tuning in. Shortly, the streamer will be giving away a grand prize of 1,000 yuan. Simply follow the streamer and watch for 10 minutes to participate in the prize grab. With the added incentive of the activity, along with commendable content, Wang Ziyang's fanbase grew rapidly. However, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events, entirely focused on his tuning. An hour later, he paused his work and addressed the young woman. I've finished tuning. You may give it a try. But I'm not very skilled at playing the piano. She replied, retracting her long, graceful legs, her expression slightly bashful. That is perfectly fine. It's merely for you to feel it out, Wang Ziyang encouraged. She nodded and took a seat at the piano, her fingers awkwardly attempting a children's song reminiscent of two tigers. Upon finishing, her cheeks flushed. That must have sounded dreadful, right? I feel rather embarrassed. Not at all. I believe you possess a good sense of rhythm. Just needing a bit more refinement, Wang Ziyang smiled. It seems your talent for piano, while perhaps not as strong as your dancing, is still commendable. Really? Can I learn? Her eyes sparkled with hope. Certainly. Is it truly possible? At my age, can I still learn? Music is an art that nurtures the soul. It is never too late to start learning. I've seen many elderly individuals take up piano after retirement. She gazed at him. Then could you teach me? I can, though I've never taught anyone before and am uncertain of my teaching abilities. Are you truly willing to learn from me? Absolutely, she nodded eagerly. Prince Yang pondered for a moment and said, Very well, let us commence with the first lesson. Although you possess some foundational knowledge, there are numerous issues to address. For instance, your wrists are rigid, your finger joints are collapsing, your rhythm is unstable, and your dynamics are monotonous, among others. We shall begin by rectifying your posture while playing the piano. Is that agreeable? The woman made a gesture as if playing the piano. Your wrist is positioned too low, which hinders the transmission of power. The first joint of your finger is concave, resulting in a lack of strength when striking the keys. Wang Ziyang pointed out her issues, yet she failed to comprehend them. He wished to correct her, but hesitated due to the concern of physical contact, as they were, after all, not well acquainted. It's all right. You can use your hands, she remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke, sensing his reluctance. That would be offensive. Wang Ziyang nodded, extending his hand to adjust her posture. I assent this a bit too forward. Truly, he is the prince of flirtation, effortlessly securing his prize. How infuriating. Release my goddess and allow me my chance. You rascal, you indeed possess some talent. The art of seduction must be mastered. It is imperative to learn. Moments latte. Prince Yang observed that her playing had improved significantly compared to before. With a smile, he nodded and remarked, Indeed, you possess a natural talent and learn swiftly. The fundamental issues have been resolved. All that remains is to practice diligently. He added, It is your skillful guidance. A master may show the way, but the journey of cultivation lies within oneself. Prince Yang then tidied up his toolbox, ready to depart. He could only impart the most basic knowledge. as there were clients awaiting his services to tune their pianos. "Are you leaving just like that?" The woman hurriedly inquired. "Well, I have work to attend to later. Could you possibly play a complete piece before you leave?" The young woman gazed at him with eager anticipation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Prince Yang replied, "It is indeed possible, though I have an injury to my left hand and can only play with my right." "That is of no concern," she responded. "What style of music do you enjoy?" Prince Yang inquired. "Lyrical and romantic." "Very well." Prince Yang nodded, and a melody emerged in his mind, one that was simple and easily comprehensible, with a manageable complexity that allowed for adaptation to be played solely with the right hand. He seated himself at the piano, inhaled gently, and his hand glided over the keys, producing a cascade of exquisite notes. As the enchanting melody unfolded, a hint of enchantment flickered in the woman's gaze, while the barrage of comments became lively. "No way, my friend. You truly possess talent." "Huh? Haven't I heard that before? How did the cola in my hand transform into red wine? How utterly elegant. The sound quality has truly transformed. It is now crisp, exquisite, and ethereal. You, a connoisseur of music? Neighbor, what is happening next door? Have you hired someone to play on your behalf? How did the tailcoat gracefully adorn him? Truly deserving of the title Prince of Tuning. Masterfully tuned and played with finesse. What piece is this?" The music student expressed that they had never heard it before. "This piece is tender and romantic, yet beneath the romance lies a subtle hint of sorrow, truly exquisite." "No, have you become even more romantic? But this composition is genuinely romantic. Look, the intensity in this girl's gaze is almost mesmerizing. Mastering the art of tuning is essential. It must be learned." Amidst the dense barrage of comments, a woman suddenly rose and gracefully moved to the side. After striking a pose, she began to dance slowly in harmony with the music. Her toes lightly touched the surface like a butterfly brushing the water's edge, her waist unfurling the folds of the air. Her movements were exquisitely elegant, perfectly in sync with the melody. As the audience beheld such a beautiful dance and listened to the enchanting and romantic music, the once overwhelming stream of comments began to dwindle. This did not signify a decrease in viewers. Rather, they became entranced by the essence of the music, forgetting to send their comments. On the contrary, the audience not only remained but continued to grow for 1,000, 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. Chapter 20. Heartfelt Meanwhile. In Huku'er's home. "Mother, have you ever heard this piece?" Huku'er inquired, holding her phone towards her mother. Whose mother shook her head. "No, this is my first time hearing it as well." "It seems this must be his original work," Huku'er remarked, her gaze fixed on the live broadcast, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. It was both melodious and romantic. Whose mother nodded in approval. The structure of this composition is remarkably clear, showcasing his exceptional compositional skills. The contrast between the verses and the chorus is striking, with smooth and layered melodic lines. The harmonic design is particularly clever, especially in the chorus, where the chromatic transitions and color changes in harmony add an unfinished beauty to the piece. This elusive harmonic progression seems to narrate a sentiment that is both sweet and tinged with regret, evoking a deep resonance among listeners. Indeed, he is quite talented. Is he truly a student of the Central Conservatory of Music? Huku'er asked. Yes, not only that, but he shares the same teacher as I do. Whose mother sighed slightly and recounted Wang Ziyang's unfortunate experiences to her. Huku'er's eyes brimmed with pity. What a shame. He is so gifted. He could have had a perfect life, yet fate has been so cruel. Such is the fate that envies the gifted. Fortune can be capricious. Nevertheless, he is resilient. An ordinary person would have been shattered long ago, yet he remains so cheerful. Huku'er gazed at the live stream, her eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. Whose mother scrutinized her for a moment and teased. What is this? Are you smitten? Mother, what are you saying? Huku'er replied, Herz flushed. What is wrong with that? You're at the age where you should be considering a boyfriend. Whose mother chuckled. The teacher speaks very highly of him. He is talented, diligent, and a rare gem of a young man. If you genuinely find him appealing, you should act swiftly. This is all too premature. We haven't even established a connection yet. So please don't worry. Hukaieri taught it pitifully. All right. I won't meddle. Just think it over. Good men are scarce these days, whose mother advised before departing. Once she left, Hukur opened her wardrobe, pondering, what should I wear tomorrow since he is coming? At Chuwani's home, watching Wang Ziyang's hands dance over the piano keys on the live broadcast, and listening to the enchanting melody, she found herself reminiscing about the unspoken connection and emotion shared during their duet yesterday. It seemed that no words were necessary between them. Just a glance was sufficient to understand each other's intentions. This sensation was both wondrous and heartwarming, leaving her profoundly moved. At that moment, her grandmother suddenly entered the room, prompting her to welcome her warmly. "Xiaoyi, how long will Ziyang be gone?" the elderly lady inquired. "It's hard to say. Perhaps 10 days to half a month." Chuwani replied dismissively. "So long? When he returns, will you even be home?" The grandmother frowned. "Well, perhaps not," Chuwani nodded. As a flight attendant, she spent a considerable amount of time in the sky, with her rest periods being rather irregular. It was not conducive for you two to meet infrequently. The elderly lady expressed her concerns, stating that a romantic relationship necessitates closeness. With only a handful of encounters throughout the year, nurturing their affection would be challenging. "Grandma, we understand. There's no need for you to worry about this," Chuwani hurriedly reassured her. "Xiao, please do not be impatient," the old lady persisted. "Ziyang is handsome and possesses a wonderful character, which makes him quite appealing to young women. You must keep a close watch and ideally finalize matters swiftly." The pressure of her matchmaking left Chuwani with a bittersweet smile. "Oh, Grandma, such matters require patience. There is no possibility of instant success." "Very well, but even if things do not progress, you should maintain frequent contact and try to meet more often. That will help stabilize your feelings." The elderly lady imparted her heartfelt advice, which took some effort for Chuwani to navigate. However, her words did resonate with her, and after she departed, Wani hesitated for a moment before dialing a number. "Lingling, may I come to play with you tomorrow? Oh, by the way, hasn't your piano been tuned in quite a while? I can recommend an excellent tuner. At the Yasi Piano Studio." The melody of the piece was imbued with a sense of breath, as if narrating a tale of love and regret. The verse unfurled in a restrained yet tender manner, reminiscent of a romantic encounter, while the chorus surged with fullness and fervor, conveying an indescribable emotional impact. Zhao Yasi, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, gazed at the live stream. "Is this your talent?" Today marked Prince Yang's first day at work, prompting her to closely follow his updates. Initially intending to send him a few gifts as a gesture, she was utterly unprepared to hear such an exceptional composition. Being part of the music industry, she instinctively sensed an aura of potential. Perhaps he need not even play the piano, for this original piece alone could propel him to fame. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, the phone rang unexpectedly. Startled by the caller ID, she quickly answered. "Oh, a rare caller. What brings you to call me today?" "Don't speak as if we haven't been in touch for ages," the voice on the other end playfully chided. "Look who's talking. When was the last time you reached out to me?" Zhao Xia replied with a teasing laugh. "All right, I admit I have been exceedingly busy. Please don't hold that against me." After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation turned serious. "I recall your prized possession is a limited edition Steinway crystal piano, correct?" "Yes." "What of it? Are you familiar with Lola Estano? How could I not know of the renowned priestess of entropy? She is celebrated for her rare originality, having begun touring at the age of 8 and gaining acclaim in the Western music scene. Indeed, she is about to host a grand solo concert, but unfortunately, her piano is damaged. In her search, she has selected yours." Zhao Yasi's heart raced. "That is quite valuable. Is she certain she wants it?" "As a limited edition piano, its price soars to several $1,000,000. Money is not an issue. However, she has an additional condition." "What is it?" "You must be responsible for the transportation, installation, and tuning of the piano during the performance. Let me remind you, the utmost priority is the tuner, as this directly impacts the quality of the performance." "Do you have an exceptional tuner?" "A tuner?" Zhao Yasi glanced at the live broadcast and assured, "I have the world's foremost tuner." "The world's foremost tuner? Which of those few is it?" "No, it is a remarkably talented young man." Chapter 21. The Waltz of Love in the Dance Studio. As the final note resonated and faded into silence, The woman came to a halt, her breath slightly labored, her bright eyes shimmering with enchantment and emotion. Applause echoed in the air. "You danced beautifully," Prince Yang complimented. "No, it is your playing that is exceptional," the woman replied, her eyes sparkling as she inquired. "What is the name of this piece?" "Dream Wedding," he answered. "Dream Wedding?" she murmured, contemplating the title. "It is indeed fitting, both romantic and beautiful, yet elusive, akin to a fleeting dream. Do not be disheartened. Perhaps you will find your own dream wedding." Prince Yang smiled. "Thank you. Whether it be a dream or an illusion, it is nonetheless beautiful. I wish to hear it every day." The woman reached for her phone, eager to search for the piece, only to find nothing. "Why can't I find this song online?" she asked, bewildered. "Because you're the first person in this world, besides me, to hear it," he replied. Her gaze sparkled with excitement. "Are you saying this piece is your own composition? Is this the first time you've played it for someone?" "Yes," Prince Yang nodded. "Thank you. I feel so honored." The woman looked at him with a mix of excitement and admiration. "To compose such a piece, you are truly remarkable. You flatter me. I believe you are the one who is truly extraordinary. Your dance is incredibly captivating, and your body language is superb. You are the most outstanding dancer I have ever encountered," Prince Yang remarked with a smile. "You are quite the charmer," she responded, her face beaming with joy. "This is no mere flattery. I genuinely believe you possess exceptional talent. Your physique, rhythm, and spirit are all extraordinary," he affirmed. She chuckled softly. "But can you dance?" "Certainly not. My limbs are uncoordinated, making dancing impossible," he replied. "Not necessarily. Your proportions are quite good. You should be suited for dance," she said with a smile. "And coordination can be improved through practice. If you wish, I can teach you." "Dance?" "Well," Prince Yang began to shake his head, intending to refuse. However, before he could finish, she took his hand and led him to the center of the room. "I will teach you the simplest waltz steps. Just follow my lead." "I may not grasp it," he protested. "It's quite simple. Just watch my movements. 1, 2, 3. She guided him, stepping gracefully as they began to dance. Initially awkward, he soon found his rhythm. "You have a natural aptitude," she observed, turning to him. "Now, let us move to the next step. Place your left hand in mine and your right hand on my waist, following my lead." Prince Yang hesitated, aware that the waist is a sensitive area for women, feeling it might be inappropriate. Yet, she seemed to sense his reluctance and gently placed his hand on her waist. He looked at her in surprise. Her waist was slender yet resilient, providing a comfortable support. The young woman returned his gaze with a radiant smile, urging him to pay attention to her footsteps, her body swaying gently. As she spoke, she counted the rhythm aloud, guiding him into a dance. Being his first attempt, Prince Yang inadvertently stepped on her feet a few times. However, she displayed no signs of displeasure, continuously encouraging him. Under her meticulous instruction, he quickly gained proficiency, gradually synchronizing with her movements, their dance transforming into a graceful and delightful spectacle. They exchanged glances, both eyes shimmering with joy, immersed in their harmonious connection. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their reverie. "Are you truly dancing? How did you manage to get the hang of it so quickly? Let go. The lovely waltz. Is this even reasonable? Are you two serious? This is getting a bit ambiguous. If you two end up together, I'll contribute 800 as a gift, all right? What do you think? Brothers, you must learn this art of flirting. I too wish to flirt with the ladies. You, young one, haven't you forgotten your purpose here, have you? What do you mean by this? Are we merely background characters? What man could remain indifferent? Aren't you tuning instruments? How did you end up dancing? Release that girl. Let me take over. Your life resembles my science fiction." As the two were lost in their dance, they suddenly awoke to the sound of curious voices. A group of young girls stood at the doorway, observing them with intrigue. "You've arrived? Please go change your clothes," the young woman instructed. The girls nodded and turned to leave. "They are my students. I have a class to teach them shortly," she explained to Prince Yang. "All right. I also have some work to attend to," he replied, gently releasing her hand. "You possess great perception, an excellent learning ability, and remarkable talent for dance. If you have time, feel free to come here for lessons," she said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "And you could teach me to play the piano as well." Prince Yang nodded and smiled. "Of course I will. Shall we exchange contact information?" She inquired again. She is actually taking the initiative to add me. I am so envious. Host, quickly share her account. How many is this now? Yesterday, it was Kur, then Chu Chu, and today it's her. Host, please take me as your disciple. Prince Yang, naturally, did not refuse, though her username surprised him. Midnight Butcher, and her gender was marked as male. Due to frequent harassment, I prefer a more abstract persona, she said, softly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks slightly flushed. Quite charming. How should I address you? Butcher? He chuckled. My surname is Shah, and my given name is Royale. My friend call me Yao Yao or Little Shah, she replied with a giggle. Of course, if you prefer, you may call me Butcher. And you? Prince Yang, he said, extending his hand. Such a lovely name, she remarked, reaching out her delicate hand to shake his. They exchanged smiles, their connection deepening. At that moment, several young girls entered the classroom after changing their clothes. One of them, filled with curiosity, inquired, Are you in a romantic relationship with the teacher? Shah Royale's face instantly flushed. Wang Ziyang smiled at the girl and replied, No. Do you have a girlfriend? The girl asked again. Not at the moment, he responded. Then you could consider making teacher Shah your girlfriend. She's beautiful, has a great figure, and is quite wealthy. Being with her could save you 20 years of hard work. Shah Royale's face turned a deep crimson as she pulled the girl aside, saying, Don't say such things, go practice. The girl stuck out her tongue and moved to the side. I apologize. Kids these days are quite mischievous. Please don't take it to heart, Shah Royale said. Her cheeks still tinged with pink as she addressed Wang Ziyang. It's all right. Children speak without restraint. They are quite endearing, Wang Ziyang replied as he turned to leave. You carry on. I'll be there shortly. Shao Yao accompanied him to the door, her eyes holding a hint of anticipation. If you have time, do remember to come find me. Wang Ziyang acknowledged her and took the elevator downstairs. Upon checking his live streaming room on his phone, he was taken aback by what he saw. Chapter 22. A windfall to his astonishment. He discovered that the number of viewers in his live broadcast had soared to over 10,000, accompanied by a flurry of comments. His heart raced as he quickly accessed his backend to review the day's streaming statistics. Earn Meow coins, 15,543. New followers, 3,201. Viewer count, 10,967. Gift givers, 15. Commenters, 6,198. Total comments, 22,532. Likes, 12,188. Average watch time, 42. 7 minutes. Upon seeing these figures, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he eagerly opened the system panel, with a popularity value clearly displayed a staggering number, 15,005. His popularity had remarkably reached 15,000 points, 10 times his daily goal, and today had only just begun. At this rate, he could amass 100,000 popularity points within a week. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal information was a notification. Earned 10,000 popularity points, completed a milestone event, received a lottery opportunity won. A lottery. He felt a surge of excitement as a spinning wheel materialized before him, adorned with numerous patterns, ready for him to start and stop at will. Finally willing to come out? Dancing with beautiful women must feel delightful, right? At that moment, Qin Yu approached him, gazing at him with a teasing smile. Captivated by her enchanting visage, an idea struck him. Let us play a game. Before you is a lottery wheel. You control when it starts and stops to see what good fortune you might draw. His luck had not been particularly stellar. Perhaps Qin Yu's luck would fare better. How childish. How old are you to still indulge in such games? Qin Yu rolled her eyes at him. Yet soon after, with a playful tone, she exclaimed, Start. She always unconditionally indulged him in his playful antics. Wang Ziyang promptly set the wheel in motion. After a brief wait, Qin Yu called out, Stop. As her voice echoed, the wheel came to a halt, the pointer landing on an emblem depicting a camera. Host has acquired skill, Mastery of Light and Shadow. Mastery of Light and Shadow. LV9, your photography skills are unparalleled. As the notification appeared, a wealth of photographic knowledge and techniques flooded his mind. Wang Ziyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Yu had drawn a fully leveled skill for him. This meant that even without relying on his piano abilities, he had acquired a valuable skill, a foundation for his livelihood. Moreover, with the photography skill at his disposal. He could seamlessly fill the void left by the absence of tuning, thereby extending his streaming duration. Just when he was pondering how to utilize his idle time, a solution had presented itself as if it had arrived right on cue. What did I draw? Qin Yu, noticing his silence, eagerly pressed for an answer. He collected his thoughts and replied, "Congratulations, you have drawn an exclusive title, Wang Ziyang's Lucky Goddess." "What use is that? I would prefer to win $5. She retorted. The title came with a passive effect. It permanently increased Wang Ziyang's favorability by 10,000 points. Qin Yu's complexion flushed slightly, her laughter ringing out. "Oh please, your level of affection is hardly valuable. Even if it were 100,000 points, it would still be of no consequence." Hey, such remarks leave me quite embarrassed, especially with so many viewers in the live stream. Wang Ziyang replied, feigning a look of discontent. "All right, enough banter. Let us set off. Your dance with the young lady has already caused a delay, and the clients are growing impatient." Qin Yu opened the car door for him. "Very well." Wang Ziyang smiled gently at her as he settled into the vehicle. He picked up his phone, noticing a flurry of comments flooding the livestream chat. "You already have Shasha, so stop teasing Yeye." "Indeed, Yeye is mine. Go find your Kura, Choo-Choo, or Shasha. I must have Shasha's social media account. I need to follow her." The host is so fickle, already having Yeye yet still flirting with others. Honestly, what is the relationship between the host and Yeye? Reading these comments, Wang Ziyang couldn't help but smile, curious about the relationship between the host and Yeye. "Everyone, light up your fan badges. Once we reach 4,000 fans, I shall reveal the answer." His words incited a wave of outrage in the chat, denouncing him for using Qin Yu to attract attention, yet the result was remarkably effective. And soon they reached 4,000 fans. Wang Ziyang glanced at Qin Yu, who was driving. "I did say so. Go ahead. It's not like it's anything shameful." Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, though a hint of anxiety stirred within her. "We grew up together from kindergarten all the way through high school as classmates. We played, laughed, got into trouble, and endured scoldings together. If I were to choose the person who knows me best in the world, it would undoubtedly be her." Wang Ziyang paused slightly. "She is also the closest and most important person to me in this world." Hearing him speak this way, Qin Yu felt a mix of emotion, touched yet wistful. It seemed he regarded her as family, which was heartwarming, yet not what she desired. "Kur, Choo-Choo, Shasha, who does he prefer?" Wang Ziyang, glancing at the comments, chuckled. "Want to know the answer? Let us reach 5,000 fans, and I will reveal it. Go ahead and fish for more viewers." Qin Yu couldn't help but scoff. Too was keen to know the answer. Wang Ziyang smiled silently. How could he miss the chance to increase his following? His strategy was sound, yet reality proved otherwise. By the end of today's tuning session, he had not managed to reach 5,000 fans, as the next few clients were either elderly men or lacked charisma, resulting in a mediocre audience turnout. However, he remained unfazed, for his follower count had risen to 4,500, and his overall popularity had surpassed 30,000. At this rate, in 3 to 4 days, he would gather enough points to reach 100,000. Moreover, the conclusion of the tuning work did not signify the end of today's live stream. As evening approached, he arrived at Huishan Ancient Town, a renowned local tourist destination. Replete with picturesque scenery and a rich historical ambience, a favorite spot for visitors. He opened his versatile toolbox and retrieved a camera from within. This was the remarkable aspect of the toolbox. It could generate all manner of commonly used tools, with the camera being one of them. In fact, not only the camera, but the very recording device he wore at that moment was also produced by it. The performance of this camera is exceptionally remarkable, allowing one to effortlessly adjust shooting angles and perspectives with mere thought. Furthermore, it facilitates interaction and connectivity, offering clarity and practicality that starkly contrasts with ordinary cameras. Indeed, he arrived here with the intention of conducting a photographic live broadcast. Regrettably, his initial plan was to have Qin Yu serve as the model. However, she needed to complete her resignation procedures and could not accompany him. Consequently, he was compelled to seek out passers-by for his shoot. His gaze swept around the vicinity and ultimately settled on a graceful figure. "It is you." Chapter 23. truly enchanted, gazing at the exquisite scenery before her. A trace of melancholy flickered in Song Yuqing's eyes. No matter how breathtaking the views, they are ultimately fleeting. After tomorrow, she must confront the mundane realities of life. As she pondered her burdens, a clear voice resonated from behind her. "Hello, how are you?" She turned to see a tall, handsome man standing behind her, a smile gracing his features. His deep, bright eyes sparked an immediate fondness within her. "Do you remember me?" he inquired. "Is this a new method of flirting?" Song Yuqing mused, a slight smile playing on her lips. She had been approached by many suitors before, yet none had employed such a unique approach. "This is not flirting. I genuinely know you," he asserted. "And you are?" she asked, her brows knitting slightly. Had her whereabouts been disclosed? To her surprise, he produced a photograph and handed it to her. "Is this you in the picture?" Taking the photograph, her heart skipped a beat. The image captured her standing by a bridge, gazing at the river below, her delicate brow furrowed, exuding both beauty and melancholy, truly enchanting. "I happened to witness that moment and found it captivating, so I captured it and printed it for you," he explained. Looking up, she noticed he held a camera. "Thank you. Are you a photographer?" He smiled gently. "No, I am merely someone who delights in collecting the beauty of the world." Feeling her spirits lift slightly at his praise, she inquired, "Is this how you usually approach young women?" "No. This is the first time I have given a photograph to someone." "You've done exceptionally well. What do you charge for your work?" She examined the photograph again, quite taken with it. His response was lighthearted. "Nothing. Your beauty has already paid the price." "You certainly have a way with words. Thank you for the compliment." A faint smile danced in her eyes. She had received countless accolades, yet his praise felt both natural and comforting. He shook his head. "I'm not complimenting you. I am merely describing you." Unable to stifle a laugh, her earlier melancholy dissipated with that sound. Click! In that instant, he raised his camera and captured another shot. She leaned closer, peering into the camera. The image reflected her radiant smile, an irresistible charm and beauty. Her eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly have a talent, better than many renowned photographers." This was her sincere opinion. She knew numerous esteemed photographers and had posed for many of them, clearly recognizing the difference in skill. "No, I do not possess such talent. I simply restore your beauty. Please, no more flattery. It makes me shy." She covered her mouth in laughter, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. He smiled at her. "Do you have some time? I would like to take more photographs of you. To capture every beautiful moment, I wish to live stream the entire process. Would that be all right?" "So you are a streamer," she realized. "A novice streamer. Merely a few days in. Very well, then. I appreciate your willingness." She nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The young man gazed at her and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to bring something." "What did you forget?" she inquired. "Insulin." "Huh?" Song Yuqing was taken aback. "Because your smile is too sweet." It was only then that she realized, her face flushing slightly as she turned away. This young man was Wang Ziyang, and seeing her blushing countenance, he smiled gently. "Then let us begin." "All right," Song Yuqing responded. "How should I pose?" "I don't know how to strike a pose. Just go to the window and gaze into the distance. There's no need to pose deliberately. Your every glance and gesture is the most beautiful scene." With her cheeks still tinged with pink, Song Yuqing followed his advice, looking into the distance from the window. Click! Wang Ziyang captured the moment, and a stunning photograph emerged. Song Yuqing came over to take a look, her eyes lighting up. "It's truly beautiful. I believe the staff from the scenic area will come looking for you soon." "Why?" "Because your beauty makes the entire scenic area pale in comparison." His words made Song Yuqing's face flush even deeper, and she turned, quickening her pace. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was abuzz with comments. "Dude, you really know how to take photos? This photography skill is impressive. Brothers, we need to learn photography. It's truly an art. Aren't you a musician? When did you start taking photos?" The host is flirting, whether tuning or snapping pictures. It's all just a means of seduction. This girl is really stunning. Her looks and figure are top-notch. Where does the host find so many beautiful girls? "You sly fellow, you ditch the edges to flirt with this new girl, right?" This guy is indeed the prince of flirting. He has managed to make her blush in just a few minutes. "Yeah. Oh no, I went out for a bit and got robbed." Brothers, pay attention and learn. This is invaluable knowledge. At that moment, the platform's live streaming system captured the photograph and set it as the cover for his stream, attracting a multitude of viewers and rapidly increasing the audience count. However, Wang Ziyang remained oblivious to all of this as he strolled through the ancient town with Song Yuqing, taking pictures along the way. Your photography skills are truly remarkable. Every shot is so captivating. Are you really not a professional photographer? Song Yuqing couldn't help but express her genuine admiration for his work. Though he had taken only a few photos, each one was breathtaking. Wang Ziyang shook his head. No, perhaps I will never take photos again. Why? Song Yuqing looked at him in surprise. Because in this world, you embody 99 of the beautiful things, and I could never capture such beauty again. Oh, please don't say that. Song Yuqing exclaimed shyly, her face radiant with embarrassment. Observing her bashful demeanor, Wang Ziyang recited, as if veiled by light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like the returning snow in the flowing wind. What does that mean? Song Yuqing asked, gazing at him with curiosity in her eyes. You are as beautiful as a fairy, graceful like a startled swan, and elegant like a flowing dragon. Song Yuqing immediately turned her delicate head away, even covering her face. It was not that no one had ever written poetry for her, nor that she had not been praised, or even confessed to, but never had anyone made her feel so bashful, and surprisingly, she did not find it unpleasant. At that moment, in a nearby corner, a figure was observing them. Chapter 24. The art of photography as twilight descends. Ah, how beautiful. Your photography skills are truly remarkable. Song Yuqing exclaimed as she gazed at the images displayed on the camera. It is not my skill. I merely captured your beauty, Wang Ziyang replied, shaking his head modestly. Song Yuqing blushed and smiled shyly. Is it still necessary to continue shooting now that night has fallen? Has it turned dark? Wang Ziyang asked, displaying a look of surprise. In my eyes, you continue to shine brightly. Do you always speak to girls like this? Song Yuqing inquired, her cheeks flushed. Wang Ziyang shook his head. I am generally quite introverted and seldom converse with the opposite sex. Today, you have given me the courage to express myself. Song Yuqing chuckled. I find that hard to believe. A man's words can be deceiving. Miss, could you refrain from laughing? He implored. Why? Your laughter melts my heart, he confessed. Please stop saying such things. Song Yuqing exclaimed, her embarrassment evident. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Wang Ziyang could not help but chuckle, and his laughter was infectious, prompting Song Yuqing to join in. They exchanged smiles, the atmosphere filled with joy and a hint of romantic tension. What am I laughing at? It seems this girl might truly be smitten. Is this scripted? Do they really not know each other? What are you, watching from the screen, laughing at? It feels as though warmth is returning. Hello, cement factory? Please send me 10 tons of cement. No, I should binge watch a couple of episodes of crime show to unwind. I must learn photography. I will buy a camera tomorrow. It has only been a short while. From wariness to blushes, and now to laughter. I can almost sense the fragrance of love in the air. After their laughter subsided, Wang Ziyang inquired, so, shall we continue shooting? Do you have any plans for later? Song Yuqing asked, regarding him intently. I had plans, but now I find myself free. Wang Ziyang replied with a smile. Song Yuqing giggled and stepped aside, striking a charming pose. However, a gust of wind tousled her hair, causing her to exclaim, Oh no, my hair is a mess. She hurriedly reached up to fix it. I'll help, Wang Ziyang offered, stepping closer to smooth her hair. Song Yuqing looked up at him, momentarily entranced by his handsome features. Wang Ziyang smiled, saying, The wind has not only disheveled your hair, but also stirred my heart. Stop it. Song Yuqing laughed, her gaze betraying a hint of bashfulness and delight. Her laughter caused Wang Ziyang to chuckle in return, and their proximity diminished further. After arranging her hair, Wang Ziyang stepped back and raised the camera. Take a few steps towards me. Following his instruction, Song Yuqing moved closer, but after just 2 steps, Wang Ziyang quickly cautioned. Stop. If you come any closer, you will walk right into my heart. Song Yuqing giggled, her face flushed as she turned away, and Wang Ziyang laughed along. All right, enough of this teasing. Let's take some good photos. Afterward, I will treat you to something delicious, Song Yuqing said playfully. Wang Ziyang shook his head. No need. I am quite full at the moment, even a bit overstuffed. We haven't eaten anything this whole time, have we? Song Yuqing asked, puzzled. Because your beauty is quite delectable. Wang Ziyang replied with a chuckle. Song Yuqing couldn't help but laugh as well. You should really stop. I feel like I might just be overwhelmed by your flattery. Despite her words, her eyes sparkled with amusement. In the harmonious and cheerful atmosphere, Wang Ziyang took numerous photographs of her until the attraction was about to close for the day. Absolutely stunning. You are the most skilled photographer I've ever encountered. Song Yuqing exclaimed as she admired the pictures. Capturing your essence requires no particular skill, Wang Ziyang shrugged. No matter how I shoot, you remain beautiful. Please stop. You're making me lose my sense of direction. Song Yuqing giggled, leading him into a restaurant. When the waiter presented the menu, she glanced at it, only to find Wang Ziyang staring at her. What are you looking at me for? Look at the dishes. I am indeed admiring my dish. Wang Ziyang replied with a smile. Song Yuqing burst into laughter and quickly raised the menu to shield her face, while the waiter turned away, chuckling softly. After placing their orders, Wang Ziyang suddenly gazed intently at her. May I ask you a question? What is it? Are you single? Song Yuqing felt a flutter in her heart. Yes. Why do you ask? Don't misunderstand. I'm inquiring on behalf of my family members who follow my live stream. Many of them are single as well, Wang Ziyang explained with a grin. By my father's name, I bow before you. How could such a streamer not be of interest to us? By the way, what is your online name? I can follow you. Song Yuqing's eyes lit up. Just search for Wang Ziyang, he replied. Wang Ziyang? Is that your real name? Indeed. And yours? Song Yuqing. Upon entering his live stream, Song Yuqing was astonished. Didn't you say you've only been streaming for 2 or 3 days? How do you have over 10,000 viewers? Wang Ziyang pulled out his phone and logged into his stream, revealing a staggering 15,000 viewers. He smiled gently. I'm merely a small streamer. These viewers must have been drawn in by your captivating beauty. As their conversation unfolded, the barrage of comments surged. Yuqing, my goddess. Look here. Wifey, she's my wife. Goddess, please date me. Then, a prominent comment appeared, prompting a flurry of responses. His followers have surpassed 5,000. Please answer. Kur, Chu Chu, Sha Sha. Who do you prefer? Indeed, Wang Ziyang's followers had exceeded 5,000. Song Yuqing looked up at him. Your fans don't know who you prefer. Kur, Chu Chu, or Sha Sha. Are they all your girlfriends? Wang Ziyang chuckled. How could that be? They're all my clients and good friends. I see. So, who do you prefer? Just as Wang Ziyang was about to respond, the barrage of comments shifted once more. Kur, Chu Chu, Sha Sha, Yuqing, whom do you prefer? Song Yuqing also noticed the change in the comments and hurriedly interjected. Why am I included in this? Please don't count me in. Despite her words, her gaze towards him betrayed a hint of unspoken anticipation. Wang Ziyang gathered his thoughts, ready to speak, when suddenly a live stream notification interrupted. The butcher is tuning the instrument. Wang Ziyang's live stream has sent out the Dream Carnival. Hurry to check it out. Almost instantaneously, 2 more notifications followed. Keeker is tuning the instrument. Wang Ziyang's live stream has sent out the Dream Carnival. Hurry to check it out. Chu Chu is tuning the instrument. Wang Ziyang's live stream has sent out the Dream Carnival. Hurry to check it out. After expressing his gratitude for their generous gifts, Wang Ziyang could only smile wryly. This question was already difficult to answer, and it became all the more challenging after they had bestowed such valuable tokens of appreciation. Chapter 25. What kind of tune to play? Love, it seems you have encountered a dilemma. Song Yuqing gazed at him with a playful smile. Wang Ziyang nodded. I suppose so. In truth, they all hold the same place in my heart. There is no notion of favoring one over another. However, I am aware that this answer will not satisfy the audience. Not only are they dissatisfied, but I too am unsatisfied. A hint of mischief danced in Song Yuqing's smile. Even my 5 fingers vary in length. How could it be otherwise for people? Indeed, my beloved Yuqing is absolutely right. Confess the truth. Whom do you truly favor? Just give us a clear answer. Do not attempt to evade. Wang Ziyang chuckled. You could have chosen not to assist me. Yet here you are, fanning the flames. This is no mere provocation. It is an exploration of your inner self. Song Yuqing replied with a smile. I believe that as long as you speak from your heart, those lovely ladies will not hold it against you. Explore my inner self? How does one do that? I shall pose a few questions. You need only to silently ponder the answers in your heart. The name that comes to mind most frequently will be the one you favor the most. All right, I am ready. The first question, with whom have you spent the most time? Wang Ziyang gazed at her in silence. The second question, with whom do you feel the most relaxed and happiest? He remained mute, still looking at her. The subsequent questions followed. With whom have you met or dated the most? Whom have you photographed the most? With whom do you communicate the most? Song Yuqing asked several questions in succession. Is that all? Wang Ziyang inquired. Yes, if the same name appears 3 times or more among these 5 questions. She is your favorite. Unbeknownst to her, as she posed these inquiries, the live chat was flooded with question marks. Then I have my answer, Wang Ziyang affirmed. Who is it? Wang Ziyang did not utter a name, but simply gazed at her. Speak up. Why are you just looking at me? Song Yuqing asked, puzzled. This is my answer. Song Yuqing froze for a moment, her eyes widening in astonishment. You mean me? Indeed. For all 5 questions, the answers lead back to you. You are the clear winner. Song Yuqing's cheeks flushed, and she quickly shook her head. How could it possibly be me? If it were not so, you could check the comments. Wang Ziyang laughed. It must be said, she provided excellent support that allowed him to navigate this perilous question. Song Yuqing swiftly glanced at the comments and immediately discerned the reason. The person with whom he had spent the most time was her. The one with whom he had shared the most laughter was her. The one with whom he communicated the most was her. The one he had photographed the most was her. And even the one he had dined with most frequently was her, for he had only shared meals with her. Though these questions did not explicitly mention her, they all pointed back to her. I am unaware of whether you're newly acquainted or if this is your first photography livestream. I did not intend for this to happen, she explained, her face reddening. Wang Ziyang smiled. Relax. Surely, this is not your first time being liked. Why all the nervousness? Song Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, many held affection for her, yet she could not comprehend the cause of her unease. Just as they were conversing, the dishes arrived, predominantly spicy fare. I apologize. I forgot you were from the south. You might not be accustomed to spicy food, Song Yuqing expressed regretfully. Wang Ziyang shook his head, not at all. This level of spiciness is nothing to me. Song Yuqing gazed at him in puzzlement. Suddenly, Wang Ziyang flashed her a smile, because no matter how spicy these dishes are, they cannot compare to your heat. Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing his words, a girl at the adjacent table, who was drinking water, promptly spat it out. Song Yuqing's face flushed as she whispered, I beg you, refrain from such comments in public. Wang Ziyang arched an eyebrow at her. Only permissible in private, I understand. No, that's not what I meant. Song Yuqing quickly waved her hands. With a smile, Wang Ziyang, serve her some food. Regardless of your intent, let's focus on filling our stomachs. Thank you, Song Yuqing said, taking a couple of bites before curiously inquiring, Are you a tuner? Indeed, he replied. What do you tune? Wang Ziyang chuckled, love. Puffed. Once again, a girl at the neighboring table sprayed her soda. I meant which instrument? Song Yuqing could not help but laugh. Piano. Wang Ziyang grinned as he handed a packet of tissues to the girl at the adjacent table. So, you're a piano tuner? Song Yuqing's eyes sparkled. Then you must also play? A little bit, he replied. Song Yuqing pointed toward the center of the hall. Look over there. Wang Ziyang followed her finger and saw a piano placed there. He blinked. A piano, what about it? I mean, aren't you going to show us your skills? Song Yuqing looked at him with anticipation. Wang Ziyang suddenly understood. He stood and walked toward the piano, lightly brushing the keys before returning. Why did you come back? Song Yuqing furrowed her brows. This piano has just been tuned. The sound is precise and requires no further adjustment. Puffed. This time, both girls at the adjacent table choked simultaneously. I meant for you to showcase your talent, not to tune the piano, Song Yuqing hurriedly clarified. But haven't I been conversing with you all along? Wang Ziyang shrugged. Hee-ha. The girls at the neighboring table could no longer contain their laughter. I meant to play the piano. Song Yuqing blushed and pouted. Therefore, you did not deny that we were discussing romance just now. Wang Ziyang winked at her. Then, without waiting for her response, took a seat at the piano. He leaned closer to the microphone and began with a soft, magnetic voice. Today, I encountered a remarkable young lady. As dusk settled, Her figure was bathed in the amber glow of the sunset, resembling a weeping cherry tree gently enveloped by light. The moment her skirt brushed against the ancient stone steps of the town, I mistakenly perceived white feathers cascading down, a beauty not of this world. Akin to gardenias shrouded in morning mist, or fine porcelain illuminated by moonlight, with even her flowing hair shimmering like stardust in the twilight. Yet, when she paused to glance back, I glimpsed the shadow beneath angelic wings. The mist that dances in her eyes is but the remnants of twilight's glow, not yet surrendered to the encroaching night. It resembles the dewdrops that dangle precariously upon the strings of a lute. Clumsily, I summoned forth all my cherished jokes, allowing them to flutter in the warm golden light like vibrant butterflies. The ripples that grace the corners of her lips are exquisite, yet they never quite surpass the tranquil depth of the pool reflected in her gaze. I find myself at a loss as to how to alleviate her sorrow, and so I play a piece of my own composition, hoping it may lend her a measure of strength. Castle in the Sky, with the hope that it resonates with her. This declaration fell into a profound silence, rendering the live stream's comments void, while Song Yuqing covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes brimming with emotion. She believed that Prince Yang was naturally gifted with such eloquence, yet in truth he discerned her unspoken thoughts and yearned to ease her burdens. Regardless of the piece itself, this sentiment alone was sufficient to touch her heart. Amidst the watchful gaze of the audience, Prince Yang lifted his hands to caress the piano keys as warm, healing melodies transformed into transparent wings, carrying chords as light as clouds, gently soothing the hearts of every listener. Chapter 26. Do you desire a girlfriend? As the first note gently leaped into the air, time seemed to press the pause button. Everything in the restaurant transformed into a slow and tender rhythm. The quarreling couple in the corner halted their dispute, the disgruntled kitchen staff abandoned their complaints, and the hurried passers-by outside came to a standstill. The fragrant aroma wafting through the air appeared to elongate, intertwining with the melody to create an invisible harmony. Song Yuqing's gaze traversed the glass window, resting upon the sycamore trees lining the street. The dappled shadows danced softly in the moonlight, as if swaying to the music. Her brow unfurled slightly, and the sorrow in her eyes was gently swept away by a tender breeze, her lips gradually blossoming into a faint smile. That smile radiated like the sunlight of early spring, warm and bright, illuminating the entire space. The music continued to flow, as if narrating a silent comfort. Song Yuqing gently closed her eyes, allowing the melody to wash over her heart, cleansing her weariness and sadness. Her breathing grew steadier, as though she had melded into the warm embrace of the music. The live stream room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by scattered comments, each person absorbed in the exquisite strains of the piano, while the viewer count steadily climbed. Even Wang Ziyang himself was moved by the music, immersing himself in the performance, his hands dancing across the keys, oblivious to the sharp pain coursing through them. When he pressed the final key, the overwhelming surge of pain jolted him back to reality. He endured the discomfort and stood to bow to the audience, making his way back to his seat. Applause erupted as the audience regained their senses, showering him with astonished and adoring glances. Song Yuqing rose to her feet, her gaze ablaze with fervor. When he approached her, she opened her arms and enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you, thank you." Was the piece beautiful? Indeed, it was the most enchanting melody I have ever heard, bar none. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, as she had only wished to hear him play a single piece. Yet he had granted her such a profound surprise. I hope it alleviates your sorrow and grants you strength in moments of confusion and sadness. Wang Ziyang smiled at her. It truly has healed me. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude once more. At that moment, she suddenly noticed his left hand trembling. Concerned, she asked, "What is wrong with your hand?" "It's nothing, just an old injury that was aggravated while playing," Wang Ziyang replied lightly, shaking his hand. "A little rest will do me good." Song Yuqing observed him closely, noting the pallor on his face and the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Her heart tightened. "It must hurt terribly, doesn't it?" "Not all. It's fine. Wang Ziyang's smile was somewhat strained. Seeing his forced smile, her heart trembled. He had clearly sustained an injury, yet had selflessly played for her, filling her with both gratitude and guilt. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked you to play," she said. "Don't say such silly things. It has nothing to do with you." "I wanted to play," he replied with a smile. "Now, hurry and eat. The food is getting cold." Song Yuqing hesitated for a moment. Her cheeks flushed as she took his hand and gently began to massage it. "Will this alleviate some of your pain?" she inquired. "It's all right." Wang Ziyang was about to decline when a young girl from the adjacent table approached him, her face aglow with admiration. "Handsome, what is your ID? We would like to follow you." "You can find me on the Miaoying platform by searching for Wang Ziyang," he replied. The girl searched and exclaimed, "So many people are sending gifts." Wang Ziyang glanced over and indeed saw a flurry of gift effects playing in the live stream, with online viewers reaching 20,000. The barrage of comments was relentless. "My heavens, this piece is truly enchanting. So healing, so warm. I feel as if I've entered a city in the sky." I initially thought the host's main skill was tuning, but it seems their true talent lies in piano performance. "Thank you, host. You've healed my mental fatigue and given me strength. It's like a spiritual baptism. I feel utterly enlightened. Where can I download this? I want to listen to it repeatedly. Oh no, now that this piece is played, I feel Rainxing is not far from being captivated. That's inevitable." She even took the initiative to massage his hand. "Is this piece an original by the host? It's simply delightful. This is truly a treasure of a host. I must follow." Wang Ziyang hurriedly expressed his gratitude for the gifts, and through this performance, he realized a significant truth. The effects of maxed-out skills surpassed his expectations, transcending mere high proficiency. Though he had not felt pain just then, the injury's impact on his left hand remained, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Yet, even with such limitations, the results were remarkable, leaving him eager to ponder how extraordinary it would be once his injury healed and he could perform at full capacity. After thanking for the gifts, Wang Ziyang looked at Song Yuqing, who was still massaging his hand, and he smiled as he withdrew his hand. "I feel much better." "Thank you." "Really? I can continue," Song Yuqing said softly. "Yes, much improved. Let us eat. The dishes are getting cold." Wang Ziyang offered her a piece of food. "Thank you," she replied, and after a moment of eating, she looked up and asked, "You play the piano so well. Have you studied it professionally?" "Indeed. My major in university is piano performance." "Which school?" "Central Conservatory of Music." "Central Conservatory? I've heard there are many beautiful girls there. And the gender ratio is quite astonishing. More girls than boys," Song Yuqing casually remarked. "I suppose so," he replied. "I suppose so?" She looked at him, puzzled. "Aren't you from Central Conservatory?" Wang Ziyang shrugged. "I am, but I usually either immerse myself in the practice rooms or stay in my dormitory, so I haven't paid much attention to those matters. I don't even know how many female classmates we have. No way. A paradise that ordinary boys dream of. And you are completely indifferent? Such a wonderful time wasted?" Song Yuqing's eyes widened. "Not wasted. I've gained the music." Wang Ziyang shook his head, expressing gratitude towards his former partner's lack of romantic insight, for it allowed him to effortlessly present a series of beautiful compositions. Indeed, although he did not acquire a girlfriend, he was gifted with such exquisite melodies. Song Yuqing nodded, her gaze reflecting a hint of joy. He must still be single. Wang Ziyang smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, I feel quite fulfilled. Not a moment has been squandered." Song Yuqing glanced at him and softly inquired, "So, do you wish to have a girlfriend?" Chapter 27. "I will return. Just wait for me. How about it? Are you going to introduce me to a girlfriend?" Wang Ziyang inquired. "Indeed, do share your criteria." Song Yuqing replied with a nod. "It's quite simple. She should possess beauty akin to yours, a figure as splendid as yours, and a personality as delightful as yours," he stated with a smile. Song Yuqing's cheeks flushed slightly. "I was being serious." In truth, she admitted, "I haven't really contemplated that aspect for the time being." "How could that be?" "My current focus is on perfecting my live broadcasts and healing my hand." Wang Ziyang spoke candidly, as mending his left hand was his immediate goal. "Yet, having a girlfriend does not preclude you from live streaming or recuperating," Song Yuqing observed, gazing at him. Wang Ziyang pondered for a moment. "It does seem that way." Song Yuqing chuckled softly. Are you truly so easily swayed by my words? Huh, not at all. When did you fall asleep? He responded, appearing bewildered. Be serious. Song Yuqing lowered her head, her face tinged with a shy smile. I haven't given it much thought. I prefer to go with the flow. Wang Ziyang laughed along with her. Their laughter intertwined, creating an atmosphere that was relaxed yet subtly tinged with flirtation. But wait, my friends. Just as things became refined, they started to get flirty? Do they really not know each other? Can such words be exchanged upon first acquaintance? I, a longtime supporter, can attest they truly did not know one another. Initially, she was quite guarded. Brothers, take note, this will be on the exam. Why do I feel that sparks of romance are about to ignite between them? You behind the screen, what are you laughing at? Do you have a partner? Are you laughing just because of that? It seems like a covert recruitment for relationships. You won't fool me. I disapprove of this match. You two should part ways. After their meal, the pair exited the restaurant. Song Yuqing looked at him. Are you heading back now? Yes, and you? I'm returning to the hotel. I have an early flight tomorrow. A hint of reluctance glimmered in her eyes. Shall we not stay a few more days? The scenery here is quite lovely. Song Yuqing gently shook her head. There are many matters to attend to. This day was a rare opportunity I've carved out. That's all right. When you have some free time, you can come again, Wang Ziyang smiled. Which hotel are you staying at? It's nearby. Song Yuqing replied with the name of a hotel. I know it. Let me escort you there. Would that be a bother to you? Song Yuqing's eyes sparkled with delight. Not at all. It's merely a 10-minute walk. A taxi would be even quicker. Let us walk. We just had a meal, and it's good to digest, she decided promptly. All right, let's consider it a stroll. The two walked side by side along the shaded path, enveloped in a warm and tranquil atmosphere. Song Yuqing looked up at the sky, where countless stars twinkled brilliantly. She couldn't help but exclaim, "What beautiful stars! You find the stars beautiful?" Wang Ziyang glanced at her, feigning realization. Indeed, you certainly could say that. Song Yuqing looked at him with confusion. Why? Those who claim that stars are beautiful must have never gazed into your eyes, including yourself. With a playful blush, Song Yuqing giggled at his words. You are quite the charmer. You really shouldn't be single. Wang Ziyang chuckled, shaking his head. Actually, I wasn't always like this. However, after experiencing certain events, my perspective has shifted significantly. What events? Song Yuqing inquired with curiosity. Let's not dwell on the past, Wang Ziyang said, diverting the conversation. Tell me about you. Why are you still single? Surely, there must be many pursuing you? I'm not sure. Perhaps it's simply a matter of fate not having aligned yet. Besides, I feel their intentions are not genuine, Song Yuqing replied, shaking her head. Don't be too stringent. As the saying goes, love often begins with attraction, he remarked. Attraction? That sounds so harsh. Song Yuqing playfully retorted. Let me rephrase. Love begins with beauty, is honored by talent, is suited to character, lasts through kindness, and culminates in integrity. If you do not grant the first opportunity, how can there be a subsequent story? Begins with beauty, honored by talent, suited to character, lasts through kindness, culminates in integrity. Song Yuqing murmured, subconsciously comparing him to her thoughts. His looks were striking, his talents she had witnessed, his character was admirable, and his integrity appeared commendable, as he had always assisted tourists with a warm smile when asked for photographs. Generally speaking, an attraction to someone's appearance is the starting point of love, Wang Ziyang said with a smile. Yes, I understand. Song Yuqing nodded gently, aware that those suitors were not captivated by her appearance. Ultimately, none of that matters. Don't force yourself. Your happiness is what truly matters. Love is not a necessity. One can lead a vibrant life alone. Indeed. Suddenly, Song Yuqing gazed at him and asked, what do you consider fate? Fate? It was fate when I first spotted you in the crowd. It was fate when I pressed the shutter and captured your image. And it was fate when you asked me about fate, Wang Ziyang replied with a smile. Song Yuqing chuckled softly. You speak these words so fluently. Have you said this to many girls? Do you refer to many? Wang Ziyang countered. With a playful laugh, Song Yuqing extended her delicate hand towards him. Could you lend me your phone? Wang Ziyang handed over his phone. You can access everything except for the browsing history. Isn't that just trivial? Who doesn't understand that? She laughed as she opened his messaging app and searched for a contact to add. Who is this? Wang Ziyang quickly inquired. She is a remarkable girl, possessing both beauty and intellect, Song Yuqing replied. Wang Ziyang sighed. What a pity. I thought you were referring to a kind-hearted goddess. There's no goddess here. But would you like to try a female warrior instead? She teased, returning his phone and playfully raising her fist. Perhaps not. I am too fragile to endure any punches or kicks. Wang Ziyang quickly waved his hand. Seeing his timid demeanor, Song Yuqing's eyes sparkled with warmth as she said, When you have a moment, please send me the photos taken today. If you wish to chat, feel free to reach out. All right, Wang Ziyang replied with a smile. Pausing as they arrived at the hotel entrance, Song Yuqing looked up, and indeed, they had reached their destination. She turned to him, her gaze tinged with a hint of reluctance. Yes, we have arrived. Farewell, and may your journey be smooth. Wang Ziyang offered her a gentle smile. Thank you. Song Yuqing replied, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Wang Ziyang nodded slightly and began to turn away. Yet, after only a few steps, a soft and delicate figure embraced him from behind. I will return. Wait for me. He turned around, only to catch a glimpse of her fleeting silhouette. Watching her depart, he smiled softly. Chapter 28. Our story is still brief. Bang. Song Yuqing forcefully slammed the door, covering her flushed cheeks in disbelief. She never anticipated that she would embrace a boy so willingly. It was the most audacious act of her life. Yet, she harbored no regrets, for he was indeed worthy of such affection. After freshening up, she should have succumbed to slumber, but sleep eluded her. She picked up her phone several times, only to set it down again. After much hesitation, she bit her crimson lip and dialed a number. I would like information on an individual. Wang Ziyang, male, a graduate of Central Conservatory of Music. The more detailed, the better. After a brief wait, a file arrived containing Wang Ziyang's life history. Initially intrigued, her eyes widened in horror as she read further. Holding her phone, her hand trembled uncontrollably as she confronted the heartbreaking experiences he had endured. The document even contained photographs from the accident scene. The gruesome images and vivid blood pierced her heart deeply. In that moment, she comprehended the reasons behind his injuries and the profound changes he described in his thoughts after enduring such tribulations. Despite facing such overwhelming adversity, his smile remained gentle, and he continued to compose healing melodies, always pondering how to alleviate her sorrows. A wave of pain washed over her heart. She longed to embrace him tightly, to comfort and warm him. She opened their chat window, eager to say something, yet hesitated. It was already the early hours of the morning. He must be resting. Time slipped away amid her uncertainty, and before she knew it, dawn broke on the horizon. She rose, packed her belongings, and headed to the airport. After completing a series of procedures, she arrived at the waiting lounge. Just as she settled down, her phone vibrated. Your special attention has released a new work. Her heart skipped a beat. She had set Wang Ziyang as her sole special attention. In his list of works, a new video appeared, posted just 10 minutes ago. Frowning slightly, she wondered if he, like her, had been awake all night. She clicked on the video, which bore the title, "The video is long. Our story is still short." The video opened from Wang Ziyang's live perspective, as he seemed to search for something in the crowd. His gaze finally settled on a beautiful and familiar figure. It was her. Accompanied by cheerful music, he captured a photo and approached her. "Hello, do you still remember me?" A look of surprise illuminated her face. He had edited their acquaintance into a video. The footage captured their moments together, documenting every photo he took of her and the playful banter they shared, each smile she wore. Watching these moments, a tender and sweet smile graced her lips. As the video continued, it showcased him playing the piano, his fingers dancing over the keys, accompanied by the beautiful melody of Castle in the Sky. Their joyful moments interwove seamlessly. Meanwhile, a passage emerged. I yearned to alleviate her sorrow, so I sought an outlet for my words through my hands, allowing the melody to blossom between the black and white keys. The notes transformed into transparent wings, carrying chords as light as clouds spiraling upwards, gently lifting the starlight that had condensed between her lashes. As the last lingering tone faded into the evening breeze outside the window, I beheld her palm catching a falling magnolia petal. This smile finally illuminated her eyes, akin to the first glimmer of dawn breaking through the frozen river in early spring. At that moment, I was certain that angels do exist in this world. The video was lengthy, yet our story remained brief. The words and music faded together, the final image crystallizing on her radiant and beautiful smile, reminiscent of springtime. She gazed out the window, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she murmured, "Wait for me." Time rewound to the previous night. After watching Song Yuqing enter the hotel, Wang Ziyang hastened home, engaging with the comments on his stream. However, after walking for a while, he sensed an unusual presence behind him, as though someone were watching. This was not the first instance. He had felt the same in the ancient town before. Initially, he attributed it to the crowd, believing that being observed was merely a part of the bustling atmosphere. Yet now, there was no one around. He attempted to shake off the unsettling sensation, but it lingered, compelling him to seek the source of the gaze. Though he found no one, just as he was at a loss, a car pulled up beside him. "Get in." It was Chinyu. A surge of joy filled his heart as he promptly entered the vehicle. "Your timing is impeccable." "Impeccable?" "I feared I had arrived too early and might disturb your date." Chinyu glanced at him, striving to mask her inner disappointment with a teasing tone. Despite her preoccupations, she had never ceased to keep an eye on him, having witnessed everything between him and Song Yuqing. How could that be? He smiled and shook his head, continuing to interact with the comments before concluding the live stream. Taking a deep breath, he accessed the backend data of the stream. Total Meow coins, 2,543. New followers, 8021. Audience count, 23,967. Gift givers, 45. Comments, 17. 198. Comment instances, 42,532. Likes, 52,188. Average watch duration, 52. 7 minutes. Such extravagant figures left him momentarily breathless. He had never anticipated such remarkable results in a single day. Particularly, the recent livestream had directly garnered him 4,000 new followers, bringing his total to over 8,000. Taking another deep breath, he opened the system panel and discovered that his total popularity had exceeded 50,000, reaching 55,231 points. This meant he had amassed a staggering 50,000 points in a single day. With this momentum, what he had initially believed would take over 2 months to achieve could now be accomplished in just 2 days. Upon returning home, he did not pause for rest. He immediately began editing the livestream video, intending to create a short video for release. This served both as a record of his encounter with Song Yuqing and as a means to attract new followers. Drawing from his prior experience in short video production, he worked diligently, yet it took nearly all night to complete. As he edited the video, Chinyu remained by his side, eventually succumbing to sleep in the early hours of the morning. Gazing upon her exquisite visage, Wang Ziyang felt a surge of tenderness within him. While his encounter with Song Yuqing was undoubtedly enchanting, it was Chinyu's quiet companionship and unwavering presence that truly stirred his heart. He nestled beside her, exhaustion washing over him like a tide, gently lulling him into slumber. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Chinyu's lips as she quietly inched closer to him, ultimately settling against him before drifting off to a contented sleep. Chapter 29. The ambiguous atmosphere, a series of vibrations jolted Wang Ziyang from his slumber, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing into a pair of shy, enchanting eyes. He blinked, only to realize that he was holding Chin-Yu tightly in his embrace. A gentle smile graced his lips as he closed his eyes once more. "Are you not getting up?" Chin-Yu chided playfully. "I'm so sleepy. Let me rest a little longer," Wang Ziyang mumbled, pulling her closer. The softness of her form brought him immense comfort. "Get up now, or you'll be late," Chin-Yu urged, extending her delicate hand to tug at his cheek. Wang Ziyang shook his head. "Then let me be late." As he spoke, his hand unconsciously slid from her fragrant back to her slender waist. She shivered slightly and quickly pressed down on his mischievous hand, exclaiming, "Are you already slacking off on your first day back? Hurry up, or I'll be angry." With a resigned sigh, Wang Ziyang opened his eyes. "All right, I'll get up, okay? That's more like it. You wash up while I prepare breakfast for you." Chinyu smiled. However, When she attempted to rise, she found herself firmly held in place. Are you not letting go? I just want to hold you a little longer, Wang Ziyang teased. Qin Yu's cheeks flushed as she raised her small fist towards him. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Have you forgotten the taste of my wrath? Wang Ziyang quickly released her. He knew all too well that her strikes could be quite painful, as he had endured many a lesson from previous encounters. Qin Yu extricated herself from his embrace and hurried away, yet as she turned, her lips curled into a tender smile. Watching her depart, Wang Ziyang let out a soft sigh. The sensation of holding such warmth and softness was truly delightful. Buzz! At that moment, his phone on the bedside table vibrated again. Initially, he thought it was his alarm, but to his surprise, it was a notification from the Miao-in app, indicating that his work had received comments. Upon opening the app, his eyes lit up as he beheld the impressive statistics for his recently posted short video. 30,000 likes, 3,000 comments, 2,000 saves, nearly 10,000 shares, and over 100,000 views. Moreover, his follower count had surged to over 10,000. Although these followers were not exclusively from his live streams, they were indeed convertible. With a larger follower base, he could potentially generate substantial income without relying solely on live broadcasting. As he delved into the comments section, he found it bustling with activity. The most highly praised comments included, in just over 20 minutes, this is more exciting than my entire life. Crying, I went downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes without taking the stairs or the elevator. Brother, can you check if my ear piercing is supposed to be here? Gun ahead. JPG, let us hope this isn't scripted. It feels like the girl is genuinely falling for him. Focus solely on cultivating love, forgetting to patch things up between the two of you. Let us pray this isn't scripted, for love cannot be performed. If you do not love her, please do not hurt her. Photography requires skill, and tuning the piano does too. In addition to these lively comments, he also received numerous private messages, most urging him to treat Song Yuqing well. Some inquiring about Castle in the Sky, and others expressing interest in collaboration. After replying to a few private messages, he rose from bed with renewed vigor, buoyed by the support of short videos. With a little effort today, he might just accumulate the coveted 100,000 popularity points. After completing his morning routine, he sat at the table, cheerfully enjoying his breakfast. What could be the source of such happiness? Seeing the smile on his lips, Qin Yu curiously inquired. What else could it be? Of course, it's about holding you. Wang Ziyang raised an eyebrow at her, but before he could finish his thought, she silenced him with a bun. Try this bun. It's quite delightful. Observing the blush adorning her cheeks, Wang Ziyang smiled, as everything seemed to become clearer. In the morning, he greeted his viewers. Welcome, esteemed audience, to the live stream. Good morning, I am Wang Ziyang. Today, we will continue our tuning work, and I kindly ask the new friends to light up the fan badges and show their support. Wang Ziyang commenced the live broadcast as he made his way to Hukuer's home. Thanks to the high traffic from short videos, as soon as he started streaming, numerous viewers flocked to his channel, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Do you really not know Song Yuqing? Is this not scripted? Where is Yuqing now? Has she arrived safely? Will there be further developments between you two? Bro, what model is your camera? Is there a link? When will she return? If she comes back, will your date be live-streamed? Host, how is your hand? Is it still painful? After briefly addressing a few questions from the barrage of comments, Wang Ziyang arrived at the door. He put away his phone and knocked. Hello, I am here to tune. Before he could finish his sentence, the door swung open, and a delicate white hand pulled him inside. Upon focusing his gaze, he beheld a stunning figure standing before him. With her slender fingers cascading gracefully to her knees, her jade-colored nails glimmering like pearls. The ink-blue chi-pao accentuated her exquisite curves, and beneath the high slit of her skirt, her fair legs were tantalizingly visible. As her hand brushed against the satin fabric, it resembled white porcelain gently tapping on spring water. Such poise, combined with her enchanting beauty, was simply indescribable. This enchanting figure was none other than Hukuer. Noticing his admiring gaze, she tentatively asked, How do I look in this outfit today? Wang Ziyang assessed her briefly. It's easy to feel emo when looking at you. Huh? Is it really that unattractive? Hukuer felt a little disheartened, considering she had meticulously chosen this ensemble. No, emo means it makes one miss another person. Comments. Upon hearing this, Hukuura's face flushed instantly. She covered her mouth with her small hand, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, exuding an irresistible charm. Is Ziyang here? A woman resembling Hukuura emerged from the room. Zhang, this is my mother. Hukuura introduced them. Mom, this is Ziyang. Wang Ziyang quickly greeted her. Hello, Annie. Indeed, just as the teacher said, you are quite the handsome and talented young man, Hukuura, his mother remarked, her eyes filled with admiration as she appraised him. Ziyang, my mother is also a student of Teacher Gua, just like you. Huser, apprehensive that Wang Ziyang might not fully comprehend, took it upon herself to elucidate the matter. Wang Ziyang's eyes sparkled with realization. So, you are indeed my senior sister. Greetings. Please, do come in and have a seat. With a warm smile, Huser's mother welcomed him inside and engaged him in conversation. Huser settled beside him, captivated as she listened to their discourse regarding Yang Yin. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon him without a moment's distraction. Noticing her gaze, Huser's mother remarked to Wang Ziyang with a smile, why don't you and Huser have a chat while I prepare lunch? We shall dine here together. Although Wang Ziyang initially declined, he could not resist their enthusiastic invitations and ultimately acquiesced. He proceeded to the piano room to tune the instrument, with Huser accompanying him, conversing as she assisted him. While retrieving the cover, Wang Ziyang winced slightly, having inadvertently aggravated his left-hand injury, and instinctively shook his hand. Does it hurt? Upon seeing this, Huser immediately took his hand and gently began to massage it. Wang Ziyang looked at her in mild surprise, yet she simply offered him a tender smile before leaning closer, reaching out to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. In that moment, their chests nearly touched, their faces mere inches apart, allowing them to sense each other's warmth and inhale one another's essence. Both of their breaths quickened as they lingered in this intimate proximity. Chapter 30. An endless pursuit of knowledge. As the two locked eyes, the barrage of comments in Prince Yang's live stream surged rapidly. What on earth are you two doing? Hey, Yuqing is still on the plane, and you're flirting with other girls? Remember why you're here. Scoundrel, let go, separate. I did not consent. I'm curious what the host looks like that makes girls so willing to get close to him. What a cad. As soon as Yuqing leaves. You're already flirting with someone new? I'm an old fan, and I can attest that Kurer was here first. Experiencing the thrill of romance from a first-person perspective for the first time is exhilarating. Truly, the prince of flirtation has struck again. One must learn the art of seduction. Indeed, Ziyang, do you have any dietary restrictions? Just then, Mother Hu unexpectedly entered the music room. She initially intended to inquire about Ziyang's food preferences, but upon witnessing the scene before her, she promptly closed her mouth and smiled at them, saying, no worries, you two continue. With that, she exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. The two hurriedly parted, and Hukurer blushed deeply. You don't have any dietary restrictions, do you? None. Just tell senior sister not to fuss too much. I'll make do with a simple meal, Ziyang replied with a light chuckle. Just a moment ago, he had felt a surge of distraction. Yes, just some home-cooked dishes. Hukurer watched him tune the piano, her gaze filled with shyness, yet illuminated by a spark of admiration. Although it was but a fleeting moment, she had keenly sensed his unusual demeanor. Is there fish? Yes. Then let senior sister prepare just the fish head for me. I only eat the head. Why? Hukaiya askit, puzzled. Ziyang cleared his throat. Because I wish to reserve the rest of my life for you. Hukurer blushed and laughed with him. Wait, bro, is this even allowed? Quickly, jot that down for later. Once I master it, I'll use it to charm the ladies. Have you forgotten why you're here? After their laughter subsided, Hukurer looked at him with curiosity. Your photography skills are quite impressive. Have you studied it? Not formally, but my father is a photographer. So I've been influenced by him since childhood and understand a bit. She gazed at him, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Do you not have a regular model? Indeed, I haven't found one since shooting is often spontaneous. Would you like me to recommend a model? Do you have someone suitable in mind? Yes, I know, just the person. She has a good figure, is decent looking, understands photography, and knows how to pose. Upon hearing this, Ziyang smiled, realizing she was referring to herself. Having those attributes alone, isn't sufficient. I have special requirements. That's all right. Her greatest asset is her obedience. Whatever you ask, she will comply. Hukur eagerly nodded. Really? Even if the requests are quite excessive? Ziyang raised an eyebrow at her. Hukur felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks. Yet she gently nodded, sure, as long as you like it. That is quite good as it happens. I need to replace the bottled water at home. I'll ask her to help me carry it upstairs later. Wang Ziyang nodded earnestly. Bullet comments? Huh. Hukur couldn't help but laugh, playfully chiding. Isn't that a bit excessive? Weren't you the one who said, as long as I liked it? Anything goes. Wang Ziyang replied with a smile. However, if you truly require it, I wouldn't mind. She would do her utmost to meet your requests. Hukur gazed at him and softly said, he has an injury on his hand. If he truly needs me, I wouldn't refuse. Bullet comments? No way. Are you really agreeing? This level of compliance is too high. Isn't it something a model should do? Hey, wake up. You're a goddess, not a laborer. Wang Ziyang shook his head with a chuckle. All right, no more jokes. If you're to be my model, you must be thoroughly prepared. Firstly, my shooting sessions can be quite lengthy, and secondly, you must be open to humor. I wish for a lively and joyful atmosphere during my shoots. For me, if my model cannot cooperate well during the live broadcast, I might as well find someone at random. I certainly do not wish for my model to be overly demanding. No problem. I can manage all of that. Hukur's eyes sparkled, revealing her true feelings. She desired to be his model. Your primary profession is modeling, and you'll be working as my model in the evening. Don't you think that's too exhausting? Wang Ziyang inquired. Hukur shook her head. Not at all. I don't view modeling for you as work, but rather as a form of relaxation. So, how should I compensate you? Daily payment? I don't want money. I just need you to treat me to a meal. If it's absolutely necessary, I can treat you instead, she quickly responded. Wang Ziyang looked at her in astonishment. No way. You're off for your time, and not only foregoing payment, but also planning to contribute? We can exchange services, Hukur said, lightly biting her rosy lip. I'll be your model, and you can teach me to play the piano. Wait, little sister. Your mother is a music teacher. Why not learn from her instead of paying someone else? Can't you see her true intentions? She doesn't genuinely want to learn the piano. If she did, she could have started learning at any time over the past 20 years. Why wait until now? This must be a script. If it's not, I'll eat it. The shy and timid demeanor is simply captivating. I declare that Hukur earns a point, currently tied for first with Yuqing. Wang Ziyang glanced at her and smiled. All right, I'll teach you to play the piano. Shall we start now? Hukur's beautiful eyes lit up as she promptly sat beside him. Very well, Wang Ziyang nodded. Do you know how many keys there are on a piano? 88 keys, 52 white keys, and 36 black keys. Clever. If I were the 52 white keys, then you would be the 36 black keys. Hukur blinked in confusion, asking, "Why?" Wang Ziyang chuckled, because your presence has filled the void in my melody. Hukur covered her mouth with a smile, her delicate fingers lightly resting against her cherry lips, her almond-shaped eyes curving like a crescent moon. Silken strands of hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, and her face was adorned with a subtle blush, exuding an indescribable charm and beauty. I can never learn enough. It's simply insatiable. Brothers, take note. There will be a test. This is the true master of flirtation. I'm utterly amazed. Hukur is nearly blushing into a smile. It seems that since the moment I laid eyes on him, my face has remained flushed. Why is it that even I, a grown man, find myself smiling like a mother? I truly must learn the art of tuning. Today marks the beginning of my studies. Chapter 31. A step-by-step tutorial as previously mentioned. The piano comprises a total of 88 keys, distinguished by black and white hues, where the white keys represent natural notes and the black keys denote sharps and flats. Wang Ziyang commenced his instruction of Hukur with meticulous detail. Hukur gazed at him, her beautiful eyes brimming with wonder. For reasons unbeknownst to her, whenever the piano was mentioned, Wang Ziyang seemed to radiate a dazzling brilliance that captivated her gaze. Earlier, he had discussed the sustain pedal, which prolongs sound, connects notes, and enhances both volume and resonance. He suggested she give a try. Wang Ziyang turned his attention to her. Ah, all right, Hukur responded, as if awakening from a dream, and nervously pressed down on a pedal. Adorned in a high-slit chi pao, her movement revealed a significant portion of her delicate foot, momentarily dazzling him with the unexpected view. Such exposure posed a risk of being flagged according to the platform's live streaming standards. Fortunately, his camera was a system tool equipped with an automatic shielding function. Barrage? No way, dude. Where's the mosaic coming from? Are cameras this intelligent now? They call us family, yet they indulge themselves. Scoundrel! Mosaics are the stairs obstructing human progress. Hurry and remove it, or I will unfollow. Seriously, I can't accept this. I want to see. Hukur, perceptive to his gaze, felt her cheeks flush, yet she merely brushed a strand of hair behind her ear without uttering a word. The sustain pedal is on the right. You press the left soft pedal, Wang Ziyang stated, forcibly diverting his gaze. My apologies. Hukur promptly shifted to the correct pedal. You may press the keys yourself and explore the sensations. Upon trying, Hukur's eyes sparkled. It truly works. You are amazing. Barrage? Is that impressive? After familiarizing herself with the structure and functions of the various components, Wang Ziyang emphasized the importance of hand positioning, touch, and posture. Hukur endeavored to absorb his teachings, yet her posture and hand shape remained somewhat incorrect. Despite Wang Ziyang's verbal corrections, the results were minimal, compelling him to physically adjust her stance. Ensure your forearms are parallel to the keys, with both feet flat. Maintain a distance from the keys of approximately 1 arm's length, keeping your back straight and your weight supported by your hips and toes. He gently pressed on her back. The fabric of her chi pao was light, allowing him to distinctly feel the elasticity and softness of her skin. The exquisite sensation quickened his heartbeat. Hukur shivered slightly, her face flushing, as his hand seemed to impart a warm heat that elevated her body temperature. Yes, that's the posture. Remember this feeling? Wang Ziyang quickly retracted his hand and proceeded to teach her some foundational knowledge of musical notation and finger numbering. After concluding this segment, he inscribed a score on paper. These are the basics. Let us play a beginner's piece, Jingle Bells. As Hukur gazed at the sheet music, her delicate brows furrowed. This is simply too difficult for me. Is it really? This piece primarily features a melody in C major, with a small range of notes and a regular rhythm, making it suitable for beginner pianists. Even children can easily master it, Wang Ziyang remarked. Perhaps I am just too foolish, Hukur pouted, her little tongue peeking out as she tentatively looked at him. Why don't you leave me in playing at once? All right. Without further hesitation, Wang Ziyang positioned himself behind her, gently clasping her small hand. I will teach you step by step. Just remember how to play. A tremor coursed through Hukur, her entire being stiffening. She had never anticipated such an intimate method of instruction from Wang Ziyang. Her face flushed crimson, her mind blank. This was the first time in her life she had been so close to a male. Wang Ziyang remained oblivious to her unusual reaction and began to play, and soon, cheerful, melodious music filled the air. This is truly step by step. This is beyond mere guidance. It's practically intimate. Such a posture is excessively suggestive. Our faces are nearly touching. This is not just flirting. It feels like romantic engagement. I must say, this piece is rather delightful, exuding a joyous essence. Another unfamiliar tune. Could it possibly be his original composition? How strange. It feels as though I have genuinely enrolled in a piano introductory course. Knowledge has entered my mind in a most peculiar manner. How infuriating. Release my cur. Go find Yuqing, you scoundrel. Tuning must be learned. It truly requires diligence. Host, do you accept disciples? Oh dear, officer, I wish to report crime. Click. Ziyang, cur. Lunch is ready. You both should hurry and eat. I have a few matters to attend to. At that moment, the door to the piano room swung open, and Hu's mother entered. Upon seeing their position, she paused momentarily, then smiled and retreated. You two carry on, take your time. Only then did Wang Ziyang realize their posture was rather inappropriate. He cleared his throat and released her hand. In any case, this is how you play. Practice more on your own. Hukaya felt utterly bewildert. Unsure of how to play, but she could only muster the courage to respond. I remembered it. Thank you. Wang Ziyang smiled and began to tidy up the tools. Hukur rose to assist him. and as she bent down, her dazzling legs came into his view once more. Wang Ziyang could not help but steal a few glances, causing Hukuer's cheeks to redden further. Yet she refrained from saying much. Once they had organized the toolbox, she led him to the dining room, where Hu's mother had prepared a splendid feast. Huer, when your senior sister returns, please thank her for me. I appreciate her help, Wang Ziyang said quickly. I will express your gratitude, but it would be best if you spoke to her directly. That would convey sincerity, Hukuer replied with a smile, serving him a generous bowl of rice. Bullet comments? What does this mean? Will you be coming to my house again next time? This is too much, Wang Ziyang protested. A man should eat more, especially since you work outside every day. You need the energy. Hukuer chuckled softly and then picked up a large shrimp to offer him. Go ahead and eat. I fear I may find it inconvenient. Wang Ziyang shook his head, stating that it required both hands to peel. No worries. Allow me, Hukuer replied with a gentle smile, extending her hand to assist him in removing the shell, and subsequently bringing the succulent shrimp meat to his lips. Open wide. No, I can manage on my own. Wang Ziyang hastily attempted to decline, but before he could finish his sentence, she fed the shrimp meat into his mouth. He barely had time to react, inadvertently nibbling on her delicate, slender fingers. In that fleeting moment, both of them found themselves utterly stunned. Chapter 32. You are my beloved. At this moment, the barrage in Wang Ziyang's live stream surged dramatically. Good. Is this how we're playing it? This must be scripted. Not to mention, with such well-maintained hands. Are they meant for peeling shrimp for him? Ah, so sweet. I'm shipping this couple. Simply using your hands is no longer enough for you. Now you're using your mouth, huh? No. I need to watch a few levels of the dismemberment case to calm down. One buried in the Antarctic, another in the Arctic. To those watching the live stream, why are you laughing? Do you even have a girlfriend to laugh about? The police. A brand new version? Continue speaking. Looking at Huer's expression, both shy and adorable. Tell Yuqing that I'm no longer waiting for her. After a brief moment of distraction, Wang Ziyang was the first to regain his composure, quickly releasing his mouth. Did I bite you too hard? Huer, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, shook her head. Not at all. Sensing the atmosphere turning slightly awkward, Wang Ziyang inquired, Don't you have anything to drink at home? Yes, she replied promptly. What do you like to drink? I like. Wang Ziyang smiled at her. To cherish you. Barrage. Everyone stand up. Pay respects to the master. Puffed. Hukuer couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth with her small hand, only to realize that this very hand had just been bitten by him. At this thought, her delicate face turned as red as the evening glow. Yet, under his gentle guidance, although she felt bashful, she did not find it overly awkward. Senior sister's culinary skills are truly remarkable, no less than those of a hotel chef, Wang Ziyang remarked, his eyes lighting up after tasting the dish. Cooking is her hobby. She loves experimenting with recipes. If you have time, you could come here to eat, Hukuer said, picking up another shrimp to peel for him. You can't trouble senior sister every day, Wang Ziyang chuckled. You should eat too. Don't just peel for me. I can do it myself. It's fine. I had a hearty breakfast, and I'm not hungry, Hukuer replied, bringing the peeled shrimp to his lips. Wang Ziyang carefully tasted it, ensuring he didn't touch her hand. Is it delicious? Hukuer looked at him with eager anticipation. Delicious, exceptionally sweet, Wang Ziyang nodded. Sweet? That's strange. My mom doesn't put much sugar in her dishes, Hukuer observed, somewhat surprised. Because you are too sweet, Wang Ziyang replied. Their eyes met, and they burst into laughter once more. Hukuer's blushing, charming smile, truly enchanting. Are we going out to shoot tonight? She asked softly. Unless something unexpected happens, yes. He replied. Have you decided where to go? Wang Ziyang shook his head. Not yet, as I'm uncertain when I'll finish this afternoon. Let us discuss it via WeChat later. What style of clothes should I wear? Hukuer furrowed her brow slightly, knowing that different locations required different outfits, which would affect the outcome of the shoot. This was her first time being his model, and she was keen on perfection. Don't worry about those details. And don't think about matching with the scenery. Wang Ziyang smiled at her, because you, yourself, are the most beautiful scenery. Hukuer covered her mouth and giggled incessantly. If you continue, I might forget where I come from. Wang Ziyang made a heart sign towards her, declaring, You are the one who resides in my heart. Hu Ku'er burst into laughter once more, and Wang Ziyang joined in, creating an atmosphere of light-hearted joy. Oh dear, we haven't even started taking pictures yet, and I've already lost myself. This guy is quite the charmer, isn't he? His words flow effortlessly, so eloquent. Hearing such flirtation, even I, as a girl, feel a flutter. I must memorize everything, every single line, for future reference. There is simply too much to learn. It seems endless. You, my friend, are rather cheesy, and I'm curious what kind of girl would tolerate your cheesiness. Indeed, I too wish to know what the anchor truly looks like. Meanwhile, in a high-end restaurant, a stern-looking middle-aged man observed the two laughing on the live stream, his gaze icy. He had previously underestimated Wang Ziyang's alertness, nearly being discovered while following him, and assumed that Wang had already taken precautions, making it challenging to approach him. Additionally, with Qin constantly by his side, any attempt to act would be fraught with difficulty. However, where there is a will, there is a way. If a direct approach fails, then a subtle one shall suffice. You must be Mr. Liu, a stylishly dressed woman approached, curiously appraising him. Please take a seat. The middle-aged man gestured to the chair opposite him. The woman sat down, inquiring, I heard from Zhu Xiao that you have an important task for me. The middle-aged man produced a photograph from his pocket and handed it to her, asking, Do you recognize him? The woman leaned in to examine the photo, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, Wang Ziyang, do you know him? Not just know him. He was my classmate in high school. She nodded eagerly. What is your relationship with him? Mediocre, she replied. Just mediocre? The middle-aged man expressed his discontent. In the entire school, aside from Qin, his relationships with others are all rather ordinary. The woman chuckled. If we exclude Qin, my relationship with him is relatively decent. After all, I sat right behind him and exchanged a few words. That's good to hear. The middle-aged man nodded. Has he offended you? The woman tentatively asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just ensure the task is completed, he replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at her. The woman felt a jolt of anxiety and quickly smiled. Yes, just tell me what you need me to do. Take care of him. How should I proceed? To what extent? Be as ruthless as necessary. It would be best if he could never recover. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted to one of hesitation. Mr. Liu, you know we never go for the kill, as we must always leave a way out, especially since he is my classmate. She only sought financial gain. Generally, she wouldn't harm someone without deep-seated enmity. After all, even a cornered rabbit will bite. The middle-aged man tossed a bag from behind him onto the table, stating, This is the deposit. You will receive the remainder upon successful completion. The woman opened the bag, her eyes widening in astonishment as she discovered it was filled to the brim with cash. She hastily closed her backpack, clutching it tightly to her chest. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, I will take care of this matter. I shall ensure he never rises again. If this deal is successful, I could retire early. I expect results within a week. Have no fear, it won't take a week. 5 days, no, at most 3 days. I will certainly see this through, the woman fervently assured him. The middle-aged man rose and made his way toward the exit. Remember your words. Do not let me down. Trust me, I will not disappoint you, she reiterated with conviction. The man offered no further comment and departed. Once he was gone, the woman reopened her backpack, her gaze flickering with a hint of greed. For the sake of my future, dear old classmate, I must impose upon you. Chapter 33. Indirect Kiss in the Afternoon. Wang Ziyang emerged from Hu Ku'er's residence after having lunch, only to find Qin leaning against the car, awaiting his arrival. Apologies for keeping you waiting, he said, jogging over to her with a smile. It's nothing, get in the car, Qin replied, casting a glance at him before turning to open the door. She had been watching his live stream, and witnessing his interactions with Hu Ku'er left her feeling profoundly disheartened. Yet, in his presence, she found it impossible to reveal her emotions. Wang Ziyang hurriedly grasped her arm. Wait a moment. Qin looked at him. Come, there's a restaurant nearby. Let us grab a bite to eat. Wang Ziyang suggested. But you've already eaten. Haven't you? I have, but you haven't, he insisted, pulling her towards the restaurant. Previously, he had inquired if she wanted to join him for a meal, but she had declined. Although Hu's mother was his senior in the same school, he had no affinity with her. How do you know I haven't eaten? She questioned. Wang Ziyang chuckled. I'm not familiar with you? If I don't keep an eye on you, you would likely settle for some bread or biscuits. When they attended school together, she would only eat properly in his company. When alone, she would often neglect her meals. Forget it, it's already late. I should take you to meet your client. I can eat any time. Qingyu shook her head. Wang Ziyang held her hand firmly. No, your lunch is more important to me than your work. Listening to his domineering words and feeling his hand clasping hers tightly filled Qingyu with warmth and joy. His concern and care delighted her immensely, dispelling the previous feelings of melancholy in an instant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he swiftly ordered several dishes that Qingyu adored, then took out his phone to open his live stream. To his surprise, he found an audience of 10,000 viewers, with an abundance of comments flooding in. At least you have a conscience, thinking of Ye. Ye is so beautiful. She is not at all inferior to Kur or Yuqing. Wow, why are all the stunning beauties around you? Strange, why are you so serious with Ye when you're so flirty with other girls? Take good care of my wife, order more delicious food. Hey, are you moving in for the kill? After interacting with the comments for a while, he checked the morning's achievements, and his eyes lit up. Earn meow coins, 512. New followers, 1021. Current viewers, 10, 563. Gift givers, 15. Comments, 11, 198. Comment count, 22, 532. Likes, 22, 188. Average watch duration, 53. 7 minutes. Although he did not make it to the trending list or the homepage recommendations today, thanks to the short video traffic, his livestream followers were nearing 10,000. While the gift income was modest, the audience engagement was quite high, and the watch time was steadily increasing, indicating a stable rise in his popularity. He opened the system panel and indeed saw that his total popularity score had reached 78, 379 points, approaching the coveted 80,000 mark. This meant that with just 20,000 more points, he could finally heal his hand injury. Given his current fan base, he might achieve his goal in just a few hours, rather than waiting until evening. He glanced up at Qingyu across from him, unable to suppress a smile. Why are you staring at me with that silly grin? Qingyu, who was in the midst of her meal, looked at him with confusion. He could not reveal the true reason, so he shifted his gaze to the plate of twice-cooked pork in front of her. What's wrong? Hasn't Kur fed you well? Wang Ziyang remained silent, merely smacking his lips, his eyes brimming with eagerness. All right, if it pleases you, Qingyu chuckled, picking up a piece of meat and offering it to him. She had expected him to take it with his hands or chopsticks, but to her astonishment, he opened his mouth wide and devoured the morsel, even licking the chopsticks. At that moment, her mind went blank. After all, those are the chopsticks she had just used. Wasn't this akin to an indirect kiss? Although they had been close before, they had never shared food from each other's plates, let alone engage in such intimate contact. Delicious. Wang Ziyang chewed with delight, his face alight with joy. Just eat without making such noises. You sound like a pig, Qingyu retorted instinctively, then quickly shoved a mouthful of rice in her own mouth. However, as the chopsticks touched her lips, she suddenly realized they had been in his mouth, meaning she was now consuming his saliva. In that instant, she froze, her face turning crimson. What are you daydreaming about? Why is your face so red? Wang Ziyang inquired, oblivious to the underlying issue, while the viewers in the live stream, having adjusted the camera angle to avoid filming Qingyu eating, missed the entire exchange. In nothing. Just a particularly spicy pepper, Qingyu stammered, striving to keep her voice steady, though her fingers were tightly clenched beneath the table. Wang Ziyang promptly handed her a chilled beverage. Aren't you quite adept at handling spicy food? This isn't an ordinary pepper, she replied, taking a sip from the drink, her gaze flickering back to the chopsticks with hesitation. She glanced up and met his questioning eyes, biting her lip as she picked up some rice and placed it in her mouth. Consequently, her already flushed face grew even redder. Noticing her unusual complexion, Wang Ziyang quickly reached out to check her forehead, only to find it burning hot. You're burning up. Are you feverish? You can't be ill, can you? No. I just choked a bit. I'll be fine shortly. Feeling his concern, Qingyu was both embarrassed and pleased. Are you sure? Don't push yourself. If you're sick, it's best to treat it early. Wang Ziyang pressed her. Of course I'm sure. My constitution is 100 times stronger than yours. If you're fine, how could I possibly be sick? Stop worrying unnecessarily. Qin Yu huffed, her cheeks still tinged with pink, as she quickly resumed eating. Having already begun, she decided to continue. After all, one bite was no different from 100. Seeing her determination, Wang Ziyang felt reassured. But he was taken aback when she unexpectedly brought the cutlery along after their meal. What are you doing? We have plenty of utensils, don't we? He asked, puzzled. There's no need for your concern. I have my own purposes, Qin Yu replied softly. She intended to take the pair of chopsticks, but feared being discovered. So she resolved to carry away the entire set of utensils instead. Wang Ziyang was left bewildered, yet observing her improved demeanor and the slight fading of the blush on her cheeks, he felt in good spirits and chose not to pry further. After a brief respite, the two set off in their vehicle to the next client's address. As Wang Ziyang approached the door, poised to ring the bell, the door unexpectedly swung open. He quickly began, "Hello, I am here to..." But before he could finish, a slender arm emerged from within, pulling him inside. "You have come to flirt. I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Chapter 34. Exquisite charm. Upon gazing at the enchanting visage before him, Wang Ziyang was momentarily taken aback. "Zhu, what brings you here?" Indeed, it was Chu Wani who had ushered him into the room. She offered him a gentle smile. "This is my friend's home. Her piano requires tuning, and I recommended you for the task. However, she had to step out unexpectedly, so I came away." Understanding dawned on Wang Ziyang. "By the way, I transferred the payment to you. Why haven't you accepted it?" He had attempted to send her money twice, yet both times she had declined. "My account is experiencing some issues, so I cannot receive payment for now. You may keep it for the time being," Chu Wani remarked, casting him a glance. The money resting with him created a bond between them. "Just let me know when you need it." Wang Ziyang nodded in agreement. Chu Wani smiled at him and guided him to the piano. As Wang Ziyang pressed the keys, a frown appeared on his face. "This piano hasn't been tuned in ages." "Has it? The notes are all over the place. It has hardly been touched since it was bought." She tended to lose interest quickly. Chu Wani chuckled, handing him a bottle of drink before settling onto a nearby sofa, quietly observing him. Clad in a short skirt, her long, slender legs, accentuated by black stockings, appeared even more alluring. Coupled with her fair skin, smooth hair, and exquisite features, she emanated an irresistible allure. Wang Ziyang found himself captivated, unable to resist stealing glances at her legs. Noticing his reaction, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Chu Wani's eyes. She reclined on the sofa, propping her head with her left hand while her right hand lightly brushed over her leg. "Do you find them appealing?" Wang Ziyang nodded. "Those legs are straighter than my chopsticks and longer than my life." Chu Wani chuckled softly. "You certainly have a way with compliments. I'm not flattering you. I am merely stating a fact." "What a declaration of fact," she giggled. "Is there anything else worth stating?" "I wish to offer you a piece of advice." Wang Ziyang's expression suddenly grew serious. "Go on," Chu Wani replied, her heart racing at his grave demeanor. "I believe you possess enough beauty. There's no need to be so perfect." Chu Wani burst into laughter, having braced herself for a harsh comment, only to be pleasantly surprised by his unexpected praise, leaving her both astonished and delighted, tinged with a hint of shyness. She possesses breathtaking beauty and an alluring figure, having received countless love letters throughout her life. After becoming a flight attendant, she garnered even more fervent admiration, having heard sweet nothings far too many times. She believed she had developed an immunity to such words, yet unexpectedly found herself blushing and pleasantly surprised. "Am I not perfect? Do you feel anything?" she inquired with a smile. "If you ask me that, it puts a lot of pressure on me." "Look, I'm already sweating," he replied earnestly. "What sweat?" Wang Ziyang responded seriously. "It's the regret of meeting you too late." Upon hearing this, Chu Wani couldn't help but laugh again, and Wang Ziyang joined in the merriment. "Wang Defa, you rascal, you are truly smooth. You've been spouting such flirtatious lines for so long, without repeating any. I could never learn it all. My curiosity about how handsome this guy really is grows stronger." Chu Wani, who appears to be the epitome of aloofness, is blushing and her heart racing because of him. "What should I do? He seems to be a perfect match with every girl. How to choose?" I can't help but laugh along. This boy is exceptionally charming. Indeed, He lives up to the title of Prince of Flirtation, effortlessly captivating. After the laughter subsided, Wang Ziyang began to tune his instrument. Yet Chu Wani was still in high spirits for conversation. I half believed you when you mentioned being single. But after hearing such beautiful pieces as Girl by the Water's Edge, Wedding in a Dream, and Castle in the Sky, I was completely convinced. To create such delightful melodies, you must have no time for romance. Women merely slow down my creativity. No, they affect my speed of creation, Wang Ziyang chuckled. Now I'm quite curious. How many pieces have you composed in total? You can take a guess. 10, 20, 100? Chu Wani kept guessing, but Wang Ziyang shook his head each time. Unable to restrain herself, she playfully pouted. I can't guess. Just tell me a number. That won't do. It's my secret, and I can't reveal it. He replied with a smile. Chu Wani laughed softly and leaned closer to him, whispering, Then let's make a trade. You show me yours, and I'll show you mine. Comments? Wang Ziyang's heart raced. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is wrong with a fair exchange? She replied with a charming smile. No, I'm not that kind of person, he insisted, shaking his head solemnly, then quickly added, Deal. Then you better keep your eyes wide open. Chu Wani elongated her voice, gradually lifting her skirt. What lay beneath was a pair of leggings that matched the length and color of her dress. Can I call the police? This is fraud. Wang Ziyang's expression turned to one of disappointment. Of course, it was all a performance, for he knew she would never truly act that way. I didn't deceive you. Aren't leggings a form of undergarment? Chu Wani giggled mischievously. You're just being pedantic. Regardless, I fulfill my promise. Now it's your turn. How many pieces have you written? Chu Wani's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It's hard to say. I'm not even sure myself. Wang Ziyang pondered for a moment, reflecting on how he practiced the piano and composed melodies almost every day. Occasionally, he would produce some worthwhile pieces, while at other times, he would merely generate discarded drafts. He had never taken the time to tally the exact number. He could effortlessly pull out numerous compositions, yet could only express it in such ambiguous terms. Upon hearing this, Chu Wani displayed an expression of sudden realization mixed with admiration. It was no wonder he could create such enchanting melodies, being so deeply immersed in his craft. However, at that moment, Wang Ziyang added, It's akin to the feeling of not being able to distinguish how many pairs of stockings you have worn. Huh? Chu Wani burst into laughter, her lively demeanor captivatingly charming. After slightly regaining her composure, she turned her gaze and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, If you play me another delightful new piece, I shall gift you what I am wearing today. Chapter 35. No strange acts, then let us play a relatively gentle piece. One that does not demand too much from the performer. Wang Ziyang nodded. Chu Wani settled beside him. If you feel uncomfortable, do not force yourself. Your heart river. I hope you will enjoy it. Wang Ziyang offered her a faint smile, his fingers gliding over the piano keys, his gaze shifting as he entered a state of absolute concentration. He aimed to present his finest performance, striving to elevate his popularity to over 100,000. With a gentle lift of his hand, beautiful notes flowed from his fingertips, transforming into delicate streams of clear water that nourished the hearts of all who listened. Beside him, Chu Wani trembled slightly, her lovely eyes brimming with emotion. This melody was exceptionally pleasing, imbued with tenderness yet tinged with a hint of solitude, deeply resonating within her and evoking a profound emotional response. Though she appeared somewhat aloof, her heart was gentle and sensitive. She longed for someone to understand her and yearned for love. Unfortunately, despite having many admirers, none could penetrate her inner world. In the stillness of midnight, amidst the chill of the night, as she observed others showcasing their affections on social media, she too felt the pangs of loneliness. At that moment, it seemed as if she could hear her own heart's voice within this piece, stirring her deeply. Perhaps Wang Ziyang was indeed someone who understood her. With a heart full of emotion, she glanced at him and slowly rested her head on his shoulder, gently closing her eyes to quietly listen to the music, absorbing the warmth of the melody that alleviated her solitude. So beautiful, so warm, so healing. I must admit, the host is truly talented. How romantic. I too wish for someone to play such a tender piece for me. Though I feel a pang of jealousy at his fortune, he deserves it. Elegant, simply exquisite. Neighbor, Goodness, has he suddenly gained insight or hired a coach? How did the iced red tea in my hand turn into red wine? Oh no, I sense that Chu Wani is about to fall completely. I must learn piano, truly learn. Maya, a daily original piece that is simply delightful. What a treasure of a host. As the last note gradually faded, the room fell into silence. Chu Wani remained quiet, her eyes still closed, lost in the music. Wang Ziyang did not disturb her. He sat quietly, striving to control his trembling left hand, preventing it from disturbing her. Though he had exerted every effort to avoid it, playing this piece had placed a considerable strain on his hands. At that moment, however, a pair of delicate hands gently covered his. He turned to find himself gazing into Chu Wani's enchanting eyes. "I apologize for disturbing you," he said with regret. Chu Wani shook her head. "It is I who should apologize. I should not have imposed upon you to play. It has nothing to do with you. It is my own desire to play." Wang Ziyang replied with a smile, which was indeed the truth. Whenever he encountered a piano, he was irresistibly compelled to play. Chu Wani glanced at his hands. "I am sorry. I do not know how to give a massage. It is all right. It will feel better in a while. However, I have my own methods." Chu Wani gently took his hand and placed it on her thigh, then crossed her other leg, trapping his leg between hers. "How does it feel?" Bullet comments. Feeling the soft, smooth texture of her skin, Wang Ziyang's heart raced. Is this inappropriate? What could possibly be wrong? It is a mutual desire, and no one opposes it. Chu Wani gazed at him with alluring eyes, and besides, if I have caused you discomfort, I must take responsibility. Is it better now? Indeed, it is quite effective. Wang Ziyang nodded. The pain had subsided. No rush. Take your time to savor it. Chu Wani chuckled lightly. She assumed there was a problem on Wang Ziyang's part, feeling no burden in her heart. "Truly, it no longer hurts," Wang Ziyang quickly replied, fearing that if it continued, he would embarrass himself. After all, how could a young man in his prime withstand this? "All right then, if it hurts again, do let me know." Chu Wani released her leg, but the next moment, she placed her long, graceful leg upon his. "What are you doing?" Wang Ziyang looked at her in surprise. "Did I not mention it earlier? As long as you play me a tune, I shall gift you my socks." A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Chu Wani's eyes. "You may take them yourself." Wang Ziyang glanced at her, reaching out to her exquisite leg, gently pulling down her stockings, revealing a leg that shimmered with a pearlescent hue. Observing his movements, Chu Wani felt an unfamiliar sensation arise within her, a blend of shyness and excitement. As her heart raced uncontrollably, a rosy blush spreading across her fair cheeks. His hand and gaze seemed to transmit electric currents. Wherever his eyes roamed or his touch grazed, an intense tingling sensation surged through her, causing her to tremble slightly, her lips parting as her breath quickened. "Wait, are you all serious? How infuriating. I feel like I've become part of their play. Please restrain yourselves, or the live stream will be over. Bastard, let go of my Kurno, I mean Choo-Choo. I kneel before the ancestors. It's too much. I've said it 1,000 times. Tuning really must be learned." Suddenly, the sound of a door slamming echoed from outside. Both were startled, and Chu Wani quickly withdrew her leg. Moments later, a striking figure entered the room. "Choo-Choo, has the master of tuning arrived?" Upon seeing Wang Ziyang, she was momentarily taken aback, her eyes brightening. "Brother, let me introduce you." "Wait, I have something to discuss with you." But before she could finish, she was pushed out by Chu Wani, who turned back to instruct. "Zhang, you carry on. We need to discuss something." "Very well." Wang Ziyang smiled and resumed his work. Shortly thereafter, Chu Wani returned. Now having removed her stockings, her two snow-white, perfectly rounded legs resembling exquisite jade sculptures, exuding an enchanting aura. She approached him and handed him an item. "Here you go." It was indeed the stockings she had just taken off. "Thank you." Wang Ziyang accepted them, feeling their silky, cool texture, fragrant and alluring. Chu Wani leaned closer to his ear and said in a delicate voice, "You must not engage in any peculiar activities with it." Wang Ziyang replied with a smile, "What exactly constitutes a peculiar activity?" Chu Wani chuckled softly. "Are you trying to coax me into revealing my thoughts? I shan't fall for that. You may ponder it yourself. My home's floor drain frequently clogs, and I was wondering if it would be possible to place it over the drain to filter out debris. That shouldn't be considered peculiar, right? Wang Ziyang maintained a serious expression. Before he could finish his thought, however, Chuwani could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Yet, amidst her laughter, she gently lowered her head, resting her delicate forehead against his shoulder. Chapter 36. The thrill of the heart in this moment. The barrage of comments in Wang Ziyang's livestream surged once again. Are they embracing again? This can't be scripted, can it? It's certainly ISNT scripted. They have already met twice. Surely not. The eyes cannot deceive. Chuchu's gaze is almost electrifying. Streamer, please come to your senses. You still have Yuqing. What about Yuqing? Clearly, Chuchu knew him first. How infuriating. Those in drought perish from thirst, while the flooded drown. Streamer, a selfie please. I want to see just how handsome you truly are. One mess, one dried out, the other buried alive. Wait, are you two really going to pursue a relationship? When will the platform introduce a one-click termination feature? I just returned from chopping wood and forgot to deal with you two. Sensing the fragrant aroma emanating from her, Wang Ziyang smiled slightly, making no immediate move. After a brief moment, Chuwani finally spoke. Why don't you push me away? Why would I do that? Wang Ziyang replied with a question. Do you wish to push me away? Would you like me to? Comments, a dramatic tug of war. Chuwani playfully nudged him and said, Can't you just say you don't want to push me away? In truth, I genuinely do not wish to push you away, Wang Ziyang chuckled. That's more like it, Chuwani giggled. Do you know why I'm leaning against you? Perhaps you're a bit tired and wish to rest for a while. That is part of it, but not the main reason. Then what is it? Because I'm flying internationally tonight and want to return for several days. ISNT that wonderful? You could travel abroad. Chuwani whispered, I fear that if I'm gone too long, I might forget your scent. Wang Ziyang laughed. Then I could send you a pair of my socks. When you feel like forgetting, you can take them out and smell them. Chuwani giggled at his jest. All right then, take them off for me now. Let us not. I fear you might contract a respiratory infection. Chuwani laughed so hard that she nearly trembled. And once again, they both erupted into laughter. Oh, how sweet and ambiguous. Ah, I can smell the fragrance of love. The atmosphere feels warm. I refuse to believe this is real. It must be scripted. This is your aloof goddess and long-distance, slow-burn girlfriend. I'm calling the police. Oh, brothers. The update on the dismemberment case next door is out. Everyone go check it out. After their laughter subsided, Wang Ziyang closed the piano's lid. It's tuned. Would you like me to invite your friend to try it? No need. She will surely ask you for your WeChat. Chuwani shook her head. Well then, I shall take my leave. Wang Ziyang picked up his toolbox. Are you really leaving now? Chuwani looked at him with reluctance. Indeed, there are still tasks awaiting me. Chuwani quickly grasped his arm. Stay and chat with me a little longer. It won't take too long, just 10 minutes. Well, all right then. As Chuwani's beautiful eyes sparkled, she intertwined her arm with his and settled closely beside him on the sofa. Are you going to take photographs tonight? Yes, why? Could you take me along next time? I adore photography as well. Of course, what style do you prefer? I can embrace any style, sweet or salty, mature or youthful. In short, I can embody whatever you fancy, Chuwani whispered. Who would have thought you were such a versatile talent? Wang Ziyang winked at her. But what if I want to find a less attractive model? I can be quite unattractive, she retorted immediately, rolling her eyes and contorting her face into a comically unappealing expression. Wang Ziyang chuckled at her antics. That would indeed be quite a sacrifice. Regardless, it's for your eyes, so as long as you can tolerate it, that's all that matters, Chuwani replied in a coy tone. All right then, congratulations on being accepted as a member of my model roster. Chuwani pouted in discontent. A model roster? How many models do you need? Wang Ziyang shook his head. It's not about how many I need. I must consider the viewers of the live stream. Constantly featuring the same person can quickly become tiresome. This was not merely an excuse. Whether in a live stream or a short video, a recurring female lead could lead to viewer fatigue and a lack of novelty. So, you intend to abandon me after indulging? Chuwani gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Wang Ziyang raised an eyebrow. I have never indulged you, so how could I abandon you? Chuwani leaned closer, her voice softening. Then you may indulge me now. Comments. No, I certainly don't wish to be taken away by the moderator. Wang Ziyang hastily waved his hands. Then perhaps when you're not live streaming. Chu Wani moved even closer, their faces nearly touching, each able to feel the warmth of the other's breath. They gazed into each other's eyes, and time seemed to suspend in that moment. Suddenly, Chu Wani parted her lips, exhaling a warm breath, her long eyelashes fluttering, her bright eyes slowly closing. She was inviting him to kiss her, savoring her sweet scent and admiring her exquisite features. Wang Ziyang felt a flutter of desire. Just then his phone rang. Startled, Chu Wani quickly pulled back, her face flushed with embarrassment. Wang Ziyang answered the call. It was Zhou Qian. Ziyang, a client just arrived needing tuning, and they are quite urgent. They hope you can attend as soon as possible. I promised her the quickest service by tomorrow, but didn't specify a time. Could you make arrangements? Let us schedule it for tomorrow morning. I'll move my original client to this afternoon, Wang Ziyang replied. Thank you for your effort, Zhou Qian said before hanging up. Chu Wani, unable to meet his gaze, asked, Are you busy now? Yes, the client takes precedence. Wang Ziyang nodded. I must head out now. All right, I'll walk you out, Chu Wani said, hastily rising to accompany him. Although her heart was filled with shyness and reluctance, the circumstances did not allow her to linger. No need to see me off. You should rest, especially since you have work tonight. Wishing you safe travels in advance until we meet again. Thank you. See you next time. Chu Wani bestowed upon him a radiant smile. Wang Ziyang returned her smile and gracefully turned to depart. Chu Wani gazed after him, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Stop looking. He has already vanished from sight. At that moment, her friend approached her. Chu Wani sighed, her expression tinged with disappointment. Chu, are you serious? I've never seen you like this before, her friend remarked in astonishment. I don't know. Whenever I see him, I feel an overwhelming joy, an irresistible urge to draw closer, to lean against him, and even to kiss him, Chu Wani murmured softly. Oh no, you truly have feelings for him. You are genuinely infatuated. Chu Wani lifted her gaze towards the direction of his departure. So this is what it feels like to be enamored. Chapter 37. United in life and death. Wang Ziyang bid farewell to Chu Wani and hastily opened his phone, only to be greeted by a flurry of comments flooding the live stream. What did I just witness? Were they about to kiss? No, I refuse to believe it. It's only been a few days, and they're already going to smooch? This must be scripted. They don't even know each other. I'll eat 50 gluttons if they do. Why gluttons? Shouldn't it be Minjian people? Because I am a Minjian person myself. Why do I feel a twinge of regret? I too feel a bit regretful. If only the call had come a little later. Someone, bring my dump truck. I want to crush them. It's outrageous, utterly outrageous. He couldn't help but chuckle, then open the live stream backend. The statistics were comparable to the previous session. However, at that moment, his live stream followers had officially surpassed 10,000, signifying that his overall popularity had exceeded 100,000. His eyes sparkled as he promptly accessed the system panel, where the total popularity bar clearly displayed a figure, 104, 529. He had finally amassed enough popularity points to heal his hand injury. What he had anticipated would take 2 months to achieve had, in fact, been accomplished in just a few days. He silently expressed his gratitude to Yiya, Ku, Chu, Sha, and Yuqing in his heart. Without them, his live streaming journey would not have been so smooth. Beyond the popularity points, a more significant surprise awaited him, as 2 system notifications appeared. Gain 100,000 popularity points. Completed a milestone event. Awarded 1 lottery chance. Gained 10,000 followers. Completed a milestone event. Awarded 1 lottery chance. The 100,000 popularity points and 10,000 followers had granted him 2 lottery opportunities. He did not immediately draw from the lottery, but instead hurried over to Qinyu. Let us continue with that game from last time. Let us see what delightful item you could draw this time. Indeed, he still wished to leverage Qinyu's fortune. You should play with Chu. Qinyu shot him a glance, her tone tinged with jealousy. Seeing him so close to Chu Wani, nearly sharing a kiss, how could she not feel envious? Wang Ziyang quickly shook his head. No, you are my exclusive goddess of luck. This game is specifically for you and will not be shared with anyone else. I can see you're just flattering me. Qinyu retorted with a roll of her eyes, yet the notion of being exclusive filled her heart with inexplicable joy, banishing her minor jealousy. Begin. Stop. At her command, the pointer on the wheel landed on an image of a test tube. Host gains item. Gene Optimizer. Gene Optimizer optimizes genes, enhancing various bodily functions. Wang Ziyang's eyes lit up. Something that enhances bodily functions? It appeared to be an excellent item. Once more, he urged eagerly. Qin Yu looked at him with a hint of confusion, but complied, calling out start and stop once more. The pointer halted again, this time landing on the image of two clasped hands. Host gains talent, united in life and death. Life and death together. You may choose one person to be eternally linked to your life. Once selected, as long as one of you survives, the other shall not meet an unnatural demise. Upon reading the system's explanation, Wang Ziyang's eyes widened in astonishment. This talent was indeed formidable. In essence, unless both individuals perish simultaneously, the other shall remain unharmed, normal aging and death aside. It resembled the boss mechanics found in certain games, where both must be defeated together, or they will live on indefinitely. This meant that once he chose someone, as long as that person was safe, he could recklessly endanger himself without fear of death. A truly extraordinary ability. Initially, he had been indifferent to concerns for his safety, but upon sensing an unseen threat, he felt the presence of danger. With this newfound talent, his security was significantly enhanced. What good fortune have you drawn? Qin Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Wang Ziyang closed the live stream, pulled her into an embrace, and softly whispered in her ear, "Congratulations, you have drawn the talent skill. Life and death together. From this moment forth, we shall be inseparable through life and death." Qin Yu was the one he had chosen, a decision that was both emotional and rational. As she heard his words, Qin Yu's heart raced, and just as she was about to respond, a profound feeling enveloped her, as if she had forged a unique connection with Wang Ziyang. With him by her side, she felt invincible, as though they truly shared life and death. She held him tightly, her heart brimming with warmth and tranquility. Suddenly, a cacophony of honking erupted, and the driver leaned out, exclaiming, "If you wish to flaunt your affection, could you not do so aside? Blocking the exit is unacceptable." Startled, they quickly retreated to the roadside. Once the vehicle passed, they exchanged glances and smiled in unison. "Surely you weren't rejected by Choo-Choo and are seeking solace from me?" Qin Yu teased. Wang Ziyang chuckled. "Do I appear to be someone who has been rejected? Then what is it?" She pressed. "I simply missed you," he replied, gently caressing her cheek. "Get lost. Only a fool would believe you." Qin Yu's cheeks flushed as she swatted his hand away. "Enough of this. Let's move on to the next place." "Let's head home first," Wang Ziyang suggested, shaking his head. "I'm a bit tired and would like to take a shower and rest." He contemplated using the gene optimizer, but feared it might cause an unusual reaction in public, so he resolved to return home first. "All right," she acquiesced without hesitation, promptly starting the vehicle. Upon reaching home, Wang Ziyang entered the bathroom, turned on the shower, and retrieved the gene optimizer. It was a vial of azure liquid, shimmering with a mysterious silver luminescence. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the vial and poured its entire contents into his mouth. The liquid bore no distinct flavor, akin to pure water, yet upon entering his stomach, it ignited into a blazing warmth, an immense heat coursing through his body, causing the water cascading over him to evaporate instantly. With a crack, amidst the searing heat, he felt as if something within him had shattered. Simultaneously, he could perceive a transformation occurring within his body. His muscles, bones, skin, and senses were all undergoing a continuous enhancement. Most importantly, he distinctly felt his left hand's injury healing rapidly, strength and vitality surging forth from within. The genetic optimizer was indeed capable of mending his wounds, thereby saving him a substantial amount of vitality points. This exhilarating sensation of becoming increasingly powerful captivated and enthralled him, plunging him into a state of dreamy reverie, as time quietly slipped away in his days. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the bathroom door was kicked open, and a figure staggered in, embracing him tightly. Zhang. Chapter 38. Tremendous enhancement. The prince, Yang, who had been lost in reverie, was abruptly awakened. He gazed at the beautiful face of Qin Yu, which was filled with confusion, and blinked in bewilderment. "What is the matter? Are you all right?" Qin Yu stammered. "I am certainly fine. What about you?" Yang replied, perplexed. "You have been inside for nearly an hour. I called out to you from outside, but you did not respond at all. I was worried something had happened to you. So I came in," Qin Yu hurriedly explained. Realizing that an hour had passed, Yang was taken aback. "I must have been a bit tired, standing and dozing off. The sound of the water must have drowned out your voice. I apologize for causing you concern. Can you really fall asleep while standing?" Qin Yu sighed in relief, patting her chest. "But as long as you're all right, that's what matters." At that moment, she stood beneath the shower head, water cascading down and clinging to her garments, accentuating her exquisite curves. The gentle splashing created a striking visual impact. Yang instinctively turned his gaze towards her. Noticing his stare, Qin Yu blushed deeply and quickly covered his eyes with her hand. No peeking. However, it was not merely a matter of sight. At his youthful age, combined with his significantly enhanced physical abilities, encountering such a scene was enough to ignite a fervent reaction within him. His blood surged, and he felt an overwhelming rush. As Qin Yu leaned closer, his movement inadvertently brought them into contact. She instinctively looked down, and in an instant, her face flushed crimson. Biting her lip, she muttered a soft, "Scoundrel," before spinning around and fleeing. She hurried to the room, closing the door behind her, and covered her burning cheeks. The memory of the earlier scene made her feel as though she were ablaze. They had grown up together. She had seen his body before, even tending to him while he lay in a hospital bed. Yet, he had never reacted like this until today. This mixture of embarrassment and delight filled her heart. At least, he now regarded her as a woman. In the bathroom, Yang chuckled to himself as he watched her leave. Can I really be blamed for this? After calming his emotions, he took a moment to examine his own condition. He had undergone numerous changes since before. He appeared taller, more robust, with well-defined muscles and elegant lines. His skin was fairer and more refined, and his features had become even more handsome. If he had once been considered striking, he was now an exquisite beauty, a sight that could rival the most enhanced filter. Internally, his physical strength and power had seen tremendous enhancement, and his senses had sharpened significantly. His vision, hearing, and smell were all several times more acute than before. For instance, even amidst the sound of flowing water, he could distinctly hear the rustling of Qin Yu changing her clothes in the room. Moreover, he emanated a unique aura that was indescribable yet captivating, making it difficult for anyone to look away. Even he found himself somewhat entranced by his own appearance. Perhaps this was the outward manifestation of perfect genes. Hey, how long are you planning to stay in there? As Qin Yu waited for him to emerge, she urged him to hurry. I'm coming, Wang Ziyang replied as he stepped out of the bathroom, freshly dressed. You were in there. Just as Qin Yu, who was drying her hair, was about to speak, she was struck silent upon seeing him. Her mouth fell open in astonishment, and the towel slipped from her grasp, landing on the floor. Oblivious to her own reaction, she merely stared at him. Wang Ziyang approached her and picked up the towel. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? You. Qin Yu stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Have I become more handsome? He teased, breaking into a smile. I thought so too when I looked in the mirror. Not that you. Qin Yu fumbled for words, utterly at a loss. The Wang Ziyang before her felt both familiar and unfamiliar at once. Wang Ziyang smiled slightly and began to dry her hair. Are you daydreaming? Why not call me brother to see if that snaps you out of it? In their past interactions, he had often wished for her to call him brother, but she had never done so. His familiar words brought her back to reality, and she giggled, snatching the towel from him and pushing him away. Get lost. You might as well call me sister instead. Sister, Wang Ziyang called playfully. That single utterance sent a jolt of electricity through Qin Yu, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stammered. What do you want from me? Are you asking to borrow money? Wang Ziyang shook his head. No, I merely wish to thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for your support, for always being by my side, he said, gazing deeply into her eyes. This was his heartfelt sentiment. Aside from everything else, the recent lottery had brought him tremendous gains. The price of the genetic enhancer in the system reached 9 digits, and the dizzying zeros from the life and death price left him astounded. You? Just say what you want directly. Don't try to confuse me with sweet words. Qin Yu's heart raced. She found herself defenseless against his gentleness. Seeing her adorably flustered, Wang Ziyang chuckled. I just want you to help me with a hand massage. Is it hurting again? Qin Yu quickly set aside the towel, disregarding her damp hair, and began to massage his hands. Observing her tender and earnest demeanor filled Wang Ziyang with warmth. I feel my hands have improved quite a bit lately. He planned to gradually restore his hand as condition. Really? Qin Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight. Indeed, they feel much more agile than before, and the pain has significantly diminished. This was splendid news. And Qin Yu couldn't contain her joy. His hand injury had always weighed heavily on her heart, so hearing of its improvement was a tremendous relief. It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I might never recover. Thank you. Wang Ziyang expressed his gratitude once more, acknowledging how much she cared for his injury. The massage techniques she had learned had cost her dearly in effort and time. Let us not be so formal, Qin Yu replied, shaking her head. After a moment's consideration, she added softly, then I shall move in here from now on and help you whenever I can, so you can recover sooner. Wang Ziyang gazed at her with a smile. Are you suggesting we cohabit? Ugh, what cohabit? Qin Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. I am merely helping you heal your wounds. Once you recover, I shall immediately move away. What if my injury never heals? Wang Ziyang replied with a smile. Bah, what nonsense. Do not utter such pessimistic words. Qin Yu shot him a glare, her cheeks still rosy. Wang Ziyang shrugged. It is beyond my control. You said that once I am well, you will depart. All right, Fine. I shall not leave. I will stubbornly remain here. Is that acceptable? Qin Yu said with a hint of resignation, though her heart was brimming with joy. You promised, remember. Wang Ziyang extended his pinky finger toward her. Let's seal it with a pinky swear. Pinky swear? How childish. Qin Yu shot him a sidelong glance, yet she still extended her finger, gently intertwining it with his. Pinky swear, if we hang, we shall not change for 100 years. Chapter 39. A chance encounter in the evening at Nianhua Bay. A delicate figure stood at the entrance, observing the bustling crowd with a hint of anxiety etched across her brow. She was Hu Ku'er, awaiting her meeting with Wang Ziyang at 5 o'clock. Hello, beautiful. A voice suddenly emerged from behind her, but before the speaker could finish, she interjected, I'm sorry. I'm waiting for someone. Throughout her wait for Wang Ziyang, she had already rebuffed numerous similar advances. One wonders who could be so fortunate as to keep such a lovely lady waiting, the stranger continued. Hu Ku'er felt a flutter in her heart, sensing a familiarity in the voice. She swiftly turned around to find a figure clad in a hat standing behind her. Who are you? The silhouette seemed somewhat familiar, reminiscent of Wang Ziyang, yet appeared taller. She hesitated, uncertain. The individual smiled gently, removing the hat to reveal eyes that sparkled like stars. Ziyang, she exclaimed, her voice laced with surprise. It was indeed Wang Ziyang, who smiled back at her. What is this? Have I become unrecognizable with a change in attire? Previously, he had been dressed in the uniform of a local music shop, but now he donned a stylish, casual outfit, complete with a new hairstyle to mask his transformation. As she gazed at him, Hu Ku'er covered her mouth in awe, her wide eyes reflecting disbelief and admiration. Though he had always been handsome, he now radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Could it be that you truly do not recognize me? Wang Ziyang teased, waving his hand in front of her. You look incredibly handsome, she replied, utterly captivated. At that moment, Wang Ziyang was the most striking male she had ever encountered in her life. Thank you. I apologize for my tardiness. I had some unexpected matters to attend to. Thank you for your patience, he said, flashing her a warm smile. It's all right. I just arrived myself. Besides, waiting is worthwhile in your company, Hu Ku'er quickly replied, her cheeks tinged with pink, her heart racing at the sight of his smile. Now, prepare yourself. I am about to commence the live stream, Wang Ziyang announced, having temporarily paused the broadcast while changing clothes. Hu Ku'er nodded eagerly. Wang Ziyang activated the camera and began the live stream. Hello everyone, welcome to my broadcast. Tonight, we continue our photography session, and before you is my exclusive model, Ku'er. He intended for Hu Ku'er to greet the viewers, but she merely stared at him, entranced. With no other option, he gently called out, Ku'er. Hukur jolted back to reality, quickly addressing the camera. Hello everyone, I am Ziyang. No wait, I am Kur. The comments flooded in with confusion. What is happening? Why is Kur so distracted? Why is her face so red? Is she being flirted with by the host? This doesn't seem right. Is she being bullied by the host? Why does she keep glancing up? Shouldn't the host's face be up there? Is there something on the host's face? Wang Ziyang intervened, attempting to ease her nerves. Kur, don't be anxious. Merely seeking relaxation, not work. I'm aware of that. Hukur nodded promptly. As they conversed, a woman approached and inquired, Excuse me, are you two a couple? Not at all. Why do you ask? Wang Ziyang shook his head. The woman's eyes sparkled as she responded, Brother, you are truly handsome. May I get to know you? Sorry. He already has a girlfriend. Hukur interjected hastily. It's fine. I simply wish to make an acquaintance. The woman appeared undeterred. We have other matters to attend to. Please do not disturb us. Hukur urged, pulling Wang Ziyang away. Comments. They hurried along until they reached a relatively secluded spot, where she finally halted. Stealing a glance at Wang Ziyang, she murmured, I apologize for interrupting your romantic prospects. It's all right. Let us just proceed with the shoot. Wang Ziyang replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, as he raised the camera to capture the moment, another woman appeared in the frame. Excuse me, are you a photographer? Not really. I'm just taking pictures for fun. The woman's eyes gleamed as she assessed him. May I invite you to be my photographer? I can pay. Not possible. He is my photographer. Hukur quickly interposed, positioning herself in front of him. Do you have plans today? Perhaps tomorrow would work? The day after is also fine. The woman persisted. No, he is unavailable. We are quite busy. Please do not disturb us. Hukur insisted, once again guiding Wang Ziyang to a different location. Comments. At this rate, it seemed impossible to capture any pictures. Hukai pouted. Wang Ziyang pondered for a moment. Perhaps wearing a hat would help. That one be effective. They will still see your face. Hukur shook her head in frustration. But then her eyes brightened as she retrieved an item from her bag and handed it to him. Wearing this should work better. Wang Ziyang accepted it, discovering it was a pink mask. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for a man to wear something like this? It's fine. It's certainly preferable to being constantly harassed. Hukur assured him. Very well then, Wang Ziyang donned a mask. Hukur gazed at him, unable to suppress a smile. You look so cute in pink. You are the truly adorable one. Wang Ziyang responded with a grin. Instantly, Hukur blushed. Really, do you genuinely find me cute? If you could swiftly enter the shooting mode, you would be even cuter. All right, I will get into character. Hukur immediately struck a pose for the camera. Wang Ziyang promptly pressed the shutter, just like that beautiful and charming lady. Hukur approached him, gazing at the camera, her eyes lighting up in delight as she exclaimed, Wow, this is stunning. I feel like it doesn't even need editing. You are already the most beautiful scenery. No editing required, Wang Ziyang smiled. His words caused Hukur to blush instantly, her entire head spinning with dizziness. She covered her face and shyly exclaimed, Stop flattering me, or I might just faint. All right, I shall refrain from compliments. Wang Ziyang chuckled. Ziyang, how old are you? Hukaiya inquired. Wang Ziyang revealed his birth date, and Hukur's enchanting eyes sparkled as she bashfully responded, You are a bit older than I am. May I call you brother? Of course, Wang Ziyang nodded. Brother. Just as Hukur was about to speak, a soft voice interrupted her. Turning her gaze, she saw a girl admiring Wang Ziyang with sparkling eyes. Your eyes are so beautiful, and you have a great aura. May I get to know you? Chapter 40. The first live appearance at this moment. The long-suppressed barrage of comments finally erupted. Seriously, buddy, have you recruited so many actors? One after another, girls are coming to flirt. This is utterly excessive. Come on, show your face. I want to see just how handsome you truly are. Even Kur is so smitten she can hardly move. This is outrageous. Girls are approaching you even while you wear a mask. I can't believe it. Youngsters these days lack integrity. Are you just here to deceive us? What if we send comments and he can't see them? Private message Kur. She should be able to see it. No way. Hukur once again pulled Wang Ziyang away. After much effort, they finally reached a quieter area. She intended to say something, but her phone kept vibrating incessantly. Upon unlocking her device, she discovered numerous private messages flooding in. Curiously, she opened them and then looked at Wang Ziyang in astonishment. Brother, the viewers in the live stream all want to see what you look like. All right, Wang Ziyang nodded, lifting the camera to face himself. Hello, everyone. With his greeting, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged dramatically. Huh? Even with a mask, he exudes an inexplicable charm. How curious. I feel the same way. Why does he seem so handsome? His eyes are truly beautiful. No wonder people want to approach him just by looking at them. Wait, is this guy actually somewhat attractive? How can he be this handsome even with a mask? What if he removes it? Yes, take off the mask. 1. Take off the mask. 1. Wang Ziyang, seeing the comments, shook his head with a smile. I'm not a beauty streamer. Is it really necessary for me to reveal my face? The comments immediately replied, We support you, yet we don't even know what you look like. Is that reasonable? You call us family, yet how can we be family without knowing your appearance? It's truly embarrassing to admit we don't even know what you look like. Who says only beauty streamers need to show their faces? Hurry up, don't make me beg you. With no choice left, Wang Ziyang could only chuckle. All right, you outnumber me, so you have a point. With that, he removed his mask. In an instant, the live stream's comments fell into silence. No one spoke. He glanced at his phone, bewildered. Why are there no comments? Did I lose my connection? As he spoke, the comments in the live stream exploded. Did I enter the wrong stream? Who is this? I was following a violin photography streamer. Is this face even real? Modeler, come out and receive praise. My worldview is being reconstructed. So this is what the divine voice in my headphones looks like. Mom, why am I kneeling and licking the screen? System notification. The host's beauty value has surpassed human comprehension. So that's why the girls are all losing their minds. This beauty is intoxicating. I would be entranced too, but I'm a man. Brother, would you like to date? Can gender be so rigidly defined? I proclaim that from this day forth, human evolution shall diverge into 2 distinct paths, streamers and everyone else. Call for help. There is someone here wielding their visage as a weapon. I ponder how adept he was at flotation. With such looks, he needn't even try. Women would flock to him. Clearly, he could rely on his appearance, yet insists on showcasing his talents. What a display of understated elegance. I just captured a screenshot from my wallpaper. Where's the oxygen machine? Connect me to it swiftly. I suggest we engrave the phrase exquisite beauty onto the public screen. Have you noticed that his camera appears devoid of any beautifying filters? This is his true allure. I realize I've strayed. I find myself drawn to men. Aside from the barrage of comments, various GIFs flooded the screen. User Mir sent 2 Sonic airplanes. User Yaya sent 10 Sonic airplanes. User Xiaoyu, wishing for all things auspicious, the version that doesn't want to attend school, gifted 1 luxurious rocket. User Baixian, busy tuning, sent a dream carnival in Wang Ziyang's livestream. Hurry to watch. User Kashi Kele, also busy tuning, sent a dream carnival in Wang Ziyang's livestream. Hurry to watch. Such a dense stream of comments and an abundance of GIFs propelled his livestream to the trending list, with the platform seizing his face as the cover image, placing him on the homepage. The impact was palpable. The number of viewers surged, and the lights indicating his fans continued to illuminate. Observing this, Wang Ziyang quickly remarked, It seems we're trending. I should go incognito. Yet the comments flooded in with disapproval. But I'm a talent streamer, not a beauty streamer. Wang Ziyang sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, as this would label his live stream as beauty. The comments naturally opposed this notion, and Huko quickly chimed in. Brother, does it truly matter whether you're a beauty streamer or a talent streamer? Can't a talent streamer possess beauty? Can't a beauty streamer showcase talent? Well, I suppose that's true. Wang Ziyang conceded with a nod. As long as he could attract followers, the means were inconsequential. If relying on good looks could ease the effort, why not embrace it? Hukur gazed at him intently. Brother, since the atmosphere is set, why not loosen up a bit? Today, you could be the model, and I will take your photos. Is that acceptable? This idea sparked his interest. Indeed, it was a splendid suggestion. If leveraging his appearance could garner popularity, he would not object in the slightest. Of course, I can take pictures. Though my skills may not be the best with your looks, photography hardly requires expertise, does it? Hooker took the camera and lens from his hands. At that moment, the audience finally beheld his entire figure, and the comments surged once more. Ah, that height, that visage. Incredible. Help. That jawline is clearer than my life plan. Such body proportions, that V-shaped physique. My goodness, is this truly a human? The most crucial aspect is his handsomeness is entirely devoid of any softness. He exudes masculinity. Streamer, confess honestly. Are you perhaps the illegitimate child of a deity? Where's the host? I'ma seek you out. Such beauty, such physique, such flawless skin. This is a character that could only exist in a comic. This is no mere mortal. This is a veritable embodiment of allure. I, a man, have become an ardent admirer of the host's looks. This is utterly astonishing. Mother, I have fallen in love. I am hopelessly infatuated with the host. Very well, let us give it a try. Wang Ziyang struck a pose. Hooker promptly pressed the shutter. And in the next instant, a strikingly handsome photograph appeared on the live stream, sending ripples of excitement throughout the room, with the comment section erupting in astonished exclamations. Yet, the most profound reaction came from the visitors present. Chapter 41. The God of Abdominal Muscles, hello? May I inquire if you are a celebrity? Brother, might we become acquainted? Could you possibly model for me? The scenery here is exquisite. Would you mind posing for a photograph with me? Handsome fellow, are you the ambassador for this attraction? As Wang Ziyang began to take photographs, a crowd quickly gathered around him, some bold enough to strike up conversations. This caused Hooker to pout in dissatisfaction, as she had promised to capture his image but had only managed a few complete shots, while others incessantly snapped away with their cameras and phones. Wang Ziyang, he is a streamer. I just saw him on Miaoyin City. Suddenly, a girl exclaimed excitedly while holding her phone. So he is a streamer. I believe he will surely become famous. I wonder if he could sign an autograph for me first? A voluptuous young woman approached Wang Ziyang, presenting him with a marker. Certainly. Where would you like me to sign? Wang Ziyang inquired. Leaning slightly forward, the girl pointed to her chest. Right here. A chorus of gasps echoed around them. Wang Ziyang chuckled, but having already spoken, he quickly inscribed his name on her skin. I want an autograph too. Many others joined in the excitement. Excuse me, please make way. We have other matters to attend to. Hooker exclaimed, swiftly parting the crowd and pulling him away. After a brief sprint, the two finally arrived at a relatively secluded area. Are these people not at all reserved? Hooker pouted. Wang Ziyang laughed and opened his palm to reveal several small slips of paper inscribed with contact information, which had been discreetly handed to him by a few women moments ago. No. Hooker hastily tossed the papers into a nearby trash bin. After disposing of them, she looked at him with a hint of guilt. Should I not have done that? Wang Ziyang merely smiled in silence. What they can do, I can as well, Hooker said, biting her red lip. Her face flushed as she lowered her neckline, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. If you wish, you may also sign here. Enough of this mischief, Wang Ziyang chuckled. Let's take the picture quickly while no one is around. Oh, Hooker lifted her camera with a hint of disappointment. But her expression soon brightened again, for capturing his image was undeniably a delightful experience. After taking a few shots, she suddenly suggested, Brother, shall we take a jumping shot? All right, Wang Ziyang agreed, leaping high into the air. Hooker intended to press the shutter, but in that fleeting moment, she was transfixed. As he descended, his shirt billowed, revealing a chiseled 8-pack of abdominal muscles. What's wrong? Wang Ziyang asked, puzzled by her stillness. I saw your abdominal muscles, Hooker stammered, her cheeks burning crimson. Abdominal muscles? Is that not quite normal? Wang Ziyang replied, lifting his shirt slightly. In that fleeting moment, a set of 8 well-defined, smoothly contoured, and robust abdominal muscles materialized before Hooker and the audience of the livestream. The pronounced V-line of his lower abs rendered his physique extraordinarily alluring. Hooker found her breath quickening, her neck flushed with a deep crimson hue. Concurrently, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged dramatically. Is that 8-pack real? My phone screen is dirty. Let me lick it clean. Can a carbon-based life form truly possess such a physique? Oh, deity of ancient civilizations governing abs. Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch my phone. The membership I just purchased was worth every penny. What a steal. His face is already criminally attractive. And now he is showing off his abs. Nosebleed emoji. Ladies, adjust your pants. The live stream is about to be shut down. His abs are not mere muscles. They are daggers piercing my heart. Moderator warning. No lewd images allowed. Following this uproar, a flood of GIF notifications began to inundate the screen. User Yaya sent 10 Sonic planes. User Xiaoyu sent a luxury rocket. User Kashi Kale sent a dream carnival in Prince Yang's livestream. Hurry to check it out. User Yugui Tianxing sent a dream carnival in Prince Yang's livestream. Rush to witness. With several affluent viewers continuously gifting, the traffic in Prince Yang's livestream soared, with viewership numbers skyrocketing. Ka-ia? Prince Yang waved his hand before Hukur. Startled, she grasped his hand tightly, her eyes sparkling. Brother, please promise me one thing. What is it? Could you perhaps reveal your physique? Hukur inquired. Flushed. How should I exhibit it? Could you, unbutton your shirt? She stammered. Would that be inappropriate? Prince Yang expressed a hint of concern. Look at what the audience is saying. Hukur urged, and as he glanced at the screen, he was met with an overwhelming flood of positive comments. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded gently. Very well. I will walk towards you. Please be ready to capture it. Okay, she affirmed eagerly. Prince Yang moved a short distance away, unbuttoning his shirt, then turned to approach her. As he took a few steps, a gentle breeze swept through, causing petals to cascade from above, fluttering around him. The wind lifted his shirt, revealing the full splendor of his upper body. At that instant, Hukur seized the moment. Instinctively pressing the shutter of her camera, as time seemed to freeze, a strikingly handsome man, with a flawless physique, walked amidst the petals, carried by the breeze. This scene drove the livestream audience into a frenzy. Is this breathtaking view truly free to watch? This is not a vehicle for children. Quickly jump off. The moment I entered, I was suffocated, in dire need of respiratory assistance. This collarbone could sustain fish. This waistline could pop bottle caps. These abs could serve as a washboard. I fervently lick. Do not restrain me. I have reported it. This is an assault of beauty that defies the laws of physics. Is this what you use to test us? Yet, I have failed the examination. This scene is absolutely stunning. Such beauty, such physique, such abdominal muscles. Is this shoulder-to-waist ratio a reincarnation of a sculpture? I have moved to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I declare this to be the pinnacle of human beauty. As a man, I too appreciate the view. Catch. Give it to me hard. However, this frenzy has temporarily ceased due to a notification from the platform. The live content is suspected of violating regulations and is currently undergoing rectification. Chapter 42, Yearning Time gently rewinds. In a capital city, within a certain residence, a lovely figure strides into the room, collapsing onto the bed. After a prolonged struggle and fierce contention, she has finally carved out a sliver of hope for herself. Within a year, she must transform 5 million into 200 million. To quintuple her assets within a single year poses an arduous challenge for anyone. Yet this is the utmost limit she could secure. To seize control of her destiny, she must conquer this challenge. As she reclines upon the bed, her mind races with various investment schemes, yet each one presents either immense risk or excessively long timelines, leaving her devoid of suitable prospects. In a fit of frustration, she reaches for her phone, yearning to converse with Wang Ziyang, only to find him engrossed in a live stream. At this hour, could he possibly be photographing yet another beautiful girl? With a murmured complaint, she opens his stream. Just in time to witness the moment he removes his mask. She instinctively covers her mouth, her eyes widening in astonishment. At that moment, Wang Ziyang's visage surpasses his previous appearance significantly. How can this be? Has merely changing his attire and hairstyle made such a drastic difference? Or perhaps the night had obscured my view of his true features. Her gaze is filled with disbelief. With lingering curiosity, she continues to watch, eventually confirming that his allure exceeds her prior comprehension. This realization fills her heart with joy, for she had always held a favorable impression of him. At that instant, Wang Ziyang lifts his shirt, revealing his sculpted abdomen. She gasps, her cheeks flushing with excitement. She had never imagined his physique could be so impressive. Unable to restrain herself, she clicks on the gift list, sending several carnival gifts in quick succession. When she glimpses the moment captured by Hukur's camera, her eyes brim with shock and enchantment. She had never known that a man could possess such a captivating allure. She intended to continue showering him with gifts. But as the live stream was being restructured, she reluctantly ceased her efforts. Lying on her bed, she stares at the ceiling, yet her mind is consumed with thoughts of Wang Ziyang. His features, his gaze, his physique, his words, and the haunting melody of Castle in the Sky that he played for her despite his injuries. Song Yuqing, what are you doing? Is this truly the time for such musings? You must focus on how to generate income. She covers her face, internally chastising herself. Yet, no matter how fervently she reminds herself, her thoughts remain unmanageable, drifting incessantly toward Wang Ziyang. After a period of inner turmoil, a sudden epiphany strikes her. His future must be extraordinary. Why not invest in him? After all, others have profited from investing in streamers, haven't they? But how much potential could a mere streamer possess? You have to transform 5 million into 200 million within a year. Her rational mind attempts to dissuade her. She sits up, her expression shifting. Perhaps he possesses boundless potential. What if he truly can achieve it? Moreover, it was he who enlightened and encouraged her, providing her with the courage and strength to fight. What is wrong with placing her hopes in him? Song Yuqing, be rational. One cannot stake their entire happiness on another. Her rationality was making a final effort. Song Yuqing shook her head, her gaze gradually firming. Life is inherently a grand gamble. I shall wager on him, but what if you lose the bet? That, too, is my own choice, and I shall never harbor regrets. At the headquarters of Yasi Piano Company, Zhao Yasi set down her phone, a hint of relief gracing her expression. The contract with Laura Estano had been finalized, and the piano was already en route, destined for the venue. The only task remaining was to ensure the piano was finely tuned for a successful performance. After considerable contemplation, she had also selected the tuner, Wang Ziyang. With his striking appearance and exceptional tuning skills, along with his prestigious academic background, he was undoubtedly a strong candidate who would surely impress Laura Estano. She picked up her phone, intending to inform him of this development, only to find he was live streaming. She entered the live stream room just in time to witness him removing his mask. Gazing at his ethereal beauty, her heart skipped a beat. She had encountered many handsome men before, yet none compared to him. It was as if he were sculpted perfectly to her aesthetic preferences. As her eyes traveled to his physique, she felt her heart race, a blush creeping across her cheeks. With a slight movement of her fingers, she sent a flurry of virtual gifts. Glancing at the restricted live stream room, a sudden thought struck her. Why not inform him in person? After all, they would be traveling abroad together. It would be prudent to spend some time getting to know each other beforehand to avoid any discomfort later. Besides, she had been quite exhausted lately. It would serve as a pleasant distraction. At the First People's Hospital of the capital, in the intensive care unit, a beautiful yet waning woman stood before a glass window, gazing sorrowfully at the man lying on the hospital bed. For months, there had been no sign of her father's awakening. Ding dong. At that moment, her phone vibrated a message from a classmate. Xiao Ning, I just stumbled upon him live streaming. The mention of him sent a tremor through her heart, and she quickly inquired. Who? The one you've been longing for. Here is the link to his live stream. Upon seeing the words longing for, tears swiftly welled in her eyes. Her fingers trembled as she clicked the link and entered the live stream. In the next instant, the name Wang Ziyang flashed across the screen, piercing her heart like an arrow, filling her with anguish, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. As the video loaded, Wang Ziyang happened to remove his mask, revealing his true visage. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed in her mind. Although he appeared even more dashing than before, those familiar brows and eyes, which had haunted her dreams countless nights, were unmistakable. How could she ever forget? She believed she had exhausted all her tears. Yet upon seeing him, they flowed like a torrent, unstoppable. She had originally planned to confess her feelings to him in front of the entire faculty and student body after the graduation ceremony. However, the sudden car accident shattered everything. Her father's reckless driving had claimed the lives of his parents and left him with a mangled hand, obliterating his future. She desperately apologized, pleading for his forgiveness. But all she received in return was his animosity. He could not forgive her. Her love lay lifeless, and her heart was shattered. As she wept inconsolably, the door to the intensive care unit creaked open, and a nurse approached her, saying, "Your father has awakened. It seems he has something to tell you." She wiped her tears and stumbled to her father's side, only to hear him utter with trembling voice, "The car, tampered with, someone is controlling it remotely." At these words, she collapsed to the ground, her entire body shaking. It dawned on her that it was all a conspiracy, a premeditated murder. I must reveal the truth to him. Chapter 43. The Opportunity to Love You, as Hukur gazed at the altered scene of the live broadcast. Her face was laden with remorse as she apologized to Wang Ziyang. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault that your live stream was suspended." "Not to worry. It was only for 2 hours," Wang Ziyang replied with a smile. Although the live stream had been interrupted, he had nonetheless amassed an impressive wave of traffic, with the back-end data reflecting an opulent outcome. The statistics for this particular live session were as follows. Earn Meow coins, 50, 512. New followers, 30, 021. Total viewers, 70. 163. Gift givers, 223. Commenters, 51, 198. Total comments, 101, 748. Likes, 253, 212. Average viewing duration, 37 minutes. These figures were merely from the most recent session, during which he had garnered 30,000 live followers and received 50,000 in gifts. While the average viewing time was somewhat lower, the sheer volume of viewers had directly contributed to an impressive increase of 80,000 in popularity points. Adding his previous accumulation, he now held a total of 200,000 popularity points. Such a substantial follower base laid a robust foundation for his future streaming income. In addition, the short video he had filmed about Song Yuqing was also gaining traction, having surpassed 100,000 likes and 1 million views, resulting in an additional 50,000 followers, a testament to its vast potential. However, in 2 hours, they would need to take a break. Hukur felt a tinge of disappointment. "That's all right. We can utilize this time to shoot videos. We can edit them into short clips to share later," Wang Ziyang suggested. Hukur nodded eagerly yes. "After we shoot, can I edit the video? You know how to edit?" Wang Ziyang inquired with curiosity. "Of course. My major in college was digital media. I'm not only capable of video editing, but also proficient in post-production effects," she replied. Wang Ziyang felt a spark of inspiration. The reason Qin Yuhan joined them was that she was assisting him in editing the live stream recordings into short videos. However, she had little experience, making it somewhat challenging. Initially, he had intended to handle this himself, but with his busy streaming schedule, he found it difficult to manage. Entrusting this task to Hukur seemed a splendid option, given her professional background, which surpassed both his and Qin Yu's skills. "What is your current income like?" He pondered aloud. "Average," Hukur cautiously replied. "Are you considering hiring me for video editing?" "Yes, I have limited time, and yeah, isn't very skilled in that area." I had planned to hire a dedicated video editor. Hukur's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly nodded, "Absolutely. I accept. What salary do you expect?" Wang Ziyang inquired about the terms of her employment. "I'm indifferent about that. You may decide what you think is fair. If you don't pay me, that's fine too," she responded nonchalantly. Wang Ziyang looked at her in surprise. "Are you suggesting you would work for free?" "Not quite. I do have some conditions." "Go on," he prompted. Hukur's cheeks flushed slightly. "As long as you treat me a bit better and are a little gentler, that would suffice." "Is it really that simple?" Wang Ziyang asked, gazing at her. "Yes, just that." Upon hearing his words, Wang Ziyang smiled and extended his hand. "Then, welcome to my studio, my dear editor. Not only will you be my editor, but also my exclusive model." Hukur reached out her delicate hand and gently shook his. They exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere became warm and inviting. Wang Ziyang retrieved his camera and adjusted his mask. "Let's commence the shoot, my lady." "All right, how shall we proceed?" Hukur replied with a charming smile, feeling delighted by the term my lady. "It matters not. Your mere presence here constitutes the most exquisite scenery," Wang Ziyang said, smiling as he pressed the shutter, capturing a breathtaking image. After enhancing his physical abilities, his mastery over skills reached unprecedented heights, yielding increasingly astonishing results. His photography, seemingly effortless, produced images that epitomized the pinnacle of art. Wow, this is truly stunning. Your photography is exceptional, Hukur exclaimed, her eyes widening as she beheld the photograph. Despite being a model, she had never encountered such a beautiful original, surpassing many retouched versions. Wang Ziyang replied, "It is not my photography that shines. It is your inherent beauty." Hukur covered her mouth in a delighted laugh, feeling both shy and elated. "Let's take another." Wang Ziyang raised the camera. Hukur leaned closer to the lens, her eyes wide with cuteness. Wang Ziyang swiftly pressed the shutter once more, capturing another exquisite photo. "Absolutely stunning," Hukur exclaimed, her face aglow with surprise. "Has anyone ever told you that your eyes are beautiful?" Wang Ziyang inquired. "Perhaps, but I believe your eyes are more captivating than mine," Hukur replied, gazing into his eyes. "Indeed, it seems as though your eyes hold a splendid starry sky." Wang Ziyang shook his head. "No, for within my eyes there exists you." Upon hearing this, Hukur felt a jolt in her heart, her entire being tingling with warmth. She gently bit her red lips and softly asked, "Do you like it?" "You're being a bit excessive," Wang Ziyang chuckled. "Is it not?" Hukur began to apologize, thinking she had overstepped, but Wang Ziyang interrupted her. "You are excessively beautiful. I am excessively enchanted." Hukur paused, then let out a soft laugh, taking his hand and running forward. Wang Ziyang activated the camera mode, capturing the moment as she led him onward. Hukur brought him to a secluded grove, and he looked around, somewhat surprised. "The lighting here is quite dim. The results might not be ideal." "That is of no concern, for I did not bring you here for photography," Hukur replied, her cheeks tinged with pink. Wang Ziyang was taken aback. "If not for a photo shoot, then why come here?" "I suddenly realized that, as your model, you have yet to compensate me," Hukur said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Indeed, what compensation do you seek?" Wang Ziyang nodded. Hukur raised a slender, pale finger. "W?" Wang Ziyang tentatively inquired. "Of course not. It wouldn't be that expensive." Hukur quickly shook her head. "What is it?" "It's a photograph for which you must pay with a kiss." Hukur's face flushed crimson, yet her beautiful eyes brimmed with affection. She already harbored a profound fondness for him. How could she possibly withstand such flirtation? At that moment, her emotions became uncontrollable. "Ah, is it truly such a method?" Wang Ziyang was somewhat taken aback. He genuinely had not anticipated this. However, before he could finish his words, Hukur had already leaned close to him, her rosy lips brushing against his cheek. After a series of tender kisses, she softly called out, "Brother. May I have an opportunity?" "What opportunity?" "The chance to love you." Chapter 44. Help me have a child as night fell. Wang Ziyang accompanied Hukur home, reminding her to be cautious on the road and to think of him upon her arrival. After bidding her a reluctant farewell, he made his way home. On the journey, he perused the photos and videos on his camera, all featuring the beautiful and sweet smile of Hukur, which was truly enchanting. He had a premonition that creating a short video from these would yield results that rivaled those of Song Yuqing. Just as he was nearing home, his phone suddenly rang. Initially, he assumed it was Hukur checking on his arrival. However, upon seeing a disturbingly familiar number, his gaze narrowed slightly. He had believed that his ex had changed all her contact information, effectively erasing herself from his life. Yet, after such a long time, she had resurfaced. He hesitated, neither accepting nor rejecting the call, pretending to be oblivious. Nevertheless, she seemed resolute, dialing repeatedly, once, twice, 5 times, 10 times. Finally, on the 15th attempt, he hesitated just long enough to choose to answer. He remained silent, yet a hoarse and urgent voice emerged from the other end. "Zhang, I know you hate me. But please hear me out. My father has awakened. He claims that the car was tampered with, remotely controlled to crash into you. This is murder, and you are in danger." Her words sent a jolt through Wang Ziyang's heart. Instinctively, he recalled the unsettling feeling of being watched, confirming his suspicions that someone was indeed lurking in the shadows. However, he concealed his unease and coldly replied, "Are you finished? Don't contact me again." He was acutely aware of his ex's nature. No matter what she said, he would never believe her. Ziyang, please trust me. I am not lying. She pleaded desperately, but he hung up before she could finish and promptly added her number to his blacklist. Setting his phone aside, he sank into deep contemplation. If what she claimed was true, this could very well be an orchestrated murder. But who was the target? His parents, himself, or her father? Or perhaps all of them? The observer from a few days ago. Did they intend to eliminate him, to eradicate the threat entirely? Filled with profound uncertainty, he returned home. At that moment, Qin Yu was seated before her computer, engrossed in video editing, albeit with a lack of proficiency that rendered her progress slow. Upon hearing his approach, she casually remarked, "There's food in the kitchen, just heated. You can eat if you're hungry." Though her words were nonchalant, he sensed her deep concern. She had likely reheated the meal for him. Taking a deep breath, he approached her and said, "Let us pause the editing for now." "It's fine. Practice makes perfect," she replied, shaking her head. Wang Ziyang turned her chair to face him, his expression serious as he inquired, "How long has it been since you visited your parents?" Her parents worked abroad, and she typically spent time with them each year. "What's wrong?" she asked, her brow furrowing slightly. "Why not take some time to visit them?" Wang Ziyang suggested. Indeed, he intended to send her abroad for a while. Although as long as he remained unharmed, she would be safe too. The brutality of the unseen antagonist suggested that death was far from the only method of torment. There were myriad ways to inflict suffering more profound than death itself. He wished to shield her from being entangled and subsequently harmed. Qin Yu cast a puzzled glance at him, only to suddenly notice the lipstick mark on his neck. Her eyes narrowed in shock, and with her heart aching, she rose abruptly. "I shall leave at once. I wouldn't want to impede your pursuits with women." She believed he was deliberately dismissing her to indulge in frivolities with another. Wang Ziyang hastily grasped her hand. "Do not misunderstand. It is not as you think." "Then what is it?" Wang Ziyang sighed and revealed the truth. "Sun Jianing just called me." Sun Jianing was the woman who had called earlier, and she was also a former ambiguous acquaintance from his university days. "She is still pestering you." Qin Yu's brows furrowed in anger. She harbored intense disdain for the source of his troubles. "No, she informed me that her father has awakened." Wang Ziyang recounted the events, including the incident of being spied upon. "So you wish for me to leave to avoid being implicated?" Qin Yu grasped the situation. "Otherwise what?" Wang Ziyang spread his hands. "If I were to pursue women, I should first pursue you. You should get lost and be serious." Qin Yu felt a flicker of joy, yet her brows knitted in concern. The authenticity of the matter remained uncertain, but it was imperative to take it seriously. "However, I still want you to avoid this for now." Wang Ziyang regarded her intently. "Avoid?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Do you not understand the purpose of my years of martial training? If you're in danger, would I flee? What meaning does my survival hold then?" Her training was solely to protect him. It was the conviction she had upheld for many years. "But I worry for your safety." Wang Ziyang gazed at her earnestly. "Safety? I would rather perish alongside you than live a life of misery guarding your spirit." Qin Yu's eyes were filled with determination and resolve. Wang Ziyang, moved by her gaze, pondered how rare it was to encounter someone willing to sacrifice everything for another's sake. He opened his arms and embraced her tightly. "Thank you. All right, enough of the sentimentalities. Let us devise a plan." Though Qin Yu chided him for being overly sentimental, she did not push him away. "They are in the shadows, while we are in the light. We can only respond to change with constancy. The police will undoubtedly intervene. Our immediate task is to ensure our own safety." "Very well. Let us remain together for the time being. I shall stay by your side." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Wang Ziyang suddenly leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "So, does that include sleeping together at night?" Qin Yu's cheeks flushed, her heart fluttering with shyness, yet she maintained her composure. "Sleeping together is no big deal. We often did so as children." Wang Ziyang looked at her in disbelief. "Is it the same? We were merely children then. Now, we are adults, you are a woman, and I am a man. What difference does it make, whether adult or child? You remain unchanged in my eyes." Qin Yu feigned nonchalance as she returned to her computer to edit the video. Wang Ziyang shook his head with a chuckle, realizing this was pure brotherhood, devoid of any ambiguity. "Stop editing. I've hired a professional editor. Let's rest for now. He pulled her to the edge of the bed. You sleep first. I shall give you a hand massage. She took his left hand and gently kneaded it. Observing her tender and earnest demeanor, Wang Ziyang smiled softly and inquired, Yeah, could you do me a favor? What is it? Help me conceive a child. Chapter 45. Enchanting all beings with a sharp intake of breath, Wang Ziyang rubbed his arm. I haven't even exerted myself yet. If you continue to babble nonsense, don't blame my fist for being indiscriminate. Qin Yu raised her delicate fist in response to his frivolous remarks. What is your current level, really? If we were to engage in a fight, would I truly be unable to defeat you? Wang Ziyang inquired. He was aware that she had practiced martial arts for nearly 2 decades and that her strikes were painfully effective. Yet he remained oblivious to the true extent of her prowess, having only witnessed her fend off a few ruffians. You wish to spar with me? With that petite frame of yours, I could easily flatten you with a single hand, Qin Yu replied, a smirk playing on her lips, her exquisite face radiating confidence. Observing her self-assured demeanor, Wang Ziyang smiled faintly, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Her formidable combat skills were beneficial for him. The only caution he needed to exercise was to maintain a proper distance when teasing her, lest he find himself on the receiving end of her genuinely painful blows. As she focused intently on her massage, he refrained from interrupting her, directing his attention instead to the system panel. At that moment, he had amassed a staggering 20,000 popularity points, which he aimed to convert into tangible strength. Given the current circumstances, he first perused skills and items that offered defensive or combat capabilities. Regrettably, he found that these items started at a price of 1 million points, far beyond his current means. Resigned, he opted for more practical choices. After a lengthy selection process, he finally settled on a particular skill. Enchanting all beings, LV1 passive effect, increases charisma. Active effect, allows the user to mentally charm a target for a duration of 5 seconds. Cooldown, 12 hours. This skill, possessing both passive and active effects, piqued his interest primarily due to its 5-second charm effect, which could be considered a form of hard control. Should anyone seek to harm him, those 5 seconds would afford him ample opportunity to act. The cost was also within the limits of what he could currently afford, precisely 20,000 popularity points. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to make the purchase, recognizing that only spent popularity points held any significance. Upon redeeming the skill, he felt an inexplicable aura envelop him, a subtle yet undeniable presence. With his 20,000 points depleted, his wealth had dwindled significantly, leaving him with just over 2,000. Contemplating his situation, he resolved to expend the remaining amount. After browsing the marketplace for a while, he discovered a coveted item blind box. Upon opening, grants a random item. The remaining 2,000 popularity points sufficed for one purchase, and he wasted no time in selecting it. Glancing at Qin Yu beside him, he sought to leverage her luck, though this was not a lottery that could be influenced by mere words. After a brief contemplation, he suddenly embraced her. What are you up to now? Qin Yu chided. My lucky goddess, I wish to borrow your fortune. Let go. I still need to massage you. If you lend me your luck, I shall release you. Fine, take it. Qin Yu shot him a disdainful look and pushed him away. With his heart racing, Wang Ziyang immediately opened the blind box. Obtained item, Starlight Bracelet. Starlight Bracelet, female, a bracelet formed from condensed starlight, exclusively for women. Capable of dispelling all negative statuses of the wearer. Requires starlight for recharging after use. Prince Yang was elated. The ability to eliminate all negative states was remarkably powerful, making it perfectly suitable for Qin Yu, significantly enhancing her safety. He browsed through the system mall and was astonished to find its price reached 10 million. Truly the work of the goddess of fortune. Such a treasure was a remarkable stroke of luck. What are you smiling about? Qin Yu noticed the smile gracing his lips. Close your eyes, Prince Yang said with a grin. Why? Don't ask, just close your eyes. A shiver ran through Qin Yu. Was he really planning to kiss her while her eyes were shut? If he did, how should she respond? Strike him? Or feign indifference and warn him? Amidst her chaotic thoughts, she slowly closed her eyes, her delicate fists unconsciously clenching, her heart racing. However, the anticipated kiss did not occur. Instead, She felt a cool sensation on her wrist. Disappointment flooded her heart. Indeed, she had been overly sentimental. Yet, the moment she opened her eyes, she found a dazzling bracelet adorning her wrist. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Prince Yang. "What is this?" "It's a gift for you," he replied with a smile. "It's so beautiful." She examined the bracelet closely, her eyes filled with delight. "I'm glad you like it." She gently bit her lip. "It must be very expensive, right? If you cherish it, it is priceless. If you do not, then it is worth nothing." Qin Yu shot him a glance. "Of course I like it. Did you spend a lot of money on it?" She preferred him to spend his money on himself rather than on her. "No." Prince Yang shook his head. "This is not something that can be bought with money." "Did you make this yourself?" Qin Yu's eyes sparkled, while the bracelet thrilled her. It was Prince Yang's heartfelt gesture that meant the most. "Sort of. I condensed your luck and my feelings for you into this bracelet made of starlight." He smiled. "It will bring you good fortune and protect you alongside me." Touched by his words, Qin Yu asked softly, "You give me gifts and say such sweet things. Were you plotting?" "Plotting?" Prince Yang chuckled. "What could I possibly want from you? Your strong fists and your ability to inflict pain? But this isn't like you. All these years, you've never given me anything." Qin Yu was puzzled. "That's because I was immature back then. Now I've come to understand." Prince Yang gazed at her earnestly. "You are the closest and most important person to me in this world, the one who has treated me the best. Shouldn't I treat you well in return?" Qin Yu felt a swell of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she also experienced a pang of sadness. Prince Yang seemed to genuinely regard her as family. At that moment, he suddenly smiled at her and said, "I have treated you so well. Aren't you considering that matter?" "What matter?" she inquired. "Help me bear a child," he replied. "What did you just say?" Qin Yu clenched her fists, their cracking sound echoing in the air. "I merely remarked that the night is splendid, perfect for slumber." Prince Yang chuckled, promptly lying down. As she gazed upon his ethereal visage, Qin Yu couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, her eyes filled with tenderness. Regardless of the role she played, being by his side was all that truly mattered. Chapter 46. Trending the following morning, Prince Yang awoke from his slumber, greeted by the sight of a beautiful face. Qin Yu lay beside him, peacefully asleep, her exquisite features and serene demeanor forming a breathtaking tableau. The two had engaged in conversation for hours the previous night, drifting into a drowsy slumber only in the early hours of the morning. With such a vibrant beauty resting beside him, how could he possibly resist? A sudden impulse surged within him, and he reached out to embrace her. In that instant, he felt the warmth of her presence, her delicate fragrance enveloping him, soothing his senses in a way that was indescribably pleasant. However, an uncontrollable physiological reaction soon followed. His body, having undergone enhancements, was remarkably robust, and merely holding her ignited an insatiable desire. Qin Yu, who had been awake all along, immediately sensed the shift, her body trembling and flushing with heat. She quickly extricated herself from his embrace, feigning the innocent confusion of someone just waking up, and made her way to the bathroom. Prince Yang shook his head with a wry smile, lamenting that he had inadvertently roused her. Otherwise, he could have cherished the moment a little longer. Glancing at his phone, he noticed a multitude of unread messages. Upon opening them, he found messages from Hu Ke, Xia Royao, Song Yuqing, Zhou Qian, and even Zhao Yasi, all conveying the same news. He was trending. Intrigued, he immediately opened the trending list, and there it was at number 10. Is this beauty and figure real? Trending. Clicking on the entry, he discovered that the videos were snippets from his live stream the day before, with the most popular clip garnering over 200,000 likes. The comments section was abuzz with excitement. "Help! Is this face truly a creation of heaven?" I enlarged the screenshot, and there is not a flaw to be found. Clearly, he could thrive on his looks alone, yet he aspires to rely on his talents. What window has fate closed on him? Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. The moment that shirt button popped, I imagined him pulling his tie with one hand, whispering, "Come sit here, nosebleed." V-shaped torso, shark muscles, mermaid line. Is this a child of the divine? Henceforth, the archetype of the domineering male lead in novels has been born. He lazily lifted his gaze, muscles straining beneath his shirt. Reminiscent of a satiated beast, Is this not a product of AI synthesis? Does such a person truly exist? Tuning. Prince Yang, the man himself, is here. He promptly accessed his account backend, astonished to find that his follower count had surged to 100,000. In a mere night, he had gained 50,000 followers. The video featuring him and Song Yuqing had reached an astonishing 250,000 likes, with views surpassing 2 million. The comments had also shifted dramatically. With a face like that, screenshot, do you still think this is scripted? Doghead questioning Song Yuqing, empathizing with her, becoming her. This modeling is unbeatable. No wonder every flirtation hits the mark. He refreshed the page, witnessing the data continue to climb at an unprecedented rate. Such was the power of trending. As long as he remained in the spotlight, the growth would persist. Thus, it could be said that he had embarked upon the path to viral fame. In addition, he received a multitude of private messages, some seeking his contact information, others expressing admiration, and many proposing collaborations. He initially intended to respond, but the sheer volume rendered such an endeavor impossible. This overwhelming influx made him realize the necessity of appointing dedicated personnel to manage fan interactions, regularly organizing activities to enhance engagement and loyalty. However, the question of finding such individuals led to further concerns, including who Kuer and Qinyu, their salaries and social security would need to be assured, necessitating a formal company structure and responsible staff, prompting him to consider establishing a studio. After replying to several private messages, he addressed a few WeChat inquiries from the women, during which he received several noteworthy updates. Song Yuqing mentioned she had a surprise for him, though she did not specify what it was. Zhao Yasi indicated a business matter that required a face-to-face discussion and would be visiting soon. Sha Yao conveyed that there were issues with her piano that required his expertise. After some contemplation, he arranged to meet Sha Yao this afternoon, as he had recently cleared a significant number of tuning requests and found himself with some free time. Besides these messages, he received a text from an unfamiliar number. It was from Sun Jianing. She informed him that the police were taking the case very seriously and had formed a special task force to investigate. He could expect to be contacted by law enforcement shortly. She also conveyed that his father's condition had stabilized and assured him that she would come to see him immediately upon completing her cooperation with the police, urging him to prioritize his safety. He chose not to respond to her message. At this juncture, he was uncertain how to approach her. Furthermore, Hu Kuer sent over the edited video, which contained footage captured the previous day. After viewing it, he was quite impressed with her editing skills. She had effectively highlighted many crucial moments and concluded with a poignant narration, leaving ample room for audience interpretation and discussion. The video's most striking features were its beauty and sweetness. The beauty of their appearances, as she devoted considerable effort to accentuating his handsomeness. The sweetness lay in their smiles and interactions. Even he found himself smiling broadly while watching, as if he were indulging in a delightful romantic drama. Brother, how did my editing turn out? Hu Kuer inquired via message. Excellent. Truly professional. I should treat you to a chicken leg. He generously praised. Hu Kuer quickly replied. Can I exchange the chicken leg for your leg? What? Do you wish to eat it? How could I bear to part with it? I merely want to hug my brother's leg. Shy tongue out Wang Ziyang shook his head in amused disbelief. She seemed to be growing increasingly attached to him. Why are you still dawdling and smiling like a fool instead of washing up and having breakfast? Qinyu, who had prepared the meal, queried. Wang Ziyang approached her with a grin. I made it onto the trending list. We are destined for fame. That's you who will be famous. What does that have to do with me? Qinyu's eyes sparkled as she understood the significance of his trending status. Wang Ziyang shook his head, saying, my popularity is synonymous with yours. After all, we are two halves of a whole, inseparable. Go away. Who is inseparable from you? Qinyu's face flushed as she pushed him towards the bathroom. Hurry and freshen up. Ah, the fickleness of human nature. Deep affection has always been elusive. Just last night we shared the same bed, and today you turn your back on me. Ha, women. Wang Ziyang sighed as he made his way to the bathroom. Hearing his words, Qinyu blushed and lightly scoffed, yet her expression softened into a gentle smile. Chapter 48. Have you tied a knot? In the morning, at a certain residential community, Wang Ziyang rang the doorbell of a household, accompanied by Qinyu. Hello, I am here to tune the piano. This was the client added at the last minute yesterday. Due to potential risks, Qin Yu had come along even for the piano tuning. The only unfortunate aspect was that the client had explicitly requested no video recording or live streaming. Hence Wang Ziyang refrained from broadcasting. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing a striking young woman clad in a fitted dress, her figure captivating. Upon seeing her, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Malilin, recognizing her name, the woman also paused, scrutinizing Qin Yu before her face lit up with delight. "Is that you, Qin Yu?" "Indeed, it's truly you, Malilin," Qin Yu exclaimed, her expression brimming with joy as they reunited after several years apart. "That's right," Malilin echoed, her face radiant with surprise. She turned to Wang Ziyang. "He can't be Wangzi, can he? You two were inseparable back in the day." The moniker Wangzi had been bestowed upon Wang Ziyang due to his striking looks. Her uncertainty stemmed from the fact that he was wearing a mask. "Hello, I am Wang Ziyang." He nodded slightly at her, his demeanor rather indifferent. This was partly due to the absence of any memory of Malilin in his past, and partly because he instinctively sensed that her outward surprise did not reflect her true feelings. "Come in. I can't believe it's really you two." Despite his lack of enthusiasm, Malilin appeared unfazed, warmly ushering them inside, while engaging in nostalgic chatter with Qin Yu. "You both catch up? I'll take a look at the piano," Wang Ziyang interjected, wishing to avoid the reminiscing and not wanting to squander time. Malilin chuckled. "You just arrived. Why don't you sit and rest for a bit before diving into work?" Wang Ziyang shook his head. "We would love to rest, but we have other clients waiting and cannot afford delays." "Very well, follow me," she replied, her smile slightly stiffened at his resolute refusal. Yet she led him to the piano nonetheless. Upon entering the room, Wang Ziyang gently inhaled. "Is there incense in this room?" His heightened sense of smell detected something unusual. "Yes. What is the matter?" The varnish or adhesive used on pianos can emit organic compounds, and when combined with incense smoke, may lead to certain chemical reactions. This not only affects air quality and health, but can also corrode the piano's finish, causing the wood to warp and destabilizing pitch. "I'll be mindful of that," Malilin assured him with a smile. "It's no wonder you are the professionals. We merely know how to purchase a piano, not these intricacies." Wang Ziyang glanced at her without further comment and began his work. "You've worked hard. Here, a cup of tea." Malilin served 2 cups of tea to them, and then resumed her conversation with Qin Yu, subtly steering the topic towards Wang Ziyang. Yeah, have you two married?" she suddenly inquired. Qin Yu promptly shook her head. "How could that be possible? We are good brothers, not in the way you might think." "Is your friendship truly that innocent after so many years?" Marili inquired with a hint of skepticism. "He is just like my own brother." Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ziyang. Marili chuckled. "I thought you two were a couple, given how you came here together to tune the piano." "Not at all. I merely had some free time these past few days and decided to accompany him for a stroll," he replied. "Ah, I see." At that moment, Wang Ziyang suddenly asked, "Who usually plays this piano?" "I do," she answered. "I find it particularly elegant and wanted to learn." "Have you heard any pieces you particularly adore?" "Not really. What about the pianist?" Marili felt a bit embarrassed. "I haven't encountered one. I just saw someone playing in a mall and thought it was graceful, which inspired me to learn." "So it's simply a fondness for the piano?" "Yes, indeed, just a pure affection." Wang Ziyang nodded. "It's wonderful to have an interest. After all, practicing can be quite tedious, and passion is the greatest motivation. Your piano is quite nice. We don't have anything like it for sale around here." "Where did you get it?" "My boyfriend gifted it to me, but I don't know exactly where he bought it." Marili shook her head. "You should cherish it. If any parts were to break, it could be difficult to repair. I do take good care of it." "I came to you as soon as I noticed it was out of tune," Marili replied with a smile. Wang Ziyang casually played a few notes, a flicker of something unusual crossing his eyes, though he chose not to elaborate. Seeing his silence, Marili resumed her conversation with Qin Yu. After a moment, she suddenly remarked, "You both should try the tea. It is a precious tribute tea from ancient times. It would be wasteful if it grows cold." Qin Yu nodded and lifted the cup to take a sip, but Wang Ziyang interjected, Yeah, lend me a hand." Coming, Qin Yu set down her cup and approached him. Just as she was about to ask something, she noticed a warning look in Wang Ziyang's eyes. Years of mutual understanding allowed her to grasp immediately that he was signaling her that the tea was suspect. She discreetly returned a knowing glance. After assisting him, she returned to Marili's side, but did not touch the cup of tea. Marili, however, did not press the matter and continued their conversation for a while before urging them again to drink the tea. No thanks. We just had something to drink before coming here, so we're not thirsty. Qin Yu's expression turned cold. At this point, she fully understood that Marili's persistent invitations to drink tea were likely not well-intentioned. Wang Ziyang also glanced at Marili and discreetly activated the hidden camera on him. With the presence of a versatile toolbox, he could obtain any tools he desired at will. Noticing their refusal to drink the tea, a flicker of something unusual crossed Marili's eyes, yet she refrained from saying anything further, continuing to chat about trivial matters with Qin Yu while discussing the piano adjustments with Wang Ziyang. It's all set. You can give it a try now. He informed her half an hour later. He intended to step aside, but as he lifted his foot, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him, nearly causing him to stumble. Ziyang, what is wrong with you? Qin Yu gasped in surprise and hurriedly approached him, steadying him with her support. Wang Ziyang vigorously shook his head, signaling her with a glance. For some inexplicable reason, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed him. Qin Yu felt a stir in her heart and also swayed her head. I feel it too, such dizziness. As she spoke, she pretended to collapse to the side, drifting into a feigned slumber. Do you truly feel dizzy? Ma Lily inquired anxiously. Wang Ziyang lethargically reclined on the nearby sofa, his breath slightly ragged and his eyes rimmed with crimson. What on earth is happening? Upon witnessing his condition, Ma Lily suddenly burst into a melodic laugh. After inhaling the hypnotic fragrance for such an extended duration, how could you not feel dizzy? Chapter 49, Rivals. I owe you this lifetime. As time rewound slightly, Prince Yang activated the camera, and shortly after, a multitude of viewers flooded into the live stream, igniting a flurry of comments. Ah, finally the broadcast has begun. Why so late today? Indeed, it usually starts in the morning. It's almost noon now. Dear friends, are we here to learn piano tuning again? Good morning, host. Congratulations on trending. Did the host manage to woo Ku? Those videos you posted are simply too sweet. It seems so. Look, Kuer is now the moderator in the live stream. Host, could we have another glimpse of your handsome face? Where your abs would suffice. Oh, is Yeye joining us for tuning today? New clients again? This girl is impressive. Friends, I want to see the host playing the piano with his abs showing. Can we make that happen? 1. Amidst the lively banter, Prince Yang suddenly collapsed onto the sofa. What on earth is happening? Molly Lee laughed heartily. After inhaling that enchanting fragrance for so long, how could you not feel lightheaded? Their actions and dialogue left the audience bewildered. What is going on? What are they doing? What is this enchanting fragrance? Is the host putting on a show? No. Is the host rehearsing a new script? How intriguing. Is this turning into a skit? Prince Yang's breathing quickened. What is this enchanting fragrance? Molly Lee approached him, her face aglow with mirth. You are a top student. Surely, you should know what enchanting fragrance means, right? It's quite literal. I assenti it? Is it a drug? Prince Yang inquired. Clever, you grasp it at once. Molly Lee leaned closer. Besides making you lose your senses, it has a feature that all men adore. Clarify your words, he urged. It can transform you men into teddy bears, she giggled, removing his mask. Upon seeing his visage, her eyes sparkled with delight. I never imagined you would be even more handsome than in high school. I find myself captivated. This scene left the live stream audience utterly confounded. Is this not an act? If it is, then this woman's performance is astounding. Yet, it hardly seems like a performance. If it's not an act, does that imply the host is in danger? What exactly is transpiring? Prince Yang's breath grew increasingly rapid. Did you tamper with the tea? Indeed. I added some seasoning to the tea. Regrettably, you both seem rather astute and refuse to drink it. Molly Lee gently caressed his cheek, marveling at its smoothness. Such flawless skin, even better than mine, and you haven't tea applied any cosmetics. It's truly unbelievable. You, get away from me. Prince Yang attempted to push her away, but the dizziness clouding his mind rendered him unable to lift his hand. Do not be so impatient. You shall have ample opportunity to exert yourself on my behalf shortly. Marili's hand glided downward, resting upon his sturdy chest. I had no idea your physique was so remarkable. It is no wonder that Qin Yu has been infatuated with you for so many years. Soon, I too shall revel in the pleasure of it. What have I done wrong to fall into your trap? Wang Ziyang pondered, perplexed. Marili unfastened the buttons of his shirt, her gaze alighting upon his flawless form, her eyes sparkling with delight. It seems your understanding is still rather superficial. You have long since realized the truth. Are you referring to the incense? Wang Ziyang's heart stirred. Clever. This is my dual safeguard, designed to deter you from abstaining from tea. Marili leaned closer, inhaling his scent, her eyes gleaming with a hint of obsession. You possess a rather unique aroma, not the fragrance of perfume, but a distinctive masculinity that is quite comforting. I could almost bite you. Marili, what exactly do you desire? We harbor no enmity, and we are merely high school classmates. Why do you scheme against me? Wang Ziyang's breath quickened. He firmly grasped Qin Yu's hand, preventing any sudden outburst from her, hoping to extract more information from Marili. Indeed, we have no grievances. However, who could have foreseen that you would offend formidable adversaries? Marili perched herself upon him, her gaze imbued with springtime allure. You made me an irresistible offer, so I find it necessary to impose upon you. That's absurd. I have never wronged anyone. Wang Ziyang's heart raced as he continued to probe. Do not ask me about such matters. I am merely here to collect payment for services rendered. Marili pouted, leaning in for a kiss. Wang Ziyang swiftly recoiled. What do you intend to do? Kill me? Kill. Marili chuckled. Do not be ridiculous. I am no assassin. How could I possibly take your life? Besides, murder is a grave offense from which I can never escape. Then what do you plan? Although I shall not end your life physically, I possess the means to annihilate your spirit. Marili cupped his face in her hands. Clarify your words. Very well. To elucidate the matter for your understanding, Marili giggled. Once the effects of the drug fully manifest, you will transform into a mindless beast, driven solely by primal urges. Naturally, I shall become your target. Afterward, I shall post an account online to accuse you. Can you imagine the outcome? Wang Ziyang inhaled sharply, realizing the venomous nature of her scheme. He was a streamer, a public figure. Should she share this incident online, accompanied by photographs and a poignant narrative, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Even if his looks remained impeccable, major platforms would conspire to silence him, and even if the law could not convict him, his social death would be inevitable. Furthermore, such a scenario would almost certainly lead to accusations of sexual assault. In that moment, not only he but also the viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Wow, this can't possibly be real. If this happens, the streamer is utterly finished. This is social death. What a ruthless woman. Could she truly forsake her conscience for money? Is she really going to do this to her classmate? Suddenly, I comprehend the reason behind the broadcaster's decision to go live. It is a cry for help and a means of self-preservation. Should we call the authorities? This could potentially be a scripted scenario, but what if it is genuine? Upon witnessing his astonished expression, Marili couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Apologies, old classmate. Once you are inside, I will be watching you. How vile. At that moment, Qin Yu, who had been feigning ignorance, could no longer contain herself. She sprang up from the ground and delivered a sharp slap to Marili's face, knocking her to the floor. She was about to charge at her, but Wang Ziyang seized her, urging, let's go. The effects of the drug were taking hold, and he was struggling to cope. Shutting down the live stream and ensuring her departure was his final grasp at lucidity. Qin Yu cast a fierce glare at Marili before hastily departing with Wang Ziyang. Witnessing the proverbial duck escape, Marili was both astonished and enraged. She could not fathom how Qin Yu still appeared so vivacious. Yet at this juncture, there was little she could do. Gritting her teeth, she inflicted a minor injury upon herself, capturing a photograph that showcased her swollen face from the slap, which she paired with a pre-prepared, tearful narrative to post online. Subsequently, she dialed a number. It's ready. Let the trolls commence their operation. Hanging up, she tenderly caressed her inflamed cheek, her eyes brimming with animosity. Perhaps I cannot secure your downfall, but I shall at least tarnish your reputation. Qin Yu settled Wang Ziyang in the back seat of her car, intending to rush him to the hospital. However, as soon as she placed him down, he suddenly leaned in, clasping her tightly and showering her face with kisses. "Ziyang, please calm down," she urged, attempting to push him away. Yet, in his dazed state, he paid no heed to her pleas, relentlessly kissing her. She could forcibly pry his arms away, but that would only cause him harm, and she could not bear the thought. Thus, she endeavored to awaken him through words, though her efforts proved futile, culminating in him capturing her lips in a fervent embrace. Her body trembled violently as she found herself devoid of resistance, easily drawn into the vehicle by him. Feeling his fiery passion, she instinctively wrapped her arms around him, awkwardly reciprocating. "Fated adversary, I owe you this for a lifetime." Chapter 50. "I want you, your highness." With a sudden jolt, Wang Ziyang opened his eyes, only to find himself reclining in a vehicle. He quickly sat up, realizing that aside from a slight dizziness, he was otherwise unharmed. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that Qin Yu was not inside the car, but rather by the lakeside, tossing something into the water, seemingly a red tissue. He exited the vehicle and approached her, observing her disheveled hair and the flush that adorned her fair face. "You're awake?" She spoke without looking at him, her demeanor slightly flustered. "Why is your hair so messy? And why is your face so red?" Wang Ziyang scrutinized her with suspicion. Qin Yu averted her gaze. "The wind by the lake is strong. It must have ruffled my hair. The sun is what made my face flush. But there is hardly any wind, and the sun isn't that intense," Wang Ziyang remarked, glancing at the overcast sky. "It was breezy earlier, but has calmed down now." Qin Yu hesitated. It was a little stronger before. Wang Ziyang blinked in confusion, but he realized that this was not the moment for further inquiries. "How much time has passed?" "About an hour. After I brought you out, I drove us here. I was ambushed, wasn't I? How did you manage to help me?" He pressed on. Qin Yu offered no verbal response, merely raising her delicate fist in a playful gesture. "What does that mean?" Wang Ziyang was perplexed. "What else could I do? I simply knocked you out. This isn't a novel where one would perish without such actions." Wang Ziyang sighed. "So it was merely a knockout. I thought you." "Dream on." Qin Yu shot him a sidelong glance, her expression imbued with an indescribable charm. Clearing his throat, Wang Ziyang remarked, "I was cautious enough. Yet I still nearly met with disaster." "How did you discern her odd behavior?" Qin Yu inquired. There were several indicators. First, she claimed to have an interest in the piano, yet she couldn't name a single piece or composer. Second, the piano had been tuned recently and required no adjustment. Third, the piano was not a rare item. We could easily procure one from our shop. Fourth, I mentioned that incense is detrimental to the piano, and if she truly cherished it, she would have removed it immediately, but she did not. Lastly, she had been covertly observing me and repeatedly urged us to partake in tea. All these factors combined led me to suspect her. You truly have a keen eye. Had it been me, I would have likely consumed that cup of tea, Qin Yu expressed, her gaze reflecting admiration. By the way, why was Ti ensnared? Wang Ziyang glanced at her slightly dimmed starry bracelet. Perhaps the drug only affects men. Qin Yu didn't ponder this further. So what shall we do now? I discreetly activated the camera. The entire incident has been recorded. We should report to the police. They ought to be able to trace the instigator. You are remarkable. With such irrefutable evidence, she won to have a leg to stand on. Qin Yu's admiration deepened. She had not anticipated that Wang Ziyang would initiate a live broadcast. Even without an audience, the stream could be replayed, leaving Ma Lily with no escape. Had it not been for the pretense of conversation, I would not have lingered there for such an extended period. Wang Ziyang gazed at her with gentle eyes, saying, "Indeed, you are my source of confidence. With you by my side, I can boldly venture forth." Qin Yu was undeniably his anchor, especially when adorned with the starlight bracelet. As long as she was unharmed, he could indulge freely. Upon hearing his words and feeling the tenderness in his gaze, Qin Yu felt a mix of shyness and joy. "I have not played any significant role. All of this is your own merit," she replied. Wang Ziyang tenderly caressed her fragrant shoulder, looking into her beautiful eyes. "You must remember, you are incredibly important to me. I hold you dear to my heart." His words sent a tremor through Qin Yu's heart, and her eyes brimmed with tears. This was the first time Wang Ziyang had expressed his feelings so openly, uttering such heartfelt words to her. She opened her mouth, about to respond, when suddenly Wang Ziyang's phone rang. It was a call from Huku'er. Wang Ziyang answered, and Huku'er's anxious voice came through. "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine, what's wrong?" "That woman has accused you online. Many are fanning the flames, and it's already trending." Wang Ziyang opened his phone application and indeed saw that Ma Lily's post accusing him had gone viral. Although it was only a few dozen mentions, the popularity was rising swiftly. "It's all right. She won to succeed," he said with a faint smile. "Yes, we are working hard to ensure the truth is revealed to more people. I just edited your live stream clips. You should post them quickly." When Huku'er referred to we, she meant his fans. Wang Ziyang chuckled. "Your response is swift. You've done well. As long as you're okay. I've sent you the video clips. Hurry and post them." After hanging up, Huku'er sent the video. Wang Ziyang reviewed it, confirmed there were no issues, and subsequently uploaded it to his account. "Perhaps a Meow promotion could help more people see it," suggested Qinyu. The Meow is a form of paid promotion, essentially purchasing traffic to increase visibility. Wang Ziyang nodded, but just as he was about to recharge, a notification suddenly popped up. "User after the rain has invested 1,000,000 Meow coins in promoting your work." Wang Ziyang's heart raced. After the rain referred to Song Yuqing, who had directly spent 1 million for him. It was tantamount to paying for a trending post. "Yuqing, you are too generous," he immediately messaged her. Song Yuqing quickly replied, "Speaking up for justice and thwarting the schemes of the wicked is the duty of every kind-hearted person. Moreover, my actions are not without recompense." "All right, how can I repay you?" Wang Ziyang responded nonchalantly, reflecting that they were merely acquaintances. She had no obligation to spend such a sum on him. "I want you," she teased with a grin. "You'll find out in due time. Let me keep an air of mystery for now." Song Yuqing did not elaborate, and Wang Ziyang felt it inappropriate to probe further. He put away his phone and said to Qinyu, "Let us head to the police station." "All right." Qinyu responded softly and lifted her foot to depart. Yet, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her, causing her to lose her balance and nearly topple over. Wang Ziyang, quick as a flash, caught her in his embrace. "What is the matter?" he inquired. You are too heavy. I twisted my ankle while carrying you out," Qinyu confessed, gently biting her crimson lip. "Is it serious?" "Let me take a look," Wang Ziyang said, preparing to kneel down to examine her injury. "No, it's nothing. A short rest will suffice," Qinyu hastily interjected, grasping his arm. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Ziyang lifted her effortlessly into his arms. "Then allow me to carry you the rest of the way." Enveloped in his warm and expansive embrace, Qinyu softly closed her eyes, resting her delicate head against him. "Please, I ask you to keep your word." Chapter 51. Unseemly to gaze in the afternoon. Upon exiting the police station, Wang Ziyang activated his camera and commenced a live broadcast. Having dominated several trending topics, a multitude of viewers flocked to his stream, many of whom inquired about his well-being. "Hello, everyone. I sincerely appreciate your concern. I am in good spirits, having just completed my statement at the police station. I trust that those who spread falsehoods will face the consequences of the law," Wang Ziyang addressed his audience. Due to the fact that the individuals behind the scenes had yet to be apprehended, he was unable to disclose further details regarding the case. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to assuage the worries of his fans, and the atmosphere in the live chat became noticeably more lively. A striking pink comment flashed across the screen. "Host, we've been worried about you all day. Shouldn't you express your gratitude?" The fan rankings in the live chat were tiered. The more extravagant the gifts given to the host, the higher the intimacy level and the more privileges unlocked within the stream. Highlighted in colorful comments were among these perks. The comment was sent by Kashi Kele, who had generously gifted Wang Ziyang numerous presents the previous day, placing her among the top ranks in the chat. Her sentiment echoed the feelings of many fans, prompting a chorus of one responses. "Express gratitude? Certainly. Allow me to present you with a stunning beauty," Wang Ziyang quipped, directing the camera towards Qinyu. Qinyu promptly expressed her thanks to the audience. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for your unwavering support." The chat erupted with comments, such as "My wife is so beautiful," and "Lady Yaya is magnificent." Kashi Kele interjected, "Yaya is indeed wonderful, but she is her own person. And you are you. We care so much about you." yet you don't thank us personally? The chat was instantly flooded with one comments. All right. I stand corrected. I appreciate your concern. Thank you all, Wang Ziyang said, handing the camera to Qin Yu and bowing towards the lens. His appearance caused an explosion of comments. Wow. He is genuinely handsome. I thought he was wearing makeup. Who knew this was his natural look? This is the original camera, devoid of any beautifying filters. Brother, darling. Moi. Is there truly someone so breathtaking in reality? Why wasn't I crushed during the creation process? Kashi Kale remarked. We need more sincerity. 1111 Wang Ziyang playfully winked at the camera and blew a kiss. Love you, darling. His gesture prompted a flurry of astonished comments. Oxygen mask. Someone give me an oxygen mask. His wink is worth 10 trending topics. The Civil Affairs Bureau is approaching us. Help. I've been struck by his looks. Report. We've discovered weapons of mass attraction. Pupil quake. Heart rate soaring. Requesting workplace injury leave. Although Kashi Kale did not comment. A system announcement represented her. User Kashi Kale has gifted the Dream Carnival to Wang Ziyang's live stream. Hurry to witness. Wang Ziyang smiled at the camera. Thank you, Kashi Kale, for your generous gift, and thank you to all my supporters. Regarding gifts, I have an important announcement. From now on, all proceeds from gifts in this live stream will be distributed to everyone in the form of red envelopes. The words elicited a wave of astonishment throughout the entire live stream. Everyone was acutely aware that gift revenues constituted a significant portion of a streamer's income, particularly since he had yet to establish any commercial partnerships. Was he not jeopardizing his earnings by such actions? However, unbeknownst to them, his intentions were geared towards attracting a larger fan base. To him, fans held far greater value than monetary gains. The presence of a devoted audience was the true measure of popularity. Illuminating the fan badge required financial investment, and even the slightest threshold could deter many, as numerous individuals were reluctant to spend. By gifting his earnings to them, he naturally compelled the majority to illuminate his fan badge. Moreover, he ingeniously manipulated the methods of claiming red envelopes. Some necessitated sustained viewing time, while others required the activation of the fan badge. In essence, he was focused on extracting popularity points. In straightforward terms, he was utilizing the funds from the live stream's owner to procure fans for himself, thereby garnering social capital. Aside from his live streaming endeavors, he contributed little else. Yet he reaped commendable reputation. What could be more advantageous? With that, he promptly dispatched a red envelope worth 1,500 Meow coins. The envelope was snatched up in an instant, and the barrage of comments flooded in. Tears. Is the streamer a reincarnation of a benevolent deity? This scale is divine. I'm immediately calling my friends to join for the red envelope. The pioneer of reverse marketing permanently pinned the follow list. My speed has reached a frenzied mode. All the red envelopes are mine. I suggest the streamer rename himself Human ATM. Hilarious. Thank you, Cola Boss. From this day forth, you are my electronic family. This maneuver will grant me bragging rights for 3 years. In the future, you stream, I'll be glued to the live stream. The streamer showcases his looks, his abs, and even sends me red envelopes. I'm in tears. Maya, this is too generous to the fans. Wang Ziyang smiled faintly. This red envelope is a gift from Kashi Kale for everyone. Let's not forget to express our gratitude to her. Instantly, the comments were filled with expressions of thanks directed at Kashi Kale, wishing her daily joy and prosperity. This acknowledgement invigorated Kashi Kale immensely. She remained silent, but quietly opened the gift panel. User Kashi Kale has sent a dream carnival in Wang Ziyang's live stream. Hurry to witness. User Kashi Kale has sent. To everyone's astonishment, she sent 5 dream carnivals in rapid succession, causing the system announcement to flood the screen. Wang Ziyang could not help but chuckle. Let's extend our gratitude to Kashi Kale. Moving forward, we shall distribute red envelopes every half hour until we shine brightly. I kindly ask everyone to show their support. For those capable, please illuminate the fan badge. With the allure of red envelopes and the momentum of trending topics, the popularity of his live stream soared, and his follower count surged rapidly. Engaging in lively interactions with fans, he arrived at Sha Royale's dance training center, where she had previously contacted him regarding some issues with the piano that required his attention. The door was ajar, yet the front desk was unoccupied. As he ventured inside, he noticed the dance studio was empty, sparking his curiosity, and he approached the office door, gently pushing it open. In the next moment, a dazzling shade of pure white captured his gaze, revealing a flawless form before him. Proportions were exquisite, ample where it should be ample, slender where it ought to be slender, prominent where it needed to be prominent, and recessed where it was meant to be recessed. It was breathtaking, a seamless work of nature. It was Sha Royale, and she was changing her clothes. The two exchanged stunned glances, rendered momentarily speechless. What was happening? Approaching with a camera held aloft was Qinyu. Prince Yang snapped back to reality, hastily closing the door. It's nothing. Nothing? Why do your eyes seem so fixed? Qinyu scrutinized him with curiosity. The light inside is too glaring. It made everything appear white before my eyes. Chapter 52, Cross-Border Challenge. Wang Ziyang led Qinyu to the piano. He took a seat and lightly played a few notes, only to discover an issue. The keys failed to rebound. It appeared that someone had struck them with excessive force, causing the linkage lever spring to break. It must have been my students. They lacked the finesse, he mused. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from the doorway. Turning towards the sound, Wang Ziyang beheld Sha Ruyao, who had changed into her dance training attire, accentuating her graceful figure. A subtle blush graced her beautiful face, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Upon seeing her, memories of the earlier encounter flooded his mind, stirring a sense of distraction within him. Sha Liao, feeling his gaze, seemed to recall their previous interaction, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade. She lowered her head slightly and inquired, "Is the problem serious?" Wang Ziyang refocused his thoughts and skillfully retrieved his tools. "This is a common issue with pianos. We merely need to forge a new spring. However, once repaired, please remind your students to exercise caution. After all, pianos are quite delicate and cannot withstand too much rough handling, especially the finer instruments." "Yes, I will. Thank you for your help," Sha Royao replied with a gentle nod. The issue with the piano was indeed minor, and Wang Ziyang quickly resolved it. He smiled at her and asked, "Would you like to give it a try? I have only attended a basic lesson. I am hardly qualified. It's better if you play." She quickly shook her head. Wang Ziyang nodded, settling at the piano once more. "What type of piece would you like to hear?" "Anything you play would be delightful," Sha Royao replied softly. With a slight smile, Wang Ziyang said, "Then I will play Dance of the Flowers." He closed his eyes, gently raised his hands, and beautiful notes began to flow from the piano, enveloping everyone in a soothing embrace. This was his first time performing in such a complete state, and he poured his heart into it, showcasing his top-notch skills with grace. In that moment, nearly all listeners were captivated by his melodious performance, lost in the ethereal essence of the piece. They envisioned blossoms blooming and dancing, feeling as if they were twirling alongside the flowers. Hopes and beauty filled their hearts, while weariness, noise, and negative emotions dissipated, leaving their souls comforted and healed, basking in tranquility. As the last note lingered in the air, the audience remained entranced, only returning to reality when he cleared his throat softly. "That piece was truly enchanting," Sha Royale exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. "I had intended to accompany you with a dance, but I became so absorbed in the music that I forgot to perform." Qinyu, too, gazed at him with admiration and affection, remarking, "You played beautifully. It seems you've improved significantly since last time." At that moment, the comments flooded in. "This isn't merely tuning. It's as if the piano is a sacred altar summoning the deity of aesthetics. My goodness, how can such a beautiful piece exist in this world? Friends, who understands this? Divine looks paired with divine music. I'm utterly entranced. God seems to favor him immensely, with a celestial beauty and extraordinary talent. Such beauty, such a beautiful melody, and a beautiful soul. His allure transcends gender, does it not? The host possesses not only striking looks, but also remarkable talent. Truly exceptional. My dear, I adore you. Please do not confine love within rigid boundaries. True affection exists between the same genders as well. With such piano music, I could linger in the live stream eternally, mastering the piano and tuning it, Can one truly learn such skills? As long as one achieves even a fraction of his proficiency, the benefits are boundless. Delightful and pleasing. What a lovely performance. May I request another display of virtuosity? The piano is now ready for use. Wang Ziyang smiled gently, rising to tidy his tools. Ziyang, wait a moment. Qin Yu suddenly called out. The audience wishes to hear more, and Kexile wants you to showcase your skills. Wang Ziyang reseated himself. Then let us begin with Flight of the Bumblebee. Xiaoyao chuckled. Earlier it was Dance of the Flowers, and now Flight of the Bumblebee. Surely the inspiration struck when you observed bees gathering nectar? Be cautious not to get stung. Wang Ziyang smiled at her, his fingers dancing across the keys. In that moment, everyone's eyes widened in unison. Even Xiaoyao and Qin Yu were no exceptions, and the barrage of comments erupted. Wang Defa, what speed is this? I can see after images, can you believe it? I feel as though I've disturbed a beehive, with a swarm chasing after me. How many notes must be played in a second? At least 15 or more. And she is playing octaves. My heavens, is this speed even humanly possible? No, my friend. We asked for a display of skill, not a divine performance. Goodness, my scalp feels like it's about to explode. With such speed, I believe he must have remained single until now. Amidst the flurry of comments, Wang Ziyang paused, offering a gentle smile to the camera. In a moment, I will share the sheet music. I welcome everyone to take on the challenge. Qin Yu snapped back to reality, hurriedly approaching him and grasping his left hand. How are you? Does it hurt? Not at all. Wang Ziyang chuckled. It was only a matter of seconds. The impact is negligible. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoyao regarded her thoughtfully before turning her astonished gaze to him. Your speed is truly astonishing. How do you achieve it? Practice makes perfect. You could do it too. Xiaoyao shook her head. Please do not comfort me. With your speed, an ordinary person could practice a lifetime without reaching such heights, let alone infuse it with emotion. She spoke wisely. Wang Ziyang's body had been enhanced, making him incomparable to the ordinary. Wang Ziyang smiled at the camera. My friends, I have played the piece and showcased my skills. May I take my leave now? Before the comments could respond, Xiaoyao interjected quickly. Wait a moment. Besides the piano, there is something else I need your assistance with. Sure, go ahead. I wish to participate in a duet dance competition. Xiaoyao gently brushed her hair behind her ear. However, I still need a partner. Wang Ziyang paused. And then, I would like to ask you to be my partner. Xiaoyao gazed at him with eager anticipation. Wang Ziyang looked at her in astonishment. Me? Yes, Xiaoyao nodded gently. But I cannot dance. Wang Ziyang expressed his confusion. That's all right. I can teach you. Even if you can teach me, I'm still a novice. Partnering with a beginner in a competition would surely lead to defeat, he replied, perplexed. Why not find someone more experienced? I do not wish to dance with anyone else. Xiaoyao's cheeks flushed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu and the viewers in the live broadcast room exchanged knowing glances. She does not want to dance with anyone else, yet has invited Wang Ziyang, clearly indicating her desire to partner with him. Wang Ziyang pondered for a moment, but still intended to decline, as he did not know how to dance. However, at that moment, a cheerful comment suddenly appeared. Agree to her. If you can place in the top 3, I will activate the Supreme Monarch in your live stream. The Supreme Monarch is a prestigious status on the Miaoing platform, requiring a spend of 500,000 to unlock. It bestows numerous privileges, 2 of which would be particularly beneficial for him. When a Supreme Monarch user speaks in a live stream, their comments are broadcasted across the platform with special effects. Additionally, the Supreme Monarch can recommend the live stream to the entire site, enhancing the host's visibility. Either of these advantages could yield significant benefits for him. After a brief contemplation, he nodded resolutely. All right, I accept. Chapter 53. You are my treasure. Moments later, outside the dressing room. Ziyang, are you not ready yet? Qinwe urged at the door. Ziyang needed to change into his dance training outfit for practice, but he had been inside for quite a while. I feel a bit embarrassed at my age. Wearing such attire for the first time is quite daunting, Ziyang replied. Xiaoyao chuckled softly. It's just a bit snug. You'll get used to it. Well, all right then, Ziyang responded. Stepping out, though Xiaoyao spoke lightly, her face flushed the moment she saw him. She was aware the training outfit was somewhat form-fitting, yet she never anticipated how well it would accentuate his physique, highlighting his muscular contours and certain areas so distinctly. Qingyue, standing beside her, also turned crimson, especially as her mind wandered to previous intimate scenes. The barrage of comments erupted. Goodness, this is outrageous. Seriously, everyone, did you feast on something exquisite before? Is his jaw going to dislocate? Whoever marries him must be blissfully happy. Brother, please teach me. Dancing is wonderful. It truly must be learned. I mean, the host should learn. Thanks, Takashi Kale. Without you, how would we have such splendid entertainment? Isn't it a bit too tight? Ziyang tugged at his outfit. No, it's fine. You'll get accustomed to it, Xiao replied with a light cough, stealing a glance at him, her cheeks heating once more. Let us begin with some introductory training. Ziyang followed her into the dance studio, where they performed a brief warm-up. Good posture is fundamental in dance, directly influencing the fluidity and grace of movements. Xiao observed him. Let's first assess your stance. Ziyang promptly stood tall. Xiao scrutinized him and expressed her satisfaction. Your posture is excellent. Your limbs are well-proportioned, pleasing to the eye. As she reached out to feel the muscles in Ziyang's thighs and calves, her eyes sparkled. Your musculature is remarkably balanced, neither slack nor overly tense. Truly perfect. Ziyang smiled silently. Next, we shall test your flexibility. Come, follow my lead. If you experience any pain, do not push through it to avoid injury, Xiao advised, assuming that Ziyang, being older and untrained, would lack flexibility. However, the results astonished her. Whether it was reaching behind, bending forward while seated, back bends, or splits, Ziyang executed each with effortless grace, showing no signs of strain. He even matched her level of flexibility. It was crucial to note that she had dedicated herself to rigorous practice since childhood, and naturally, women tend to possess greater flexibility than men. For someone who had never danced before to achieve such proficiency was unfathomable. Is it truly possible that you have never practiced dance or martial arts? She couldn't help but inquire. Wang Ziyang cast a glance at Qinyu and smiled. If enduring blows does not count as martial arts training, then I certainly have none. His prior experience related to martial arts was merely serving as a punching bag for Qinyu. Qinyu's face flushed slightly. He had never practiced and harbored no fondness for such activities. Xiao Royale looked at him with excitement, urging, kick with full force, front kicks, back kicks, and side kicks. Ensure your movements are fluid and do not bend your waist. Wang Ziyang nodded and executed the front, back, and side kicks in succession. At that moment, not only did Xiao Royale and Qinyu exhibit expressions of surprise, but even the viewers in the live stream discerned something remarkable. No way, he's kicking that high? Yes, almost hitting his head. My goodness, his body is more flexible than mine as a woman. It seems effortless. Has he truly never practiced? This is a bit exaggerated. One must train rigorously for decades to achieve this, right? He is doing it so effortlessly without any training. Now perform a single leg squat, maintaining your balance as best as you can without swaying. Xiaoyao instructed again. Wang Ziyang complied, and 30 seconds flew by without a hint of instability. Xiaoyao, her face alight with astonishment, commanded, "Close your eyes." He immediately complied, and another 30 seconds passed, his body remaining perfectly steady. Xiaoyao beamed with joy now. Do a plank. Try to hold it for over a minute. Wang Ziyang promptly assumed the plank position, and before long, a minute had elapsed without any signs of fatigue or instability. Can we add some weight? Xiaoyao inquired. Yes, Wang Ziyang replied with a nod. After pondering briefly, Xiaoyao approached him and, astonishingly, seated herself on his back. Naturally, she did not place her full weight down, as her feet still supported part of her weight. How does it feel? If it's strenuous, you need not force it, she asked. Wang Ziyang chuckled. I hardly feel anything. You're quite light. Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with delight as she crossed her legs and settled fully onto his back. Even then, he found her weight minimal. With a gentle smile, he supported her for a while before surprisingly transitioning into push-ups. This prompted Xiaoyao to cover her mouth, unable to suppress her gasp. Wang Ziyang's core strength and stability left her deeply impressed and astonished. Sitting atop him, she felt an exceptional sense of security, as though she were being shielded. The barrage of comments exploded with admiration. What incredible core strength. How enviable. By comparison, my scrawny boyfriend pales in comparison. That strength, that core, his boyfriend potential is max. I can hardly imagine how blissful it would be to be his girlfriend. Is he the illegitimate son of a creator? Good looks, talent, physique, he possesses it all. After completing dozens of push-ups, Sha Riao hurriedly dismounted, concerned for his well-being. So how am I, teacher? Do I meet the physical standards? Wang Ziyang asked her with a smile. Not just meeting them, you are simply perfect. Sha Riao exclaimed, her face radiant with surprise. You are my treasure. Wang Ziyang looked at her in astonishment. Her face flushed as she hastily explained. What I mean is that you are a born dancer, destined for the art of dance. Akin to a precious gem within the realm of dance. Wang Ziyang chuckled. So, does this imply that I truly have the potential to learn how to dance? If you cannot master it, then it is not your fault, but rather the inadequacy of the teacher, Sha Royao quickly replied. All right, let's commence our lessons. I will first instruct you on the proper standards of movement, and then we shall begin with the simpler dance steps. Sha Yao nodded eagerly and commenced the lesson. Wang Ziyang diligently absorbed the teachings, and after a while, he cast a glance at the system panel, which instantly filled his heart with delight. Chapter 54, Affectionate Bonds. Host has mastered the skill, Graceful Dance, LV1. To his astonishment, he had acquired a skill acknowledged by the system for the very first time. It is worth noting that skills recognized by the system necessitate a considerable level of expertise. Even someone like Rin Xian, the piano prodigy, had only attained a level 7 in piano performance. Yet at this moment his dancing was deemed as having reached the beginner level by the system. Clearly, his innate talent was indeed remarkable. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that learning and mastering a skill during a live broadcast, achieving a milestone event, grants one lottery chance one. Indeed, by actively learning a skill during the live stream, he unexpectedly earned a chance to draw in a lottery. A delightful surprise for him. Each lottery draw had the potential to propel his abilities to new heights. Seizing a moment of respite, he led Qin Yu aside. Come, let us continue our lottery game. Oh, here we go again. How childish, Qin Yu retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Wang Ziyang chuckled. Quickly draw this time. I promise it will bring you joy. I'm not interested, Qin Yu playfully chided, initiating the start and stop commands. With her voice, the pointer on the lottery wheel came to a halt. Host has acquired the skill, Resonance of Emotion. Resonance of Emotion. LV9, you possess unparalleled emotional charisma. Every move you make can evoke a profound emotional response from your audience. As he absorbed the information about the skill, Wang Ziyang felt a surge of elation. Exceptional art is imbued with emotion, whether it be piano, dance, or even photography. This skill would undoubtedly elevate his emotional impact to a higher echelon, yielding even better results. Congratulations, you have drawn Wang Ziyang's fiery red lips, he exclaimed with a smile as he embraced Qin Yu, leaning in to plant a kiss on her delicate cheek. Logically, he should have been pushed away before even making contact, and on days when she was in a foul mood, he might have even faced the wrath of her petite fists. Yet, to his utter astonishment, this time, his lips truly met her soft, smooth skin. Get away. You're being disgusting. Though she still pushed him away, he remained somewhat dazed. Had he truly kissed her? Was she caught off guard? Or perhaps, considering the live broadcast, she refrained from retaliating to spare his dignity? I'm going to the restroom, Qin Yu said, pushing past him, placing the camera on the table, and leaving the classroom. After a brief moment, she returned, her expression neutral, as if nothing had transpired. Observing this, Wang Ziyang could only suppress his confusion and continue the lesson with Sha Royao. Do you remember the waltz I taught you last time? Let us dance a bit to find the rhythm, Sha Royao suggested, playing a romantic piece. Wang Ziyang nodded, extending his hand to lightly touch hers, and together they danced gracefully to the music. As she beheld the exceptionally handsome figure before her, a sudden wave of shy delight washed over Sha Royao. He was like a magnet, irresistibly drawing her gaze. She felt an uncontrollable urge to draw closer, to listen to the rhythm of his heartbeat, to savor his presence. In her uncontrollable emotions, the two had already completed the choreography from their last lesson, unbeknownst to her. She simply flowed with her feelings, using the dance to express her emotions and her affection for him. Wang Ziyang was somewhat astonished. The subsequent steps were unfamiliar to him. Fortunately, the movements of the waltz were relatively simple, with the challenge lying in mastering the shifting of one's center of gravity and the rigorous endurance required from the core muscles, both of which happened to be his strong suits. Initially, he could only cautiously follow her lead, but soon, their coordination grew increasingly harmonious, and he gradually grasped the essence of the dance. He began to move with ease, not only keeping pace with Sha Ruiyao's rhythm, but also responding to her movements. This delighted Sha Ruiyao, who became increasingly immersed in the moment. Their performance elicited astonished reactions from the viewers. Is this pair of beginners? What a joke. Where's the promise stepping on toes? Their synchronization is off the charts. Sha's gaze on him is electrifying. If they continue dancing like this, they'll need to head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. So graceful, so tender, so sweet. I ship this couple. Are they truly beginners? This is too exaggerated. I lost it when her eyelashes brushed against his Adam's apple. It turns out waltzing is an adult sport, tactical leaning back, regarding my dance lessons and idol dramas. The screenshot button is worn out. Every frame is a perfect couple moment. Amid their astonishment, the music approached its conclusion, and their dance neared its finale. As Sha Ruiyao completed a smooth pivot, she elegantly twisted her waist and fell into Wang Ziyang's embrace. He instinctively supported her waist with his hand, catching her with his chest. They gazed into each other's eyes, breaths mingling, gazes intertwining. This evoked an uproar in the comments. At this rhythm, a kiss is imminent. It's so beautiful, so romantic, so ambiguous. No way. Are you two actually falling in love? The body language feels more dangerous and exciting than mere words. Are they really beginners? This can't be scripted. I wish they could remain in this moment forever. Just as they were locked in their gaze, a round of applause erupted. They turned to see several young girls standing at the entrance, their faces filled with astonishment as they watched the pair. They quickly separated, and Sha Ruiyao glanced at him, her heart brimming with delight. Wang Ziyang's talent for dance astonished her, while their level of synergy filled her with joy. The profound connection they shared left her enchanted and moved. Teacher, you said you weren't dating. We can all sense the affection between you two, teased one of the girls from before. Sha Ruiyao's face flushed, and she shot her a glare. Don't say such things. Go change and practice your basics. The girl stuck out her tongue and laughed as she ran off. Don't mind them. They're just joking. Sha Ruiyao said softly to Wang Ziyang as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. It's fine, Wang Ziyang replied with a smile. You have a class soon, right? We should practice again next time. Though Sha Ruiyao felt reluctant to part, she could only nod in agreement. As Prince Yang changed his attire and prepared to depart, she softly remarked, Today's waltz has rekindled the beauty of my early days of dance. Thank you. Prince Yang shook his head with a gentle smile, replying, If we're to speak of gratitude, it is I who should thank you. Why? She inquired. Because the joy I derive from dancing is entirely bestowed upon me by you. Upon hearing this, Sha Ruiyao felt a surge of delight in her heart. She playfully bit her crimson lip and stole a glance at him, saying, Then you must immerse yourself in learning and truly feel it, for even greater beauty lies ahead. Such as? He asked. Sha Ruiyao responded in a voice only they could hear. Did you not witness it when you arrived today? Without waiting for his reply, she swiftly turned and ran away, her cheeks flushed. Watching her graceful form, Prince Yang could not help but smile. Chapter 55. Changing Socks for Photos. Ziyang. Everyone is curious about what Sha just whispered to you. Qinyu inquired as they descended the stairs. She mentioned that she would send me the music and choreography for the competition dance later, so I could familiarize myself with it. Ziyang replied with a smile. Indeed, Sha Ruiyao did say something along those lines. Is that all? I noticed her face was quite flushed. Qinyu observed suspiciously. Flushed? Not all. It must have been the setting sun's rays. Ziyang cleverly evaded the truth. Qinyu did not press further. All right then, what shall we do now? Photography. Let's head to Nanchang Street. The scenery there is splendid, and we can capture some beautiful images. Once in the car, Ziyang retrieved his phone, intending to check the back-end data, only to discover a heated argument unfolding in the comment section. After observing for a while, he grasped the situation. Since the afternoon, a slew of anonymous accounts had emerged, attacking him from various angles. Some accused him of lacking character. Others claimed his live streams were scripted. And some even asserted that he had undergone plastic surgery, with a few going so far as to suggest he was not straight. Accusations so bizarre that he had never anticipated them. Following his announcement about taking photos, yet another wave of critics emerged, accusing him of performing a scripted act. And some even suggested that his livestream category should be changed to appearance, since he supposedly relied solely on his looks to attract female viewers. Ziyang was not particularly fazed by these comments. After all, fame often attracts controversy, and it was impossible for everyone to like him. With fans, there would inevitably be detractors. However, his supporters could not tolerate the slander, leading to a fierce exchange between both sides. If you claim I only rely on my looks, then I could simply not show my face, couldn't I? He retorted. Your idea of not showing your face is merely wearing a mask. Do you take us for fools? Came a sharp reply from the comments. Ziyang chuckled. Then I shall not wear a mask. I will change my attire and apply makeup to make myself appear as unappealing and awkward as possible. How about that? Who can ascertain whether you're merely acting? The critics remained unconvinced. Fine, you can determine the criteria for my partner, he challenged. Taking a few photos is trivial. If you possess the capability, procure their socks. The critics grew increasingly audacious. Ziyang laughed. If I were to acquire their socks solely through my photography skills, what would you say then? You would need the very socks they are wearing, 1 pair per accomplishment. Would the streamer dare? Ziyang's smile broadened. What is there to fear? Everyone, remember this ID. No cilantro, weight loss edition. He wishes to provide you with a reward, so don't let him slip away. Instantly, the comments erupted in response, and thus a peculiar challenge was set in motion. Ziyang found a cosmetics shop and, under the bemused gaze of the staff, requested the most unflattering makeover possible. His skin darkened, his complexion dull, his hair disheveled, and adorned with oversized, clumsy beer bottle glasses, all while donned in drab work attire. Such a transformation elicited a cacophony of lamentations in the comments. Oh dear, perhaps you should revert to your former self. I truly cannot bear to witness this. My once angelic brother has turned into a clumsy one. Firstly, we civil engineering students have harmed no one. Strangely enough, even in this guise, I still find him somewhat attractive. Handsome is a sensation that cannot be concealed. Even with glasses obscuring his eyes, a close examination reveals their captivating allure. As dusk approaches, it is unlikely that anyone will scrutinize him too closely. Adorned with such a visage, he finds himself on Nanchang Street. The time has come for the end of the workday, and being Friday, the streets are bustling with a multitude of visitors, many of whom are tourists seeking enjoyment. With a camera in tow, he encourages the viewers to signal their preferred subjects through the barrage of comments, which you will relay to him. Wang Ziyang casually strolls through the street, and soon the first target emerges from the flurry of comments. A woman with a slightly darker complexion but exquisite features. Dressed modestly yet elegantly, she seems uninterested in the surrounding sights, appearing not to be a tourist at all. Wang Ziyang chuckles to himself. You certainly know how to pick them. This lady seems quite unapproachable, not to mention her choice of socks. He approaches her with a smile. Good evening, miss. May I have a moment of your time? What is it? She replies. I'm a street photographer and would like to invite you to be my model for a few photographs. The woman promptly declines. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Just 10 minutes. It won't take long, he insists. I really don't want to be photographed, she reiterates. Wang Ziyang expresses his surprise. You don't want to be photographed? Who told you that? You are one of the most beautiful women I have encountered in this world. Thank you for the compliment, but I truly do not wish to have my picture taken, she states for the third time. He shakes his head. I'm not merely flattering you. I'm describing you. Please trust the eye of a professional photographer. You're quite persuasive, but thank you. No, she responds once more. Please believe me. My camera can capture your true beauty. Give me 2 minutes, and if you feel dissatisfied with the results, you may walk away immediately. Is that acceptable? She gazes deeply at him, seemingly moved by his sincerity, and finally nods. All right, I will allow you to take 2 pictures. Let us use this stone bridge as our backdrop, he suggests, pointing to a nearby bridge. As she steps onto the bridge, she hears Wang Ziyang call her name from behind. Instinctively, She turns, only to hear the click of his camera as he captures her image. I haven't even posed yet, she exclaims. Wang Ziyang smiles as he approaches her. No, you need not pose deliberately. You are inherently the most beautiful scenery. The young woman, feeling a hint of shyness, smiled softly at his words. At that moment, Wang Ziyang suddenly glanced upward in surprise, prompting her to follow his gaze with curiosity. Just then, a click resonated in the air. In that fleeting instant, when she looked up, she heard the sound of the camera shutter once more. Wang Ziyang had captured yet another photograph of her. That's incredibly fast, she exclaimed, a look of astonishment on her face. Wang Ziyang chuckled lightly. It's because your beauty is flawless from every angle. No matter how I shoot, the results are stunning. You should take a look at the photos. As she approached him and gazed into the camera, her eyes widened in awe, and she covered her mouth in disbelief. This is truly breathtaking. That glance back, that tilt of your head, absolutely extraordinary. In the photograph, she appeared ethereal, adorned with a subtle hint of melancholy, evoking a sense of tenderness within her. She had never realized she could look so exquisite, nor had she understood that a photograph could convey such emotions. You may question my skills, but you cannot doubt your own beauty, Wang Ziyang remarked with a smile. She looked up at him, curiosity piqued. What do you charge for your photography? Her heart raced. Who could resist the allure of their own celestial reflection? Chapter 56. Zija. Upon her inquiry about the price, the chat in Wang Ziyang's livestream erupted with joy. However, the user who despised coriander, diet version, remained obstinate, declaring, "What est there flaunt? It's merely a free photo opportunity. If you're capable, try to acquire her socks." Though the crowd felt irked, there was a kernel of truth in his words. The woman appeared somewhat reserved, making it challenging to procure her socks, especially since revealing one's intentions could prompt her to depart immediately. Fortunately, Wang Ziyang was well aware of this nuance. Thus, he refrained from directly addressing her question, instead offering a smile and a swift dismissal. My photography is complimentary, though I would appreciate your assistance in completing an intriguing challenge. We shall take the photos first, and should you be unable to assist with my challenge later, it will bear no consequences. I will send you all the pictures. The woman hesitated, as the outcome was uncertain, and she feared a potential trap. Do not worry. My challenge is neither illegal nor contrary to public morals. Moreover, it is entirely voluntary, devoid of any coercion. Wang Ziyang gestured towards the distance. The police station is merely 50 meters ahead. Should anything arise, you may report it immediately. She scrutinized him for a moment, his sincerity and the warmth of his smile swaying her, while the nearby police station fortified her courage. At last, she nodded. All right. What may I call you? You may call me Susu. Wang Ziyang extended his hand. Susu, it is a pleasure. My surname is Wang. You may refer to me as Xiao Wang. The chat, Xiao Wang what? The woman blinked in surprise, then giggled as she shook his hand. Hello. With her smile, the distance between them lessened slightly. Seizing the moment, Wang Ziyang inquired, what style of photos do you typically enjoy taking? The chat, is this what they call Zija? I don't often take photos. My friends say my skin is rather dark and doesn't photograph well. Susu shook her head, a hint of disappointment gracing her features. Wang Ziyang countered, do not heed their words. Your complexion is a healthy wheat tone, not dark. Many yearn for such a hue, but cannot attain it. Those who claim you lack photogenic quality either lack aesthetic understanding or knowledge of photography. In my eyes, your beauty rivals that of Zhang Xiaonan. I can't possibly compare to a superstar, she replied, shaking her head vigorously, yet her spirits lifted considerably. I'm uncertain about what style to pursue. You decide. Very well, trust me. I shall not let you down, Wang Ziyang assured with a smile. Let us begin with a frontal portrait. Please lower your head slightly. Susu complied, tilting her head as Wang Ziyang meticulously adjusted his angle, swiftly capturing a photograph. The chat. Beautiful. Susu approached him, peering at his camera with wide-eyed astonishment. How can you take such stunning photos? I feel these are far more appealing than the retouched versions. It is not my skill, but your inherent beauty, Wang Ziyang replied with a grin. You are quite the charmer, Susu chuckled softly. Wang Ziyang raised his camera once more. You must have confidence in your own beauty. Now, Turn to the side and lift your gaze slightly. Susu followed his instructions. Prince Yang did not disappoint her. Dozens of photographs, each more breathtaking than the last, elicited exclamations of awe from her. Her reaction caught the attention of those nearby, and a curious tourist glanced at Prince Yang's camera, instantly revealing a look of astonishment. How beautiful! Are you the photographer for this scenic area? What are your fees, and how can one make a reservation? Prince Yang shook his head, replying, I'm sorry, but I am my sister's exclusive photographer, capturing only her moments. This statement made Susu's smile shine even brighter. Are you a professional photographer? She inquired after the tourist had departed. Not really. It's more of a hobby, he replied modestly. The quality of your photos is remarkable for an amateur. I have never encountered a photographer quite like you, Susu remarked, her curiosity piqued. Prince Yang Smilet, perhaps I inherited my father's talent. He was a photographer. I see. What did you study? She asked. I studied piano. Piano. That explains the elegance I sensed in you. And your hands are quite beautiful as well. It makes sense that you are a pianist. Susu exclaimed, filled with curiosity and admiration, bombarding him with questions about the difficulty of learning piano, the cost of purchasing one, and which pieces are easier to learn. As he continued to photograph her, he patiently answered all her inquiries. After a moment of marveling at the exquisite photos once more, Susu suddenly asked, would it be too monotonous to shoot in just this outfit? May I remove my jacket? Of course, Prince Yang nodded. Susu took off her jacket, revealing a fitted top underneath. Noticing Prince Yang watching her, she felt a bit shy, saying, I figure I isn't that great. Please don't laugh at me. Her physique, while not particularly voluptuous, was remarkably proportionate, embodying the quintessential beauty of the Orient. Does your sister play the guitar? Prince Yang countered with another question. A little, she replied. No wonder it resonates with my heartstrings, he said with a smile. Susu couldn't help but giggle at his charming response. Prince Yang raised his camera, capturing a stunning image of her gentle smile, her cheeks flushed with a delightful allure. My goodness, your photography is extraordinary. Susu exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. Has anyone ever told you that your eyes are beautiful? Prince Yang asked. Not really, she replied. The stars in your eyes shine like a paradise I have never encountered. This compliment caused Susu to blush deeply, her gaze dropping as she felt flustered. Although she had her share of admirers, no one had ever praised her in such a sincere manner. Any previous compliments were often dismissed as mere flattery. Yet, his gaze held only sincerity, devoid of any lewdness or insincerity. Sister, next we shall capture a series of playful and adorable photographs. You must follow my lead, Prince Yang instructed her. Is that all right? She felt a tinge of worry, for her disposition was not particularly playful or charming. Prince Yang nodded emphatically, urging her not to be constrained by rigid boundaries. In truth, you possess a delightful charm. Initially, Susu harbored some doubts, but under Prince Yang's guidance, a series of whimsical and exquisite photographs emerged, shattering her preconceived notions and unveiling facets of herself that she had yet to discover. This revelation left her in awe, her smile unwavering. As the final shots were captured, the twilight deepened, signaling that it was finally time to unveil her true intentions. Chapter 57. Little rascal, you have succeeded, sister. I have sent you all the photos. Wang Ziyang remarked to Susu. After the shoot, he had transmitted every image to her. Susu gazed at him with delight, exclaiming, Thank you. I will treasure these photos for a lifetime. Perhaps I will never capture such beautiful images again. Each of Wang Ziyang's photographs was exquisite, leaving her enamored with every single one. Not all, sister. Whenever you wish to take photographs, you can reach out to me, Wang Ziyang replied, shaking his head. Really? I can truly count on you? Susu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, he assured her. Then I shall hold you to that. A radiant smile adorned Susu's face. By the way, what challenge did you mention? Witnesses in the comments. Finally, the main topic is about to unfold. Wang Ziyang cleared his throat gently. Sister, could you give me the socks you are currently wearing? Susu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a request. Wang Ziyang gazed at her earnestly. Is it possible? Why do you want my socks? Her cheeks flushed slightly, as this was rather intimate. Because I like them. Wang Ziyang hesitated before continuing. It was a bet with Haizi. After all, it's somewhat impolite. Susu chuckled softly. You've been taking photos for me for so long. You must be hungry. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you for your generosity, sister. Wang Ziyang nodded. Comments. Not eating cilantro. Diet version, she did not refuse. Fool. Her silence indicates consent. Are you suggesting she remove her socks in public? Surely. They must find a more private place, little Haizi. The two arrived at a restaurant where Susu requested a private room. Once seated, she handed him the menu. Order anything you like. The establishment boasted a high standard with considerable prices. After perusing the menu, Wang Ziyang ultimately chose only 2 ordinary dishes. What is this? Are you trying to save money for me? Susu laughed, seizing the menu to order several lavish dishes, even requesting a bottle of red wine. That is too much. I want to be able to eat it all. Wang Ziyang quickly shook his head. You capture me so beautifully. It is only fair to indulge you with a few extra dishes, Susu replied with a smile. It is not that I made you beautiful. You are inherently lovely. Wang Ziyang countered. Susu laughed again. Your flattery is quite sweet. You must have many girlfriends. Not at all. I am quite unattractive and impoverished. Who would look my way? He expressed bashfully. Susu cast a knowing glance at him. So, that is why you desire my socks? Comments. No, sister. What exactly are you thinking? Wang Ziyang fell silent. It seemed she had misunderstood, yet he found it difficult to clarify. Noticing his quietness, Susu assumed his silence was acquiescence, her cheeks reddening slightly. In truth, you are not unattractive at all. With a bit of grooming, you could be quite appealing. Plus, giving your way with words. Finding a girlfriend shouldn't be too challenging. Sister, you are unaware. I am rather socially anxious and seldom dare to speak with girls, Wang Ziyang admitted, his demeanor turning shy. Comments. Then how come you speak so eloquently in my presence? Wang Ziyang chuckled. It is your beauty, dear sister. That emboldens me and helps me conquer my social anxiety. His words elicited another delightful laugh from Susu, who, after the dishes were served, eagerly piled food onto his plate and even poured him wine. Sister, I'm not particularly adept at drinking, Wang Ziyang quickly declined. Then you should practice a bit. There will inevitably come a time when you'll need to drink. Susu raised her glass to him. Thank you for capturing so many stunning photographs of me today. I am grateful for the invaluable experience of interacting with women that you have provided. Wang Ziyang clinked his glass against hers. So, what have you learned in these few hours? Susu inquired with a gentle smile. Sister, I have come to understand that individuals are inherently different. How so? Some people, with a modicum of beauty, become arrogant, looking down upon others with a haughty demeanor. Yet, despite your incredible beauty, you remain approachable and kind. Susu covered her mouth in a delicate laugh, her fingers curling gently like the first bloom of orchids, her smile creating ripples like spring water disturbed, a sight most enchanting. Sister, you ought to smile more. Your smile is infectious and utterly charming, much like the poetry says. Wang Ziyang remarked sincerely, for her smile was indeed lovely. What poetry? A glance over the shoulder brings forth 100 charms, while the beauty of the 6 palaces pales in comparison, Wang Ziyang recited. What poem is that? I've never heard of it. Just as Wang Ziyang was about to mention Bai Juyi's song of everlasting regret, he reconsidered, realizing Bai Juyi did not exist in this world, and instead said, I encountered this verse in an ancient text, describing a certain concubine of unparalleled beauty. I believe it aptly characterizes you. Unparalleled beauty? A concubine? I hardly qualify. I am merely a maid beside the esteemed concubine. Susu giggled. Please, spare me the flattery. If you continue, I might forget my own surname. With that, she took a generous sip of red wine, a rosy blush immediately gracing her cheeks, rendering her utterly captivating. Sister, drinking alone is rather dull. How about we engage in a game? Wang Ziyang proposed. What shall we play? I only know the simplest game of rock, paper, scissors. Would that suffice? Susu settled beside him, holding her glass. All right, let's play rock, paper, scissors, and the loser drinks. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors. Wang Ziyang chose scissors, while Susu picked cloth. And without hesitation, she took a sip of wine. The game continued. Again, Wang Ziyang chose scissors, and Susu chose rock, resulting in Wang Ziyang drinking. In the third round, he once more chose scissors, and Su chose rock again, leading him to drink once more. By the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh rounds, Wang Ziyang consistently chose scissors, and each time he lost. This prompted the trolls in the live stream to erupt with excitement, with not eating cilantro, diet version, relentlessly mocking his inability to play, branding him a fool. Su, noticing the pattern, curiously asked, "Why do you always choose scissors?" Wang Ziyang took a sip of wine and remarked, "Since meeting you, I have but a pair of scissors left, for you encompass my entire existence." Su's cheeks flushed deeper as she replied, "But with such sentiments, you shall perpetually face defeat." Wang Ziyang chuckled, "What does it matter if I lose you, when I can conquer the world instead?" Su's gaze trembled slightly. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Oh, you charming little rogue, having your way with me, yet you still refuse to assist your sister in removing her socks?" Chapter 58. I don't have athlete's foot. Wang Ziyang's heart stirred as he gazed at her. He noticed her reclining against the backrest, her starry eyes half closed, her face flushed with a rosy hue. She had intentionally made room for her legs, inviting him to remove her socks. In such a moment, words seemed superfluous. Wang Ziyang gently lifted her left leg. She wore denim jeans paired with a pair of white high heels. Though somewhat conservative, the shape of her legs was exquisite, alluringly outlined by the fabric. His touch met with softness. Even through the clothing, he could feel the delicate smoothness of her skin. He carefully removed her high heel, revealing a dainty foot before him. The light filtered through the sheer fabric of her stockings, casting shimmering reflections along the arch of her foot, creating an enchanting aura that made his heart race. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Su shyly curled her toes, her ankle subtly visible beneath the misty veil, resembling almond jelly wrapped in honey. The nylon fibers at her heel formed a translucent crescent, quivering with the rhythm of her breath, while the taut curve of her instep produced a faint rustling sound from the floral patterned stockings, as if poised to unfurl real petals at any moment. Wang Ziyang glanced at her, then bent his fingers, pressing the prominent knuckles against the raised veins on the inside of her ankle, slowly intertwining his fingers downward. The tender sensation transmitted through his fingertips caused his breath to catch. Su's body quivered as she tilted her head in embarrassment, not daring to reveal her expression to him. Yet, this extraordinary feeling was indelibly etched in her heart. This scene ignited a flurry of comments in the live broadcast. "Wait, is this really happening? She actually let him? Bro, there were so many people outside just now. Please teach me." Kneeling. JPG. Photography is great. I really need to learn. Bro, I used to pretend to be aloof, but this time I genuinely want to learn. Tears. This situation is too ambiguous, isn't it? Are we really going to see this for free? How about I pay? Speak up, haters. No cilantro. Speak up. Socks secured. Where's the rocket? It turns out, being single has little to do with this. Watching him remove her socks, Su breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, he unexpectedly took her foot in his hands to help her put on her shoes. Her small foot nestled into his warm, broad palm. A sensation of unprecedented tingling coursed through her body like an electric shock. She shivered, leaning weakly against the backrest, unable to suppress a soft moan. Comments, what was that sound? Wang Ziyang's heart skipped a beat as he realized his actions might be somewhat inappropriate. Yet, having embarked on this path, he could not retreat. He hastily finished putting on her shoes and quickly changed the subject to alleviate the awkwardness. "Sister, what is your blood type?" "Up, VH Ypsilon," she replied. Wang Ziyang shook his head. "I think that's not quite right. What should it be then? I believe your blood type should be square otherwise. How could you be so stunning?" Wang Ziyang said with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Su could not contain her laughter, and the previously awkward atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Sitting upright, she smiled at him and inquired, "What will you do with the socks I gave you?" "I haven't quite decided yet." Wang Ziyang genuinely had no idea what to do with them. "Regardless of your intentions, rest assured of one thing." "What is it?" Su leaned closer and uttered a remark that caught him off guard. "I don't have athlete's foot, you know?" "Barrage. What exactly are you implying?" Seeing Wang Ziyang's bewildered expression, she chuckled, her smile sweet and enchanting. After exchanging socks, their relationship grew significantly closer. Su did not return to her previous position, but chose to sit beside him, engaging in conversation. Whenever he spoke, she would gaze at him intently, listening with rapt attention. Their communication was both efficient and fluid, enhanced by Wang Ziyang's humorous and engaging manner, creating a delightful atmosphere between them. After their meal, they exited the restaurant, and Su asked, "What are your plans for later?" "I'll be taking some photos nearby for a while before heading back." Su's eyes lit up. "Perfect. Accompany me for a stroll. My home is just around the corner." "Your home is nearby?" "This is a historic old district, a 5-star scenic area," Wang Ziyang replied, somewhat astonished, realizing that only the affluent could afford to purchase property in such a location. "Indeed, my family is a stubborn household." Su laughed. "It seems your sister is no ordinary person," Wang Ziyang observed with a knowing glance. "How am I not ordinary? Aren't we all just 2 eyes and a mouth?" "True, yet very few possess eyes and a smile as beautiful as yours," Wang Ziyang remarked with a grin. Su's eyes sparkled as she teased. Your words are so sweet they could be lethal. You could turn black into white with your charm." "I am simply honest. I never speak insincerely," Wang Ziyang proclaimed earnestly. "Bahaj? All right, I'll take your word for it this time." Su giggled, but then added, "Actually, there is something rather puzzling. Could you help me understand it?" "What is it?" "If I were to hear the things you say from someone else, I would find them rather greasy. Yet when you say them, I feel no such discomfort." She looked at him curiously, as this was indeed a lingering question in her mind. With her attributes, she was never lacking suitors. Yet none had evoked such a uniquely special feeling within her as he did. Wang Ziyang smiled. "Perhaps it's simply my sincerity. Sincerity is a potent weapon." As Su regarded his smile, a light bulb flickered in her mind. "I understand now. It's your smile. Your smile radiates warmth, carefree and sunny. Moreover, your penchant for laughter makes it impossible not to feel joyful in your presence, and it's hard to harbor any negative impressions of you. Considering this, it seems we are of a kind. Your smile is also quite lovely. Just when I compliment you for not being greasy, you begin again. I praise you, and you find a way to praise me back." Su laughed once more. Wang Ziyang shook his head. "What you don't realize is that my flattery is not of the ordinary sort." "What kind is it then?" Wang Ziyang made a heart gesture towards her. "It's the love of tiger oil." Su gazed at him, her laughter bubbling forth, and Prince Yang joined in. The two of them instantly enveloped in mirth. Bullet comment. "No way. Are you two really involved?" As they continued their playful banter, they arrived at her doorstep. As Prince Yang had anticipated, her residence was not only adjacent to the ancient street, but also a private estate adorned with a garden. "I've arrived," she murmured softly while standing at the entrance. Prince Yang nodded in response. "All right, let's reconnect later." She cast him a glance, her gaze slightly averted. "Aren't you coming in for a while?" Chapter 59, The Black One Speaks. At this moment, the barrage was utterly bewildered. "Really? Is this an invitation to enter the inner sanctum? Do you two genuinely not know each other? Is this truly the first encounter? If this isn't scripted, I'll eat my words." This girl was chosen by the Black One. How did it transform into a streamer-esque script? We're the cilantro haters. Speak up. If the streamer truly develops a relationship with this girl, wouldn't that lead to an immediate rise in popularity? Wait, with the streamer made up to this extent, how could they possibly charm a girl? "Streamer, I beseech you, please teach me." I kneel and bow. JGP, could the latter part possibly be paid content? Wang Ziyang chuckled at the remark. "If I were to enter, would I need to purchase a ticket?" This was a jest for in Jiangnan. Most gardens are tourist attractions that require an entrance fee. Huh. This quip elicited a melodic laughter from Su. "If you possess a garden pass, then you wouldn't need one." Wang Ziyang smiled, retrieving a card from his pocket to present to her. Upon inspecting it, she displayed a look of astonishment. "No way. You actually have one?" "I often accompany my parents to the gardens, so I got one too." "How filial of you." "Your name is Wang Ziyang? Quite a pleasant name." She returned the card to him. "So, do you wish to enter?" Wang Ziyang shook his head with a smile. "Perhaps next time. I'm unprepared today, coming here empty-handed. Let us plan to return when I'm ready." "All right." Su nodded, "Then let us reconnect later." "Sister, rest well, goodbye." Wang Ziyang nodded and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, Su's voice suddenly called out from behind. Wang Ziyang, we will meet again, won't we? Wang Ziyang turned back, offering her a gentle smile. We certainly will. I look forward to our next encounter. Su responded with a tender smile, observing their farewell. The barrage buzzed with chatter. Is that how they part ways? It feels somewhat unsatisfying. Indeed, when will the sequel be filmed? Is the streamer a man? They even invited you. Wait, weren't they merely being polite? Surely you don't believe they have no elders at home? The streamer himself noted that coming empty-handed isn't appropriate. This is what one calls a sense of boundaries, do you understand? The streamer didn't even inquire about her name. Don't rush, their story isn't over yet. Su clearly harbors feelings for the streamer. I just want to know, where are the cilantro haters? When will they send rockets? That good-for-nothing has long since fled. After parting from Su, Wang Ziyang said little, instead promptly ushering Qinyu into a nearby restaurant. Throughout the entire process, she had remained nearby, safeguarding him, and had not consumed anything. Aren't you full yet? Qinyu inquired. Having not dined with you, it is impossible for me to feel satiated, Wang Ziyang replied with a smile. I trust your nonsense. Qinyu shot him a glance, yet her heart fluttered with delight. He had never neglected her, even during the moments captured with Su. He remained attentive to her well-being. With a cheerful smile, Wang Ziyang added a chicken leg to her bowl, saying, You've worked hard. Here's an extra chicken leg for you. Consider it a token of gratitude. Qinyu took a bite of the chicken leg and found it exceptionally delicious. While she enjoyed her meal, Wang Ziyang took out his phone and opened the live streaming room. He initially intended to confront the individual who dislikes cilantro, but regrettably, that person had already slipped away, prompting him to abandon the idea. After interacting with the audience for a few moments, he accessed the live streaming backend to review the day's streaming statistics. Total meow coins earned, 16,235. New followers, 41, 401. Total views, 150, 967. Number of gift givers, 12. Total comments, 35, 648. Comment frequency, 15, 532. Likes received, 102, 188. Average watch duration, 23 minutes. These impressive figures sparkled in his eyes. In just half a day, he had amassed an additional 40,000 live streaming fans, although the high number of views had lowered the average watch time. Such metrics were superficial. It was the fans' engagement that truly mattered to him. He summoned the system panel, and a magnificent number appeared in his mind, 163, 231. Indeed, in the span of a mere afternoon, he had accrued a staggering 16,000 popularity points. This was nearly equivalent to the total he had earned from his previous few streams combined, revitalizing his previously dwindling popularity. Moreover, the day was still ongoing, allowing him several more hours of streaming. In addition to his live broadcasts, several of his short videos had also experienced a surge in popularity. The video featuring Song Yuqing had surpassed 400,000 likes, while the one with Hukur approached 100,000 likes. His follower count was nearing 300,000. Truly, trending topics wielded formidable influence. He owed a debt of gratitude to Ma Lily. Without her, he might not have reaped such substantial rewards. If he managed one or two more similar feats, he could become a major influencer with 1 million followers. What should we do next? The one who dislikes cilantro has fled. Should we continue the challenge? Qinyu inquired. Perhaps not, Wang Ziyang replied, shaking his head. However, as soon as he spoke, the live chat erupted in dissent, with Lu sending 10 rockets. Remember, you owe me 10 pairs of socks. He chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Lu, aren't you a girl? What do you need socks for? I like them too. Lu responded. If you like them, I can send you Yaya's socks. His suggestion immediately provoked a significant reaction from Qinyu, who raised her eyebrows in disapproval. What they truly desire isn't the socks. They want to see you complete the challenge. Do you believe that if you swapped socks for underwear, you'd receive even more gifts? The chat erupted in applause. Wang Ziyang quickly waved his hands. Please spare me. Socks are already pushing the limits. If it goes any further, someone might report me to the authorities. Surely, none of you wish to see the host incarcerated? Lu chimed in. I think we can elevate the challenge. For instance, you should first provoke the other person, then make her happy again, and finally ask for the socks. The chat echoed in agreement. 1. Wang Ziyang couldn't help but chuckle. Wait, are you all devils? You want me to anger a stranger and then ask her for socks? Don't you fear for my safety? Kashikele, fear not. After all, it is not I who will bear the brunt of the blows. Does the demise of the electronic pet truly benefit you? Kashikele, no significant issue. The next one will be even more obedient. Scoundrel. Wang Ziyang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Live stream notification. User Kashikele has sent a feeble chicken 250. The barrage of comments erupted in merriment, with Chin Yu also unable to contain her laughter. I owe you all, don't I? You wish to see me endure some punishment, right? Very well, I shall oblige shortly. Wang Ziyang shook his head, laughing softly. After Chin Yu finished her meal, the two returned to the bustling streets, illuminated with twinkling lights and vibrant energy. Wang Ziyang was busy aiming his camera for potential subjects when a charmingly delicate face suddenly entered his frame. Hello, may I ask if you're a photographer? Chapter 60. Walking into a trap, Wang Ziyang set down his camera, only to find a girl standing before him, gazing intently in his direction. As their eyes met, she instinctively tilted her head slightly. During this motion, her ponytail swept across her red headband, and the wisps of hair clung to her porcelain white neck, dampened by a light sheen of perspiration. Her bright, expressive eyes, with their gently upturned corners adorned by two small beauty marks, sparkled with mirth. Beneath her mint-green hanfu sleeves, a delicate wrist embellished with a red string peeked out. Biting her lower lip, her sharp canine teeth glistened with a hint of cherry-flavored lip gloss. And as she tilted her head back, the fine hairs on her nose glimmered in the radiant light, rendering her utterly charming. What's the matter? Wang Ziyang inquired, nodding slightly. I'm here on vacation, but my phone is dead. Could you please help me take a few photos? The girl looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Comments, oh, how delightful. Walking into a trap, is it? But this girl is genuinely beautiful. I adore her. Why does he always encounter such stunning women? Hurry. I need her complete contact information. Wang Ziyang smiled. Of course. What are your rates? I'm a photography blogger, and I do some live streams or document videos for my social media. If you agree, the photos will be free of charge. Her eyes lit up. Great. I agree. Wang Ziyang gazed into her eyes. Has anyone ever told you that your eyes are beautiful? Not really, she replied. While others see the world through their eyes, yours make the world appear gentler. If gazes held warmth, the very moment you looked at me, spring would arrive early. Comments, Wang Defa. This is a brand new version. Everyone, take note. His words caused the girl to blush and giggle. No, you're flattering me. Dear lady, you mustn't smile. When you do, my heart threatens to melt. Her response only deepened her shyness. Wang Ziyang smiled again. So, what kind of photos do you usually enjoy taking? I don't have a particular style. Just anything that looks good. Very well. Today, I shall ensure I capture your beauty, guaranteed to astonish your friends. Thank you so much. The girl beamed with joy. Wang Ziyang led her under the eaves of an ancient building. Let us start with the first set of photos. This will surely be relatable. All right, what pose should I strike? Just widen your eyes and look at the camera, he instructed, bringing the camera close to her. The girl appeared somewhat bewildered. But being this close, won't the photos look odd? Not at all. Being close is the only way to capture your breathtaking beauty, Wang Ziyang assured her. Today, I will help you gain a clear understanding of just how lovely you truly are. Okay then, she relented. Wang Ziyang promptly pressed the shutter, and a close-up shot appeared on the live stream screen. The girl's wide eyes stared into the lens, surrounded by darkness, with a hint of green light peeking through, rendering the scene eerily captivating. At that moment, comments flooded in. What the heck, a ghost? Ha ha ha. I did say the photo style would be relatable. This is not grounded in reality. Rather, it seems to be connected to the underworld, doesn't it? Truly impressive. The host is remarkably skilled. Photography can indeed be approached in such an innovative manner. I have a foreboding feeling that the host will inevitably face some backlash. Amidst the jubilant barrage of comments, Wang Ziyang swiftly captured a series of underworld-themed photographs. Without waiting for the girl to view the images, he continued, "We have completed the first set. Now we shall proceed to another. For this next series, I shall employ the diagonal composition technique to capture a collection of languid photographs. All right, how should I cooperate? The girl inquired, unsuspecting of his intentions. Since we are aiming for a languid style, the essence of our theme will be relaxation. Thus, I would like you to lie down here, close your eyes, and I will take your picture. The girl, taken aback, exclaimed, huh? Lie down right here? Indeed, this spot aligns perfectly with the three essential elements of composition. Just relax, close your eyes, and leave the rest to me. I assure you the outcome will be sensational. Wang Ziyang affirmed. Well, okay then, she acquiesced, lying down on the ground and shutting her eyes. Wang Ziyang quickly seized his camera and captured a series of images, depicting the girl motionless on the ground, her eyes tightly shut. The surrounding dim light added an eerie quality to the photographs. The live stream's comment section erupted once more. Ah, what splendid language shots. Youth is wonderful. One can simply fall asleep anywhere. Ha ha, this is truly hilarious. It resembles a crime scene. How could one not react to such photos? My goodness, I wonder what her expression will be upon seeing these. After completing this set of photographs, Wang Ziyang roused her from her repose. All right, we have finished the second series. Would you like to see them? Yes, she nodded eagerly. I know you are anxious, but hold your horses. We shall now embark on our final set, which represents the pinnacle of photography. Do you know what the highest realm of photography is? Wang Ziyang inquired. After a moment's thought, the girl responded, Is it candid shots? Congratulations, you are correct. It is indeed candid photography. With a snap of his fingers, he declared, Today, I shall demonstrate what true candid photography entails. What should I do? The girl asked, her face alight with anticipation. I will guide you through some poses. You simply need to remain calm while I demonstrate, he instructed. All right, she replied enthusiastically. Without hesitation, Wang Ziyang grasped her neck and took several photographs, focusing his lens closely on her face. In that instant, the comment section of a live stream erupted. Yes, yes, yes. Candid photography, right? This is genuine candid photography. Literally, capturing the moment. Ha ha. Candid photography. Grabbing by the neck to shoot. Truly candid. Is this what you mean by grabbing? A chokehold? Why are you holding me? The girl, now aware of the peculiar situation, hastily inquired. Wang Ziyang chuckled. All right, we have completed 3 magnificent sets. Are you eager to see the results? Yes, she nodded vigorously. Wang Ziyang opened the camera and displayed the recently captured images. The girl, who had been in high spirits, saw the photographs, and her expression shifted dramatically. What on earth are these? Do you think my photos are unappealing? Wang Ziyang inquired. Certainly, no one would find them attractive. He replied, shaking his head. You cannot blame me. The lack of allure in the photographs is not my fault, but rather yours, as you simply look this way. How do I look this way? The girl retorted, visibly agitated. Wang Ziyang maintained his solemn demeanor. The camera does not lie. It reflects your true appearance. You ought to learn to reconcile with your authentic self. This is not the real me. She protested. Your legs are indeed this short, and your face is of this size. Thus, no matter how you are photographed, it will not appear appealing. I am a photographer, not a magician. I cannot alter your visage. Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed crimson, and she stamped her foot, exclaiming, You, delete those pictures for me. Wishing to delete the photos? That will be 50 per image. Did you not say it was free? Indeed, taking the photos is complimentary. However, deleting them incurs a fee of 50 each. The girl, both anxious and infuriated, pouted and began to cry. Chapter 61. The enchanting young lady. Upon witnessing the girl in tears, the barrage of comments erupted in lively banter. The host truly knows how to stir things up, provoking the young lady to tears. You must learn to reconcile with your true self, for you have always looked like this. I am a photographer, not a magician. 66,666. Don't cry, sweet girl. Just give him a taste of his own medicine. Ha ha. Let us see how you handle this. Comfort her immediately. Dear lady, I offer you my shoulder to lean on. Although Wang Ziyang could not see the comments, he understood what was needed. He softly called out, Mississippi. What is it? The girl lifted her gaze to him. Click. Wang Ziyang pressed the shutter, capturing a poignant image of a beautiful maiden weeping, her sorrow framed in delicate elegance on the screen. Comments. You still dare to take more photos? She's already so ugly. The girl's sobs grew louder. Wang Ziyang approached her and offered the camera. Do you truly believe you look unattractive? She glanced at the photo, momentarily taken aback. Despite her evident distress, she appeared utterly charming, not at all lacking in beauty. That was merely a jest. Now, this is the authentic moment. He smiled warmly, stepping closer. Now look up at the moon. Instinctively, the girl tilted her head towards the sky. Wang Ziyang adjusted for the perfect angle and light, swiftly capturing another moment. The image portrayed a beauty gazing at the moon, the hazy moonlight enveloping her. Her flawless profile and the remnants of tears adding an ethereal quality of melancholy to her enchanting visage. Comments: wow, this photograph is extraordinary. This is breathtaking. Upon seeing the image, the girl gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with wonder and delight. Because you are inherently beautiful, Wang Ziyang replied with a grin. But you just said I look like this, that my face is so large. She pouted. Click. In that instant of her playful scowl, he captured her adorable expression. Stunning, she exclaimed, her joy radiating, completely forgetting her earlier anger. Where are you from? I want to tell you, she retorted playfully, still somewhat miffed by his earlier teasing. Even if you don't say, I already know, you must be a blend of Italian and Chinese heritage. The girl immediately shook her head. Absolutely not. Not. Then how could you possibly be the one I yearn for? Wang Ziyang chuckled. She burst into laughter, her cheeks slightly flushed as she made a funny face at him. I don't believe your nonsensical flattery. However, her visage was once again captured by Wang Ziyang's camera, resulting in a playful and charming photograph. He showed it to her, asking, do you believe it? If not, I shall delete it. No, I believe it, all right? The girl replied in haste. Wang Ziyang smiled slightly and led her down the street, inquiring, are you still a student? Indeed, I am in my second year, she responded. Have you completed your final exams? Of course, the holidays have begun. I suspect you must have cheated on your exams, he teased. The girl pouted. Nonsense. I would never cheat. You must have, otherwise, how could you possibly score full marks in my heart? Wang Ziyang chuckled. At his words, the girl couldn't help but smile too, and in that fleeting moment of her squinting with joy, Wang Ziyang captured yet another beautiful instant. After seeing the photo, the girl was utterly astonished, exclaiming, I thought one had a pose for photos. I never imagined it could be so effortless. Ordinary people must find their angles and strike poses. But for a beauty like you, who possesses no flaws, every frame is a stunning masterpiece. The girl, her cheeks flushed, gazed at him. Were you sweet-talking me earlier just to take unflattering pictures? And now again, for what purpose? Wang Ziyang cleared his throat lightly and replied, Actually, I was hoping to exchange these photos for a gift. A gift? She questioned, puzzled. I have nothing on me. You do, he said, lowering his gaze to her delicate and charming little feet. You want my shoes? She exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously. How could I walk without them? No, I wish to have your socks. The girl froze for a moment, then blushed and retorted, Pervert. I won't give them to you. Comments, ha ha. So satisfying. Finally, I see the host being put in their place. Wang Ziyang smiled gently. There will be a fireworks show up ahead. Let's go take a look. The girl looked at him with some confusion. She had expected him to cling persistently or to threaten her with the photos, yet he did neither. Amid her uncertainties, the fireworks erupted, allowing her to temporarily set aside her concerns and appreciate the spectacle. Moments later, as the fireworks display concluded, Wang Ziyang presented her with the photographs he had just taken. The fireworks were resplendent, and her smile equally radiant. Together, they seemed to embody all that is beautiful in the world, a dazzling interplay of splendor. It's truly beautiful. This is the most stunning photograph I have ever seen in my life, she exclaimed sincerely. Do you like it? Wang Ziyang inquired. She nodded, eyeing him warily, fearful he might use the photos as leverage against her. However, she was once again overly cautious. Wang Ziyang simply requested her email address and sent her all the pictures without imposing any conditions. After sending the photos, he smiled and said, Let us conclude our shooting for today. May we meet again by fate. Enjoy your day. Huh? Is this it? She looked at him in surprise. Indeed. Would you like to continue wandering? Wang Ziyang asked. No, I mean, Why aren't you asking me for my socks anymore? She voiced her lingering curiosity. After she rejected him, he could have simply turned and walked away. However, not only did he remain, but he also chose to accompany her in capturing a stunning series of photographs. Without imposing any additional conditions or even mentioning the matter of the socks, Wang Ziyang smiled and said, "I want them. Don't you remember you didn't agree? Why not continue to desire them? After all, you've taken so many beautiful pictures for me." He continued, "It would lose its charm if what was once mutual turned into something one-sided and coercive." Wang Ziyang had no inclination for collecting socks, nor would he resort to any despicable tactics to intimidate her. His explanation instantly won her respect for his character, and she stole a glance at him, asking softly, "So, do you still want them?" He replied, "If you're willing to give them, I would certainly accept." After a moment of hesitation, the girl quietly inquired, "If I do give them, could you help me take another set of photos? What shall we photograph?" He asked. She remained silent, instead taking his hand and inscribing 2 letters in his palm. Seth, Chapter 62. Infuriating. Congratulations, you have once again acquired a pair of stockings and your sister's contact information. After the girl departed, Qin Yu approached Wang Ziyang and spoke to him. Moments ago, Wang Ziyang had obtained the girl's stockings and added her on WeChat. She is a returning customer. I shall assist her with another photo shoot next time. Wang Ziyang chuckled. He had promised her another session, but not immediately, as everyone needed time to prepare for it. The audience inquired, "What did she write in your palm just now?" Wang Ziyang cleared his throat and replied, "She wrote her phone number, asking me to contact her when I have the time." Qin Yu cast him a glance, but remained silent. Understanding his insincerity, she chose not to expose him, given that this was a live broadcast. "Shall we continue shooting?" Wang Ziyang glanced at the clock. "It's only 10 o'clock. Let's carry on. Such opportunities to trend are rare, and I must seize the chance to amass more popularity." "All right, let's find our next victim," Qin Yu nodded. "What are you saying? She is the fortunate one." Wang Ziyang shot her a glare. They exchanged a knowing look and shared a tacit smile. Bullet comments. "You two are definitely a couple." Full of CP vibes, he searched through the crowd for a while, and suddenly, a lovely silhouette caught his eye. He approached her and said, "Hello, miss. Do you require a photographer?" The young woman, wearing a mask, responded in a low voice, "What are your charges?" "I'm a live streamer. As long as you're comfortable with the broadcast or allow me to share the video on my social media, there is no fee," Wang Ziyang explained. The woman regarded him, her voice seemingly laced with amusement. "Very well, I agree." Her eyes sparkled brightly, radiating beauty. Wang Ziyang felt a stirring in his heart and gazed at her intently. "What style of photos do you usually enjoy?" he inquired. The woman shook her head. "I rarely take photos. Please proceed as you wish. You appear quite lovely. Shall we capture a series in a pure YU style?" Wang Ziyang proposed with a smile. "Sure. You direct. How shall we proceed? Aren't you going to remove your mask? Is it necessary? I don't consider myself particularly attractive." "Then lean against the railing," Wang Ziyang suggested, pointing to a nearby fence. "I will highlight your true form." The woman complied and approached the railing. "What pose should I strike?" "First, lean forward, as close to the railing as possible. Then, bend down." The woman adhered to his instructions and squatted, her hands cradling her head. Wang Ziyang continued, "Now, hold that position." Instinctively sensing something amiss, she looked up just as Wang Ziyang pressed the shutter, capturing a flurry of images. Some depicted her ensnared by the railing, others of her bending over it, and some with her head cradled in her arms, all exuding a rather lewd air. Bullet comments. "Huh. So this is the pure YU style. No complaints here. What kind of photo requires me to cradle my head?" The woman inquired. "None. I merely wish to showcase your leg curves." Wang Ziyang chuckled. "However, it seems the lighting is not optimal. The shots are not turning out well. Let's adopt a different style and capture the beauty of nature this time. Here stands a tree. Please take your place beneath it." The woman cast a skeptical glance at him before positioning herself under the tree. Prince Yang meticulously selected an angle and swiftly pressed the shutter. The branches obscured the woman's head, crafting an odd and distorted visage that elicited hearty laughter from the audience in the live stream. Once the series was concluded, the woman requested to view the photos, only to be met with Prince Yang's refusal. "You are too impatient. I typically review several sets together." Thus, he proposed another shoot before she could admire her beauty in the photographs. All right, what shall we shoot next? She inquired. Next, I shall reveal to you the zenith of photography. Do you know what that is? Comments. Here we go again. The woman shook her head. It is, of course, candid shots. Prince Yang gazed at her. Your hair is exquisite, and combined with your figure, that glance back will be magnificent. Now walk forward, and when I call your name, turn to look at me. Very well. The woman complied, advancing until she heard Prince Yang's voice, at which point she promptly turned. Click, click, click. The sound of the shutter echoed as Prince Yang captured numerous images in that fleeting moment. Various after-images and hair obscuring her face, coupled with the dim light, rendered her akin to a ghostly apparition from film. Comments. Ha ha. Shouldn't we give him a beating? May I see them now? The woman approached him. Certainly. Let us behold your most authentic self. Prince Yang smiled as he opened the camera, and in an instant, the image of a disheveled specter materialized. What is this? The woman exclaimed, her dissatisfaction evident. If you find this one unappealing, we can move on to the next. Prince Yang offered, switching to the subsequent image, which turned out to be a blurred double exposure, reminiscent of a soul departing its body. What are you capturing? She exclaimed, scrolling down only to encounter her ghostly silhouette by the tree and even a portrayal of herself in confinement. This incited her playful ire. What have you done? Are these even photographs a person can take? Prince Yang quickly shook his head. This is not my fault. It lies within you. How is this my fault? She retorted. I intended to photograph your figure, yet it turns out you possess a rather short stature, short arms, short legs, both short and stout. What did you say? The woman's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and indignation, seemingly unable to fathom his words. Prince Yang cautiously observed her. Let us converse calmly. Do not act rashly. I am live streaming. Understand that I am a photographer, not a magician. You inherently appear this way, and I have not intentionally distorted your image. You. The woman was incensed, her bosom rising and falling rapidly. My camera merely reflects your true self, not the beauty-enhancing filters you typically utilize. You must learn to embrace your most genuine self and not dwell in a facade. If there is any fault, it lies solely in your shorter legs. I should have only captured you from the waist up. You. The woman's breath quickened. Perhaps I have inadvertently offended you with my words. Please feel free to inform me, and I shall gladly repeat myself. Of course, should you wish to delete the photographs, I can offer you a special price of 250 yuan each. How infuriating! His words struck her heart like a series of relentless blows, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration and turn away. Yet, in the next moment, a strong hand suddenly grasped hers, and with a forceful pull, she found herself enveloped in a broad, warm embrace. Simultaneously, a gentle voice, laced with a smile, whispered in her ear, I have received your surprise. Welcome back. Chapter 63. You perverse creature. Upon hearing his words, Song Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? Is this an unwelcome advance? Are you still pretending not to know me? Wang Ziyang smiled faintly, removing her mask to reveal a countenance that could evoke both ire and delight, a visage unmistakably belonging to Song Yuqing. With astonishment, she gazed at him. How did you recognize me? Because no one possesses such stunning eyes, Wang Ziyang replied with a grin. Song Yuqing, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, shot him a playful glare. Do you think your words now hold any weight? It's too late. What you said earlier has wounded me deeply. I shall compensate you with tenfold beautiful photographs. He smiled gently, stepping back and raising his camera to capture an exquisite image. As she glanced at the photo, her enchanting eyes sparkled. With a delicate huff, she retorted, a mere photograph is insufficient. You must utter sweet words to dispel the unpleasant ones. Speaking of light, do you know what it is? Wang Ziyang inquired. Light? A stream of photons within a specific frequency range? Song Yuqing replied uncertainly. Wang Ziyang shook his head. Light is the effort expended in yearning for you. What nonsense! Song Yuqing pouted, yet a radiant smile illuminated her face. Wang Ziyang pointed to the moon. Do you know what that is? The moon. Do you know why I don't gaze at it? Why? I do not look at the moon, nor do I express my longing for you. This way, Both the moon and you remain in the dark. Oh, you are quite the charmer. Please, I implore you to teach me. Ah, you are quite the flatterer. Song Yuqing feigned disgust. Yet the blush on her cheeks and the mirth in her eyes revealed her delight. Very well, I shall refrain from further proclamations. Do you enjoy playing games? Games? Not much. Are you suggesting I play one? Indeed. Wang Ziyang chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. For instance, my feelings. Song Yuqing burst into a fit of giggles, and the two shared a moment of laughter. In the joyous atmosphere, they captured several more photographs, and soon the clock struck midnight. Wang Ziyang interacted briefly with the audience before shutting down the live stream. He then turned to her. All right, we can address the serious matter now. Song Yuqing looked at him in surprise. How'd you know I had something to discuss? Your eyes convey that you harbor concerns. Wang Ziyang replied with a warm smile, guiding her to a bench. May I hear about it? After a moment of silence, Song Yuqing spoke slowly. Do you know your fate? Wang Ziyang shook his head. No one can truly know, can they? I do, she stated, a flicker of sorrow crossing her gaze. In 2 years, I will marry a wealthy heir with whom I share no emotional connection. Following that, endless arguments will ensue, leading to a perpetual Cold War. Ultimately, we will become strangers, each living our separate lives, until I find myself engulfed in unbearable anguish, culminating in the end of my existence. Wang Ziyang furrowed his brow slightly. Is it truly so? Indeed, Song Yuqing replied, her eyes reddening. This is the entirety of my mother's life. Wang Ziyang gazed deeply at her. Perhaps you might consider conversing with your elders. I fought against it, even threatening to end my life, yet all I gained was a year. A year? What can one achieve in a year? 5 million as capital could be turned into 200 million, Song Yuqing murmured. That is quite a challenge. Indeed, it is difficult, but it is my last glimmer of hope. Her eyes filled with despair. So what do you intend to do? Invest. I will seek a project and invest the entirety of these 5 million. Wang Ziyang shook his head slowly. The higher the potential return, the greater the risk. Furthermore, if such a lucrative opportunity existed, it would have already been seized or outlawed. Thus, I have decided to take a gamble. A gamble? On what? On you. Song Yuqing replied, her gaze fixed upon him. What? Song Yuqing's expression grew resolute. I am betting on you. I plan to invest all 5 million in you. Wang Ziyang displayed surprise. Me? But I am merely a small streamer. You seek 200 million. My rational mind cautions against this course of action, he said, perplexed. Yet my heart compels me to proceed, she stated with unwavering determination. Why? Song Yuqing shook her head. I cannot articulate the reason. Perhaps. Your very presence is a miracle for me. Without you, I would never have mustered the courage to fight back. But what if you lose the gamble? Then so be it. At least I will have made an effort, will I not? Wang Ziyang regarded her intently. And if I refuse? You must understand. This also places immense pressure upon me. Song Yuqing smiled bitterly. Then I will have lost utterly, defeated beyond redemption. If Wang Ziyang declines to cooperate, it would signify not only a misjudgment of vision, but also of thought. I would lose not just my future, but my past as well. You mentioned investing in me. Do you have a specific direction in mind? For instance, are you looking for me to promote products, create a brand, or perhaps cultivate a team? Wang Ziyang inquired. Song Yuqing opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Finally, she stammered, I haven't thought that far ahead. Perhaps you could decide. Not thought out. Does that mean you have conducted no market research or performance assessments before making this investment decision? Wang Ziyang looked at her in astonishment. Indeed, Song Yuqing replied. And you believe I should make the decisions? You mean I can spend this 5 million at will? Song Yuqing nodded. Yes, I trust you to be far more astute than I. Do you have any oversight in place? Just spend as you see fit. Oh, but please consult with me before you use any of the funds, she added quickly. Wang Ziyang stared at her in disbelief, while Song Yuqing returned his gaze with an air of innocence. Moments later, Prince Yang Sudenli Siged. Now I finally comprehend why your elders would engage you in such a wager. Why? Because you possess no commercial acumen, no business insight. Forget about earning 200 million. You cannot even safeguard this 5 million capital. Prince Yang shook his head with a bemused smile. By all reasonable standards, she was destined to lose this bet. What do you suggest I do then? Should I simply resign myself to fate? Song Yuqing's eyes brimmed with tears. Prince Yang chuckled softly and rose to his feet. You should return home for now. You. Song Yuqing felt as if struck by lightning, her face paling as he continued to decline. I mean, it's getting late. Go rest and draft a contract for me. Song Yuqing was taken aback. The tears that had nearly spilled suddenly ceased. What do you mean? You surely can't be clueless about contracts? Prince Yang waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Search online. There are templates available. Watching his graceful figure depart, Song Yuqing wiped her tears and stomped her foot in frustration. She rushed to his side, seized his hand, and bit down. Ouch! That hurts! Why would you bite me? Serve you right for speaking so casually. You deserve to be treated differently. How have I treated you differently? You took a photo of Su with your socks on. Why not do the same for me? Fine, I'll take one with you then. You want my socks? You weirdo. No way. Laughter and playful banter ensued. Chapter 64. Let me hold you a while longer today. Live streaming statistics. Earn meow coins. 16, 635. New followers. 48, 589. Total viewers. 180, 967. Gift givers. 15. Commenters. 38, 648. Comment count. 20, 532. Likes. 122, 188. Average watch time. 24. 1 minutes. Upon returning home, Wang Ziyang reclined on his bed, scrutinizing the day's streaming data. That evening, he had gained several thousand new followers, bringing his total count close to 80,000. These followers contributed significantly to his popularity, as his system panel displayed a popularity value of 201, 345. Indeed, the earnings from today alone surpassed the total of the previous week, replenishing the popularity he had expended. Moreover, his follower count had officially exceeded 300,000. While not extraordinarily high, it nonetheless indicated a certain degree of influence. Furthermore, the engagement metrics for his videos, including likes and views, were commendable, signaling that everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Are you confident? 200 million is no small sum, inquired Qinyu, who was diligently massaging his hands. Wang Ziyang did not conceal his intention to collaborate with Song Yuqing from her. He smiled. I can only say I will do my utmost. That won't suffice. She has staked her future happiness on you. If you fail, it would be disastrous for her. Qinyu promptly cautioned, her sympathy for Song Yuqing evident. Do you think I can manage? Wang Ziyang countered. Absolutely. Qinyu responded without hesitation. And your reasoning? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, You play the piano well and take great photos. Many people excel in both, but how many can earn so much within a year? Wang Ziyang chuckled. I don't quite understand the reasoning, but I just believe in your potential, Qinyu asserted, shaking her head. That is not quite fair. Why are you so confident in me? Are you perhaps a little infatuated? Wang Ziyang teased, gazing at her with a playful smile. Qinyu's cheeks flushed as she retorted. Nonsense. I simply don't want to discourage you. In truth, she admired him deeply and was indeed enamored. Rest assured, a 1T let you down. A glimmer of determination shone in Wang Ziyang's eyes. The system offered numerous avenues for profit, such as recipes for various potent elixirs and cutting-edge technologies. Each option held immense value, contingent upon a certain level of popularity. His decision to partner with Song Yuqing stemmed from multiple motivations. Firstly, he aimed to reciprocate her kindness. She had unhesitatingly invested 1 million to help clear his name and boost his visibility, bringing him a significant influx of traffic. Secondly, he sought to leverage her 5 million to accelerate his growth. With such resources, his progress would be expedited. Lastly, it was a gesture of gratitude for her trust. Since she recognized and believed in him, why should he not return the favor? As long as you're aware of your own capabilities, Qinyu yawned, fatigue evident after a long day accompanying Wang Ziyang and enduring his emotional outpouring. Are you tired? Then you should rest, he suggested. Prince Yang tentatively embraced her, expecting her to push him away. To his surprise, she willingly nestled into his arms, falling into a deep slumber, gazing at her fair and exquisite face. Feeling the softness of her delicate form, his heart swelled with tenderness, prompting him to gently peck her cheek. Stop it, she murmured, burrowing closer to him. He smiled softly. turning his gaze to the window, where the night was thick and dark. Thoughts of the fateful accident and the encounter with Molly Lee flickered in his mind, a chill passing through his eyes. He knew he needed to grow stronger quickly, to face whatever came his way and to protect those dear to him. The following morning, as Qin awoke from her dreams, she found herself tightly enveloped in Wang Ziyang's embrace. Sensing the warmth of his hold and the comforting scent surrounding him, she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her eyes fluttering shut once more, a blissful smile gracing her face. If only she could remain in this moment for eternity, she sighed inwardly. However, as that thought crossed her mind, her eyes flew open, a sudden pressure making her aware of her surroundings. Memories of the previous day rushed back, and her face flushed crimson. Attempting to shift away only intensified her awareness, sending delightful shivers coursing through her body, stirring memories of yesterday's intoxicating sensations. Heat flooded her entire being, her breath quickening as she gazed upon his handsome visage, unable to resist the urge to offer her rosy lips to him. Just then, the shrill ring of her phone startled her awake. Hastily, she extricated herself from his embrace and answered the call. Sister Qian, it was Zhou Qian on the line, reminding her of their plans to visit her home that day and inquiring about dietary preferences. After their conversation, she hung up to find Wang Ziyang awake, his intense gaze fixed upon her. A flutter of excitement coursed through her as she feigned nonchalance, asking, "What are you staring at? I felt someone drawing near just now. Could it be someone wanted to kiss me?" Wang Ziyang chuckled, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Her cheeks flushed, yet she maintained her composure. "Are you still dreaming?" Wang Ziyang rose, locking eyes with her. "Answer me. Look into my eyes. Tell me." A laugh escaped Qin, her face turning red as she playfully pushed him away. "Stop your antics." Wang Ziyang instinctively lowered his head, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. "That's not my fault. It's a natural reaction. Enough joking. Hurry up and wash up for breakfast. We need to head to Sister Qian soon." Qin got up and walked towards the bathroom. "Wait." Wang Ziyang called out to her hastily. She paused in her tracks. He approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her once more and whispering softly in her ear, "Perhaps I was dreaming just now, but now, please let me hold you a little longer." His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing a shiver to race through her, electrifying her senses and rendering her limbs weak. At that moment, the phone rang once more, this time belonging to Wang Ziyang. Reluctantly, he released her to answer the call, which was from an unfamiliar number. Initially, he presumed it to be a telemarketer, yet the ringing persisted. After a brief contemplation, he decided to answer. "You are being watched." A deep, gravelly voice resonated from the other end. "Who are you?" Wang Ziyang furrowed his brow. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. If you wish to remain unharmed, do not linger in West City." The message was vague and disjointed. "What are you talking about? Leave quickly if you wish to survive." Wang Ziyang sought to extract further information, but all he received in return was the monotonous tone of a disconnected call. He gazed at his phone, lost in contemplation. Chapter 65. The arrival of the boss in the morning. Qin Yu rang the doorbell of Zhou Qian's house. Turning back, she glanced at Wang Ziyang, only to find his brow still furrowed in concern. She hastily offered reassurance. "Don't take it too seriously. It might just be a prank." Ever since he received that phone call, he had been deep in thought, which tugged at her heartstrings. "Perhaps," Wang Ziyang replied with a smile, fully aware that it was certainly no jest. What perplexed him was the identity and intentions of the caller. As they conversed, the door swung open, revealing Zhou Qian's graceful figure. Clad in an apron with water stains on her hands, she seemed to be busy in the kitchen. "You're here. Come in." Zhou Qian warmly welcomed them inside. "Hello, Sister Qian." Wang Ziyang presented a gift. Zhou Qian quickly accepted it, saying, "You're here. That's enough? No need for gifts. It feels too formal." Just as Wang Ziyang opened his mouth to reply, a melodious piano tune filled the air, the piece being Castle in the Sky. "Are there guests at home?" Qin Yu asked in surprise. "Yes, a recent arrival, but they are also acquaintances of Ziyang." Zhou Qian smiled at him. "My acquaintance?" Wang Ziyang was taken aback, for aside from Qin Yu, he believed no one else was familiar with Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian winked at him. "Go take a look, and you'll find out." Curiosity piqued, Wang Ziyang made his way to the piano room, where a stunning figure sat at the piano, playing the piece. Sunlight streamed through the intricately designed window, highlighting her delicate shoulder line. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, mingling with the folds of her moonlit dress. As her fingers danced over the keys, her shoulder blades fluttered like butterfly wings, exuding elegance and beauty. He chose not to interrupt, instead listening quietly at the doorway. When the piece concluded, he gently applauded. "That was splendid." The young woman turned to face him, saying, "Yet I always feel it pales in comparison to your playing." Her features were exquisite, with refined brows and a complexion that glowed with a hint of rosy warmth. The ethereal aura surrounding her made it clear she was Zhao Yasi, the proprietor of Yasi Piano Studio and Wang Ziyang's direct superior. Upon seeing her, Wang Ziyang smiled. "You're too modest, Miss Zhao." Each individual has a unique style and interpretation, resulting in distinct renditions. There is no hierarchy in artistry. Zhao Yasi chuckled in response. "No wonder you've garnered such admiration in a short span. Your eloquence surpasses that of ordinary folk. Speaking of admiration, I owe my gratitude to you, Miss Zhao. If it weren't for the generous gifts you've sent during my live streams, I wouldn't have gained such a following." Wang Ziyang expressed his thanks, recalling the numerous gifts Zhao Yasi had bestowed upon him. "There's no need for formalities. Your live streams are of high caliber, and your piano skills are exceptional." "Those gifts are well-deserved," Zhao Yasi replied with a smile. "Everyone, relax. This is my home, not a workplace. Let us all unwind a bit," Zhou Qin announced, entering with a tray of tea and fruit. She smiled at the two. You don't need to call her Miss Zhao anymore. Something more familiar would be better." Wang Ziyang grinned. "Then I shall call you Sister Yasi." "That sounds lovely and endearing," Zhou Qin remarked, casting a knowing glance at Wang Ziyang. "You two continue your conversation. You and I will prepare lunch." Upon finishing her words, she exited the room, even closing the door behind her. Previously, she had intended to introduce a girlfriend to him. And coincidentally, Zhao Yasi had arrived, also single, prompting her to consider giving a try. Zhao Yasi, possessing keen insight, immediately perceived Zhou Qian's intentions. Instinctively, she glanced at Wang Ziyang and found herself somewhat captivated by his handsome visage, which aligned almost perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. However, having navigated the complexities of society for many years, she was not as naive as a young girl. She weighed many factors in matters of the heart, with appearance being merely one of them. "Is your visit this time specifically to discuss business with me?" Wang Ziyang inquired. "Sort of," Zhao Yasi replied. "Firstly, I wanted to catch up with you, as we are about to embark on an overseas venture to secure a significant contract. Secondly, I also wish to unwind a little, since it has been quite some time since I took a break." "Overseas?" Wang Ziyang expressed mild surprise. "Yes. You are familiar with the Entropy Priestess, Lola Estano, I presume?" She proceeded to elucidate the situation to Wang Ziyang. "When do we depart? How long will it take?" he asked. "We will set off next Wednesday, and the round trip will take approximately 3 days." Upon hearing this, Wang Ziyang fell into contemplation, weighing the potential impact of traveling abroad on his live streaming endeavors. Zhao Yasi, sensing his hesitation, quickly added, "If this business transaction goes smoothly, I will grant you a 5% commission." The piano she was selling was a globally limited edition, worth a considerable sum, with profits soaring to $1 million. 5% would amount to nearly $100,000, a significant figure indeed. "I understand," Wang Ziyang nodded in agreement. Although traveling abroad would undoubtedly affect his live streaming to some extent, it could also introduce fresh perspectives and traffic to his broadcasts. Moreover, he could leverage the cultural contrast between the East and West for creative content, which ultimately seemed advantageous. "Put forth your best effort. Securing this deal could enhance our brand's image and greatly benefit your own development," Zhao Yasi encouraged. "I will," he affirmed. "By the way, may I bring someone along? I will cover the expenses myself. Are you considering taking Qinyu with you?" Zhao Yasi regarded him thoughtfully. "Yes, it feels somewhat unsafe here, and I am reluctant to leave her alone." "That's acceptable." Zhao Yasi deliberated briefly before acquiescing. "Thank you, Yasi. There's no need for thanks. Your relationship is quite enviable. Zhao Yasi remarked as she approached the table to pour tea. However, unexpectedly, she lost her grip, and the cup crashed on her foot, scalding hot tea splattering across her skin. She gasped, nearly losing her balance. "Be careful." Wang Ziyang rushed to her side, catching her in the nick of time. In her astonished gaze, he swept her up, cradling her against his chest, before swiftly removing her shoe and tearing her stockings, exposing her foot to the cool air. He then carried her to the restroom, turned on the faucet, and rinsed her foot with cold water. During this process, Zhao Yasi seemed entranced, gazing at him. His strong, powerful arms, his broad, warm chest, his perfectly chiseled profile, and his considerate, meticulous actions. From her childhood to the present, she has always been calm and astute. Whatever task she undertakes, she meticulously contemplates and weighs the pros and cons. In her eyes, everyone is quantifiable, possessing their own intrinsic value. She analyzes her interactions with others, calculating the potential benefits they may yield. If she were to be likened to a calculator, at this moment, her underlying code has become chaotic for the first time. She finds herself at a loss as to how to quantify the man before her. Her system has been entirely disrupted by him. To her, he is akin to a bug in her programming. Chapter 66, Four-Handed Duet. Half an hour later, in the piano room. "How are you feeling? Does it hurt?" Wang Ziyang inquired as he applied iodine to Zhao Yasi's foot. Zhao Yasi gently shook her head. "It doesn't hurt." "That's good. There's no broken skin, so it should be fine." Lu Qian sighed in relief, grateful for Ziyang's swift actions and continuous rinsing. "Thank you." Zhao Yasi sincerely expressed her gratitude. For the past 20 minutes, he had been diligently washing her foot, maintaining the same position without showing any signs of fatigue or impatience. Wang Ziyang smiled. "We are all in this together. There's no need for such formality. I've applied some erythromycin ointment. Try to stay off your feet today, and you should feel much better tomorrow." Zhao Yasi nodded, her gaze filled with appreciation. His humility and gentleness, devoid of arrogance or frivolity, made their interaction exceedingly pleasant. Ziyang is truly thoughtful and dependable, caring and so talented. "Anyone fortunate enough to be with you would be exceedingly happy," Zhou Qian remarked, tapping a rhythm on the side drum. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yasi glanced at Wang Ziyang, while Qin Yu slightly furrowed her brow but ultimately refrained from commenting. Wang Ziyang shook his head. "Sister Qian, please don't praise me too much. I have many bad habits that most people cannot tolerate. No one in this world is perfect. Relationships require continuous adjustment, as long as the flaws do not overshadow the virtues." Zhou Qian chimed in brightly. After chatting for a while and confirming that Zhao Yasi was fine, Zhou Qian pulled Qin Yu towards the kitchen, casting knowing glances at Wang Ziyang. "You and I will head to the kitchen. You take care of Yasi." Her words made Zhao Yasi feel somewhat awkward, and she quickly said to him, "Please feel free. I'll just sit and rest for a bit." Wang Ziyang pondered for a moment. "Then I'll go live for a while and chat with the audience. It's the weekend, and I don't want to waste such a splendid opportunity." "No need to go outside. Just broadcast here," Zhao Yasi interrupted. "It's perfect as I'd like to hear you play." "All right." Wang Ziyang smiled as he initiated the live stream. As he began the broadcast, viewers gradually filled the room, mostly members of his fan club. Their presence was a guarantee of his streaming revenue. "Hello everyone. Welcome to my live stream. Today, we are guests at Sister Qian's home, and alongside her is a distinguished guest, Sister Yasi." Wang Ziyang turned the camera toward Zhao Yasi. "Hello everyone. I'm Zhao Yasi. Thank you for your support of the broadcaster. If you haven't followed him yet, please do so." Zhao Yasi greeted the camera with poise, her experience as a business elite evident. Her appearance elicited astonishment in the live stream. Is this a new hero being unlocked? I saw her in a magazine. She is Zhao Yasi, the owner of Yasi Piano Store. She is the real deal, a true rich beauty. Wait, how did you manage to get the boss here? I really don't want to put in any effort anymore. So envious. Why are all the top beauties around him? Wang Ziyang smiled subtly and asked her sister Yasi, "What would you like to hear?" Zhao Yasi pondered. "Shall we play Dance of Flowers?" She had been practicing diligently over the past few days, yet certain passages still eluded her comprehension. "Very well." Wang Ziyang nodded, and his fingers danced gracefully across the piano keys, instantly filling the air with a melodious tune. Zhao Yasi listened intently, her expression rapt with focus, her eyes reflecting a boundless yearning. As the final notes faded, she remained enveloped in the beauty of the music, eventually breaking her reverie to applaud. That was exquisite. The difference between experiencing it live and listening online is truly remarkable. Such exceptional piano skills undoubtedly affirmed his reputation as the acknowledged prince of piano in recent decades. Meanwhile, the comments section surged with excitement. What? The piano prince? The streamer? It seems he truly is the piano prince from the Central Conservatory. I just found that out. I saw a post from a Central Conservatory blogger mentioning him yesterday. Have you seen the recent news? He was in a car accident. The streamer's hands were injured. No way. I didn't realize he had suffered so much. Maya, I cried after watching this. The streamer is so optimistic and radiant. It's hard to believe he has such a past. Being enveloped in darkness, yet able to compose such luminous pieces is incredibly inspiring. My heart aches for him. I just want to give the streamer a hug. Simultaneously, notifications of gifts flooded the screen. User Me Air sent 3 sonic jets. User Kiskiviko Air sent 10 somi gets. User Xiao Yuan Sure Ru E sent 1 luxurious rocket. User Bo Xian is busy tuning. Wang Ziyang's live stream received a dream carnival. Hurry and take a look. User Kushi Kolu is tuning. Wang Ziyang. Amidst the numerous gifts and vibrant comments, the live stream surged to popularity once more, attracting a plethora of viewers due to the weekend. Wang Ziyang, however, was not focused on the live chat. Instead, he smiled at Zhao Yasi, saying, "This piece is quite simple. With practice, you too can master it. Is there anything else you're uncertain about?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps I need to play to find out," Zhao Yasi replied, shaking her head. "Then let us give it a try." Wang Ziyang guided her to the piano bench. After a brief attempt, she shook her head again. "No, I still cannot evoke the beauty you convey. I fall far short." "No worries, take your time. Besides, you need not mimic me. Everyone possesses their unique style," Wang Ziyang encouraged. As Zhao Yasi gazed upon his handsome visage, a thought struck her. "Why don't we attempt a 4-hand duet?" "All right." Wang Ziyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never tried a 4-hand duet before. He positioned the camera at an angle to capture their synchronized playing for the audience. "What shall we play?" "Let us stick with Dance of Flowers," he suggested. "Let us not discuss or rehearse. We'll just play and see what unfolds. Only relying on our synergy? If we falter, please don't hold it against me." Zhao Yasi replied, her eyes alight with eagerness, ready to embark on this unprecedented endeavor. With a gentle smile, Wang Ziyang was the first to strike the keys, immediately followed by Zhao Yasi. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the music room, as their fingertips blossomed into raindrop-like notes upon the keys. As her left hand leapt in octaves, his right hand gracefully complemented the low bass chords, weaving an invisible thread between the black and white keys with the rhythm of their fingers. In a fleeting modulation, his little finger brushed against her cool wrist bone, and 2 arpeggios entwined like twin lotus blossoms, ascending together. In that moment, sunlight enveloped them, casting a soft halo around them as they basked in its warmth, reminiscent of a pair of celestial beings. Chapter 67. Playing the piano or expressing affection. Such a scene evoked a chorus of astonished exclamations in the comments. "What? Is this your first attempt? I can't believe you didn't rehearse beforehand. What remarkable synchronicity. You can't tell me this is your first time? Look at how their hands intertwine. They're so close, it seems they're about to embrace. Their gazes lock. The intensity is simply breathtaking. Are you two playing the piano or courting? The piano is wonderful. One truly must learn it. Yuqing, while you're here gifting, your home has been robbed. One buried in the Antarctic, the other in the Arctic. Brothers, the neighbor's couple dismemberment case has been updated. Hurry to check it out." Amidst the astonished comments, Zhao Yasi finally made a small mistake. She and Wang Ziyang reached the keys simultaneously. Wang Ziyang pressed a key just before her, while she inadvertently rested her hand on the back of his. They exchanged a glance, and Zhao Yasi's face flushed crimson, while Wang Ziyang continued to play the last few notes with her hand. "I'm sorry, that was my mistake." She apologized, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Wang Ziyang smiled. "There's no need to apologize. It was our first attempt, and we exhibited great harmony, save for that one moment. Zhao Yasi gazed at him, her eyes gleaming with joy. I never expected we could synchronize so beautifully. This was her first taste of a profound connection, a sensation of mutual understanding that left her entranced. Shall we increase the difficulty? Wang Ziyang inquired. How? Improvisation. Zhao Yasi's eyes widened in surprise. Improvisation? Mastering the piano's improvisation requires solid foundational skills, including rapid scales, arpeggios, and chord transitions. Furthermore, two people improvising necessitates exceptional synchronization, a unified rhythm, dynamics, and even breath. Indeed. So what do you say? Shall we give it a try? Wang Ziyang looked at her expectantly. All right. Zhao Yasi felt a flutter of excitement. You begin, she encouraged, nodding. Taking a deep breath, she cleared her mind and allowed her instincts to guide her fingers as they began to dance gracefully across the keys. Listening to her melody and rhythm, Wang Ziyang joined in. A gentle breeze stirred, scattering the sunlight into fragments of amber, casting shimmering patterns upon their entwined fingertips. Their harmonious performance commenced gradually. Her right hand struck a series of questioning dominant seventh chords in the lower register, while his left hand sprinkled a cascade of arpeggios in the higher register, ushering their unresolved harmonies into the twilight of F minor. The improvisational folds unfolded beneath their hands. When her triplets soared through the mid-range like migratory birds, his wrist suddenly sank, establishing a sustained note that formed solid ground for their melodic wings to rest upon. In a fleeting moment of modulation, her ring finger brushed against the side of his little finger, and two sequences of notes that should have clashed dissolved into a double helix in the gentle glow of D-flat major. Zhao Xia was immersed in this tacit understanding, as if she had transformed into a delicate blossom, dancing gracefully amidst the notes, while Wang Ziyang was the gentle breeze that lifted her, guiding her, as they twirled together in the most exquisite dance. In that moment, she forgot her identity and the occasion, surrendering herself to the emotions within, swaying lightly under the caress of the breeze. A moment later, as the final note faded away, the piece came to an end. The two gazed deeply into one another's eyes. Zhao Xia's expression was filled with excitement, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She had just experienced the profound connection of two souls, vulnerable and interdependent, a sensation that left her utterly astounded. This was a sense of security and fulfillment that wealth could never provide. Wang Ziyang felt a surge of joy as well. It was the first time he had encountered the feeling of finding a kindred spirit. Perhaps Zhao Xia's performance was not the most technically proficient, yet her passion and dedication were undeniably pure. He could sense her genuine love for music and the piano. I never anticipated that your improvisation would harmonize so beautifully, he remarked. Indeed, this completely surpassed my expectations, Zhao Xia replied with a gentle nod. Let us give it a name. I'm afraid I might not choose well. Perhaps you should, he suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ziyang added, why don't we consult the audience in the live stream? They are listeners and might provide a more immediate perspective. Sounds good, Zhao Xi agreed. As Wang Ziyang opened the live stream, he was met with a flurry of comments. A cacophony of suggestions such as come, prosperity, song of cotton candy, and Tokyo isn't that hot. Eventually, he spotted a delightful comment. Love of flowers. What do you think, Xia? He inquired. Zhao Xia, with a faint blush on her cheeks, nodded. She had indeed felt the stirrings of love. Just as Wang Ziyang was about to finalize the name, he noticed a new comment. If you choose my name, you must complete my challenge. Seriously? A challenge for that? Wang Ziyang sighed in exasperation. Zhao Xia, however, chuckled softly. After all, it's their original creation. It deserves respect. In truth, she rather enjoyed watching Wang Ziyang tackle challenges. She had given many votes for his previous endeavors. All right then, what is the challenge? She prompted, and with her encouragement, Wang Ziyang could only nod in agreement. Don't let Xia see, came the response. Wang Ziyang had no choice but to adjust his phone's angle, ensuring that Zhao Xia remained oblivious. After confirming that she could not see, Kashi Kale continued to send out barrage messages. Pretend there's a scent on your clothes to entice them to come closer and smell. at that moment. You should kiss their hair and observe their reactions. At least 3 kisses per person. Bahaj? Ah. Brilliant. 666. No, my friend. Are you trying to get me killed? Wang Ziyang chuckled bitterly. Qin Yu chose not to comment. At most, she would receive a punch. However, he was not well acquainted with Zhou Qian and Zhao Yasi, making such jokes rather inappropriate. Barrage. If you complete the challenge, I will have my whole family, class company, follow you. 1111. Wang Ziyang gritted his teeth. All right, this is what you all said. I hope you will keep your word. What's going on? What do they want you to do? Zhao Yasi inquired curiously. They said the challenge target from last night has doubled. If I can complete it, my entire family will follow me. Wang Ziyang fabricated an excuse. Zhao Yasi did not suspect anything. That has 20 pairs of socks. The difficulty seems quite high. Wang Ziyang casually chatted with her for a moment and suddenly lifted his shirt to sniff. Can you help me check if there is a strange smell? Strange smell? Zhao Yasi detected nothing amiss and curiously leaned in to take a whiff. Wang Ziyang leaned closer to her and planted a kiss in her hair, making a soft sound. Chapter 68. A grand escapade after Prince Yang planted a kiss. Zhao Yasi appeared momentarily dazed, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes brimming with bewilderment. What is it? Prince Yang inquired, his expression serene. In nothing, Zhao Yasi stammered, embarrassed, as she assumed she had misheard him and shook her head. Once more, Prince Yang asked, Do you detect the scent on my clothing? Not yet. Let me try again, she said, leaning closer to him. In that instant, as she drew near, Prince Yang kissed her hair once more. Zhao Yasi quickly raised her head, shock evident in her eyes. This time, she was certain it was no mere figment of her imagination. He had indeed kissed her. W, what are you doing? Prince Yang Zhouget Ligli. I merely found your hair to be exceedingly fragrant, and I couldn't help myself. I used Hynix. If you like it, you might consider purchasing their shampoo. Zhao Yasi genuinely believed he was speaking the truth. All right, I'll remember that. Prince Yang nodded and spoke again. Quick, help me, this scent is quite unbearable. Zhao Yasi glanced at him and leaned in for the 3rd time, but just then, she seemed to sense something and abruptly lifted her head. Unfortunately, Prince Yang's kiss landed squarely on her cheek. At that moment, the audience was rendered speechless. Zhao Yasi was stunned, and even Prince Yang found himself momentarily at a loss. A kiss on the hair was one thing, but kissing her cheek was an entirely different matter. Under the astonished gazes surrounding them, Zhao Yasi's face flushed a deep crimson, her long eyelashes trembling. Sister Yasi, Prince Yang began to explain, but they were interrupted by the voice of Zhou Qian from outside. Yasi, dinner is ready. Coming. Zhao Yasi replied hastily, hopping on one foot as she exited the piano room. Prince Yang, with a hint of exasperation, glanced at the camera. This is all your misguided suggestion. If I get expelled, will you take care of me? Kashikele. Yes, I will support you, provided you complete the remaining challenges. Wait, we have to continue. Kashikele. Of course, a promise is a promise. It must be honored. It's a matter of integrity. Observing the multitude of one in the comments, Prince Yang sighed in resignation, realizing he had no choice but to proceed with the challenge. He sent a message to Qin Yu, requesting her presence in the piano room. Qin Yu arrived swiftly. What is the matter? Prince Yang closed the door and employed the same tactic once more. I seem to have an odd odor on my clothing. Could you assist me by smelling it? Without hesitation, Qin Yu leaned in, sniffing his garment. Seizing the opportunity, Prince Yang kissed the top of her head. There is no peculiar scent. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. That can't be. I distinctly sense something unusual. Perhaps you didn't smell thoroughly? Prince Yang pressed. Qin Yu leaned closer to him, inhaling the scent of his clothes, and he once more kissed her hair. It was undeniable. There was no fragrance to be found. Qin Yu reiterated, her expression unchanged. Wang Ziyang felt somewhat bewildered. Did she truly have no reaction? Was she utterly oblivious? In truth, Qin Yu was acutely aware. Yet she feigned ignorance, fully aware that he was broadcasting live. Wang Ziyang took a deep breath, resolved to earnestly probe Qin Yu's feelings for him. He gazed directly into her eyes, stating, It seems you have a white hair. Allow me to pluck it for you. Without waiting for her response, he gently caressed her head and planted a kiss on her smooth, full forehead. Bullet comments. EW, that's disgusting, with saliva everywhere. Qin Yu quickly pushed him away, her face contorted in distaste as she wiped her forehead. Wang Ziyang remained silent, merely smiling at her. I need to wash my face. Qin Yu dared not meet his gaze and hastily turned to leave. Observing her retreating figure, Wang Ziyang could not help but smile, just as she understood him well. He comprehended her. Her avoidance of eye contact was a clear indication of her shyness. Additionally, he noticed the flush of her ears and heard the rapid beating of her heart, akin to a drum. Multiple signs indicated her genuine embarrassment, suggesting that her feelings for him transcended mere familial or platonic affection. If this were the case, he could afford to be bolder in his future actions. Of course, the viewers remained oblivious to these nuances, mocking him instead. Our Yaya goddess is magnificent, completely ignoring this pretty boy. Haha, Yaya is certainly not a shallow woman. My affection for her is well placed. Yaya, my wife. Who says there is no pure friendship between men and women? This is it. Ha! The host has become a clown. Wang Ziyang scoffed. Laugh all you want. Just wait until I complete the challenge. If my fan count doesn't rise significantly, you'll see my true colors. Wishing you good luck, came the reply. Just wait and see, Wang Ziyang declared as he exited the piano room. He wandered through the living room for a while and spotted Zhou Qian tending to a multitude of plants on the balcony, an idea sparking in his mind. He approached the balcony, feigning interest in the flowers to summon Zhou Qian. Sister Qian, what flower is this? He inquired, squatting before a plant. Zhou Qian crouched beside him, replying, This is the blue snowflower. Its colors are elegant, and it has a long blooming period. As she elaborated on the flower, Wang Ziyang leaned in and kissed her hair. Zhou Qian abruptly halted, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. I didn't wash my hair yesterday. It's quite oily. Bullet comments. Is this your main concern? Wang Ziyang shook his head. No worries. Please continue. Zhou Qian blinked, then resumed her explanation. It thrives in sunlight, enjoys warmth, cannot withstand the cold, but should not be exposed to direct sunlight. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Ziyang kissed her again. Zhou Qian's face flushed slightly as she gazed at him in astonishment. Ziyang, you cannot possibly have feelings for me, can you? Zhou Qian's laughter broke the silence at his speechlessness. Your taste is commendable, though I may not possess the youthful vitality of those young girls. I know how to cherish others. I possess qualities they do not. Ziyang remained silent, and Zhou Qian seemed to misinterpret his demeanor, sensing that the situation was spiraling beyond her control. Mistaking his silence for shyness, she widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. You truly cannot be harboring genuine feelings for me, can you? Ziyang's heart raced as he hurriedly leaned in to plant another kiss in her hair, intending to complete the challenge before explaining himself. However, before he could utter a word, Zhou Qian unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his head and planted a forceful kiss on his cheek. Chapter 69, Tonight. Bring your tools to my house. Prince Yang was taken aback, gazing at her in astonishment. Zhou Qian chuckled softly. Since you like it, be a little bolder. Oyan, it's not what you think. Prince Yang began to explain, but Qin Yu's voice interrupted. Qianjia, Ziyang, it's time for dinner. Zhou Qian leaned closer to his ear and whispered, I almost forgot to tell you, my piano needs tuning as well. Bring your tools to my house tonight, and help me tune it properly. Qianjia. Prince Yang was taken aback. Just as he was about to clarify, Zhou Qian playfully pressed her slender, fair finger against his lips. Remember, this is a confidential task, and you mustn't mention it to anyone else. Prince Yang quickly shook his head. It's not what you think. Don't be nervous, I understand. There's no need to say too much now. We can discuss it properly when it's just the two of us. Zhou Qian flirtatiously winked at him before sauntering away with an enchanting gait. Prince Yang scratched his head in distress, pondering. Qianjia has completely misunderstood. What should I do? In stark contrast to his turmoil, the live chat was filled with merriment. Ha ha ha, you have me in stitches. You just told me that such a melodious piano needs tuning. Could it be that she desires to tune something other than the piano? If not the piano, then what could it be? Oh dear, this is quite the conundrum. Bringing tools to meet her? What tools? If you're unwilling, I'll reluctantly assist you just this once. Come on, let us make it an unforgettable night. Is there a way to play without focusing on modeling and economics? Tuning a piano is truly an art that must be learned. Promise me, let her return home tonight. Will you? My goodness, the look in her eyes just now was captivating. How can you all still laugh? If it weren't for you, how would things have spiraled like this? You promised me your attention. Prince Yang remarked with irritation towards the camera. Kulu reassured him. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Prince Yang initially thought she was teasing him, but moments later, he noticed the online viewer count rapidly increasing, as did the number of fans lighting up. Kulu, what have you done? Did you purchase fake followers? Prince Yang inquired hostilely. Kulu did not respond. But those newly added to the fan group spoke up. Brother, we are not fake followers. We are honey. Prince Yang was unfamiliar with the term honey, but fortunately, a comment soon clarified. Honey? ISNT, that a term for Tianmier's fans? Tianmier? ISNT, she the actress who has recently gained popularity? Yes, that is her. She is quite the sensation lately, with looks and figure that are beyond reproach. I just checked, and Tianmier posted on social media recommending the streamer. Could it be that Kulu is Tianmier? That seems unlikely. Tianmier mentioned she doesn't engage in meow audio. Prince Yang promptly welcomed the arrival of his fans, and naturally, he did not forget to express his gratitude to Kashi Kale. He also inquired about her identity, to which Kashi Kale replied, if I were Tianmier, I would be too busy filming to spend every day in your live stream. Prince Yang found her reasoning quite valid. A popular star indeed had little time to watch his broadcasts daily. Perhaps they had collaborated, which explained her promotional support for him. He playfully teased Kale for a moment and interacted with the new fans before finally directing his gaze towards the live stream's back end to review the data. Meow coins earned. 11,034. New fans. 22,301. Total viewers. 80,967. Gift givers. 43. Commenters. 52,648. Comment instances. 18,532. Likes, 252, 188. Average viewing duration, 23 minutes. Since he had already trended on social media, his numbers had slightly declined compared to yesterday. However, thanks to Kashi Kale's assistance, the increase in new fans was quite substantial, pushing his total fan count beyond 100,000. He felt a surge of excitement and immediately summoned the system panel, discovering that his total popularity had soared to 300,000. A remarkable gain of 100,000 from this live stream alone. This was the advantage of having numerous fans. Their presence provided a fundamental assurance for his earnings. Furthermore, his thoughts were validated when he received a system notification. Achieved 100,000 fans. Milestone event completed. Awarded a lottery chance won. Indeed, his live stream fan count had reached 100,000, and he surmised this should qualify as a milestone event, proving his conjecture correct. He made his way to the living room and pulled Chinyu, who was serving dishes, aside. It's time for the lottery. So childish. Chinyu shot him a glance, but still cooperatively called out to begin and end the draw. As her voice rang out, the pointer of the lottery wheel halted on an image of a camera. Host has acquired a special skill, Super Live Stream. Super Live Stream can initiate a broadcast unaffected by any external forces. Duration, 2 hours. Cooldown period, 24 hours. This information caused Prince Yang to furrow his brow slightly, as he was not entirely clear on the skill's purpose. However, after processing the details, he truly grasped the value of the phrase special skill. Generally speaking, several conditions are required to initiate a live stream: broadcasting equipment, internet access, energy, electricity, and a streaming platform. All these elements are indispensable. Yet with this skill, he could completely disregard those factors, launching a live stream in any condition or environment, without the need for a camera, merely by the power of thought to present any desired content. No external force could influence him. Even if the streaming platform sought to shut down his channel, they would be powerless. This skill provided him with a robust safety net. As long as he was alive, he possessed the capability to stream at any time and under any circumstance, with the potential for a remarkable comeback. Congratulations, you have received a kiss from Prince Yang. He smiled and gently kissed Chinyu's forehead. His gratitude was sincere, and he also aimed to strengthen their relationship. Stop being so gross, Qin Yu pushed him away. Am I really that nauseating? He smiled and raised an eyebrow at her. Do not be silly. It's time to eat. Qin Yu cast him a glance before turning away. Observing her retreating figure, Wang Ziyang smiled, knowing that her apparent disdain was merely a manifestation of shyness. The two took their seats at the dining table, and the lunch commenced in earnest. Zhou Qian, possessing commendable social skills, facilitated a warm and relaxed atmosphere as they dined and conversed. Wang Ziyang felt elated, not only due to the successful live broadcast, but also because of the subtle shift in his relationship with Qin Yu. However, amidst his pleasant repast, a soft little foot suddenly brushed against his calf, gently caressing it. Chapter 70. Form is emptiness. Wang Ziyang was momentarily taken aback, his hand hovering in midair as he attempted to pick up food. Beneath the table, a delicate foot began to ascend his calf, the texture of the stockings and the smoothness of her skin unmistakably discernible. What's wrong? Qin Yu, seated to his left, immediately perceived his unease. Her inquiry drew the attention of Zhou Qian and Zhao Yasi, who turned their gazes toward him. It's nothing, just hesitating over what to eat, Wang Ziyang replied, shaking his head and retracting his leg. However, he was unprepared for the foot to follow suit, persistently brushing against him as if it were a shadow. What are you hesitating about? Is it not appetizing? Zhou Qian inquired, her gaze fixed on him, the dishes on the table all crafted by her own hands. Wang Ziyang shook his head. How could that be? They're exceptionally delicious. I simply cannot decide which to choose. Let us have the chicken leg. The crab is delightful. Try the shrimp. No sooner had the words left their lips than all three women simultaneously served him food. Once the dishes were placed on his plate, they exchanged glances but remained silent. Comments, wow. There's tension in the air. Thank you. They are all my favorites, Wang Ziyang responded, surprised by the unexpected turn of events as he hurriedly accepted the three dishes. Zhou Qian, with a playful smile, looked at him. Surely you have a favorite among them? Accompanying her words, the foot continued to subtly move, unmistakably hers. The soft sensation sent a shiver down Wang Ziyang's spine, a surge of unnamed desire igniting within him. He instinctively shifted his leg to the right, realizing that if this contact continued, he would inevitably find himself in an embarrassing predicament. Yet in doing so, he inadvertently brushed against another smooth, tender leg, causing Zhao Yasi beside him to change her expression instantly. Wang Ziyang wished to withdraw, but Zhou Qian pressed closer once more, trapping him between the two women, leaving him with nowhere to escape. What's wrong? Is it so difficult to choose? Noticing his silence, Zhou Qian pressed further, her small foot continuing its playful movements, her gaze filled with allure. Wang Ziyang chuckled. Must I really choose? They're all my favorites. Can we not enjoy them together? You want them all? That is a bit greedy, you know. If your appetite isn't robust, be cautious of indigestion. My appetite has always been hearty. This amount is nothing to me. Zhou Qian giggled. Then today's feast is all yours. Nothing must remain. Consider it done. I shall take care of it. Wang Ziyang patted his chest confidently. Though his words were bold, his situation was undeniably awkward. Caught between the two women's encroachment, he found himself increasingly flustered. He leaned further to the right, hoping Zhao Yasi would move aside. But to his surprise, she merely continued to eat, her cheeks flushed, seemingly oblivious to his subtle signals. Resigned, he lowered his head to bite into the chicken leg, silently reciting to himself, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form," striving to regain his composure, though with little success. At that moment, Zhou Qian raised her wine glass. "This is our first gathering. Let us toast to our fate." Everyone lifted their glasses, downing the contents in unison, rosy hues blossoming on the faces of the women. Zhou Qian set her glass down, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Wang. "I've heard many girls from the Central Conservatory have a crush on you. Is that true?" Her inquiry not only piqued the interest of Qin Yu and Zhao Yasi, but also stirred curiosity among the audience in the live broadcast. Wang Ziyang shook his head, saying, "Qian Jia, where did you hear such rumors? There's no truth to it." Zhou Qian, with a radiant smile, replied, "Recently, I logged onto the Central Music Forum and came across a post that compiled the names most frequently mentioned on the confession wall over the past 4 years. Your name topped the list with 433 mentions. Bullet comments. Upon hearing this, both Qin Yu and Zhao Yasi displayed expressions of astonishment. Over 400 times is certainly not insignificant. This data must be questionable, perhaps merely a prank, Wang Ziyang chuckled, although it may not be entirely accurate. The absence of dissenting voices beneath the post suggests that you are quite popular among the girls at Central Music. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou Qian teased. Wang Ziyang fell silent. After all, Central Music had a higher ratio of females to males, and with an attractive ex who was musically talented and had a promising future, it was only natural that many girls would be fond of him. With so many girls admiring you, why have you remained single all this time? Zhao Yasi inquired curiously, gazing at him. Because I tend to be rather reclusive. I usually spend my time either in the dormitory or the practice room, and I haven't really thought about dating, which is why I've remained single. Wang Ziyang responded with a shrug. And what about now? Zhao Yasi pressed on. At present, my primary goal is to elevate my live streaming career. As for matters of the heart, I believe in letting fate take its course. Wang Ziyang revealed his true thoughts. Zhou Qian looked at him intently and said, "Let fate take its course? Didn't we just toast to fate? Are you suggesting that you might consider finding a girlfriend among the three of us?" As soon as these words left her lips, the other women regarded him with knowing glances. Wang Ziyang recognized her probing, yet he could not deny it, especially with Qin Yu present. He could not differentiate his response. So he mustered the courage to say, "You are all exceptionally talented. Whoever is fortunate enough to date, you would be truly blessed." Bullet comments, oh. Upon receiving his reply, the expressions of the women softened. Qin Yu's gaze turned tender, while Zhou Qian's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhao Yasi felt both shy and elated. She picked up the bottle to pour him some wine, but unexpectedly, her hand slipped and the liquid spilled onto his lap. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, startled, and quickly reached out to dab at the wine stain. However, this gesture inadvertently triggered a different reaction from Wang Ziyang, who was already in a precarious state, and he immediately went into a frenzy. Zhao Yasi cried out, retracting her hand in a flash. Her face flushed crimson. "What's wrong?" Qin Yu and Zhou Qian turned their attention toward them. "And nothing. I just spilled wine on his leg." Zhao Yasi stammered, flustered, and waved her hands dismissively. She feared he might be discovered. To her, it seemed he had reacted this way because he had been leaning against her leg. Qin Yu took out a tissue to assist him, but Zhao Yasi quickly intercepted, and Zhou Qian attempted to check on him too, only to be stopped by her. Under her desperate concealment, Wang Ziyang managed to escape the predicament unscathed. The two exchanged a glance and found relief in each other's eyes, thankful they had not been caught. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Beyond relief, Zhao Yasi felt an unusual shyness. She had never imagined she would one day find herself helping a man navigate such an awkward situation. However, following this incident, the relationship between the two grew significantly closer, infused with a subtle understanding, an unspoken camaraderie, and a faint hint of ambiguity. After this brief interlude, Wang Ziyang tucked his legs back, denying Zhou Qian any further opportunities for mischief, and their lunch concluded in a joyful atmosphere. In the afternoon, after engaging in conversation with them for a while, Wang Ziyang expressed his intention to take his leave, not out of a desire to depart, but rather because Song Yuqing had prepared a contract and wished to discuss the particulars with him. After bidding a reluctant farewell to the two ladies, he departed with Qin Yu. Shortly thereafter, he received a message from Zhou Qian. "Tonight, I await your arrival." Chapter 71. The patronage of a wealthy woman in the CAF of the Lakeside Hotel. Wang Ziyang meticulously perused the contract, while Qin Yu stood by the bookshelf, engrossed in an ancient tome. Opposite him, Song Yuqing scrutinized him intently. Yesterday, he had donned makeup, concealing his true appearance. Now, she finally had the opportunity to observe him earnestly. He was even more handsome and remarkable than she remembered. Moreover, he possessed a unique allure, ethereal and enigmatic, drawing her in like a black hole. Despite her prestigious background and the multitude of exceptional men she had encountered, none could compare to him. Even though she did not particularly favor looks, she found herself delighting in his appearance, almost becoming entranced. At that moment, Wang Ziyang suddenly set down the contract. Overall, it appears satisfactory, but is this arrangement not overly disadvantageous for you? Song Yuqing felt a flush rise to her cheeks and quickly averted her gaze. Not at all. I only need to earn enough to meet my needs. She had stipulated in the contract that once her share reached 200 million, all subsequent profits would belong to him. Her interest lay not in profit, but in achieving her goal. The future earnings were of little concern to her. Then how about this? Before we reach the 200 million target, all profits will be yours, with no need for me to share. Wang Ziyang pondered for a moment. If she was so generous, he would naturally reciprocate. Song Yuqing was somewhat taken aback. Really? That amounts to 100 million. You must think this through. The contract initially outlined a 50-50 split, and conceding the entirety of it equated to relinquishing 100 million. Indeed, your deadline is merely 1 year. This approach will ensure you accomplish your goal promptly. This was his true sentiment. Money held little significance for him, especially since he had invested no capital. Are you not concerned that I might abscond with the funds? Song Yuqing asked curiously. Wang Ziyang shook his head with a soft chuckle. In my eyes, you are worth far more than 100 million. You continue to be quite the charmer. Song Yuqing beamed at him, her smile radiant. For him, 100 million was no trivial sum, yet he offered it to her without a second thought, deeply moving her and affirming that her choice was indeed correct. Once the contract was amended, Wang Ziyang signed his name without hesitation. Henceforth, we shall be the closest of partners. Song Yuqing extended her delicate hand, and they sealed their partnership with a handshake. To a fruitful collaboration, Wang Ziyang replied, shaking her hand. They exchanged smiles, narrowing the distance between them significantly. What are our next steps? Do you have any ideas? Song Yuqing inquired. Would you like to get involved? Song Yuqing nodded eagerly. Of course, this is my endeavor, and I will dedicate myself fully. Your immediate tasks are to establish a studio, rent an office, recruit personnel, and lay the foundational framework. My role will be to conduct live broadcasts, attract followers, and continue broadcasting. Though she had never engaged in such activities, she was willing to try. Song Yuqing nodded affirmatively. There is one more matter I wish to entrust to you. Perhaps only you can manage it. Song Yuqing's eyes brightened. What is it? I would like your assistance in maintaining and managing the fan base. Wang Ziyang expressed his intentions. Fans are of paramount importance to any streamer, and even more so for him. Active and stable fans signify consistent popularity, which accounts for the rapid surge in his popularity over the past few days. Given the significance of this matter, he felt compelled to select a trustworthy individual to manage it. The ideal candidate would have been Qin Yu, but as his personal assistant, she was unable to divide her attention. Thus, he entrusted the task to Song Yuqing. As their interests were deeply intertwined, their fortunes rose and fell together, ensuring she would not act against her own interests. Rest assured, I will handle it well. Song Yuqing felt a flicker of excitement. She understood the importance of fans to a streamer. Wang Ziyang's decision to delegate this responsibility to her signified his absolute trust and reliance on her. All right, I will be traveling abroad for a few days next week. I will give you Cooter's contact information so you can discuss matters with her. Of course, you can reach out to me as well, but due to the time difference, I may not respond immediately. Upon hearing of his upcoming trip, Song Yuqing retrieved a bank card from her bag and handed it to him. What is this? Wang Ziyang asked, puzzled. You should always have some money on you when traveling. The password is my birthday. Wang Ziyang pushed the card back to her. I'm going for work, not leisure. So I want TNE to spend money. Even if I did, I have my own funds. Just take it. There isn't much on it anyway. Song Yuqing insisted, pushing the card back toward him. Seeing his reluctance, she pouted. Consider it a reward from your loyal fan. Are you really going to refuse such a token of appreciation? Wang Ziyang chuckled. All right, I accept it. Thanks for the generous gift. Though he said this, he had no intention of using her card. At that moment, he suddenly felt a pull toward the system panel and was astonished to see 3 notifications. Received a reward of 1 million fans, milestone event completed, gained 1 lottery opportunity. Received a reward of 5 million fans, milestone event completed, gained 1 lottery opportunity. Received a reward of 10 million fans, milestone event completed, gained 1 lottery opportunity. His eyes widened as he turned to Song Yuqing in disbelief. He had never anticipated that her card would contain such a substantial sum. What's wrong? Song Yuqing blinked at him. How much is on this card? Not much. It's my allowance and birthday money accumulated over the years. I hardly used it, so it's all on this card. She replied nonchalantly. Wang Ziyang was speechless. The allowances and birthday gifts amounted to 10 million. He finally understood why her family would want to oversee her marriage. How could someone of such elite lineage simply marry anyone? However, this turned out to be fortuitous for him, as he had now acquired 3 lottery opportunities in one go, a significant boost for his personal aspirations. Apologizing to her, he approached Xinyu with a smile. It's time to play games. Are you coming back? Didn't Tiwi just play this morning? Xinyu asked, puzzled. I feared you might be bored alone. Wang Ziyang replied with a grin. His words brought great comfort to Xinyu, and she felt immense joy knowing he thought of her in such a way. No more peculiar rewards, please, she exclaimed playfully, signaling the start and stop of the process. In response to her command, the lottery pointer halted at a magical wand. Host acquires skill, Phantom Hand. Phantom Hand, LV9 with both hands, conjure a realm of illusions. Your mastery of magic is unparalleled. Prince Yang, witnessing this, was elated. Indeed, she was his lucky muse. Her first act yielded a top-tier skill, remarkably suited for live streaming, promising to enhance the entertainment and engagement of their broadcasts. Congratulations, you have once again received a kiss from Prince Yang. He leaned in towards Xinyu. I refuse. Go away. Xinyu pouted, her cheeks flushed as she pushed him aside. Prince Yang cleared his throat. Is that not acceptable? Let's try again. With nothing of value left, I shan't participate anymore. Xinyu chuckled softly, issuing her command once more. This time, the pointer landed on a golden arrow, and he glanced at the system explanation, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 72. A Taste of the Lips. The host acquires an item, Golden Potential. Golden Potential. Upon use, it enhances the level of a skill by 1 tier. This item may appear inconspicuous, even less impressive than a skill upgrade card, yet its true potency lies in its ability to elevate max-level skills, allowing a level 9 skill to ascend once more. Typically, max-level skills are beyond further enhancement, but this item transcends such limitations. Excitement surged within him as he gazed at his numerous fully mastered skills, each adorned with a golden upward arrow, confirming their potential for further advancement. He yearned to witness the effects of upgrading a max-level skill. It was akin to a piano performance. At this moment, he poured his heart and soul into the music, drawing his audience into the essence of the piece. Would further enhancing his skills enable him to ensnare them in a captivating illusion, perhaps even manipulate them with his melodies? However, reason persistently reminded him to reserve this boon for more formidable and pivotal skills, as his current abilities were already sufficient. Taking several deep breaths, he suppressed the urge to use it. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xinyu inquired with concern upon noticing his demeanor. No. Wang Ziyang replied with a smile as he approached her. What are you up to now? Xinyu felt a flutter of nerves with him so near. Without a word, Wang Ziyang raised his hand and delicately placed an object in her hair. What is this? Xinyu rushed to the nearby mirror, where she was pleasantly surprised to discover an exquisitely crafted hairpin. How beautiful! Where did this come from? She exclaimed, eyes wide with delight. It's specially prepared for you. Do you like it? Wang Ziyang smiled. I love it. Xinyu nodded without hesitation, but soon a hint of worry crept in. But is it very expensive? Don't fret about that. If I can give it to you, it's well within my means. Wang Ziyang reassured her with a grin. And don't worry about its fragility. It's made from a unique material, quite durable. He had exchanged it in the system's marketplace. Although it was merely an ordinary item, its exquisite appearance and sturdy texture made it worthwhile. It could serve as a decorative piece in daily life and transform into a practical weapon in times of need. I can't bear to part with it. It's too beautiful. What a pity if it gets damaged. Xinyu shook her head vigorously. Don't be too attached. After all, it's just an inanimate object. No matter how beautiful it may be, it pales in comparison to you, Wang Ziyang remarked, causing Qinyu's cheeks to flush with joy. You're giving me gifts and saying sweet things. Do you have something you want from me? She teased, her eyes sparkling. Wang Ziyang nodded. You truly understand me. Do tell. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, just a little kiss. Get away from me, Qin Yu exclaimed, her face ablaze as she pushed him away. Are you two playing a lottery game? Song Yuqing approached them, curiosity dancing in her eyes. Indeed, Wang Ziyang affirmed. Can I join? Song Yuqing tentatively asked. Wang Ziyang hesitated. Opportunities for a lottery were rare, and he was reluctant to squander them. Please, I beg you. Song Yuqing clasped her hands together. All right, he relented. Prince Yang ultimately acquiesced, as these 3 chances at the lottery had all been generously bestowed upon him by her. Granting her one was hardly excessive. As the proceedings commenced, Song Yuqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After a brief pause, she called for the game to cease. The host has obtained an item, the Ring of Shumi. Ring of Shumi, a ring containing a cubic meter of space. Initially, Prince Yang held little hope, but upon receiving the system notification, his eyes widened in astonishment. To his surprise, Song Yuqing had drawn a storage ring. Its practicality and functionality were self-evident, and the lengthy string of zeros in the system marketplace confirmed its worth. Beyond its innate capabilities, it could also synergize with his magical prowess, yielding an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Moreover, its unremarkable appearance rendered it ideal for everyday wear. What did I draw? Song Yuqing inquired eagerly, her gaze fixed upon him. Prince Yang regarded her intently before extending his fist. You have drawn a fist bump with Prince Yang. Well, it seems luck is not on my side, Song Yuqing remarked, a hint of disappointment creeping into her voice. While Qin Yu had received a beautifully crafted hairpin, she was left with nothing. Yet, as their fists met, Prince Yang unexpectedly opened his hand, revealing a gleaming bracelet. What is this? Song Yuqing gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. A gift for you. Prince Yang beamed as he adorned her wrist with the bracelet. Song Yuqing was a whirlwind of surprise and joy. The bracelet was exquisitely designed, radiating a captivating sheen in the sunlight. Thank you. I adore it. Her eyes sparkled with delight and excitement. Having encountered numerous rare treasures throughout her life, she had never laid eyes on a bracelet so stunning. More importantly, it was a gift from him, imbued with special significance. Prince Yang Smilet, I'm glad you like it. This bracelet was a token of his appreciation. Without her, today's bountiful fortune would not have been possible. It's so beautiful. You must have spent a considerable amount on it. Song Yuqing inquired eagerly. Prince Yang shook his head. It wasn't purchased. Not purchased? You didn't rob a jewelry store, did you? Qin Yu cast a glance at Song Yuqing's bracelet, her eyes reflecting a subtle delight. He had gifted her the finest starry bracelet, affirming that she was the most significant person in his heart, though she often appeared carefree. How many women in love are truly oblivious to their feelings? This, of course, was Prince Yang's intention all along. Rob a jewelry store? It was a gift from an elderly gentleman. Prince Yang chuckled lightly. An elderly gentleman? Both women expressed surprise. Prince Yang laughed heartily. My depths of character are beyond the comprehension of you small-minded women. Virtue? Are you not want to talk? Qin Yu teased, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she shot him a playful glare. Indeed, you are the greatest. Song Yuqing chimed in, clapping her hands in delight. Prince Yang chose not to elaborate, and they refrained from probing further. As laughter and cheerful banter filled the air, the atmosphere remained harmonious and joyful, swiftly ushering in the evening. Prince Yang glanced at the sky and turned to Song Yuqing, saying, Well, let us pause our conversation for now. Are you all leaving already? Song Yuqing's face was filled with reluctance. Aren't we having dinner together? No, I have a live stream. Wang Ziyang replied, shaking his head. It was Saturday, and the streaming traffic was substantial. He was unwilling to miss this opportunity to garner popularity. I'll go with you, Song Yuqing said, her beautiful eyes lighting up. Wang Ziyang chuckled, Don't be silly. Focus on your own work. Remember, you only have a year. Time is of the essence. All right then. Are you going to take photographs? Song Yuqing sighed. Yes, and I still have a streaming challenge to complete. Song Yuqing pondered for a moment, then stepped aside and beckoned him over. What is it? He asked as he approached her. Extend your hand, she instructed, her cheeks flushing. Wang Ziyang, puzzled, extended his hand, and she placed a soft object into it. To his astonishment, it was a pair of stockings, still warm and faintly fragrant, evidently just removed. He gazed at her in surprise. "This is the pair of socks I owed you from yesterday. Don't overthink it. I'm giving them to you without any ulterior motives. Just consider it a gift for our collaboration," she explained hastily, her face reddening. Holding the socks, Wang Ziyang smiled at her. "If our collaboration succeeds, will there be other gifts? What kind of gift do you desire?" Wang Ziyang remained silent, merely smiling as he observed her. His smile and gaze deepened her blush. She bit her lip and playfully chided, "No wild thoughts." With that, she turned to leave but paused after a few steps. "I meant before the success." Chapter 73. Your Majesty, he's playing you in the evening on Nanchang Street. Greetings, dear family members, good afternoon. Welcome to the live stream of Prince Yang, the Flirtation Prince. Prince Yang waved at the camera. After bidding farewell to Song Yuqing, he arrived here to commence today's broadcast. Donning a half-face mask due to the lack of time for makeup, his greeting elicited a flurry of playful jibes from the viewers. "Oh, the Flirtation Prince, is it? No charm left, huh? Ha! You finally admit it, don't you? What is the point of that half-face mask? With that mouth, that face shape, and that jawline. It's far too conspicuous. Hurry up, I want to see some candid shots, I want stockings." Family members, as per tradition, a red envelope worth 1,000 yuan will be distributed every half hour in the live stream. As long as you light up the fan badge and watch the broadcast for 10 minutes, you can participate. Prince Yang routinely announced the rules for snatching the red envelopes, then designated Song Yuqing as the room's moderator, explaining her role to the audience. The viewers welcomed this, as she was the leading lady in his first short video and held a prominent position among his fans. After a brief interaction, he began a challenge. And under the viewer selection, the first pair of targets appeared. Two fashionable girls with sweet appearances, slender curves, and youthful radiance. The girl on the left donned a white dress, radiating innocence, while the one on the right wore a purple dress, exuding allure. As they posed for photographs by the water's edge, he approached with his camera. "Ladies, would you like a photo? What are your rates?" inquired the girl in the white dress. Given the scenic location, where many photographers were peddling their services, they were not surprised by his approach. "I am a university student and still in the internship phase, so my rates are quite affordable, 2 yuan per photo." Bullet comments. "Male student? Where's your face? 2 yuan per photo? That is quite cheap, we can give it a try." The girl in the purple dress brightened up. In comparison to other photographers charging dozens of yuan per picture, 2 yuan seemed remarkably competitive. The two girls conferred briefly and decided to give a shot. "Ladies, smile for the camera," Prince Yang said as he lifted his camera. Both girls flashed sweet smiles, but soon their expressions faltered. Click, click, click. The shutter of Prince Yang's camera sounded like a rapid-fire machine gun, incessantly capturing images. "Stop, stop." The girls suddenly sensed something amiss and hastily called for a halt. Prince Yang paused and glanced at his camera. "I've taken 512 shots, totaling 1024. Bullet comments. Upon hearing this, the two girls displayed looks of irritation. The girl in the white dress scolded, "How can you be so deceitful? Show us what you've captured." Prince Yang opened the photos, only to reveal that every single one was blurred, entirely unviewable. The girl in the purple dress tugged at her friend, turning to leave. "Let us go, don't mind him." "Wait a moment." Wang Ziyang hastily stopped them, acknowledging his lack of skill. "However, you can still take photos for free." "Free?" The two girls looked at him skeptically. "Indeed, entirely free, without any charges." Wang Ziyang nodded vigorously. "All right, we will trust you once more," the two girls agreed. Yet when they posed, they were taken aback as Wang Ziyang produced a miniature children's camera from his pocket. Click! With the sound of the shutter, a photo slowly emerged. The girls leaned in, only to see two dark blobs, utterly unrecognizable as human figures. "Bahaj, Your Highness, he is playing you. He is mocking us. Let's go." The girl in the purple dress glared at Wang Ziyang and turned to leave with her companion. "Wait." Wang Ziyang blocked their path again. "What do you want?" The purple-clad girl retorted angrily, "Be careful, or we will call the police." Ignoring her, Wang Ziyang reached for the white-clad girl's hair. "It seems you have something in your hair. Don't touch me." The purple girl swatted at his hand, but she was a moment too late. Wang Ziyang pulled out an object from the white girl's hair. What is this? The white girl looked at the item in his hand with astonishment. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized it, her photograph. In the picture, she appeared youthful, vibrant, and extraordinarily beautiful. Barrage, wow, when was this taken? How come we didn't know? When was it taken? This is stunning, the white girl exclaimed, taking the photo with delight. I snapped it as you walked by just now. Do you like it? Wang Ziyang smiled. I love it. It's wonderful. The white girl nodded eagerly. Then it's yours, he offered. Thank you so much. She cheered. The purple girl observed him, her gaze filled with inquiry, as if to ask, what about mine? Yet Wang Ziyang disregarded her, addressing the white girl instead. Would you like to take a few more pictures? Completely free of charge. Really? That would be amazing. The white girl beamed. Wang Ziyang raised the camera and captured several more images, each one a delightful surprise for the white girl. Could you take a few for me too? The purple girl implored. Wang Ziyang casually snapped a few shots for her, each one blurred and in stark contrast to the stunning photos of the white girl. Fuming, she glared at him, but Wang Ziyang merely said to the white girl, actually, I am a streamer, and I plan to upload these videos to my social media. Is that all right? Of course. The white girl readily agreed. Wang Ziyang smiled as he presented a stack of cards. As a token of my gratitude for your cooperation, I would like to offer you a small gift. You may choose one. The white girl randomly selected a card, which depicted a small cake. This is for you, Wang Ziyang said. Thank you. She responded with enthusiasm. The purple sister let out a light huff, remarking, is it merely a card? It is hardly of any significance, devoid of sincerity. Bullet comments. The purple sister feels neglected. Her mindset is unbalanced. The white sister quickly gestured to her and offered an apology to Wang Ziyang. With a faint smile, Wang Ziyang approached her, gently taking her small hand and instructing, be sure to catch it. Bullet comments. Has he really just taken her hand? Just as the white sister was about to speak, she witnessed Wang Ziyang swiftly slap the card onto her palm. In an instant, a cake identical to the one depicted on the card appeared in her hand, while the image on the card vanished, as though the cake had seamlessly transferred from the card to her grasp. The white sister's face lit up with astonishment, while the previously disdainful purple sister widened her eyes, her mouth agape, her expression a portrait of shock. Chapter 74. The allure of purple. Two girls were inexplicably astonished, and the barrage of comments was a cacophony of surprise. Wait, buddy. Are you serious? Dad, teach me. Brother, there were so many people outside just now. Let me pay my respects. Teach me. I'm also studying photography. My mentor never taught me this. Great guardian above, allow me to pay my respects. Ancestor, teach me. Brother, please start a class. I'll kneel and listen. You've charmed them all. No wonder we're still single. Hey, Xiaobu. I saw someone flirting more boldly than you. Completely baffled. JGP. How did you manage that? The white-clad girl gazed incredulously at the cake in her hands. Wang Ziyang smiled. Give a taste and see how it is. The white-clad girl extended her delicate fingers, lightly dabbing a small morsel and placing it in her mouth. Instantly, her eyes narrowed in delight, and she stomped her feet, exclaiming, this is so delicious. I'm glad you like it. Wang Ziyang replied with a faint smile. The cake, crafted by the system, though modestly priced at a mere few popularity points, was of unparalleled taste. Thank you, the white-clad girl hurriedly expressed to the purple-clad girl. Ran, you must try this. It's incredibly delicious. The purple-clad girl, still irked by Wang Ziyang's preferential treatment, couldn't resist sampling a bit herself. Her eyes lit up in surprise and enjoyment. While they savored the cake, Wang Ziyang captured several stunning photos of the white-clad girl. The combination of delectable flavors and visual delight left her nearly beside herself with excitement, repeatedly thanking him. The comments. This emotional value is off the charts. The white-clad girl is nearly grinning ear to ear. Meanwhile, the purple-clad girl looks like she could hang a bottle. The host is clearly biased. Does he truly not favor the purple-clad girl? I believe purple is more captivating. I'll take 20 more shots of you, but can you promise me one request? Wang Ziyang inquired. What is it? I'll tell you after I've finished taking the pictures. Regardless of your answer, it won't affect my sending you the photos. The white-clad girl pondered briefly before acquiescing. Soon, after capturing the photos, Wang Ziyang noticed her radiant expression and asked, "May I have the socks you're wearing?" At his words, the white-clad girl's face turned crimson, while the purple-clad girl scoffed, "Pervert." Wang Ziyang flipped his hand, revealing a photo of the purple-clad girl, and sighed, "I was planning to gift this, but since someone called me a pervert, perhaps I shall reconsider." The purple-clad girl glanced at the photo in his hand, seeing herself strikingly beautiful, and quickly shook her head. "No, no, you are not a pervert." "Not a pervert? Then what am I?" Wang Ziyang asked. You're a good brother." The purple-clad girl insisted urgently. "Give me the photo." "What? I can't hear you." Wang Ziyang tilted his head slightly. "Good brother, please give me the photo." The purple sister leaned closer to his ear, whispering sweetly, "Since you desire it, I shall grant your wish." Prince Yang nodded and handed her the photograph. The purple sister took the picture, her heart brimming with delight. At that moment, the white sister sat beside them, shyly removing her stockings and, blushing, extended them to him. "If there's any scent, I hope you won't mind." "Not at all. They smell delightful." Prince Yang smiled back at her. "Since you are so cooperative, allow me to perform a little magic for you." "Yes." The white sister's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. "Extend your hand and spread your fingers," Prince Yang instructed. The white sister followed his directions, placing her hands before her. To her astonishment, Prince Yang also reached out, their fingers intertwining. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed crimson. She had never held hands with someone of the opposite sex before. Just then, she felt a gentle warmth emanating from her palm, and a red mist began to rise from their joined hands, coalescing into a heart shape before her eyes. She widened her gaze in astonishment. "Wow!" the purple sister gasped. Her eyes filled with wonder and envy. Prince Yang released the white sister's hand and smiled at her. "Now blow gently on it." The white sister hurriedly exhaled towards the heart, causing the mist to disperse, revealing a small heart-shaped box descending slowly with a tiny parachute. She quickly reached out to catch it, and with a soft click, the box opened to reveal a delicate ring inside. "Is this for me?" she gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked at Prince Yang. With a gentle smile, he picked up the ring and placed it on her right pinky. Overcome with emotion, her face flushed with a mixture of surprise and joy, she could not help but embrace him tightly. "Thank you. There's no need for thanks. Your happiness is what matters," Prince Yang replied with a smile. He turned to see the purple sister watching them with a look of envy, tinged with a hint of disappointment. She believed she was no less than her friend, yet his differential treatment left her feeling disheartened. Noticing her expression, Prince Yang cleared his throat. "I still have some time left." The purple sister's face brightened with hope as she looked at him. "Could you take a few pictures of me? What do you call me?" "Prince Yang Inquiret." "Brother, dear brother," the purple sister exclaimed eagerly. "Please, kind brother, help me capture some beautiful photos." "Vang Difa, have you become so obedient? Truly deserving of the title Prince of Flirtation." "This was more like it. Come now, be a good darling and strike a pose," Prince Yang said with a smile. The purple-haired girl immediately nodded, unreservedly executing the actions he requested. Before long, dozens of exquisite photographs were captured, leaving her utterly exhilarated and overjoyed. Prince Yang did not intrude. He merely watched her with a smile. Noticing his gaze upon her, she hesitated for a moment before approaching him timidly and asking, "Good brother, do you want my socks?" Chapter 75. The Art of Seduction. Prince Yang smiled slightly. "Will you give it to me? Do you want it?" Purple sister retorted. "If I desire it, would you concede? I merely wish to understand your stance." Comments. An extreme tug of war. Turning away, Prince Yang remarked, "You appear reluctant to offer it, so I shall forego it." "I want to give it, I truly do." Purple sister hastily grasped his arm. Comments. "Indeed, it seems I have lost. How frustrating." Blushing, Purple sister removed her sock and handed it to him. "It may not be fragrant, but I assure you it is devoid of any foul odor." Comments. "Father, how about a lottery for us?" Prince Yang accepted the sock and produced several cards. "Here, draw one." "Will you also gift me something, brother?" Her eyes sparkled with delight as she drew one. Yet, upon revealing it, her expression soured, for it was merely a blank card. "My luck is abysmal," she lamented, disappointment evident in her voice. Prince Yang took the card from her hand, and at that moment, it ignited spontaneously, as the flames threatened to consume his hand. He flicked his wrist, and the fire vanished, replaced by a bouquet of vibrant red roses. Comments. Father, I implore you, teach me. Wow, how impressive. Both women exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes widening in awe. Prince Yang presented the roses to Purple Sister. Blow on it. Pouting, she gently exhaled, and to her astonishment, the petals began to unfurl, revealing their resplendent beauty, causing her to widen her eyes in wonder. Yet, the true marvel lay not in the petal's bloom, but in what emerged from within. A heart-shaped crystal that radiated a captivating sheen under the sunlight. Is this for me? She gazed at Prince Yang in disbelief. Prince Yang smiled. Do you like it? I love it. I adore it. Her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy as she beheld the pendant. It is yours. Thank you, brother. Overwhelmed with excitement, she enveloped him in a warm embrace. I finally comprehend. The host was employing the tactic of feigned indifference. In hindsight, he intentionally neglected Purple Sister. What a clever strategy of raising expectations only to subdue them. A diversionary tactic. I see now why he previously teased Purple Sister. It was all part of the plan. To express affection for Purple Sister while playfully flirting with White Sister. What a cunning approach. Brother, I wish to care for you in your old age. Niels. JPG. Creating psychological contrasts only to execute a remarkable turnaround. What a skill. Master, I beseech you, teach me. I would pay any price to learn. It appears to forsake white for purple, yet it serves a dual purpose. I desire both. A classic lesson in charming two at once. Truly, the Prince of Flirtation. Brother, could you help me wear it? Purple Sister looked at him with bright eyes. Prince Yang nodded, taking the pendant and moving behind her. She swept her long hair aside, revealing her snow-white neck. The delicate collarbones and flawless skin were utterly captivating. After Prince Yang adorned her with a pendant, a subtle blush graced her fair and smooth skin, rendering her irresistibly charming. Bullet comments. That neck is longer than my legs. Once adorned, she took out a makeup mirror to admire herself, her face instantly lighting up with delight. She then turned to him once more, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, brother, for your generosity. No need to mention it. Prince Yang replied with a gentle smile, scanning the surrounding crowd. You all enjoy yourselves? I shall wander elsewhere. Are you leaving? The two girls gazed at him with reluctance. Just exploring nearby, capturing a few more shots. You can photograph us. We would be your models. The white-clad sister quickly chimed in. The purple-clad sister nodded in agreement. We are already familiar with each other, and we promise to cooperate with whatever you wish to capture. Prince Yang shook his head. No, I have a live-streaming task to fulfill. He still had several pairs of socks to attend to. Completing his objectives was paramount. The purple-clad sister tugged at his clothing, her eyes brimming with innocence. Brother, we have only just met. Must you leave us so soon? Bullet comments. Have they already become so attached to him? The white-clad sister reassured her. Ran, perhaps he has matters to attend to. Let us not disturb him. All right, but could you share your account with us? We would like to follow you, the purple-clad sister asked, her disappointment palpable as she released her grip. You can search for Prince Yang on Meow Sound, he replied. Upon searching, the two girls were taken aback. 400,000 followers? You are a major influencer. Indeed. In just one day, my follower count has surpassed 400,000 and is approaching 500,000. I am merely a newcomer, Prince Yang chuckled. The purple-clad sister spotted a cover of one of his works featuring his photograph, and, upon clicking, exclaimed, Brother, is this you? It is. I never knew you were this handsome. The two girls watched the video with astonishment painted across their faces. It's merely a beauty filter, he explained modestly. The white-clad sister observed him intently, but the comments claim this is your bare face. Brother, could you please remove your mask? The purple-clad sister asked eagerly. That may not be necessary, he responded. The white-clad sister pleaded earnestly. We are your fans too. Could you fulfill a fan's wish? Just one glimpse. Prince Yang pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly, removing his mask. The instant they beheld his visage, both sisters widened their eyes in disbelief, their pupils dilating, as if their very breath had been stolen. They had prepared themselves for Prince Yang to be handsome, yet they were utterly unprepared for the magnetic allure he exuded in reality, resembling a figure emerged from a comic book. They had never fathomed such beauty existed in the real world, especially without makeup or enhancement. Bullet comments. Wow, their pupils are in shock. Have fun. Prince Yang smiled at them, donned his mask once more, and turned to leave. Brother, the purple sister hurriedly called out to him. You haven't had dinner yet. Have you? Yes, what's the matter? How about we eat together? The purple sister's cheeks flushed. It was her first time taking the initiative to invite a male companion to dine. The white sister quickly added, we'll treat you. Wang Ziyang chuckled. No, I have plans for tonight. What about tomorrow? The purple sister did not give up. Or the day after would be fine. We'll talk about it then. Wang Ziyang replied with a smile as he turned to leave. The purple sister called out sweetly, Brother, remember me, my name is Ranan. I'm Qin Qin. Wang Ziyang waved his hand without looking back. Watching his retreating figure, both girls found themselves momentarily entranced. Ranan, have you ever encountered a line of poetry? What is it? On the road, a person like Jade. A gentleman unmatched in the world. Chapter 76. The alluring mother cockroach gratitude was expressed by Wang Ziyang towards the camera for the rockets sent by Qing Qing and Ranan. As he retrieved his phone, he noticed the gifts they had presented. The arrival of the two women sparked playful banter in the comments. The purple sister and the white sister have arrived. Sisters, I'm free today. Let us dine together. Do not be swayed by his trivial favors. Welcome, sisters, to the Note Castle. Sisters, the host is quite sought after. Competition is fierce. But I seem to be an easier target. Qing Qing, the host favors Ranan. We are of similar looks. Shall we give it a try? Wang Ziyang engaged in light-hearted interaction with the comments for a while before selecting a viewer named Alluring Mother Cockroach to choose his next target, as she had just sent numerous gifts. However, the target chosen by the Alluring Mother Cockroach left him somewhat speechless. No, Sister Cockroach, they are currently on a date. If I ask for socks, I might get beaten up. Indeed, the target selected was a couple. Though only their silhouettes were visible, the man was tall and robust, and the woman possessed a graceful figure, likely a handsome pair. Isn't it the thrill of a challenge that makes it interesting? Replied the Alluring Mother Cockroach. But I might get beaten up. It's not me who will take the beating. What does it have to do with me? Wicked smile. Her words sent the comments into fits of laughter. Wang Ziyang chuckled. Do you all have to push me to my doom? Despite the playful complaints, he resolved to give it a try. At the very least, he needed to ascertain whether they were a couple. He approached the pair with his camera and inquired, Excuse me, do you two need a photographer? However, as the words left his mouth, he was taken aback, for the woman was none other than Su Su. Yet, her attire and appearance were drastically different from what he remembered. He felt certain she did not recognize him. Comments. Is that really Su Su? Is he your boyfriend? No. Thank you, the man replied curtly, casting a brief glance at Wang Ziyang. Wang Ziyang ignored him and focused on Su Su. She regarded him with a lingering gaze, a hint of a smile dancing in her eyes. A few photos wouldn't hurt. What's your fee? Wang Ziyang replied with a grin. Your beauty has already paid the price. The moment he finished speaking, the man shot him an irritated glare, while Su Su smiled and said, You certainly know how to charm. However, since it's free, let us take a few more. Wang Ziyang raised his camera. Sister, do you have a mine at home? No, why do you ask? If there's no mine, then how do you possess such extraordinary beauty? Su Su chuckled, her sweet laughter igniting jealousy in the man beside her. He snapped at Wang Ziyang. If you're going to take pictures, just do it. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Comments. Wow, he is trying to steal her away right in front of him. Doesn't that make the host despised? Is it also unnecessary to say that my sister is beautiful? Wang Ziyang retorted lightly, rendering the man speechless, leaving him only to glare furiously. Yet, Wang Ziyang paid him no mind and instead showcased the photos to Su Su. Moments ago, he captured her smile, radiant and exquisitely charming, utterly enchanting. What a splendid shot! Su Su exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Observing her praise for Wang Ziyang's photography skills, the man immediately interjected, Su Su, if you wish to take photos, I can arrange for Zhang Lao to shoot you. He is the vice president of the West City Photography Association, far superior to this amateur photographer. Casting a glance at him, Wang Ziyang asked Su Su, Sister, is he your boyfriend? What business is it of yours? The man retorted, Bullet comments. Who do you think you are? Su shook her head. No, just a friend. That's a relief. A sister with such elegance shouldn't have a boyfriend so superficial. Wang Ziyang sighed in relief. His words ignited the man's fury. Who are you calling superficial? Wang Ziyang chose not to engage in a quarrel, simply instructing Su, sister, take a few steps forward and then toss your hair. Su kemplaid. Yet, Wang Ziyang sighed again. What's wrong? Su inquired, puzzled. Wang Ziyang looked at her. Sister, I asked you to toss your hair, not to captivate my heart. His words elicited another radiant smile from Su. Your words are indeed sweet. Wang Ziyang shook his head. No, your smile is far sweeter. Their exchange stirred a mix of anger and jealousy within the man, who had pursued her for quite some time. Regardless of what he said, she remained icy. Yet in Wang Ziyang's presence, she was all laughter, which infuriated him. He scoffed. With such smooth talk, are you hoping to ensnare a wealthy woman to support you? Bullet comments. Who is being sarcastic now? Wang Ziyang ignored him, continuing to photograph Su. Sister, could you stand a little to the right? Do you see the grid on the ground? Be sure to stand outside of it. Why outside the grid? Wang Ziyang smiled. Because you are extraordinarily beautiful. Su couldn't help but giggle again. Sister, do you know anyone at an insurance company? Are you looking to purchase insurance? Yes. What type? Life insurance or property insurance? Su indeed knew someone in the insurance sector, hence her detailed inquiry. Wang Ziyang shook his head. I need to buy an extra policy to photograph you. Why? Su whispered perplexed. Wang Ziyang smiled again. Because your beauty is dangerously captivating. Su burst into laughter, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with joy. A sight truly delightful to behold. Bullet comments. Endless learning, truly endless. Not a single repeated line. Her laughter pierced the heart of the man like a dagger, turning his face as dark as a pot's bottom. However, they had now arrived at the meticulously arranged location he had prepared. It was time to showcase his prowess. Su, how about I take a picture of you as well? He said, forcing a smile. Can you take photos? Su appeared skeptical of him. You'll find out if you give it a try. Stand over there. He pointed to a nearby spot. There stood a large gift box, and indeed, many were taking pictures there. Su hesitated for a moment before stepping beside the ornate gift box. You placed your hand gently upon it, and a man spoke. Su nodded, pressing her palm against the surface of the box. At the very instant her hand made contact, the gift box suddenly illuminated, emitting a cool flame from its apex, and then it slowly began to open. Its unexpected movement captured the attention of numerous onlookers, and Su was taken aback. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the box fully opened to reveal an extraordinarily striking red convertible sports car, accompanied by a bouquet of 999 roses, within which lay an exquisite box containing a brand new car key and a magnificent diamond ring. Surrounding the car, the ground was adorned with a heart shape crafted from countless rose petals. The man smiled with satisfaction, gathered the roses, and approached Su, kneeling before her as he presented the flowers and car key. Simultaneously, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks. Amidst the vibrant pyrotechnics, the man spoke to Su with heartfelt sincerity. Su, today marks not only your birthday, but also the 3rd anniversary of our acquaintance. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love. Will you accept my love? Chapter 77. Ultimate romance. Such a scene ignited a flurry of chatter among the surrounding tourists. Wow, how romantic! In the midst of the scenic area, an expansive space was dedicated to extravagant fireworks. It was undeniably impressive. Not to mention, the sheer number of roses alone must have cost tens of thousands. That car, if I am not mistaken, appears to be a limited edition Ferrari, valued in the millions. And that diamond ring, so brilliantly radiant and grand in size, must surely exceed 3 carats. 3 carats? That would mean it costs hundreds of thousands, if not millions. My goodness, such a declaration of love could easily amount to several million. It is utterly extravagant. Simultaneously, the comments in Wang Ziyang's livestream were equally lively. Oh no, the streamer has truly hit a wall this time. To be frank, this guy may have poor character, but he is undeniably wealthy. To gift a limited edition Ferrari so casually is indeed a display of financial prowess. Will Su Su be swept away by this wealthy heir? If he manages to win over Su Su in front of the streamer, it would surely be a humiliation for him. But it is no shame to lose to a big spender. This time, it is the streamer who has landed in a tight spot. Ha ha! Let us see how you handle this after your daily flirtations. You deserve it. It's laughable that anyone still praises his romantic skills. Does anyone still call him a master? Stay strong, streamer. If you can win this round, I'll help you gain 10,000 more followers. At the scene, it was unclear who instigated it, but the crowd began chanting in unison. Say yes, say yes. The dazzling fireworks, the crimson roses, the brand new sports car, the massive diamond ring, and the excited crowd all intertwined, creating a web that ensnared Su Su. Amidst the focused gazes of all, Su Su remained silent, instead looking towards Wang Ziyang. Under her gaze, the attention of the crowd shifted to him, suddenly making him the focal point of the event. Unfazed by the collective scrutiny, Wang Ziyang smiled at Su Su and remarked, "So today is your birthday." As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of white paper from his pocket, swiftly folding it into a butterfly before presenting it to her. "Happy birthday, dear sister." His words elicited a wave of incredulous expressions from the crowd. While others were presenting extravagant diamond rings, luxury cars, and spectacular fireworks, he merely offered a paper origami, which seemed rather meager and even insincere. One man scoffed derisively, his face a mask of disdain. Meanwhile, the silence in Wang Ziyang's livestream was shattered as the trolls finally reveled in their moment of glee. "Ha ha, you made me laugh. Is this the streamer's tactic? While others are gifting luxury cars and diamond rings, you present a mere paper butterfly. How embarrassing. With such a lackluster gesture, there's no chance he can win. Dream on. You were arrogant, and now you've been put in your place. Have all the worthwhile possessions been given to Ching Ching and Ranan? If one is devoid of wealth, it is best to withdraw, rather than mimic others in their pursuits of romance. Thank you." However, Su Su's expression remained unchanged as she received the paper butterfly presented by Wang Ziyang with a smile. This caused a slight shift in the man's demeanor. Although he offered her flowers, car keys, and a diamond ring, she did not accept them, yet readily accepted Wang Ziyang's origami. What could this signify? "Sister, I have always believed you to be ethereal," Wang Ziyang remarked to her. Su Su smiled and shook her head. "You flatter me. I am merely an ordinary person." "That may not necessarily be the case," Wang Ziyang replied with a smile. "I can prove it to you." "How will you do that?" "Sister, place the butterfly in your palm, then bring your hands together in prayer," Wang Ziyang instructed. Though Su Su felt a twinge of confusion, she complied. Wang Ziyang placed his hand over hers. "Let go, you scoundrel." The man erupted in fury upon witnessing this. After pursuing her for so long without so much as a touch, how could he tolerate Wang Ziyang's audacity? Ignoring the man, Wang Ziyang addressed Su Su's sister. "Blow gently into your hands." With a slight blush, Su Su blew softly onto their hands. A miraculous occurrence unfolded as a radiant light emanated from their palms. Everyone present was taken aback, and Su Su gazed at him in astonishment. "Sister, now gently part your hands." Hastily, she opened her hands, and, in the next instant, a beautiful butterfly, glowing softly, fluttered out from her palm. "Wow!" The crowd gasped in unison. Yet, this was only the beginning, as one butterfly after another emerged from her hands. They did not fly far but danced gracefully around her, enveloped in a haze of luminous light, rendering her as if she were a celestial being, beautiful and dreamlike. Astonished, she gazed at the butterflies, attempting to touch them, and they playfully responded, bringing forth an expression of sheer joy and delight upon her face. Witnessing this spectacle, both the man and the onlookers were filled with astonishment. They could not fathom that a paper butterfly could invoke such a phenomenon. Not only them, but the viewers in Wang Ziyang's live stream were equally bewildered. What is this? How did he achieve this? Is this a butterfly? Am I dreaming? The brilliance of these butterflies utterly eclipses any fireworks display. How beautiful! How fantastical! How romantic! Wang Ziyang, addressing the elated Su Su, apologized. "Sister, I am sorry. I could not offer you flowers. There is no need for apologies. This is the most beautiful and unforgettable birthday gift I have ever received," Su Su replied, shaking her head vigorously. Wang Ziyang suddenly looked up at the sky. Sister, the wind has picked up. At his words, Su also gazed skyward. A gentle breeze wafted through, and it seemed something was descending from above. Su reached out and caught what appeared to be a pink cherry blossom. Simultaneously, the melodious strains of dance of the flowers began to play. As she stood in astonishment, in the next moment, countless petals gently descended from the sky. They danced and swayed in the gentle breeze, as if performing the most exquisite and delicate ballet. It was indeed a grand and enchanting shower of cherry blossoms. Oh! At this moment, everyone gasped in awe, and Su's face flushed with excitement. Amidst the cascade of cherry blossoms, Prince Yang removed his mask and approached her, extending his hand. Sister, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance a waltz? Su gazed into his eyes, her cheeks aglow, as she placed her small hand in his. Prince Yang tenderly embraced her slender waist, and together they twirled gracefully. In that moment, the people danced, the flowers danced, the wind danced, and the butterflies danced. Chapter 78. The lethal tenderness in the venue. An atmosphere of serene enchantment enveloped the audience as they beheld the two dancers. Meanwhile, Prince Yang's live stream was a cacophony of excitement. Isn't this utterly romantic? This scene is simply exquisite. Brother, I implore you, teach me. Kneeling, how romantic. If a man professed his love to me this way, I would undoubtedly accept. Sasha, so you intend to use the dance I taught you to charm other girls, Clown, magic is wonderful. I must truly learn it. Is this even magic? This is pure sorcery. Just look at Su's gaze. It's as if she's utterly mesmerized. At this rate, she is bound to succumb. Isn't she? All those previous detractors, if you have the courage, don't run away. Apple, you dance beautifully. But how about sharing the tutorial? As the melody concluded, the two figures froze in a moment of stillness. The wind stilled, the rain ceased, and butterflies aglow transformed into myriad points of light, cascading around them, rendering this moment of romance eternal. Sister, happy birthday, Prince Yang whispered softly to Su. Hearing his tender tone and gazing into his starry-eyed expression, Su felt her cheeks flush. A tremor coursed through her heart as she opened her arms wide and embraced him tightly. Thank you. This is the most romantic and beautiful birthday gift I have ever received. She had received numerous gifts throughout her life, yet none had moved her as profoundly as this moment. This scene, along with the person who orchestrated it, would forever be etched in her memory. Their embrace captivated the surrounding crowd, who erupted into applause. The only individual who wore a grim expression was a man holding a bouquet, his face dark as a pot's bottom. The more romantic the couple seemed, the more he appeared like a fool. Watching them together, his fury reached a boiling point. After all this, is this all you could muster? Mere superficiality? Unperturbed, Prince Yang ignored him, gently brushing the petals from Su's hair. The man, incensed by the disregard, retorted, "Do you really think this so-called romance can sustain you? Do you have any idea how much her outfit costs? Or the price of her bag? Or her cosmetics? Your entire annual salary would cover her monthly expenses. What do you intend to provide for her? Does a toad think it can aspire to eat swan meat?" Silence. Su's voice cut through the tension, her eyes blazing. "Why spend on myself is none of your concern. Have I ever spent a single penny of yours? You incessantly prattle about money, but tell me, how much of what you spent was earned by you?" Her rebuke left the man speechless, his face flushed with anger. "Though I may not earn money, it is my family's wealth, thus it is mine. And tell me, where is my statement incorrect? With his meager income from photography, what can he provide for you? Let alone anything else. My car alone is worth more than he could ever hope to afford in a lifetime. First of all, why should I rely on anyone else for sustenance? I am capable of supporting myself. Secondly, while he may not come from wealth like you, he possesses qualities you lack. Yet he strives for progress while you languish in idleness. His future will undoubtedly surpass yours by leaps and bounds." Su coldly regarded him, stating, finally, and most importantly, "Who are you? What type of life I lead is of no concern to you. Even if I were to beg alongside him, it would not pertain to you in the slightest. I would welcome it. Who needs your unsolicited interference?" Her words struck the man like a dagger, piercing deeply into his heart. In a fit of rage, he hurled the rose he held onto the ground, exclaiming, "I have pursued you for years, while you've only known this fellow for a fleeting moment. He is merely a gold digger seeking to latch onto a wealthy woman. Must you treat me so harshly? What does the duration of acquaintance signify? Some individuals may know each other for a lifetime, yet remain mere acquaintances, while others, having just met, can forge bonds of life and death. In my eyes, his character surpasses yours. He is indeed worth my time to concede 1,000 steps. Even if he truly coveted my wealth, I would willingly support him. What concern is it of yours?" Su Su stood her ground, fiercely confronting him. Her usual grace and poise were shattered by his relentless attacks on Wang Ziyang, igniting her fury. Her demeanor sent the man into a furious rage. Unable to counter her, he turned his ire towards Wang Ziyang, barking, "You a mere pretty boy, hiding behind a woman. What kind of man are you? Have the courage to step forward." "I've been right here all along, not hiding," Wang Ziyang replied. Noticing Su Su's intent to defend him, he offered her a reassuring smile, signaling his ability to handle the situation. "What give you the right to be with her? Do you even deserve it?" The man shouted at him. "Whether I deserve it is for my sister to decide," Wang Ziyang replied calmly, implying, "Who do you think you are?" The man, furious to the point of gnashing his teeth, retorted, "What can you offer her besides your pretty face?" "I can offer much more, such as joy and romance." "And you? What do you have besides money?" Wang Ziyang countered. The man was rendered speechless. Aside from wealth, he couldn't conceive of anything he could provide her. His hesitation elicited laughter from the surrounding crowd, akin to a branding iron searing his face, causing him immense humiliation and a subtle tremor throughout his body. "Shut your mouth," he bellowed, his face contorted with rage. "No matter how you spin it, isn't it all about the money? I'll give you 1,000,000. Just leave." Wang Ziyang did not respond to him, instead turning to Su Su with a gentle smile, saying, "It's getting late. You must be hungry." This seemingly mundane statement struck the man, and even Su Su, like a bolt of lightning. They had anticipated Wang Ziyang's indifference, his vehement outbursts, or even physical confrontation. Yet, they never imagined he would utter such words. In that instant, Su Su's eyes brimmed with tears. She was astute and perceptive, acutely aware of the significance of wealth in a materialistic society. Countless lovers have parted ways due to financial strife, and many friends and family members have turned against each other over interests. Yet, in the face of monetary temptation, his foremost thought was her hunger. She could no longer contain the tumultuous emotions within her, rising on her toes to plant a gentle kiss upon his cheek, then linking her arm with his. "I'm indeed a bit hungry. Take me to savor something delightful." Her lips, warm and luscious, were soft and fragrant, and even the slightest touch elicited a sensation of ecstasy. Bullet screen, fatal blow, lethal tenderness. Wang Ziyang offered her a faint smile and turned to lead her away. Their actions inflicted 1,000 points of critical damage upon the man, whose face turned a deep shade of crimson. In his fury, he shouted at Wang Ziyang's retreating figure, 2,000,000. I will give you 2,000,000. Yet, all he received in response were two silhouettes gradually fading from view. "Scoundrel! Scoundrel! I refuse to accept this. I am unwilling to concede." Chapter 79. The deep affection of Jiangnan as the man let out a furious roar. The atmosphere in Wang Ziyang's livestream room erupted with excitement. "Incredible! You've truly ascended to greatness, my friend. Victory is yours. 1,000,000? No. My only concern is whether my sister is hungry." "Magnificent! I shall dub you the epitome of deep affection in Jiangnan, truly deserving of the title of master. This moment is a textbook example of a counterattack. Brother, even amidst this crowd, I kneel before you. I implore you to teach me. To have the sister take the initiative to kiss him is utterly invincible. And for those who don't fancy cilantro, come forth and take a step. You wish to witness how to triumph? Allow Wang Ziyang to demonstrate. Brother, publish a book. I am genuinely in awe of you. Foster father, my future happiness relies on you." Simultaneously, gift notifications flooded the screen. User Pig Farmer sent 10 Sonic Planes. User Coco sent 10 Sonic Planes. User Xiaoyu Wanshi sent 1 luxury rocket. User Sexy Mother Cockroach is tuning. Wang Ziyang's livestream room has received a dream carnival. Come and witness. User Keshi Kale is tuning, Wang Ziyang. User Yugua Tianxing is. An abundance of gifs and comments propelled the live stream to the trending list, while the dramatically charged romantic duel captured the attention of numerous marketing accounts eager to report and share. The popular young star Tian Mir also took to her personal social media to endorse Wang Ziyang once more, compiling a collection of his piano compositions and referring to him as a treasure of a streamer. Under the influence of various factors, Wang Ziyang's popularity was steadily on the rise. Just as the comments thrummed with excitement, Su led Wang Ziyang to a private dining room. Upon seeing the familiar space, he smiled at her and asked, "Sister, when did you recognize me?" The very room they had dined in the previous day was the one she had brought him to, making it clear that she had indeed recognized him. "I knew at first glance," Su replied with a smile. Wang Ziyang was somewhat astonished, "But I look entirely different from yesterday." Clad in a drab work uniform and with a sun-kissed complexion, he was virtually a different individual. Though appearances may change, the essence in one's eyes remains unchanged, Su remarked, gazing into his eyes. "With those eyes, your distinctiveness is undeniable. The moment I saw you, I recognized you, which is why I interacted with you so frequently, danced with you, and ultimately kissed you. You must understand, I am not one who is easily approached." Wang Ziyang complimented. "Sister, you are indeed astute and possess a heart of virtue." He had always assumed she had not recognized him, only to discover she had known all along. "However, I must admit, even someone like me, who does not prioritize appearances, is captivated by your beauty," Su said earnestly. Although she typically judged not by looks, she found herself drawn to his charm. Wang Ziyang shook his head. Compared to external beauty, the beauty of inner substance is eternal. "So, do you believe I embody outer beauty or inner beauty?" With a smile, Su inquired, eager to discern his true preferences. Her sister was beautiful, and her essence even more so. Wang Ziyang chuckled lightly. "However, when it comes to beauty, I find it inappropriate to describe you as such." "Why?" Su asked, somewhat taken aback. "Because I would rather use you to define beauty." Screens. "Ah, here we go again." Su let out a soft laugh, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "You and your sweet words, truly capable of enchanting anyone." Yet she added, "But my sister looks exceptionally stunning today. In my eyes, there's only one person more beautiful than you." "Who is that?" Su probed cautiously. Wang Ziyang replied with a smile, "Tomorrow's you." Su covered her mouth, giggling uncontrollably. Each of Wang Ziyang's words caught her off guard, yet resonated deeply within her heart. Screens, truly deserving of the title. Such flirtation comes effortlessly. After their laughter subsided, her curiosity piqued. She asked, "Zhang, he offered 2 million for you to leave me. Aren't you the slightest bit tempted?" "That is quite a sum." "Not in the least," he affirmed. "Why? Don't you like money?" "Money is indeed a good thing. It's hard to find someone who doesn't appreciate it. However, one shouldn't place too much importance on it. There are countless things in this world that surpass the value of money." Wang Ziyang smiled. "Moreover, in my eyes, my sister cannot be measured by monetary worth." For him, money was never a priority, especially since he was not in need of it. Su gazed at him intently. "You are truly unlike ordinary men." The more time she spent with him, the more she sensed his uniqueness, sparking her curiosity to draw closer and learn more about him. A particular detail from their earlier departure lingered in her mind. He had sought out the cleaning lady on site, generously slipping her an envelope filled with cash for the cleaning expenses. "Everyone is different, and my sister is not like other women," Wang Ziyang remarked. "Is that so? How do you perceive me?" "Intelligent, elegant, beautiful, generous, and wise." He showered her with compliments. "Enough flattery. If you continue, I might just become the most perfect woman in the world." Su giggled. "By the way, why did you disguise yourself yesterday and wear a mask today?" Wang Ziyang candidly recounted the events leading to it. Su's eyes widened in realization. "So, you have your sights set on my stockings, then?" "Generally, those who desire stockings don't ask for them again." Wang Ziyang chuckled. "Yet, my sister shines like a beacon in the night, irresistibly drawing my gaze. Besides, our encounters seem fated, having crossed paths twice. Perhaps it is destiny." "All right, then, If it is a matter of fate, I shall surrender. She smiled radiantly and, like the previous day, settled beside him. However, this time, she boldly lifted her delicate leg. Prince Yang gently cradled her delicate leg, the soft and tender sensation stirring his heart. He struggled to maintain his composure as he reached to remove her stockings, watching as her delicate skin gradually revealed itself before his eyes. The accidental touches ignited a sense of longing within him. Meanwhile, her face flushed with a rosy hue, her dark, enchanting eyes glistening with an alluring light, her breath becoming increasingly rapid. Gazing at his handsome visage and focused demeanor, she could not help but whisper, "Do you find my legs beautiful?" The moment the words escaped her lips, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. She could hardly believe she had uttered such shameless words. Yet, Prince Yang responded immediately, nodding without hesitation, "They are beautiful." His answer provided her with immense encouragement, filling her with a delightful mix of shyness and joy. With the conversation having ventured this far, she leaned closer to his ear, her voice barely above a whisper. Then, "Would you like to touch?" Chapter 80. My genes chose you. Upon hearing her words, Wang Ziyang returned her a helpless glance. He was an ordinary man. How could he not desire such things? However, this was a live broadcast. If things were to escalate, the stream might very well be lost. Seeing his expression, Su immediately realized the implication. A soft chuckle escaping her lips, a flicker of joy warming her heart. Although he had not provided a definitive answer, neither had he declined. This was a promising sign for her. She turned to him, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Aren't you a photographer and a tuner? Why do you also know magic?" "For the sake of the live broadcast, I prepared some magical props," Wang Ziyang replied, sidestepping the question. In truth, the butterfly and cherry blossom rain from earlier were merely stage magic props purchased from a store. Such wonders did not exist in reality. "What other magic tricks can you perform?" she inquired. "I know a few card tricks," Wang Ziyang nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, a deck of playing cards appeared in his hand. "How did you do that?" Susue's eyes widened in astonishment. She had clearly seen that he had nothing in his hands moments ago, and the emergence of the cards was utterly baffling. Wang Ziyang chuckled without answering, displaying the deck of cards to her. "Sister, feel free to pick any card, but don't show it to me." Susu selected a card. "All right. Now shuffle and cut the cards, and I will draw one as well." "Do you think I can pick the same card as you?" Wang Ziyang asked. "That seems quite difficult." Susu quickly shuffled the cards. "No, it is not difficult at all." Wang Ziyang smiled as he drew a card from her hand. It was a 4 of hearts. Her expression turned to one of surprise as she revealed her own card, which was also a 4. "Do you know why I was able to draw it accurately?" he asked. She shook her head eagerly. Wang Ziyang smiled. "Because we are connected." She burst into laughter at his playful response. Commentary. This is unpredictable. Upon that costs money. "Sister, do you believe in a mystical connection?" Wang Ziyang inquired again. "I suppose it exists," she replied. "Do you think we share such a connection?" Susu gently shook her head. "I'm not sure about that." Wang Ziyang shuffled the cards once more. "Think of a card in your mind, and I will try to sense it." Susu Kemplaith. Wang Ziyang gazed into her eyes, gradually leaning closer. As his handsome face drew near, Susu's cheeks flushed, her breath quickening, her lashes trembling slightly. Commentary. Magic truly requires learning. "Dear guest, your dishes are served." At that moment, a waiter entered, breaking the spell. She regained her composure, her beautiful face glowing like the evening sky, stunningly radiant. "If I am not mistaken, the card you are thinking of should be this one." Wang Ziyang reached into the deck and drew out the Ace of Hearts. Susu's eyes widened in disbelief. That was indeed the card she had in mind. Wang Ziyang winked at her. "Now, sister, do you understand? This is the connection we share." Her face flushed as she softly responded, her demeanor charmingly shy. Subsequently, Prince Yang showcased a series of magical performances, each eliciting gasps of awe from her. Adhering to the principle of maintaining a continuous rhythm, a gentle blush adorned her cheeks throughout the dinner, which was filled with laughter and shyness. During this time, she did not return to her seat, but instead remained beside him, drawing ever closer, ultimately nestling against him. Even after finishing their meal, she clung to his arm while strolling home. "Yang, do you think I come off as rather frivolous?" She suddenly inquired while on their way back. Why do you say that? He asked. Because it's only the second day since we met, and I've already engaged in physical contact with you. Her expression bore a hint of anxiety, which indeed reflected her concern. Prince Yang shook his head. Of course not. You've mentioned that the duration of our acquaintance is not a crucial matter. In truth, I'm not usually like this. However, whenever I am with you, I find myself irresistibly drawn to you, yearning to embrace you, even to kiss you. She blushed as she revealed her feelings for him. Perhaps this is merely a physiological attraction. Your genes are rather exceptional, and mine have chosen you. Prince Yang chuckled. Sister, you are truly rational and knowledgeable. Indeed, it was true that his genes were superior to those of the average individual, a natural allure. Not particularly knowledgeable. I simply enjoy reading, she gently replied, shaking her head. What is your field of study? Prince Yang inquired. A rather obscure discipline related to performance. Can you guess? As he gazed at her, a sudden spark of insight flashed through his mind. Sister, you wouldn't be studying directing, would you? Susu's face lit up with surprise. How'd you guess that? I mentioned we share a mental connection. Prince Yang responded with a smile. Susu check it lately. Alright. I previously believed it was a mere illusion of magic. Now, I truly believe you. You were correct. I graduated from the directing program at the Central Academy of Drama. So, you are a distinguished graduate from a prestigious institution. No wonder you exude such elegance and poise, Prince Yang remarked, a vague thought forming in his mind. Actually, it's not as splendid as you might imagine. The competition is fierce, Su replied, shaking her head. It's simple to earn a living, but achieving significant results is quite challenging. Just as Prince Yang intended to delve further into this topic, a sudden jolt of awareness struck him, compelling him to turn and glance behind. Yet, apart from Qinyu, there was no one else in sight. What is wrong? Nothing, Prince Yang responded, his expression turning serious. Sister, you should head back now. I shall make a visit another day when I have time. All right, take care, and if anything arises, do not hesitate to contact me. Susu noticed his demeanor and sensed something was amiss, nodding obediently before quickly returning home. After watching her depart, Prince Yang closed the live stream and rejoined Qinyu, whose expression was equally grave. You sense it too, didn't you? He asked. Just moments ago, he had experienced that unsettling sensation of being watched once again. Evidently, that individual from a few days prior had resurfaced. Qinyu nodded. That person is nearby, seemingly intent on causing you harm. We should return. The two individuals immediately resolved to depart. However, as they traversed a narrow alley, a figure emerged before them. It was a tall, slender man, donning a hat and mask. Yet his eyes, visible beneath the coverings, gleamed with a menacing light. Upon sighting this man, Qinyu instinctively positioned herself in front of Wang Ziyang and shouted, Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path? A sharp sound pierced the air in response, the swift slice of a blade. The man advanced rapidly towards them, his dagger, transforming into a glinting arc, aimed directly at Qinyu's throat. Chapter 81. Husband, embrace me. Confronted with the oncoming dagger, Qinyu shouted fiercely and stepped forward. Retreat was not an option, for Wang Ziyang stood directly behind her. Be careful, Wang Ziyang exclaimed, his mind fixating on an item within the system shop. Should any perilous trend arise, he would instantly exchange and utilize it. The man attacked with ferocity, each strike aimed ruthlessly at Qinyu's vital points. Fortunately, she was remarkably skilled. Her reflexes were swift and her movements agile. Not only did she evade his assaults, but she also managed to land several blows on him. As Qinyu began to gain the upper hand, the man abruptly raised his hand, dispersing a cloud of powder. Qinyu was immediately enveloped in the powder. Against such a broad area of attack, she could not evade, and her vision was obscured. At that moment, the man lunged from the powder, his dagger aimed directly at her neck. Starry Bracelet, enchanting all beings. Wang Ziyang activated the Starry Bracelet to restore her sight, then unleashed the enchanting all beings ability upon the assailant. An invisible wave emanated from him, striking the man, who had been filled with murderous intent. He suddenly froze, as if his soul had departed. Bang! In the next instant, Qinyu thrust her foot into his chest, propelling him away. You don't pursue. Seeing her intention to chase, Wang Ziyang quickly intervened. No one knew if the man had any further tricks hidden within the smoke. Qin Yu halted and returned to his side, shielding him as they retreated and increased the distance between themselves and the assailant. Upon reaching the alley entrance, they noticed he did not pursue further. Initially believing he had fled, they soon discovered, as the powder settled, that he lay motionless on the ground. Qin Yu instructed Wang Ziyang to remain in place while she approached to investigate. Upon closer inspection, her delicate face paled dramatically. The man had already ceased to breathe. 2.5 hours later, at the police station, Zhou Qian hurried into the hall and spotted Wang Ziyang seated on a chair. She rushed over, concern etched on her face. "Ziyang, what on earth happened?" She had just called him, intending to inquire when he would come to adjust the musical instruments, only to be informed that he was at the police station, prompting her immediate arrival. "We encountered a criminal. We are unharmed, but he died under mysterious circumstances." Wang Ziyang recounted the events briefly. Zhou Qian gasped. "You should be fine, right? There's nothing to worry about. I recorded the entire incident." However, she cannot leave the police station just yet, as they need to verify the authenticity of the footage and await the autopsy report of the assailant. After the lesson learned from Lily, he was always equipped with various recording devices whenever he ventured out, ensuring that this unexpected incident was thoroughly documented. With the video evidence, Qin Yu's innocence was assured. She simply could not receive visitors or leave for the time being. "That's a relief." Zhou Qian exhaled, recognizing that this matter would not be resolved quickly. "How about I take you home? Waiting there is better than being here." "No need. I will find a nearby hotel for now." Wang Ziyang shook his head, uncertain about the safety of his home. What purpose would a hotel serve? It would be both unclean and inconvenient, and given that today was Saturday, it was highly likely that no rooms were available nearby. Zhou Qian suggested, "Why not stay at my place for a couple of days? It's not far from here, and I have plenty of food and supplies at home. It would be quite convenient." Upon hearing her words, Wang Ziyang felt a flicker of realization. She was indeed correct. It was Saturday night, and hotels typically had no vacancies. More importantly, her home was highly secure, for the police station was right next door, and one could even jump directly onto the balcony. However, he worried that her earlier misunderstanding of him during the day might deepen if he went to her house. Ultimately, the decision was made. Zhou Qian offered him no chance to refuse, firmly guiding him into her car. As she had mentioned, her home was merely a few minutes' drive from the police station. Once they arrived, she prepared a room for him and arranged daily necessities with warmth and thoughtfulness. The concerns he had harbored did not materialize. After freshening up, they exchanged good nights and retired to their respective rooms. Lying in bed, he checked the data from his live streaming session. Total Meow coins earned, 15,434. New followers, 35. 101. Total view count, 100,967. Gift givers, 56. Commenters, 62, 648. Total comments, 31, 312. Likes, 236, 188. Average watch duration, 23. 3 minutes. Thanks to the continuous traffic driven by the popular star Tion Meyer, his follower count was surging rapidly, resulting in a substantial profit. This single live stream had garnered a popularity value of 150,000, bringing his total to an impressive 450,000. After some contemplation, he resolved to upgrade his captivating all skill. Having witnessed its power firsthand today, he recognized it as an excellent control ability, silent and imperceptible, rendering it nearly impossible to guard against. However, the system's feedback was disheartening, as leveling up required a staggering 200,000 popularity points. Gritting his teeth, he decided to elevate it 2 levels. The attributes transformed as follows. Captivating all, LV3. Passive effect, enhances one's charm. Active effect, can mentally enchant 2 targets, lasting 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 6 hours. The upgraded attributes dazzled him. Not only had the duration increased by 10 seconds and the cooldown halved, but the target count had also risen by 1, and surprisingly, it now included a self-enhancement attribute. He could distinctly feel improvements in his physical strength, power, agility, and other attributes alongside certain deeper changes that he could not quite articulate. Yet they were undeniably beneficial to him. Overall, the investment of popularity points felt worthwhile, significantly enhancing the effectiveness of captivating all while simultaneously fortifying himself. Having completed these tasks, he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, devoid of sleep. This was the first night since arriving in this world that he spent without Qin Yu's company, leaving him with a profound sense of solitude. He pondered the circumstances of the case in his mind as time slowly crept toward dawn. Just as he began to feel the pull of sleep, the door was pushed open, revealing Zhou Qian in her nightgown at the threshold. "Sister Qian, is there something you need?" he inquired hastily. Zhou Qian remained silent, gradually making her way to his bedside, at which point he noticed that her eyes were closed. She was astonishingly sleepwalking. To his amazement, she lay down beside him. A surge of alarm coursed through him, prompting an instinctive urge to rise. Yet she unexpectedly extended her arms, tightly embracing him, murmuring, "Darling, hold me." He attempted to pry her arms apart, but her grip was unyielding. Any forceful effort might cause her harm. He called out her name several times, but she exhibited no response. Resigned, he abandoned his struggle. As he felt the softness of her voluptuous figure and inhaled her delicate fragrance, he sighed deeply, silently reciting, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form." Chapter 82. Is the progress too rapid? The following morning, Prince Yang awoke from his slumber. Last night, he had been reciting the Heart Sutra and had unknowingly drifted into sleep. Blinking his eyes, he suddenly felt a weight upon him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered Zhou Qian nestled against his chest, soundly asleep. He attempted to shift slightly, which seemed to rouse Zhou Qian, who slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked, and he could distinctly observe the transformation in her expression, from bewilderment to clarity, then shock, and finally an inexplicable shyness. She sat up, her face flushed, and whispered, "Zhang, I know you like me. I like you too, but could this be developing too quickly?" Prince Yang hurriedly replied, "Sister Qian, you misunderstand. It's not what you think." She interjected shyly, "You should put that away." A glance at his obvious reaction sent warmth coursing through her. Prince Yang quickly covered himself with a blanket, feeling a wave of embarrassment. "Sister Qian, you were sleepwalking last night. I didn't dare to wake you, and that is how we ended up here." Zhou Qian chuckled softly. "You could have come up with a better excuse. How could I possibly be sleepwalking? Sleepwalkers are unconscious and have no memory of their actions." In her single life, she had never realized the truth. Prince Yang was at a loss for words, as this was indeed the bedroom, and he had no recordings to prove otherwise. "All right, I'm not mad at you. We can start with a date and hold hands, step by step." She smiled at him, rising from the bed. She intended to leave, but, captivated by his handsome visage, leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead before hastily departing, her cheeks aflame. Watching her retreating figure, Prince Yang sighed helplessly. The misunderstanding seemed to deepen. After contemplating, he resolved to clarify matters with her. Once he had washed and groomed himself, he approached her door and knocked. To his surprise, the door was not securely closed, and with a gentle push, it swung open. In the next moment, a breathtaking sight met his gaze. Her snow-white, delicate skin, a generous and alluring silhouette, a waist so slender it seemed barely graspable, and long, graceful legs that left him utterly astonished. A surge of heat ignited within him, threatening to overwhelm his reason. He quickly shut the door and retreated to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face to quell his tumultuous heart. Gazing at his reflection, he realized he appeared even more handsome, with an alluring aura that was hard to resist. However, the enhancement of his physique came with its own set of challenges. His desires seemed more potent than ever. It was evident he needed to find a girlfriend, and once Qin Yu emerged, he would lay his feelings bare. Stepping out of the bathroom, he found Zhou Qian emerging from her room, now adorned in a white dress that accentuated her perfect figure, making her appear even more enchanting than a flower. With a blush, she softly said, "I apologize. I've been alone at home and don't usually close the door. It was presumptuous of me." Prince Yang promptly expressed his apologies, acknowledging his prior advantage. "It's quite all right," Zhou Qian assured him, guiding him to the living room. "Please have a seat for a moment while I prepare breakfast. It will not take long." He wished to clarify the earlier misunderstanding. But Zhou Qian had already entered the kitchen, compelling him to remain silent. Seated on the sofa, he perused his short video statistics. Hukur had edited several new clips, which he was gradually uploading. Currently, his short videos were performing admirably, with the most popular surpassing 600,000 likes and a view count exceeding 7 million. The consistent updates, coupled with high-quality content and engaging creativity, had significantly increased his follower count, now exceeding 500,000 and approaching 600,000. The most immediate consequence of this surge was that his private messages were inundated, rendering it impossible to sift through the plethora of casual chats, requests for contact information, propositions for relationships, and collaboration inquiries, all of which obscured any meaningful communication. He resolved to set this aside for the time being, intending to assign someone to manage these messages once his studio was established. While he was engrossed in his video analytics, Zhou Qian had prepared breakfast. Her culinary skills were commendable. Though the meal was simple, it was delicious, whetting his appetite. "Take your time, no need to rush," she advised as she noticed his rapid pace. Gently, she reached out to wipe a smudge from the corner of his mouth. "What plans do you have for today?" Her soft skin, delicate fragrance, and tender tones stirred something within Prince Yang. "I plan to visit the police station to check on Ye, then practice dancing with Sha, and later, I have a photography session. Do you need me to accompany you?" she inquired. "No, it's unnecessary. Don't you have work?" he replied, shaking his head. "But I worry for your safety," she said, a slight frown creasing her brow. Prince Yang smiled reassuringly. "I am a man capable of protecting myself. Furthermore, the police will likely be vigilant. No one would dare commit a crime at this time." His live streaming was his sole path to success. He would not relinquish it due to fear. Besides, his enhanced charisma should suffice to navigate any perilous situations. "Very well, but do contact me if anything arises," Zhou Qian urged, her eyes filled with expectation. "Will you return for dinner?" Her hopeful gaze softened his heart. "I will be back." "Wonderful. What would you like to eat?" "I shall prepare it all," she exclaimed, her face aglow with joy. "I would relish anything you make," he replied, causing her to beam with delight. She gazed at him earnestly. "Rest assured, I will ensure you are satisfied." Their conversation flowed effortlessly, yet time slipped away quickly. And soon it was time for Zhou Qian to depart. As she rose to leave, she paused at the door, hesitated for a moment, then approached him to place a gentle kiss on his forehead before blushingly stepping outside. Watching her retreating figure, Prince Yang chuckled softly. Yet he could not deny her gentle and nurturing nature, embodying the ideal of a devoted partner. After finishing his breakfast, he arrived at the police station, where he received definitive news regarding Qinyu. The video analysis report and the autopsy report would be issued within 48 hours. Subsequently, the police would determine within 24 hours, by Tuesday evening at the latest, whether to detain her. If all went well, she would be released by Tuesday night. Regrettably, she would be unable to leave the country and join him abroad until the case was resolved. Having confirmed her situation, he felt a sense of relief and began a live stream, first visiting Sha Ruyao's dance school to practice alongside her, and then proceeding to a scenic area to continue his photography, completing his challenge. The day swiftly passed. That night, upon returning to Zhou Qian's home, he found the interior enveloped in darkness. Just as he began to worry something was amiss, he noticed flickering candlelight illuminating a table laden with delectable dishes. A delicate figure approached him, taking the items from his hands and welcoming him inside. "Welcome home. You've worked hard." Wang Ziyang turned to her, captivated by her enchanting almond-shaped eyes and delicate features. However, what truly caught his attention was her attire, a remarkably short maid outfit that accentuated her ample bosom, slender waist, and long, graceful legs, revealing her flawless, fair skin. The breathtaking sight momentarily stole his breath away, and he finally comprehended the profound significance of her morning remark about ensuring his satisfaction. Chapter 83. Did you two meet through proper channels? "Sister Qian, what is this?" Wang Ziyang inquired. Zhou Qian turned in front of him, her face alight with anticipation. "Do you find it beautiful? I specially prepared this for you." At that moment, she embodied a delicate charm, both alluring and innocent, and Wang Ziyang couldn't help but nod. It's lovely. If it's lovely, I shall wear it for you every day. Zhou Qian erupted in delighted laughter. A woman adorns herself for the one who delights in her. With Wang Ziyang's unwavering affirmation, how could she not feel elated? Wang Ziyang, somewhat helpless, gestured to the camera on his chest. However, I am still live streaming. Yes, he had yet to turn off the broadcast. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian's cheeks flushed, and she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, murmuring, "It's all right. As long as you like it, anything is fine." Her words elicited a flurry of confusion in the live chat. Wait, Sister Qian, are you serious? Who said domestic productions lack good storylines? So this is how we're playing it, huh? Host, you really came to the rendezvous, didn't you? I was wondering why there was no flirting today. Turns out you were waiting here. Did you two meet through proper channels? Bro, I beg you, let me star in an episode. It's the first time in my life I've asked someone for a favor. Can we let her go home after filming? Her enchanting demeanor and submissive nature made Wang Ziyang's heart flutter. You've prepared so many delicious dishes. You've truly worked hard. It's not hard at all, as long as you like it. Zhou Qian pulled him to the table and served him a piece of beef, urging him to taste it and see if it suits his palate. Just as Wang Ziyang was about to try it, she suddenly halted him. Wait a moment. It might be a bit hot since it was just cooked. As she spoke, she leaned close to the beef, puffing gently with her lips to cool it down before offering it to him. Comment, I don't eat beef. Flips table. Wang Ziyang opened his mouth to accept the beef, savoring it slowly. How does it taste? Zhou Qian inquired eagerly. It's fragrant, tender, and deliciously juicy. Wang Ziyang affirmed. Comment, you better be talking about the beef. Zhou Qian's eyes sparkled, and she picked up a shrimp, deftly peeling it for him before presenting it at his lips. Now, try this shrimp. With it so close, Wang Ziyang could not refuse and took it from her. In the process, his fingers brushed against hers, soft and delicate, leaving a lingering taste. How does it taste? Zhou Qian asked again. It's fragrant, tender, and deliciously juicy. Wang Ziyang confirmed. Comment. All right, so the shrimp and beef taste the same, huh? Zhou Qian detected the underlying meaning in his words. A mix of shyness and joy washing over her as she continued to peel shrimp for him. Since you like it, do indulge a bit more. You should eat as well. You must be hungry after a long day. Wang Ziyang gazed at her. Not hungry. Watching you enjoy the food I prepared brings me more satisfaction than eating it myself. I've also prepared something particularly special for you. Zhou Qian leaned down to fetch the red wine from a distance. As he leaned forward, a vast expanse of pristine white delicacy unfolded before his eyes, causing his breath to quicken slightly and the live stream to erupt with protests, courtesy of the system's camera, which thickly stamped these images. Scoundrel, how dare you indulge in this alone? She remarked. She poured him a glass of red wine, exclaiming, "This is the authentic 82 law fight, a treasure I've cherished for quite some time." You are too generous, Sister Qian, Wang Ziyang replied, his voice taut with a hint of unease, as it was his first experience of such a spectacle. This wine was prepared for someone I hold dear. Sharing it with you is no extravagance. Zhou Qian brought the glass to his lips. As he reached out to take it, she deftly withdrew, leaving him perplexed. Leaning close to his ear, her breath fragrant as orchids, she whispered, "Today, I am the prince's maid. There is no need for the prince to serve himself." Her voice was magnetic and charming, the warm, intoxicating aroma enveloping him, causing his heart to flutter. Sister Qian, you. Shoo. She pressed her slender finger to his lips, the sweet scent invading his senses. Let us savor the wine. Other matters can wait. With that, she once more offered the glass to him. As he gazed at her, a smile suddenly broke across his face. What is so amusing? Zhou Qian inquired. At this moment, with the fragrance of the wine wafting around us. If I do not indulge, it would seem I lack appreciation for the finer things in life, Wang Ziyang replied, leaning closer to the glass and taking a hearty sip. Such a delightful expression indeed. Truly, you are a master. The cup was large, and a droplet of wine trickled down the corner of his mouth. Zhou Qian swiftly extended her delicate fingers to catch it. Such exquisite wine must not be wasted. She then parted her ruby lips, narrowing her almond-shaped eyes, and sensually sucked on her finger. Ah, Wang Ziyang inhaled sharply, a surge of unnameable desire rising within him, ignited by the alcohol. "How does it taste?" she asked, her laughter melodic. "Fragrant and rich," he nodded, affirming its renowned quality. "Try this." With a gentle smile, she stood, gracefully maneuvering around the dining table, the frills of her maid's dress brushing against his hand. She scooped a spoonful of creamy mushroom soup with a silver spoon and brought it to his lips, the rich aroma of the mushrooms mingling with the delicate fragrance of her wrist. Wang Ziyang opened his mouth, and she guided the spoon inside. However, due to the angle, the position felt somewhat awkward. Pondering briefly, she boldly took a seat on his lap. "Is this appropriate, Sister Qian?" He chuckled. Her soft, delicate form and intoxicating scent overwhelmed him, making self-control nearly impossible. He was no saint, and after enhancing his physique, his desires had only intensified. "What is inappropriate?" "We are not disturbing anyone." Zhou Qian giggled, continuing to feed him. "You should eat as well." Wang Ziyang attempted to encourage her to rise, struggling to maintain his composure. Yet, to his surprise, she did not move away. Instead, she took the very spoon that had just fed him and scooped a portion in her own mouth. As he beheld her crimson lips enveloping the spoon, he could no longer contain the flames igniting within him. His cheeks flushed instantly, and he straightened his posture. Zhou Qian immediately sensed his unusual demeanor. A soft sigh escaped her lips, and her exquisite face was soon adorned with a rosy blush. Unconsciously, Wang Ziyang's left hand encircled her slender waist, while his right hand rested upon her smooth, delicate thigh. The heat emanating from his palm made her acutely aware of her own rising temperature, as if she were ablaze. She instinctively reached out her petite hand to cradle Wang Ziyang's face, leaning closer to him gradually. As they drew nearer, their breaths intermingled, becoming increasingly rapid, and their bodies radiated warmth on the verge of colliding. Chapter 84. My lady, you wouldn't want others to learn of this matter, would you? As the two were on the verge of a collision, the comments in the live stream erupted in chaos. "Are you serious? Let her go. I disapprove. Wait, are you two actually dating? Is this a prank? I'm calling the police." The plot from those years. Police? Oh, a brand new version. Folks, prepare to pay soon. What will happen next? It's so hard to guess. Just as their lips were about to meet, the doorbell rang. They quickly separated, and Zhou Qian rose to open the door, revealing a striking figure standing at the entrance. "Zhao, why are you here?" It was Zhao Yasi, who glanced at her attire and replied, "I came to inform you of something important. Why not just call? No need to come all this way." Zhou Qian welcomed her inside. "I happened to be passing by, so I thought I would drop in." Zhao Yasi stepped inside, casting a complicated glance at Wang Ziyang. "Oh, Ziyang is here too?" The comments, "That look, why does it seem somewhat resentful?" "Yes, he's been staying here for the past few days." Zhou Qian quickly turned on a light. Wang Ziyang nodded at her. "Sister Yasi, you two, what is this?" Zhao Yasi looked at the candles on the table. We had a power outage earlier." Zhou Qian's face flushed. "Ah, I see. The branch store in Sioux City is opening. I need to go cut the ribbon. Come with me," Zhao Yasi said to Zhou Qian. "When?" "We'll set off early tomorrow, stay for a night, and return the day after." Zhou Qian's expression revealed her hesitation. "Stay for a night?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" "No." Zhou Qian stole a glance at Wang Ziyang, her heart heavy with disappointment. This was the perfect opportunity for them to spend time alone together. "Are you having dinner?" Zhao Yasi looked at Wang Ziyang. Wang Ziyang smiled. "Then let's eat together." Zhao Yasi nodded and took a seat beside him. "Then I won't be polite." It seems the beautiful boss intentionally came as a third wheel. "Ha ha, you little rascal, flirting everywhere. Now she's jealous. One day you'll pay for this. Karma has arrived." "Huh? Well, let's see how you handle this." Zhou Qian, feeling helpless, could only set an extra set of cutlery. She thought Zhao Yasi would leave after dinner, but to her surprise, she had no intention of leaving. "I'll just stay here tonight to avoid the early rush tomorrow." "But there are only 2 rooms," she quickly replied. "That's all right, we can squeeze in. If it doesn't work, I can sleep on the sofa." Zhao Yasi smiled. Those words made Zhou Qian's expression fall. Wang Ziyang, sensing the atmosphere was amiss, immediately smiled at her. "Sister Qian, how about we squeeze together?" The comments. Zhou Qian's face flushed instantly, and Zhao Yasi immediately scolded. "What are you thinking?" Wang Ziyang scratched his head, looking at her hesitantly. "Does Sister Yasi mean that we should squeeze together?" Bullet comments. Zhao Yasi's face turned red as well. "What are you thinking? I meant that Zhou Qian and I should squeeze together. It seems I misunderstood." Wang Ziyang chuckled lightly. "I thought you two wanted to squeeze with me." "Dream on," both women exclaimed playfully. His jest lightened the atmosphere between the two women considerably. After the meal, Wang Ziyang and Zhao Yasi played the piano for a while. When they noticed the sky darkening, they ended the live stream and retired to their rooms for rest. In the middle of the night, he awoke from the urge to relieve himself and groggily made his way to the bathroom. However, as he began, the bathroom door swung open and a figure entered. His heart raced as he jolted awake, only to find Zhao Yasi staring at him wide-eyed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He hastily finished, and only then did Zhao Yasi snap back to reality, her face burning as she turned to leave. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, the arrival of Zhou Qian. They exchanged a glance, both flustered. Wang Ziyang pointed toward the shower area, and Zhao Yasi understood, quickly ducking inside with him. Listening to the commotion outside, Zhao Yasi felt both awkward and uncomfortable as she desperately needed to use the restroom. They had thought Zhou Qian would leave soon, but she seemed to linger as if asleep, refusing to exit. This drove Zhao Yasi to the brink. She bent over, crossing her legs, her face a deep crimson, nearly at her limit. Wang Ziyang noticed her distress and gestured toward the floor, indicating she could relieve herself there. The bathroom had a drain, after all. Zhao Yasi immediately shook her head. She could never do such a thing in front of him. Yet, nature's call could not be ignored. As her discomfort intensified, her body trembled slightly. Wang Ziyang instructed her to look at him, closing his eyes and covering his ears, then turned his back to her, signaling that he would neither see nor hear. Despite this, Zhao Yasi remained unwilling. However, nearing a breaking point, she reluctantly resorted to his suggestion. Moments later, relief washed over her, but her pride and dignity crumbled before Wang Ziyang. Although he had not looked or listened, she had indeed succumbed to the act. She attempted to rise, but found her legs devoid of strength. In losing her balance, she instinctively grasped Wang Ziyang's leg. He noticed her struggle and quickly pulled her up from the ground, but she was unable to stand steady, so he wrapped her in his arms. Leaning against him, her eyes shut tight, and her complexion pale, she felt too ashamed to face him or the reality of the situation. After a brief moment, Zhou Qian finally stirred and groggily made her exit. As she left, Wang Ziyang whispered in Zhao Yasi's ear, "She's gone. Just kill me now." Zhao Yasi murmured with her eyes still closed. Wang Ziyang chuckled. "What is the big deal? We're just even now." "That's not right. It's not even out. You've seen it all, but I haven't seen anything." These words instantly lifted Zhao Yasi's spirits. He was indeed correct, as she had witnessed her own earlier demeanor. She opened her eyes and shot him a glance. "What? Do you still wish to see?" Wang Ziyang chuckled softly. "To be honest, I wouldn't mind. You dream on." Zhao Yasi pouted playfully. Wang Ziyang merely smiled in silence. "This matter is known only to the two of us. You must not disclose it to anyone," she urged. "And what if I do? Then I shall ensure our mutual demise," Zhao Yasi retorted, pouting as she glared at him. My lady, I believe you two would prefer that this matter remains a secret." Ouch. Why do you bite? Chapter 85. Love you. On a Tuesday evening, Wang Ziyang paced anxiously at the entrance of the police station. According to reason, today was the day Qin Yu was to be released, yet she had yet to appear. Over the past couple of days, Zhou Qian and Zhao Yasi had traveled to a neighboring city, leaving his life quite orderly, tuning instruments, practicing dance with Sha Ruyao, and photographing scenic spots in the evenings, all while his fan base and popularity steadily increased. Just as his patience began to wane, a familiar figure emerged in his line of sight. "Qin Yu had finally come out." He hurried to her side, his face alight with joy. Qin Yu looked at him, her expression equally filled with excitement. During those days, while she did not fret over her own fate, she constantly thought of him, worrying whether he was in danger, if he was well fed, and if he was sleeping soundly. Those few days had deepened her understanding of her own heart, solidifying his place within it. It was as if she had 1,000 words to share with him. Yet when she opened her mouth, she found herself at a loss for words. "Welcome back," Wang Ziyang exclaimed, pulling her into an embrace and whispering softly in her ear. Feeling the warmth of his familiar embrace, she closed her eyes in bliss, realizing that no matter what happened, as long as she was in his arms, everything was worthwhile. They held each other for a long while before parting. Wang Ziyang scrutinized her closely. "Have you been well these past few days? Is there anything amiss? They did not trouble you, did they?" "Not at all. I mostly ate and slept while I was in there. It was quite good," she replied gently, her gaze tender. "As for you, it seems you've grown a bit taller and stronger." Indeed, Wang Ziyang felt as though her observations were etched into his heart. She could sense his changes immediately. He was stronger than before, more handsome and charismatic. "That's only natural. After all, I'm still growing," he replied with a casual air. "By the way, how did that guy meet his end?" "Poisoning. He was poisoned before he engaged with me, and the confrontation accelerated the toxin's effects. Moreover, that poison is incredibly potent. Not something just anyone could acquire," Qin Yu said, her brows furrowing slightly. The twists and turns of the case were far beyond her expectations. Wang Ziyang reached out to smooth her furrowed brow. "Do not dwell on it. Let the police handle the investigation. Let's focus on living our lives well." Qin Yu nodded softly. At that moment, a car suddenly pulled up beside them, and two figures emerged. Zhou Qian and Zhao Yasi, who had just returned from Sioux City. Yeah, are you all right?" Zhou Qian approached Qin Yu, her face beaming with surprise and concern. Zhao Yasi walked to Wang Ziyang's side, remaining silent but observing him from the corner of her eye. She had left with Zhou Qian early yesterday and had not seen him since that incident. This was their first encounter since then. Was everything smooth? Wang Ziyang offered her a slight smile. His smile caused Zhao Yasi's cheeks to flush. She cleared her throat, feigning composure. When me taking charge, what issues could arise? Over the past few days, the events of that day had replayed in her mind, and his smile instantly brought back memories of that moment. "Sister Yasi is impressive." Prince Yang smiled and gave her a thumbs up. His teasing deepened her blush, filling her heart with a mix of shyness and joy. She struggled to maintain her composure, asking, "Are we all set for our departure tomorrow morning?" "Everything is ready. We can set off at any moment. We can discuss work later. Tonight, we shall indulge in a feast to welcome Yeye and also celebrate for you all." Zhou Qian replied with a smile. The group nodded in agreement and made their way to her home. Zhou Qian and Qin Yu entered the kitchen together, swiftly preparing a grand table filled with an array of delectable dishes. Zhou Qian then brought out her treasured wine, and the atmosphere became one of warmth and merriment. Before long, someone initiated a round of toasts for Prince Yang, who typically shunned alcohol. However, with Qin Yu's safe return, he found himself overwhelmed with joy and, in a state of abandon, drank to excess. Supported by the women, he stumbled back to his room and quickly succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate time, a figure approached him, seemingly whispering something, though he could not discern the words in his haze. But when she pressed her fragrant lips to his body ignited with fervor. Having been somewhat restless lately, he could hardly resist such temptation. Driven by instinct, he rolled over, pinning her beneath him. "I love you." In his stupor, he thought he heard a soft moan before being engulfed in a sea of bliss. Eventually, he was roused by someone calling his name. He opened his eyes to see Qin Yu's beautiful face before him. Mistaking her for the one from the previous night, he pulled her into his embrace, saying, "Stay with me a little longer. Lazy bones, you need to get up. We have a flight to catch. You can sleep on the plane," Qin Yu teased. Her cheeks flushed as she tugged at his face. Reluctantly, he rose, washed up, and headed to the airport with the women. At the security checkpoint, they prepared to part ways. "While I'm away these few days, stay at Sister Qian's place and be cautious when coming and going. Remember to wear the Xingyue bracelet at all times," he instructed Qin Yu earnestly. All right. I know, you've told me many times," she replied playfully. Though her words belied her feelings, she cherished his concern deeply. Prince Yang smiled and embraced her, saying, "Wait for my return." "Yes, be careful too," Qin Yu replied, her heart brimming with tenderness. Moments later, he released her, nodding politely to Zhou Qian before turning to leave. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Qin Yu called out to him. He turned to face her. Her face flushed crimson as she hesitated before murmuring, Just a kiss. The impending separation had stripped her of the ability to conceal her feelings, prompting her to take this bold step. Should it fail, she would bury her heart and remain by his side as a family member. Prince Yang smiled at her words, enveloping her in his arms and capturing her lips. Success. Qin Yu's heart soared with joy as she responded, albeit with a mix of shyness and fervor. Yet in that moment, Prince Yang's eyes widened in shock. His expression filled with disbelief. He had initially believed that the person from last night was her. Yet at this moment, he realized that the sensations and aura of the two were utterly distinct. The one from last night was not Qin Yu. He instinctively glanced at Zhou Qian beside him, only to find her face pale, appearing utterly disheartened. In that moment, he realized so was her. After a while, when Qin Yu seemed slightly breathless, he finally released her. Go ahead now, Qin Yu murmured, her face flushed crimson. All right. He gently pinched her cheek, then, after a brief hesitation, turned to Zhou Qian, opening his arms. Overwhelmed with surprise and joy, she threw herself into his embrace, clinging to him with all her strength. Tenderly stroking her silken hair, he whispered into her ear, Take care of yourself. Wait for my return. Zhou Qian nodded fervently. I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Chapter 86. Your professionalism makes me feel nauseous one day later. Lidu, Chatelaine Theater. Good afternoon, dear family. I am the Prince of Tuning, Yang. Of course, for you, it must be noon at this moment, as we have an 8-hour time difference. As you can see, I am currently at the Chatelaine Theater in Lidu. Prince Yang greeted the camera, having just completed a flight of over 10 hours and taken a brief respite before commencing the live stream. This evening, the renowned Entropy Flame Priestess, Lola Astano, will be holding her solo concert here. Our immediate task is to tune this piano, once the prized possession of our esteemed piano shop. With that, he directed the camera towards the crystal piano before him. Its ethereal and dreamlike appearance immediately drew gasps of admiration from the live audience. Adjusting the angle for an overhead shot, the transparent body of the piano sparkled under the supplementary lighting like scattered stars. He donned white gloves and lifted the piano lid, revealing the intricate glass action mechanism in exquisite detail. Pay attention to the synchrony of the couplers. The ideal tolerance is 0. 2 millimeters measured by a micrometer, yet currently, the third key deviates by 0. 5 millimeters, which will cause a 3-degree misalignment in the hammer strike angle, resulting in a muffled tone. As he shared his expertise with the viewers, he continued to tune. The essence of equal temperament tuning lies in the calculations of a geometric sequence, with each octave precisely divided into 1,200 cents. Now, let us test the central C at a 440 Hz reference frequency. Do you see the phase difference in the light pattern? This indicates a 0.3 Hz frequency deviation in the resonant board, necessitating a recalibration of the acoustic standing wave. His words elicited a wave of amusement in the live chat. No way, dude. Are you really trying to teach us piano tuning? This seriousness is so out of character. We prefer watching you flirt with the ladies. Did something just enter my mind? Was it knowledge? We're the folks who need to learn tuning. Come and learn. You're measuring millimeter errors with your eyes? Hearing is 0.3 Hz frequency deviation with your ears? Your professionalism makes me feel nauseous. Hurry up and say something flirty to lighten the mood. I want to see the host tune Lola Astano's piano. Press 1. 1111111111111. Stop it. She is a world-class artist. She isn't here to joke around. Exactly. This is a formal occasion. It's fine to play around normally. But we don't want the host to actually get into trouble. Meanwhile, backstage at the theater, 2 figures were also watching Prince Yang, one of whom, with golden hair and blue eyes, was none other than Lola Astano, while the other was Zhao Yasi. Tonight's performance was crucial, especially as the piano must function flawlessly, prompting Lola Astano to personally oversee Prince Yang's tuning efforts. Zhao Yasi translated Prince Yang's words for Lola Astano, who responded with admiration. Your staff is remarkable. I have already had this piano examined by a specialist, and the issues he identified are identical to what he has stated. Yet, he did so without the aid of any electronic devices, which astonishes me greatly. To ensure that there were no unforeseen issues, she had also engaged a tuner. It was solely to guarantee perfection that she requested a technician from the Aishi Piano Company, for they were more familiar with the instrument, being its original makers. You flatter me. He is still quite young, the tuner responded. Zhao Yasi regarded him, her gaze flickering with complexity. These past few days, her spirits had been exceedingly low. The kiss she shared with Qin Yu had left a profound impact on her, rendering her unable to eat or sleep, her mind clouded and muddled. She had endeavored to uplift her spirits, yet all attempts had failed. It was precisely his youth that astonished me. Among the tuners I have encountered, none have been younger than he. His future is undoubtedly bright. Lola Astano smiled gently, adding, of course, with his appearance, he has even greater potential for advancement. The looks of Prince Yang also captivated her. She had never encountered such a handsome man. Indeed, he is quite charming, Zhao Yasi sighed softly. Lola Astano observed her keenly. Miss Zhao, I sense a hint of sorrow in you, particularly when he is mentioned. Has he troubled you? Zhao Yasi was taken aback and quickly shook her head no. She hadn't realized her feelings were so evident, even to herself. Perhaps you should engage him in a meaningful conversation. Many answers cannot be gleaned solely from one's own imagination. Lola Astano suggested subtly. Yes, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Zhao Yasi nodded. Do you truly understand? Lola inquired. Zhao Yasi fell silent. Her response was merely perfunctory. It was not that she was unwilling to converse with him, but rather that she felt incapable of doing so. Unsure of how to initiate the dialogue or what to say, she remained quiet. Noticing her reticence, Lola ceased speaking and quietly perused the sheet music. After a brief moment, Prince Yang seated himself at the piano. The tuning is nearly complete. Let us test the timbre of this instrument. Are there any pieces you wish to hear? The barrage of requests quickly filled the screen, with nearly every piece he had previously played being suggested. The Girl by the Water, Wedding in a Dream, Flight of the Bumblebee, Your Heart River, Dance of the Flowers, and so forth. With the enthusiastic endorsement of Tion Meyer and the widespread sharing by various marketing accounts, his repertoire had garnered immense popularity, attracting a significant following of music enthusiasts. I even saw someone request Jingle Bells. Alas, my friends, this is an international piano performance sanctuary. You wish for me to play a children's song? Prince Yang chuckled. Since many have requested Wedding in a Dream, I shall perform Nocturne for piano instead. As he raised his hand slightly, the moment his fingertips touched the translucent keys, the LED light strips within the crystal piano detected the pressure change, instantly activating the sound wave visualization system. Beneath the 88 keys, delicate blue light particles rose like stardust. At that moment, the setting sun streamed through the intricately carved window, casting a warm glow upon his striking visage, rendering him almost ethereal, as if he were a celestial being, both graceful and divine. With his left pinky finger gently striking the central C at a 15-degree angle, the low-frequency vibrations caused the nano-sized crystal powder suspended within the piano's body to spiral and ascend, as if the night itself has been transformed into a flowing galaxy. Each delicate touch of his fingertips produces melodious notes that resemble dewdrops cascading onto a moonlit lake, creating ripples in the hearts of every listener. A serene beauty envelopes the atmosphere, filled with enchanting joy. Suddenly, Laura Astano, who had been engrossed in her sheet music, lifts her gaze, her eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. As his performance unfolds, her expression brightens, shifting to one of shock and exhilaration. Upon the conclusion of his piece, she rises immediately, her face alight with excitement as she dashes toward him. Chapter 87. Awakening to a Collapsed World as the final note resonated. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged dramatically. Hao Ting. Streamer, my ears are pregnant. You must take responsibility. I can tell how well the streamer plays just by looking. It sounds delightful. If only the streamer could reveal some abs while playing, it would be even better. Watching the streamer play is truly a feast for both the eyes and ears. Streamer, you seem a bit warm. Perhaps you could unbutton your shirt for some ventilation? Upstairs. Your beads are about to bounce into my face. Xiang Xinyu. For those who adore the streamer, please show your support and light up the fan badge if you can. We're about to commence the second round of the lottery. A grand prize of 1,000 awaits. Yu Guo Tianqing. Families who wish to become Diamond fans may private message me to join the group. The alluring mother cockroach chimed in. Streamer, could you perhaps have a Stano compliment you a few times? For each compliment, I shall increase your fan count by 1,000. System notification. User Su Su has sent a dream carnival in Wang Ziyang's livestream. Hurry to check it out. User Cuckoo has also sent a carnival. Thank you, Su Su and Cuckoo, for the carnival. Love you both. Wang Ziyang formed a heart shape with his hands toward the camera and chuckled. Sister Cockroach, are you up to your tricks again? She is a world-renowned pianist. How could she possibly compliment a mere amateur like me? I don't even have the qualifications to speak with her. Just as he finished speaking, a figure approached him. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with a pair of jewel-like eyes. Ms. Astano, is there something amiss? He was slightly taken aback, for it was indeed Lola Astano who stood before him. Comment, yay? The foreign language sounds decent. She regarded him with a gaze shimmering with stardust. Is this the nocturne for piano? I once thought Wendy had woven the essence of night to perfection, yet you have deconstructed the moonlight through harmonics. At that moment, Zhao Yasi also arrived. Surprised by her generous praise towards Wang Ziyang, she hastily began translating, not only for Wang Ziyang, but also for the audience in the live stream. Comment. This is a compliment. Wang Ziyang promptly expressed his gratitude. You're too kind. Lola Astano looked at him in astonishment. In the third measure, your left hand's diminished seventh chord. Your touch was evidently gentle, yet allowed the notes to glide like dew upon a spider's thread. This technique remarkably amplified the dissolution of the night. How did you achieve this? She inquired again. Comment. Though I don't quite understand. It seems to be praise for the streamer. With a smile, Wang Ziyang explained, it requires a degree of control. Maintaining it at a precise 15 is sufficient. Comment. 15? Must it be that precise? Understanding dawned upon Lola Astano, and she quickly followed up with another question. Furthermore, the lingering harmonic chain in the high register extended a full 3 seconds. How did you accomplish that? This is a personal habit of mine. I intentionally retain a touch of individuality when calibrating using the 12-tone equal temperament. No wonder. I merely stated that an ordinary performer would find it unattainable. Laura Astano continued to inquire, how do you manage to allow the size of the middle voice to diffuse like morning mist without becoming stagnant? This requires a certain degree of control during the pedal switch, ensuring that the contact surface between the mute felt and the strings remains at 60 in the half-pedal state. Wang Ziyang responded effortlessly. The host is teaching Astano how to play the piano. Such mastery requires exceptional control, and you are performing remarkably well. Lola Astano pondered for a moment before murmuring to herself that the ancient piano could replicate the fluidity of night through Baroque ornamentation. However, the metallic core of the modern piano inevitably necessitates a different lexicon. Yet, you have provided the perfect solution with your haptic sensing technology. When each note descends by 0.5 mm, the secondary escapement mechanism is activated, transforming the momentum of the strike into a longitudinal overtone. This is not merely performance. It is the alchemy of sound. With a sudden surge of emotion, she gazed intently at him and said, 3 years ago I performed this very piece. Yet critics claimed I had transformed the night into a glacier. For the longest time, I couldn't comprehend their critique. But today, at last, I've come to understand the true hues and warmth that belong to the night. You've taught the piano to breathe while singing. Every word she uttered was comprehensible. Yet when strung together, they became utterly inscrutable. What on earth is she articulating? Some arcane incantation of a high priestess? I don't fully comprehend, but it seems to be praising the streamer. I only knew the streamer played piano well, but never imagined to such an extraordinary level. In a fleeting moment, I found myself contemplating whether she was an actress summoned by the host. To my astonishment, Lola Astano actually sought the host's guidance on playing the piano. Hey, Xiaobu, I just witnessed the host instructing Astano on the piano. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Utterly bewildered, upon awakening from slumber, the world felt turned upside down. Has the host truly transformed into a master pianist? Dear family, who truly understands? My electronic pet is about to ascend to the heavens. Sister Cockroach, Just how many compliments has she given? Answer: every single one. Madame Estano, you flatter me. I merely possess a few modest insights. Prince Yang replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Those humble insights of yours, I fear, may elude the understanding of many throughout their lifetimes, remarked Lola Estano, gazing intently at him. Have you perhaps studied under a master? My instructor is Professor Gua from the Central Conservatory of Music, an extraordinary mentor. Laura Estano gazed at him in confusion, for she had never heard a professor was named before. Zhao Yasi quickly whispered an explanation to her. Oh, it turns out to be Professor Gua. Laura Estano quickly cleared her throat, expressing her long-standing admiration. Bullet comments. What a remarkable reputation. Well, Mr. Wang, after this concert concludes, I would like to invite you to stay a few more days in Lidu, if that's agreeable to you. She promptly returned to the main topic. Is there something you wish to discuss? Prince Yang inquired. I would like to share some insights regarding piano performance with you. Lola Estano gazed at him with anticipation, assuring him that all his expenses would be covered by her. It was not a matter of cost. Wang Ziyang chuckled softly, suggesting that they could discuss everything after the concert. What he truly desired was a live broadcast, the influx of viewers, and an increase in fans. If she could agree to the live streaming, then all would be amenable. Very well, let us deliberate after the concert. Lola Estano nodded emphatically. As their conversation unfolded, a figure in the corner of the venue spoke into a wireless communicator. Gentlemen, please bring along your old pal. The concert is about to commence. Selena, you are in for a treat. There's an exquisite young man present, a charming lad from the East, who is sure to captivate your heart. I assure you, you will find it hard to part with him. Chapter 88. Oh no, are you serious? 2.5 hours later, as Prince Yang observed the heavily armed security personnel stationed at every entrance of the venue, he felt a sense of astonishment. He had never witnessed such a scene. The recent turmoil in their surroundings had compelled the organizers to exercise utmost caution, especially since the audience comprised esteemed dignitaries. Zhao Yasi explained this to him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Prince Yang suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to find a middle-aged man scrutinizing him with a gaze that seemed rather unfriendly. This was the tuner hired by Estano. Perhaps displeased over the loss of his prize, Zhao Yasi whispered to him. Prince Yang averted his gaze, his brow slightly furrowed. From this man emanated a peculiar aura reminiscent of the individual who had assaulted him that night, a savage, bloodthirsty presence. Such energy should not be associated with a tuner. He glanced at the fully armed security personnel, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. He needed to prepare for any potential eventualities. Fortunately, his apprehensions proved unfounded, as everything proceeded smoothly and methodically. After the audience had entered, the concert commenced promptly, with Lola Estano captivating the crowd with her exceptional performance, eliciting continuous applause. In a private comparison, he mused that, according to the system's skill level classification, her piano technique must be at level 8. Though only a level apart from his own, the disparity was significant, much like the vast difference between his predecessor's level 7 and her prowess. As the concert approached its intermission, he activated his live stream. Per their agreement, he was to make minor adjustments to the piano during the break, as this did not constitute a part of the performance, allowing him to broadcast. Hello everyone, we meet again. The concert is nearing intermission, and now it is my turn to appear. He greeted the camera. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden series of sharp sounds resembling the popping of fried soybeans erupted from outside. Gunfire. Something has gone awry. Zhao Yasi exclaimed in shock. The audience quickly reacted, plunging the venue into chaos. The security personnel promptly sprang into action, several rushing to the stage to escort Estano through the backstage passage, with other staff members fleeing in tandem. Without hesitation, Prince Yang grasped Zhao Yasi's hand and followed suit. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, a figure obstructed their path. Ladies and gentlemen, the performance has not yet concluded. You cannot leave, declared the tuner, who had unexpectedly blocked their escape. Security personnel immediately aimed their weapons at him, but at that moment, the tuner maniacally pressed a button in his hand. Buzz! A piercing shriek emanated from the communication devices in the ears of the security staff, causing them to clutch their heads in agony and collapse, with only 2 exceptions. These two, rather than confronting him, turned their weapons on their comrades, systematically shooting them down. They were his accomplices. The entire security force was swiftly obliterated through a conspiracy from within and without. Suddenly, the entrance to the performance hall was blasted open, and a squad of fully armed personnel surged inside, led by a tall and formidable woman. She quickly seized control of the entire hall, corralling all the audience together, while explosives were affixed to the walls and columns of the theater. Wang Ziyang glanced down at his phone, only to discover that the live broadcast had been terminated due to a signal blockade. A thought struck him, and he promptly activated the super live stream. A virtual screen materialized in his mind, re-establishing the previously disconnected broadcast. He fixed the perspective to first-person view and sent a viewing invitation to his audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, please return to the stage." The pianist smiled at them. Faced with the ominous muzzles of guns, the crowd dared not utter a word, obediently returning to the center of the stage. At that moment, the imposing woman approached the stage and informed the pianist, "The theater is fully under control. We may begin." After saying this, she stepped aside, yet her gaze remained fixed on Wang Ziyang. The pianist pulled over a chair and propped his feet on the table, reclining comfortably. Immediately, a subordinate placed a landline phone on the table. This was the theater's phone. Before long, the shrill sound of police sirens echoed from outside, and the phone on the table began to ring. The pianist answered, lazily chuckling, "Fulson, my old friend, how long has it been? Your special forces have only just arrived? If I weren't disinclined to move, you'd hardly be able to catch a whiff of my presence." An irate voice erupted from the other end. "Mahade, you madman, what do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do? Fulson, are you feigning ignorance?" Mahade scoffed. "You shall not succeed. We have paid a great price to capture your leader. There is no way we will release him." Mahade waved his hand lightly. The formidable woman immediately seized a woman by her hair, dragging her to the phone while aiming her gun at her. "No, please, spare her." The woman sobbed desperately. Bang! Before her plea was complete, she was shot in the head. Terror spread across the faces of all present, and Zhao Yasi, standing beside Wang Ziyang, trembled uncontrollably. "Mahade, you beast!" roared the voice on the phone. "Do not be alarmed. She was merely an appetizer. There are many more dignitaries and politicians here, including 2 international friends from the East. We have plenty of time to savor this." Mahade cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ziyang, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "You lunatic, what do you truly want?" 2 words, release them. "I cannot make that decision. Thus, I am granting you half an hour to consult your superiors. If I do not receive news of his release within that time, prepare for spectacle." Mahade sneered. "Of course, you may attempt a forceful assault to see if my explosives can send everyone in this theater skyward. Perhaps you could even try to behead me, for the detonator is affixed to my person." With that, he hung up the phone before awaiting a response. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the assembled individuals on the stage. "What shall we occupy ourselves with for this half hour? It seems rather dull." After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly smiled. "Since this is a piano recital, let us continue with the performance." Lola Astano immediately approached the piano, but he shook his head at her. "No, madam. After months of tuning your instrument, I have grown weary of your melodies." His gaze wandered among the others. "Whom shall I choose to play for me?" Chapter 89. The most courageous man under the tense gaze of the crowd. He approached a man. "It's your turn." I can't," the man stammered. "Can't. No worries. You can learn gradually," he reassured, patting the man's shoulder. "The divine will forgive you." "Thank you. I will certainly study hard," the man replied, elated. However, amidst his smile, Mahade drew a pistol and pressed it against the man's forehead. "What I intend to do is send you to meet the divine." Bang! As the words fell, the man's head exploded instantaneously. Such a gory scene sent chills through the audience. Zhao Yasi turned pale, trembling violently. Had it not been for Wang Ziyang's support, she would have collapsed. Mahade flicked the flesh from his gun and approached a woman. "And you? Can you play the piano?" "Why, yes," the woman stuttered, her teeth chattering. "Very well, play a piece for me." He gestured toward the piano. The woman nodded hastily, her body stiff as she made her way to the instrument. Wang Ziyang glanced at the live stream. The viewer count had surged beyond 100,000, and the barrage of comments was chaotic. He adjusted the settings to allow only administrators to speak and sent a message. Yeah, please call the police. Request them to contact Li Du. With the on-site signals jammed, this was his only means of communication with the outside world. Qin Yu promptly replied, "The police have been notified and are awaiting instructions. Please ensure your safety." At this moment, the woman finally sat before the piano, attempting to play, but her anxiety rendered her fingers stiff, preventing any coherent melody. Bang! Mahade pulled the trigger, a look of disdain on his face. "I detest those who insult music and art." The incessant deaths engulfed the theater in terror, leaving the performers on stage in a state of paralyzing silence, each unaware of when calamity would strike them. Mahade wandered among the crowd, selecting another man to perform. This individual was an assistant to Lola Estano, possessing decent psychological resilience and piano skills, and he played reasonably well. Yet, just when the audience thought he might be spared, Mahade shot him down as well. "You played well, but I dislike your hairstyle." He uttered an apology, but his eyes were filled with bloodlust and savagery. It was evident he sought only to slay, and making people play the piano was merely a cruel jest, akin to a cat toying with its prey before consumption. Upper Crescent Moon. Ziyang, the police are taking this seriously and are in contact with Li Du. Please ensure your safety. Mahade continued to circle the crowd, his gaze landing on Wang Ziyang and Zhao Yasi. Finally, he smiled at Zhao Yasi. "Greetings, beautiful lady from the east." Faced with his salutation, Zhao Yasi was paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to respond. No, my dear lady, do not be anxious. I'm quite the gentleman." Upon witnessing her palpable terror, Mahade could not suppress a smirk. "I have always yearned to visit the ancient eastern realms, yet I have never had the opportunity. I have heard tales of its abundant culinary delights and breathtaking beauties, a place so magnificent it resembles paradise. Is that not so?" "Yes," Zhao Yasi replied, her voice trembling. "I have sampled Eastern cuisine before. While it may not have been entirely authentic, its flavors were indeed delightful." Mahade flashed her a lascivious grin. "Yet I have yet to savor the delights of Eastern beauties. Perhaps the lady would indulge me here? I implore you to remove your trousers and lie upon the piano, so we may create a splendid melody together." His words sent shockwaves through the audience, and Zhao Yasi's complexion turned ashen, nearly collapsing in despair. After the rain, "Pervert! Beast! What? Does the lady seem unwilling?" "My dese mocking laute record. I have afforded the lady considerable dignity, should you choose to forego it. I shan't concern myself with gentlemanly decorum any longer." With that, he reached out to grasp Zhao Yasi's hair. In utter hopelessness, she closed her eyes, yet after a moment, no pain came. She opened her eyes to find a familiar figure standing before her. It was Wang Ziyang. In that instant, tears blurred her vision. All fear dissipated, replaced solely by profound emotion, warmth, and overwhelming love. In her moment of utmost vulnerability and despair, he had bravely shielded her, and her heart surrendered in an instant. Crescent Moon, do not act impulsively. Mahade regarded Wang Ziyang with astonishment. "I had presumed you to be a delicate creature, yet you exhibit remarkable courage. Preying on the weak is unbecoming of a man." Wang Ziyang met his gaze coldly. He had no desire to confront Mahade head-on, but he could not idly witness Zhao Yasi's humiliation. He had intended to navigate this situation slowly, but now found himself compelled to take a risk. Should Mahade truly attack him, he would immediately employ his enchantment to subdue him, using him as a hostage. Of course, the consequences of such an action were unpredictable, for he could not ascertain whether these desperate individuals would care about Mahade's fate. "Ha ha ha, well said. A man ought not to bully the weak." Mahade laughed heartily, pressing the gun to Wang Ziyang's head amidst his laughter. "However, I do not consider myself human, thus I have no regard for notions of weakness." In that moment, the audience in the live stream gasped collectively, with Qin Yu, Song Yuqing, and others gripped by terror. "No!" Zhao Yasi cried, struggling to break free. "Do not harm him. I will comply with your wishes. You may demand anything, just spare him." As long as Wang Ziyang survives, she would sacrifice anything. Yet Wang Ziyang remained steadfastly in front of her, preventing her from stepping out. "Step aside." Mahade ignored her, directing a cold command at Wang Ziyang. Wang Ziyang stood his ground, unflinching as he met Ma Haid's glare. As long as Qin Yu was unharmed, he would not perish. But if Zhao Yasi surrendered to him, she would not only face degradation, but would certainly meet her demise. Ziyang, please step aside. I beg you. Zhao Yasi's tears flowed freely. I shall count to 3. If you do not yield, do not blame me for the consequences. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Ma Haid's gaze. 1. Ziyang, step aside. Zhao Yasi cried out in desperation. Wang Ziyang remained unperturbed. 2. Ma Haid's finger rested upon the trigger. Ziyang, Ziyang, Zhao Xia exclaimed in panic. The hearts of everyone in the live broadcast room raced, with Qin Yu and Zhou Qian's eyes glistening with tears. Wang Ziyang's expression remained unchanged. 3. No. Bang. Chapter 90. I adore this man. The sound of gunfire reverberated, plunging the world into an eerie silence. Ma Haid's gun emitted a faint wisp of smoke, while Prince Yang remained unscathed. The bullet had not struck him. Instead, it had found its mark on the stage beside him. This was not due to Ma Haid's compassion, but rather the unforeseen intervention of a formidable figure who had pushed his arm away at the critical moment. That figure was none other than the fierce woman leading the assault on the theater. Zhao Yasi stood in stunned silence, tears cascading down her cheeks, while the audience in the theater and even those watching Prince Yang's live stream wore expressions of astonishment. No one had anticipated that this woman would save Prince Yang. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Ma Haid chuckled. I was right, wasn't I, Selena? You truly cannot bring yourself to kill him. The woman gazed at Prince Yang, her eyes shimmering with an intoxicating light. I adore this man. Unless absolutely necessary, do not harm him. Prince Yang's striking appearance had captivated her, stirring feelings within her. Very well, I shall honor your request. Although Ma Haid acquiesced, his gaze toward Prince Yang was laced with malice. His defiance had embarrassed him, and he felt compelled to restore his dignity. As he paced momentarily, he suddenly turned to Prince Yang with a sly smile. Since you can play the piano and do so rather well, why not have a contest with Mrs. Stano? You shall represent the women, and she shall represent the men. If you lose, all women perish. If you win, all men perish. How does that sound? Quite intriguing, isn't it? This proclamation elicited gasps from the crowd. Regardless of the outcome, it would result in the death of half the people present. Moreover, many among the audience were couples, forcibly divided by gender, inciting mutual animosity, a truly malevolent scheme. For Prince Yang and Lola Estano, the stakes were particularly cruel. If they lost, their incompetence would lead to the demise of those they represented. If they won, they would become the executioners of their opponents. Burdened by such immense pressure, even if they were fortunate enough to survive today, they would forever be haunted by guilt and anguish, for they could not bear the weight of thousands of lives. I refuse, Lola Estano declared vehemently. This is an unjust slaughter of the innocent. Are you certain of your refusal? Such a denial will be interpreted as a concession. And gentlemen shall bid farewell to this beautiful world, Ma Haid replied with a grin. No, the men in the audience exclaimed in unison. You despicable fiend. Lola Estano glared at him furiously. Ma Haid shrugged nonchalantly. Thank you for the compliment. So, do you still wish to refuse, madam? With no other option. Lola Estano reluctantly acquiesced. Upper Crescent Moon, Ziyang. I made contact with the Lidu side. They request that you gather as much information as possible about the distribution of the opposing forces and stall for time to provide them with an opportunity to prepare. Observing the comments from Qin Yu, Prince Yang realized that the Lidu side would not relent. He promptly recorded the entire situation in the theater through the live stream. Fortunately, the theater was not large, and aside from the backstage area, the layout was clear and comprehensible. The lady has agreed. What about you? Ma Haid turned his gaze toward him. I have no objections. How shall we proceed? Wang Ziyang nodded, realizing that he must secure sufficient time for the police of Lidu. Best 2 out of 3. I shall pose the questions, and you will take turns answering. How shall we determine the victor? Ma Haid reclined in his chair, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You are both professional musicians. It is only fitting that you judge yourselves. His malevolent intent was clear. He anticipated a scene where the two would argue and tear at each other in their quest for victory. In truth, it mattered not to him who triumphed, for their fates rested firmly in his hands. Wang Ziyang and Lola Astano exchanged glances, each recognizing the indignation reflected in the other's eyes. Yet they had no choice but to acquiesce. What is the topic for the first round? Mahade surveyed the audience, noting their expressions of sheer terror. A mocking glint flickered in his eyes as he declared, "Look, they are all frightened. Let us begin with a piece that is warm and healing." As the architect of this entire ordeal, his assertion that the audience was terrified while proposing to offer them solace was truly repugnant. "I shall begin." Lola Astano inhaled deeply and seated herself at the piano. In the next moment, melodious notes filled the air, emanating from a classic healing composition. Under normal circumstances, or even just half an hour prior, such music would have captivated the audience, earning her resounding applause and cheers. Yet now, amidst the backdrop of lifeless bodies and the stark reminder of crimson blood, the music could scarcely distract them from their grim reality. It was utterly incapable of alleviating their pervasive dread. As the final notes faded, their fear had not merely persisted, it had intensified, for with the passage of the melody, they found themselves one step closer to death. "My esteemed priestess, it seems your magic has faltered," Mahade taunted her. Lola Astano maintained her composure, disregarding his jeers. She yearned to break the deadlock, but had exerted all her efforts. In this dire situation, there was little more she could do. She turned her gaze to Wang Ziyang, hopeful that he might perform with greater brilliance. Wang Ziyang nodded in response and stepped toward the piano. "Ziyang." Tearfully, Zhao Yasi grasped his arm. He had become her emotional anchor, and without him by her side, she felt profoundly unsettled. "Do not worry. Everything will be all right." Wang Ziyang offered her a reassuring smile as he approached the piano. He set his phone aside, feigning the act of switching the live stream's perspective. At that moment, all eyes in the room were fixed upon him, and the hearts of those watching the live broadcast raced with anticipation. They expressed their support through fan lights and gifs. Unable to voice their sentiments, Wang Ziyang took a deep breath, concentrating all his energy to enter a state of transcendence. This performance would be the most significant of his life since arriving in this world. He was determined to showcase his utmost prowess. The chandelier of the Châtelet Theatre sparkled like a cascading galaxy, illuminating his chiseled, striking features and casting a shimmering reflection across the piano keys, rendering him as ethereal as a figure from a painting. He sat upright, the collar of his black shirt slightly unbuttoned, with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing the smooth contours of his muscles, where strength and beauty harmoniously converged. He cast his gaze downward across the piano keys, his eyelashes casting a delicate shadow upon his eyelids, as everything around him seemed to dissolve into another dimension. The title of the piece, Cocoon Light Canon, resonated in the air. Even in the depths of night, there remains a flicker of light. Though encased in a cocoon, there will inevitably come a day of transformation into a butterfly. He spoke softly, his voice imbued with magnetism. As he uttered his words, his fingers glided over the keys, and the notes cascaded down, plunging the theater into sudden silence. Chapter 91. Please Crush Me Relentlessly. Lola Astano gazed at Prince Yang, who sat before the piano, and a brilliant light flickered in her gem-like eyes. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by the instrument, indifferent to the appearance of the opposite sex. Yet at that moment, she found herself profoundly moved by him. He appeared as an angel, both beautiful and pure, captivating her heart. There existed an extraordinary aura about him that irresistibly drew her in. As he was about to play, a powerful energy emanated from him, illuminating his very being. However, when a melody began to resonate, her heart quaked, and an unprecedented sensation surged within her. It felt as though he enveloped her in his embrace, a warmth that was both comforting and healing. He whispered softly in her ear, speaking of love and hope in a gentle tone. The world around her gradually became hazy. She struggled to keep her eyes open, only to behold the azure sky of her childhood, golden waves of wheat, and the radiant smiles of her parents. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, carrying with it the faint scent of earth. Birds soared through the sky, their melodious chirping a sweet symphony. The soft sunlight bathed her in warmth and comfort. In that moment, she was distanced from all chaos and fear, forgetting reality, death, and even herself. She slowly closed her eyes, surrendering to the tranquility and beauty surrounding her. Time seemed to lose its meaning as the wind stilled, the birds vanished, and the sunlight faded. Gradually, she awoke from her reverie, her eyes meeting that angelic man, his hands poised over the piano keys, his expression tender, his gaze warm. Upon seeing him, memories gently stirred within her, transporting her back to the Charlotte Theater, back to reality. She suddenly felt a coolness on her cheeks, a slight saltiness at the corners of her mouth. She recognized it as her own tears, a testament to her soul's purification and healing. She slightly averted her gaze to the audience on stage and noticed many with closed eyes, their faces adorned with warm, relaxed smiles. Even the fierce woman and Ma Haid were no exceptions. Most of the audience beneath the stage appeared entranced, eyes shut tight. The fear and despair that once graced their faces had completely vanished, replaced by tranquility and serenity. Many like her bore glistening tears. Even the fully armed terrorists no longer exhibited their previous ferocity. Prince Yang's composition resonated like a sacred hymn, cleansing the souls of all present. In a realm unseen by her, the viewers of Prince Yang's livestream experienced the same profound transformation. Applause erupted softly as she gazed at him with admiration. In that instant, she comprehended a profound truth. She and he were not on the same plane of artistry. She was merely an ordinary person, while he was a divine messenger, a deity who breathed life and soul into music. Her applause roused those still lost in reverie, and they collectively regarded Prince Yang with eyes full of reverence. He had dispelled their fears and despair through his notes, cleansing their souls with love and hope. Thus, even amidst the gruesome sight of corpses and the starkness of blood, they offered him their most sincere applause. Prince Yang rose gracefully, offering a slight bow that exuded elegance. His gesture elicited a more fervent applause, and at that moment, even some terrorists could not resist joining in the clapping. The longing for light and beauty is a universal trait of humanity, even amidst the depths of despair. Not only were they applauding, but the audience in Prince Yang's livestream also joined in, marking a significant surge in his fan base at that instant. Suddenly, a series of sharp gunshots interrupted the applause. The shooter was Ma Haid, who regarded Prince Yang with a complex gaze. "I must admit, I have truly underestimated you. Your playing technique far exceeds my expectations. I never imagined someone could draw me into an illusion through music, eroding even our will. This is something that even piano masters cannot achieve, and yet you have done it. If Astano is the priest of entropy, then you are the divine messenger of sacred sound. I am merely an ordinary person." Prince Yang replied, shaking his head. The effect surpassed his own expectations. He had not anticipated that his physical prowess, combined with absolute pitch, resonant harmonics, exquisite technique, and the classics of Earth, performed on a top-tier piano, could yield such powerful results. Ma Haid looked at him with a hint of apprehension. "Do you know? I am tempted to kill to re-establish my authority, yet something deep within me restrains me from doing so. This ability to influence will is truly terrifying. No, it is merely a reflection of the humanity that still resides within you," Prince Yang said calmly. "So, I still possess a semblance of humanity. This is indeed good news. Ma'id is ma'id. Now, ladies and gentlemen, who do you believe won the first round?" "I lost," Laura Astano stated without hesitation. There was no dissent regarding this outcome, even among the male audience she represented. "Are you certain you lost, madam?" Ma Haid inquired, hoping to incite a debate or even a quarrel between the two. "Absolutely. I will not betray my conscience or the truth," Laura Astano affirmed, her conviction unwavering. This piece had become paramount in her heart, unmatched by anyone. "What a pity. In that case, we may commence the second round," Ma Haid declared, directing his gaze toward Prince Yang. "The theme for the second round is technique, emotionless technique, yes. Pure display of skill." He harbored reservations about Prince Yang's abilities, thus forbidding him to infuse emotional elements into his performance. Prince Yang nodded and yielded his position to Laura Astano. Upon returning to his spot, Zhao Yasi embraced his arm, her eyes filled with admiration, infatuation, and affection. His selfless protection and extraordinary piano skills had utterly captivated her. Prince Yang smiled at her, suddenly sensing a stir within him and discreetly glancing at the ceiling. He heard some commotion. It appeared that the forces of Li Du had stealthily approached the top of the theater. Li Du urged you to hold on a little longer. They're making preparations. Wang Ziyang responded to Qin Yu's comment, then turned his gaze towards Lola Estano, who had already taken her seat at the piano. However, she did not commence playing immediately. Instead, she addressed him. I shall perform my signature piece, though I am fully aware that even this will not make me your equal. Please, show no mercy and utterly crush me. Chapter 92. Is this truly within human capability? Upon concluding her words, Laura Estano commenced her performance. Her fingers conjuring a silver tempest upon the piano keys, tearing through the air at an astonishing pace of 600 beats per minute. The tips of her hair flicked as her body swayed, scattering fine droplets of sweat, while the piano bench trembled slightly under the relentless vibrations. This was the zenith of contemporary piano technique. By reconfiguring her fingering, she compressed the originally dense 16th notes into 30-second notes, each measure pushing the limits of her tendons. The velocity of her playing left the audience in awe, many exhibiting expressions of astonishment. Even Mahadi was taken aback, familiar with her artistry and prowess. He recognized that she had unleashed her utmost potential, surpassing even her usual state. As the piece concluded, her face flushed, breath quickened, and her hands trembled slightly. The exertion on her limbs immense. The audience erupted into applause, acknowledging the profound impact of her performance. She rose to bow before the audience, then approached Prince Yang, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Truly a remarkable display. The priestess of entropy, Prince Yang, praised her. Keep going, she encouraged, her expression filled with eager expectation rather than arrogance. Prince Yang smiled back and took his seat at the piano, the title of the piece, The Bell. The starry lights of the stage dome suddenly dimmed, and a beam of cool white spotlight cascaded over his shoulders like moonlight. As his fingertips grazed the keys, the air in the concert hall seemed to be infused with liquid silver. The instant the first group of notes fell, all breath was collectively held. Laura Estano's eyes sparkled with brilliance. His little finger traced crystalline embellishments in B-flat minor, while three fingers wove a warm undercurrent in the mid-range. This defiance of the laws of physics in his voice leading caused her pupils to constrict sharply, and even Mahadi was visibly astonished, gasps rippling through the audience. Subsequently, his left hand struck the bass region with a density of 16 notes per second, while his right hand, employing a feather-light touch, depicted the collapse of a nebula in the highest register. When the two musical lines collided on the dominant seventh chord, the audience widened their eyes in unison. A chill ran down Laura Estano's spine. In that moment, she envisioned the cast-iron skeleton of the piano vibrating with a dark red hue, as if scorched by an invisible flame. As his right hand executed an octave technique at an ergonomically defined angle, his thumb and ring finger maintained a continuous bass pendulum, while his index and little fingers wove trills across 3 octaves, all under the rhythmic control of his wrist that sliced through the temporal axis. At the moment when the 3 voices blossomed simultaneously across high, mid, and low registers, she could not help but murmur, "Is this real? Is this truly within human capability?" Not only he, but Mahadi too gazed in shock, his eyes wide. Though not a professional tuner, he had studied piano and seen the world. Yet, he had never witnessed anyone sustain an unbroken bass line while allowing the high register to erupt with diamond-like staccato notes, an achievement that surpassed all his understanding. The audience erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Those gathered for the piano recital were undoubtedly connoisseurs, well-versed in the art. How could they not discern the extraordinary level of skill exhibited by Wang Ziyang? Yet, this was merely the commencement of his performance. As their astonishment lingered, his wrist unexpectedly rotated 90 degrees, striking 7 consecutive C-sharp notes with the back of his hand, an unprecedented technique before their eyes. As the second variation unfolded, the concert hall transformed into a finely tuned mechanical clockwork. His left hand leapt in octaves, mimicking the swing of a pendulum. While the 30-second notes from his right hand resembled the teeth of a gear, each dotted rest serving as a moment of winding tension. Laura Estano gazed at him, her expression one of sheer shock, her left index finger twitching involuntarily as she unconsciously attempted to mimic and learn his technique, only to be met with excruciating muscle pain, an impossible feat for her. When the development section abruptly transitioned to G-sharp minor, several audience members in the front rows found themselves leaning back involuntarily. The music seemed to transform into tangible waves of sound, relentlessly assaulting their eardrums and resonating deeply within their souls. Amidst the collective astonishment, Wang Ziyang finally ceased playing, plunging the entire hall into an absolute silence that defied acoustic principles, lingering for several heart-stopping seconds before Laura Estano's applause shattered it. Clap, clap, clap. Her applause roused the audience, and a fervent wave of clapping erupted, each person expressing their utmost reverence for Wang Ziyang's artistry. Even Ma Haid was no exception. Wang Ziyang rose to bow to the audience, his gaze reflecting a subtle joy, both for his ability to produce such music and for the diminishing commotion above. It appeared they had gained control over the external situation, and their plans were nearing completion. To be honest, you have once again surpassed my understanding. After the applause subsided, Ma Haid regarded him with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Such skill was indeed breathtaking, even to him. Wang Ziyang smiled in silence. Are you interested in playing for me? I can offer you the finest conditions. Money and women are not an issue, Ma Haid inquired, genuinely intent on recruiting him. After all, how many could play the piano to such a level? Wang Ziyang shook his head. Finding a job is a significant matter. I must consult with the university's Career Guidance Center before making a decision. You possess a good sense of humor. Ma Haid's expression darkened slightly upon his refusal. Well then, it is time for you to determine the outcome. His words cast a sudden tension over the atmosphere. Should Laura Estano lose again, the male audience members would face dire consequences. Laura Estano cast a glance at Wang Ziyang, her countenance conflicted. On one side lay her conscience and the truth, and on the other, the lives of the innocent. Making this decision was daunting. Her gaze flickered as she prepared to speak, but at that moment, Wang Ziyang preemptively declared, I concede. All eyes turned to him in disbelief. It was evident to all that he was the true victor. Lola Estano gazed at him with a complex expression, fully aware that his words were intended to rescue not only the male audience, but also herself. Well, how intriguing. I never anticipated you to possess such kindness. Ma Haid laughed, his laughter laced with sarcasm. He was acutely aware of Prince Yang's deliberate provocation, yet it mattered little to him. Prince Yang remained unfazed, choosing to ignore him. Now, let us embark on the final round, Ma Haid said, a wicked smile spreading across his face. This time, we shall adopt a more exhilarating and stimulating approach. Chapter 93. Blooming amidst carnage in this round, you shall collaborate to perform a piece of music. Ma Haid chuckled as he drew a pistol, placing it upon the piano. Upon my command to halt, you may seize the weapon. There is but a single bullet within. You may choose to eliminate each other, or of course you may opt to extinguish my life. His words ignited expressions of fury among many, for he was coercing Prince Yang and Lola Estano into mutual suspicion, even inciting them towards self-destruction. The notion of removing him was nothing but a jest. Disregarding the fierce woman poised nearby, even if they succeeded in killing him, what would change? It would not alter the circumstances, but could very well invite an even bloodier and more brutal retribution. Despicable, Lola Estano retorted. Thank you for the compliment. Ma Haid's gaze elicited a hearty laugh from him. He reveled in this sensation. What their anger? What of their fury? In the end, they must still comply obediently, mustn't they? Shang Xianyu. Ziyang. The arrangements are complete. The ringing phone is the signal to act. You must protect yourself. Prince Yang felt a stirring in his heart, returning to the piano. Madame Estano. Perhaps our collaboration shall become a classic. Lola Estano inhaled deeply, seating herself beside him. You shall lead, and I shall endeavor to accompany you. Prince Yang smiled at her, commencing with a passage, and Lola Estano's eyes brightened as she readily nodded in understanding. Very well, you may begin. Prince Yang lifted his hands, and a cascade of melodious notes flowed from his fingertips. The melody was simple yet profound, tender and romantic, akin to the whispered exchanges between lovers, instantly drawing the audience back into the sweetness and beauty of love. Lola Estano regarded him intently, seamlessly intertwining her voice into the melody at the opportune moment, transforming into a lively and enchanting maiden, gently responding to him. As the piece progressed, their synergy became increasingly harmonious. Prince Yang's right hand traced an elegant arc in the higher registers, while her left hand wove gentle harmonies in the lower. As she played arpeggios, Prince Yang's right hand effortlessly filled every void. Their fingertips danced across the keys, akin to a duet, romantic and warm. Lola Estano's gaze grew ever brighter, this tacit understanding, this tender and romantic affection, epitomized her comprehension of love. She turned to look at Prince Yang, and he, in turn, met her gaze. They exchanged smiles, an inexplicable sentiment coursing through her heart. Her breath quickened, her cheeks flushed, as her heartbeat seemed to meld with the music. Witnessing their exchange, Mahade sneered, bellowing, "Stop!" His shout shattered the enchanting atmosphere in an instant. The audience was jolted awake, their expressions of sweetness and tenderness replaced by fear and concern, for they had truly arrived at the precipice of life and death. The fates of Prince Yang and Lola Estano were inextricably linked to their own. They anxiously cast glances at the two individuals. However, much to their astonishment, the anticipated scene of a struggle for the gun did not unfold. Instead, they continued to play the piano, with Prince Yang maintaining his focused demeanor, while Lola Estano gazed at him with eyes ablaze with surprise and delight. Clearly, she had not expected Prince Yang to remain so composed, exhibiting no inclination to seize the firearm. Their actions elicited a look of disbelief from Mahadi. But after the initial shock, a flush of embarrassment and anger crept across his face. He had anticipated witnessing suspicion and aggression among them. Yet they displayed such harmony and understanding, even tinged with a faint odor of romance. Their music seemed to mock his impotence. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he drew his gun, aiming it at Prince Yang. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, startling him as he instinctively glanced towards it. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the ceiling. He looked up to see several large holes forming, through which fully armed special forces were rapidly descending amidst a cascade of debris. They had indeed launched a full-scale assault. "Then, let us perish together," he bellowed, brandishing the detonation device. He intended to bring the entire theater and everyone within it down with him. Yet, in the next instant, an unseen force surged upon him, rendering his actions uncontrollable, and his mind became a haze. Unconsciously, he began to walk towards Prince Yang. At that moment, time appeared to stretch infinitely, everything unfolding in slow motion. He observed his subordinates sluggishly raising their weapons into the air, while the special forces unleashed a torrent of gunfire, bullets accurately targeting them. They had nowhere to hide. Even before they could fire back, they were struck by the bullets, their bodies erupting in a mist of crimson, collapsing amidst screams and despair. He saw Selena, seemingly lost in a trance, moving toward Prince Yang, oblivious to the electric rifles aimed at her by several special forces operatives, starkly contrasting her usual fierce demeanor. Then, a familiar figure rushed toward him with fervor. It was his old rival, Fulson. Having battled for years to a stalemate, today he would finally succumb to him. Yet, at this moment, such matters were entirely inconsequential. He merely continued to approach Prince Yang, as if he were a deity to be worshipped. Indeed, he appeared godlike. As the whizzing bullets could not disrupt his tranquility and focus, the spattering blood could not taint his ethereal presence, and the cacophony of gunfire and screams could not overshadow his music. Out of nowhere, a phrase flashed through his mind: to bloom amidst slaughter, akin to flowers in the dawn. This encapsulated Prince Yang perfectly. He was crafting his own magnificent narrative, intertwining tenderness and romance within the chaos of violence and bloodshed. In his stupor, Fulson lunged at him, launching a lethal assault. He was sent flying as if he were a mere sack of straw. By a twist of fate, he stumbled right beside the piano. At that moment, Wang Ziyang gently lifted his hand, and the music finally ceased. Beside him, Lola Astano gazed at him with eyes filled with admiration and emotion. "What's the name of this piece?" she inquired. Previously, it was titled for Alice. Alice was merely a pseudonym, devoid of any true significance. Yet now, it bore the name for Lola. For Lola? How utterly romantic! As he contemplated this, he coughed up a copious amount of blood. In the fleeting instant before his consciousness plunged into eternal darkness, he beheld her leaping into Wang Ziyang's embrace, bestowing upon him a fervent and sweet kiss. A priest is destined to offer everything to the divine, is he not? Chapter 94. Call me baby. 2.5 hours later, at the Lidu police station, Wang Ziyang sat in a chair, awaiting Zhao Yasi. Following the special forces breach of the theater, they had been brought here to provide statements. His phone incessantly buzzed. Not only were numerous messages flooding in via WeChat, but notifications from the Meow Sound app's private messages were unrelenting. As he responded to messages from Qin Yu and others, he simultaneously monitored the data from the live streaming backend. Total Meow coins earned: 51,434. New followers: 113,602. Total views: 800,967. Number of gift givers: 1,556. Number of comments: 4. Total comment instances: 25. Number of likes: 163. 809. Average viewing duration: 25. 1 minutes. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The live stream had indeed been explosive. In just half an hour, he had gained an astonishing 110,000 followers, with an average viewing duration soaring to 25 minutes, resulting in a remarkable accumulation of over 500,000 popularity points. This was merely the harvest from a brief 30 minutes, yet the incident continued to unfold, its momentum rising. The most tangible manifestation of this was the spike in his follower count, which had surged by 300,000 in that short span. As the event circulated and intensified, this figure was bound to multiply several times over. These individuals represent potential fans. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in the several system prompts he has received. Accumulate 1 million popularity points, complete milestone events, and gain a lottery opportunity 1. Acquire 100,000 fans in a single live stream, complete milestone events, and gain a lottery opportunity 1. Surpass the highest skill level during a live broadcast, complete milestone events, and gain a lottery opportunity 1. Independently surpass the maximum skill level to obtain 1 point of golden potential. Indeed, he has consecutively earned 3 lottery opportunities. And what astonished him the most was the recent breakthrough in his piano performance skills. Divine Sound Envoy. The piano pieces you play possess the power to alleviate suffering and heal the heart. Exclusive skill, no level. His ordinary piano playing has transformed into an exclusive skill with remarkably potent effects. Moreover, he has also garnered a point of golden potential, a significant gain. It can be said that this live stream has yielded abundant rewards for him. He is grateful to Mahade, who has truly exhausted himself for his growth. Observing the system prompts, he contemplates how to proceed. He does not intend to utilize the lottery, as his luck is generally mediocre. Only Qin Yu can maximize the benefits of the lottery. However, he considers using a bit of golden potential. As he possesses 2 points and sees no need to conserve them all, he reviews his skills, which currently include absolute pitch, extraordinary hearing, light and shadow control, resonance of spirit and rhythm, and phantom hand, all of which are at maximum level. Yet, after careful consideration, he decides against enhancing them. These are sufficient for live streaming. What he truly needs to strengthen now is his survival and protective abilities. Although this incident ended without injury, he still feels a sense of vulnerability. Although as long as Qin Yu remained safe, he would not meet his demise. When confronted by desperate criminals and firearms, he still found himself lacking in means of resistance. Unable to effectively safeguard his companions, he needed to become stronger. After pondering for a moment, he turned his gaze toward enchanting all living beings. In several perilous situations, it had been his lifeline, and just moments ago, it had subdued Mahade and Selena, thus averting catastrophe. Its significance and utility were self-evident. Yet, It was only at level 3, and to elevate it to level 9, he would have to deplete all his popularity points, a notion that pained him. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and invested all his popularity points. If he did not expend them, their existence would hold no meaning. As his popularity points dwindled, significant changes began to manifest in its attributes. With unwavering determination, he harnessed his golden potential. In the next instant, his mind jolted violently, as if he had detached from his physical form, being drawn into the boundless cosmos, witnessing the birth and demise of stars, and the blossoming and withering of life. A profound and enigmatic sensation welled up within him. Immersed in this extraordinary feeling, he lost all sense of time, and when he finally regained his composure, he was struck with awe as he glanced at the upgraded skill. Succubus form, special skill, no level. Passive effect, significantly enhances one's self, greatly increasing charisma. Active effect, can control or attack any target within the perception range. The effect depends on the target's mental strength. Seeing the skill description filled his heart with joy. Not only had the passive effect been greatly enhanced, but the limitations on the number of targets for the active effect had been abolished, now encompassing the entire perception range. The effect had transformed from mere enchantment into control and attack, and the cooldown period had been entirely eliminated. This meant that as long as his mental strength was sufficient, he could freely control or attack all visible individuals, without restrictions on time or frequency. Just as exhilaration surged through him, a colossal wave of energy erupted from his body. Dividing into two, a small portion surged into his limbs, fortifying his physique, while the majority flowed into his mind, enhancing his brain. He could distinctly feel his intellect and mental acuity increasing exponentially. The augmentation process persisted for quite some time before concluding. Upon examining his status, he found his physical strength had improved slightly, yet his mental fortitude had multiplied several times over. He raised his gaze toward the two officers nearby, and with a sudden surge of mental power, he directed it at them. The unsuspecting officers were immediately subdued by his mental force, losing control over their bodies. He guided them to take a few steps forward, at which point they began to struggle vehemently. Fearing harm to their minds, he refrained from exerting full pressure, merely testing the waters before releasing them. Yet, even this modest display filled him with an inexplicable excitement. These two were quite adept, yet he could effortlessly control them, instilling him with great anticipation for this skill. Had he been transported back half an hour, perhaps the intervention of the special forces would have been unnecessary. He could have resolved the crisis himself. More importantly, this skill bore no upper limit. Its efficacy hinged upon his own mental strength, implying that it could perpetually evolve, with no end in sight. Ziyang, a beautiful figure, came running towards him, calling out joyfully. It was Zhao Yasi. Sister Yasi. He smiled at her, intending to say something, but she abruptly wrapped her arms around his neck and offered him her fragrant cherry lips. She was passionate and wild, as if she wished to merge entirely into his being, only releasing him when she could scarcely breathe. Sister Yasi, Wang Ziyang began, but she interrupted him once more. Do not call me sister. Then what shall I call you? Wang Ziyang replied with a smile, gazing into his eyes. Zhao Yasi was captivated. She rose onto her tiptoes, her red lips descending upon his face like raindrops. Call me baby. Chapter 95. My lady, please remain calm, Yashi. Please calm down. Wang Ziyang quickly interjected, aware of their surroundings in the police station where others were watching. Zhao Yashi gazed at him with sparkling eyes. I do not care. Their opinions and thoughts are their own concerns, not mine. After enduring a life-and-death ordeal, her attitude towards Wang Ziyang had transformed entirely. He had evolved from a mere acquaintance she held in high regard to her unwavering pillar of support. She could not envision her life without him. Being the center of attention was rather uncomfortable. Wang Ziyang shook his head. Zhao Yashi wrapped her arms around his and rested her head upon his shoulder. All right, I shall heed your words. Feeling the softness of her embrace and hearing her sweet, compliant words, a wave of warmth surged within Wang Ziyang. Her beauty and alluring figure, combined with her competence as a formidable woman, filled him with a sense of accomplishment that she could be so affectionate and clingy. Did they say anything to you? He inquired after a moment of thought. They mentioned that the situation in Lidu has been quite unstable lately and advised us to refrain from leaving the hotel, suggesting it would be best to return home as soon as possible. Zhao Yashi gazed at him with admiration. You have assisted them immensely. Did they offer any form of gratitude? It was only later that she learned the full story of his heroic live-streaming efforts, which had saved so many lives. His wit and courage left her in awe. They mentioned they would award me a courage medal along with a monetary reward. Wang Ziyang replied with a smile, recalling how Fulson had expressed profound gratitude earlier, hinting that had he not been so busy, he would have insisted on treating him to a drink. A courage medal? Very few in our country have received one, and you would be the first in the realm of live streaming. Zhao Yashi exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. Ziyang. At that moment, a melodic voice called out, and Wang Ziyang looked up to see Lola Astano approaching him with excitement. Ms. Astano. He began to greet her, but before he could finish, she enveloped him in a warm embrace, her sultry red lips showering kisses upon his cheeks. The scene drew the attention of those around them. Hadn't this just happened? My lady, please remain calm. We are in a police station. Wang Ziyang quickly admonished her. The police station cannot hinder my gratitude towards you. Lola Astano gazed at him with fervent eyes, and please do not call me Ms. Astano. Just Lola. Wang Ziyang, wary of her affection, promptly responded, no, that still feels too formal. You may call me Mimi. That is my childhood name, and only my parents call me that. A blush crept on her cheeks. She had never before allowed anyone outside her family to use her nickname, and he was the sole exception. This unambiguous signal was unmistakable. Very well, Mimi, Wang Ziyang nodded, and they engaged in further discussion regarding the case. After their conversation, he intended to return to the hotel with Zhao Yashi, but she interrupted him. You are my savior. How could I allow you to stay at a hotel? Besides, Lidu is currently unsafe, and staying in a hotel poses risks. You should come to my home. I appreciate your kindness, but that would be too inconvenient, Wang Ziyang replied, shaking his head. I live alone, which presents no inconvenience. Her eager gaze firmly grasped his hand, exuding an air of determination that suggested she would not relinquish it without his consent. Reluctantly, Wang Ziyang acquiesced. Half an hour later, escorted by the police, they arrived at her residence. She resided in an upscale villa district, expansive and imposing, blending public safety resources with private security measures, ensuring a high level of safety. Mimi, may I go live? Wang Ziyang inquired, noting that it was the perfect time for a live broadcast in the country, coinciding with the end of the workday. Of course, she readily agreed. He initiated the live stream, greeting the audience. Hello everyone, I am your old friend, the Piano Prince Ziyang. I have received your messages, but the sheer volume makes it impossible to respond to each one. I appreciate your concern. I am safe. I just finished taking my statement with Sister Yasi and am currently visiting at Lola Astano's home. Shortly after the stream commenced, a multitude of viewers flooded in, many fans keenly monitoring his situation. Upon seeing he was unharmed, the comments erupted in joy. Wonderful. The host is safe. My electronic pet is still alive. This maneuver deserves a place in counterterrorism textbooks. Watching the host act heroically fills a father with pride. The image of the host playing the piano amidst gunfire is simply breathtaking. Did the police reward you? Is there any danger? Did the host sustain any injuries? Quickly, take off your shirt. Let me check your health, dear brother. The host has truly made it, visiting Lola Astano's home now. Show us around Lola Astano's residence, especially her bedroom. Congratulations to the host for trending again, currently at 36th place. What about Sister Yasi? Is she safe? Thank you all for your concern. I'm quite safe. Upon seeing the comments, Zhao Yasi leaned toward the camera, greeting the audience with her face intimately close to Wang Ziyang's, demonstrating a profound affection for him. Her gesture prompted a flurry of questioning in the comments. Wait, Sister Yasi, have you too reached this stage? Oh no! Has Sister Yasi also fallen for him? I do not agree. I firmly disagree. Host, promise me you won't touch her, okay? If a man were to risk his life to protect me, I would love him too. Seeing these comments, Zhao Yasi blushed and giggled, yet she offered no explanation, unabashedly revealing her feelings for him. Wang Ziyang engaged with the comments for a while, then, under Lola Estano's guidance, toward her home. She lived in a detached villa, beautifully situated, adorned with classical decor, and featuring a large garden, all imbued with the essence of nature, with a staggering price tag of $10 million. Such an impressive residence left the audience in awe, though some exhibited peculiar thought processes. Sensual mother cockroach. Host, if you were to ask her for this mansion, would she give it to you? Her inquiry elicited laughter in the comments. Wait, cockroach sister, do you even realize how much $10 million is? However, that amounts to 70 million RMB. How could it possibly be given away? Many individuals may never earn such a sum in their lifetime. So how could it be bestowed without hesitation? No one is naive enough to believe that would happen. Does Sister Cockroach truly hold such a high opinion of streamers? The alluring mother cockroach suggested. Perhaps the streamer should inquire? Let us not. That would be rather presumptuous. Wang Ziyang quickly shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, Laura Estano suddenly posed a question to him. Ziyang, what do you think of this apartment? It's excellent. Wang Ziyang nodded. Upon hearing this, Laura Estano's eyes sparkled. Do you like it? If so, I shall gift it to you, shall I? Chapter 96. A true man does not hesitate. Additional content. Her words left Wang Ziyang's live stream filled with question marks. Was there a malfunction in the automatic translation feature? Impossible. This was quite straightforward, and I understood it perfectly. No, this is $1 million offer. You can't just give it away. You didn't even wait for him to ask. You simply offered it yourself. Have you been drinking? Wake up. All right. I must have underestimated the host. This rustic dog could never fathom just how proactive a woman could be. Wang Ziyang was taken aback by her statement and quickly shook his head. Lola, I already have my own house, and I won't be settling down here. Lola Estano smiled at him. You made 2 mistakes. First, remember to call me Mimi. Second, while you may not settle here, this certainly won't be your last visit. Having a place to stay is far more comfortable than living in a hotel. Wouldn't you agree? Bullet comments. Mimi, I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept it, Wang Ziyang reiterated. If it were something more ordinary, it might be a different story, but this was a villa. Seeing his resolute stance, Lola Estano didn't press him further, though she appeared somewhat disappointed as she continued to show him around the villa. Zhao Yasi, however, offered him a sweet smile. We can buy our own. There's no need to take someone else's. Bullet comments, we, ourselves. After touring the residence, Lola Estano assigned rooms to both of them, starting with Zhao Yasi and then moving on to him. While Zhao Yasi was in a room, she approached him and whispered, I have a piano in my bedroom that needs tuning. Please remember to help me with it later. Wang Ziyang looked at her in surprise, noticing her rosy cheeks and alluring gaze, which were highly enticing. Bullet comments, tune it. You must tune it. A real man would tune it. Under the strong encouragement of the comments, he agreed. After they dispersed, he carried his toolbox to her door, intending to knock, only to find the door slightly ajar. Mimi, I'm coming in, he tentatively announced as he pushed the door open. To his surprise, a cascade of water sounds greeted him. She was taking a shower. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the room. It was spacious and carried a faint fragrance. The decor was simple, yet the striking white Steinway piano captured his attention. Approaching the piano, he gently brushed his fingers across the keys, immediately sensing that its tuning was indeed off. He lifted the cover and began adjusting the pitch. Bullet comments, wait dude, are you really here to tune the piano? Moments later, the water stopped, and a figure approached him, whispering in his ear, you must be cautious. It has never been tuned before. The visitor was none other than Lola Estano. Prince Yang turned his head and beheld her clad in a delicate silk nightgown, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her fair complexion was adorned with a charming blush, and beneath her slender, delicate waist, her long, graceful legs shimmered with a soft glow under the moonlight. How do you perceive my figure? Seeing him appraise her, she gracefully turned around before him. Very well, your voluminous gown conceals your figure, Prince Yang remarked sincerely. She smiled gently. That was intentional. I merely wish to win the audience's affection through my music, rather than for any other reason. You have succeeded. It is truly remarkable, Prince Yang said, giving her a thumbs up. It is nothing extraordinary. At least, I cannot attract you solely through my music, can I? No, your music captivates me. Prince Yang chucklet. But that is not sufficient. I seek not merely an attraction to art. She extended her slender fingers, gently caressing her thigh, and then gradually lifted her nightgown, adding, "Thus, I require these as well." Bullet comments. Wow, are you serious? You are an artist, not a mere provocateur. Lola. As Prince Yang attempted to speak, she silenced him with a gentle press of her lips. One must not repeat the same mistake too often, dear Mimi. Prince Yang cleared his throat, remarking, "Your piano is tuned 2 cents sharp." She stepped closer, her alluring form pressing against him, and then took his hand, delicately guiding it to the keys. "Are you certain you wish to lower it by 2 cents? Yet I perceive the tremor of F rising, strikingly akin to the rhythm of my heartbeat at this moment." Wang Ziyang chuckles softly. "Indeed, it requires lowering. A high frequency would compromise the experience." "Is that so?" She smiled enchanting, reclining gracefully against the piano keys, one leg elegantly elevated while the other languidly hung down, her delicate head tilted back. The moonlight cascaded upon her, enveloping her in a soft, silvery glow, rendering her both ethereal and alluring. In this moment, the surroundings were enveloped in profound silence, so quiet that the fall of a pin could be heard. As her tender form pressed upon the central C, a subtle wooden murmur resonated from within the action mechanism. Strands of golden hair entwined with the black key of F sharp, and as her body reclined, it pulled at the damper spring, causing the entire soundboard to emit a tantalizing hum, much akin to the sound of heartstrings being gently plucked. Unable to withstand it, this truly overwhelms me. Such a captivating scene stirred a warmth in Prince Yang's heart, and he smiled, saying, "I wonder where to begin tuning." She took the mute tape from his hand, placed it delicately between her lips, and gazed at him with a seductive look. "Since you will be the one adjusting it anyway, it could be anywhere. Do as you wish." Wang Ziyang offered a faint smile, reaching his hand through her slender legs to gently press the A2 button. At that moment, she suddenly closed her legs, trapping his hand. "Sir, that button holds no significance for me at this moment. Perhaps you should explore some more vital areas." "Such as?" Prince Yang retorted, a soft laugh escaping her lips as she delicately traced her slender hand along her jade-like leg, gradually ascending to her ample bosom. "Here." Bullet comments. The host has maintained composure until now. You are indeed impressive. Thumbs up. Might this be a tad presumptuous? Prince Yang inquired with a smile. "Certainly not. It is you who has disturbed the strings of my heart, and thus the responsibility lies with you." She cast him a captivating smile, placing the tie of her nightgown into his hand, where a gentle tug would reveal the most exquisite scenery in the world. Wang Ziyang gazed at the tie in his hand, poised to speak, when suddenly a knock echoed from the door. Bullet screen, why must I be interrupted at such a moment? It was evident who the visitor was. Upon opening the door, Wang Ziyang indeed found Zhao Yasi standing outside. I have come to discuss the contract with Lola," she stammered, unable to meet his gaze. In truth, it was intentional. She could not bear to witness their budding romance unfold. Wang Ziyang shook his head in amusement, inviting her inside, then retreated to his own room. After engaging with the bullet screen for a while, he shut down the live stream, preparing to rest. Just then, however, his door swung open, and a graceful figure entered the room. Let us complete what we left unfinished. A chapter added in gratitude for the generous donations from Lord Bai of Bounty Island. Thank you, Chicken Leg. Chapter 97. 1,000,000 followers the following morning. Prince Yang stirred slightly in his slumber. In the next moment, Zhao Yasi gently pushed open the door and tiptoed inside. She quietly approached the bedside, lying down beside him, her gaze tenderly fixed upon his face. As she beheld his flawless features, a surge of affection overwhelmed her, compelling her to tenderly peck at his cheek. This innocent gesture soon escalated, as she planted kiss after kiss, ultimately pressing her lips against his. The prince opened his eyes, gazing at her with a bemused expression. "Ah, you are awake," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. "With such an onslaught of kisses, how could I possibly remain asleep?" "My apologies," Zhao Yasi replied, sticking out her delicate tongue playfully. Prince Yang chuckled lightly. "Well then, what brings you here so early?" "There are a few matters," she began. "First, I must apologize." Zhao Yasi looked at him with remorseful eyes. "What for?" I interrupted your good fortune last night, and for that, I am truly sorry. She carefully continued, I watched your live stream from my room, and, in a moment of impulse, I came over. Witnessing his intimate interaction with Lola Astano had stirred her jealousy, for nothing of the sort had transpired between them. It's no concern, really. Prince Yang shook his head. Nothing has changed. What was meant to happen has still occurred. Is that so? You do not hold it against me? Zhao Yaxi's face lit up with surprise. Why would I blame you? Thank you, she exclaimed joyfully, showering his face with affectionate kisses. Now for the second matter. I heard you're planning to establish a studio. Is that correct? Indeed. May I invest in it? Prince Yang shook his head. The funds are already sufficient, and I have signed a contract. Due to the involvement of Song Yuqing and her elders in a wager, I cannot accept any further investments at this time. I will invest, but I do not seek dividends or a role in decision-making, she quickly asserted. Prince Yang laughed. So essentially, you wish to gift me your money? Yes. I simply want to provide for you, she said, her gaze softening. This is the very essence of my earning. She was the type of person who rarely fell in love, yet when she did, her affection was all-consuming, leaving no room for retreat. I appreciate your kindness, but I do not require any funds at the moment, Prince Yang politely declined. For one, he truly had no need for money. Furthermore, he did not wish to rely on a woman's financial support. Seeing him refuse, Zhao Yaxi grew anxious. I merely wish to care for you, to forge a deeper connection. Please do not turn me away. You are my employer. Is that not connection enough? Prince Yang replied with a smile. Not quite. I desire to be by your side. Much like Qin Yu, she confessed, revealing her innermost feelings. She longed to accompany him, to become his woman. But you have your own career. I once believed my career to be paramount, but now my perspective has changed. If you require assistance, I can sell my music studio to fully support you. Zhao Yaxi gazed deeply into his eyes. Prince Yang sighed softly. Such a decision could lead to your utter ruin. This is a path I have chosen for myself. Regardless of the outcome, I do not harbor any regrets. Her tone was resolute. In the past, she believed herself to be shrewd, impervious to the whims of emotion. Yet, upon truly falling in love with him, she realized how ludicrous her previous notions had been. Wang Ziyang sensed her determination and sincerity. Touched, he gently remarked, Thank you for your trust. However, you should focus on managing the piano shop well. Consider it a safety net for me, should I ever find myself in despair. I can rely on you for sustenance. As long as you wish, all that is mine is yours. You may come to me at any time, she replied earnestly. Very well, it is settled then, Wang Ziyang chuckled. Now, about the third matter. Following yesterday's incident, numerous individuals have reached out to me, hoping to have you tune their pianos, request performances, or seeking introductions. How shall we address this? With the incident spread, Wang Ziyang's notoriety surged, and many sought collaboration with him. Unable to reach him directly, they turned to her instead. You may handle it as you see fit. The principle is that it must benefit my live stream, and any performances must be ones I can broadcast myself. Wang Ziyang mused, delegating this aspect to her. Her eyes sparkled. Are you suggesting I become your manager? Would you be willing? Absolutely. 1,000 times yes. Zhao Yaxi exclaimed. Elated, becoming his manager meant their relationship would grow exceedingly close, precisely what she desired. Wang Ziyang pondered, this won't interfere with your piano shop, will it? Not only will it not hinder, but it will also greatly assist. Have you forgotten? You are my brand ambassador. The more famous you become, the better it is for our shop. Zhao Yaxi quickly shook her head in disagreement. Wang Ziyang nodded, opened the app, and entered her contact information in the profile section. Thank you. Zhao Yaxi rejoiced, playfully pecking him on the lips several times. Wang Ziyang intended to speak, but upon glancing at his profile, his eyes widened in surprise. His follower count had soared past 1 million, reaching 1 million. The likes on his first video had also surpassed 1 million, with views exceeding 10 million. Congratulations, darling. You are now officially a major influencer with 1 million followers. Zhao Yaxi beamed with delight. Wang Ziyang smiled back and checked the trending topics. To his astonishment, the 8th trending topic read, The streamer saves 1,000 abroad, netizens. Is this a movie? Clicking on the entry, he saw that the most liked posts were clips from his live stream, with top comments proclaiming, High energy throughout. The streamer is truly a real man. I was terrified watching. I genuinely thought it was a movie. The streamer's looks, piano skills, and bravery are truly unparalleled. This is a fine young man from our country. Respect. A hero saving the beauty, a romance in blood. He is so handsome, and his piano skills are phenomenal. This delighted him immensely, especially considering it was late at night in the country. Come dawn, the buzz surrounding this incident would surely intensify. As Zhao Yasi perused the comments, her gaze was unexpectedly drawn to some bloodstains on the bedsheet. She quickly inquired, "Are you injured?" Wang Ziyang, noticing her attention, cleared his throat and replied, "No, it's just that my temper flared a bit, causing a nosebleed." In truth, those marks were left by Lola Estano. Is your temper truly that volatile? Zhao Yasi's cheeks flushed suddenly. It's all my fault, but it won't happen again. With that, she sat up and elegantly gathered her hair into an updo. What do you intend to do? Wang Ziyang asked, astonished at her actions. She flashed him a charming smile and leaned closer. Although I may be somewhat indisposed these days, there are still other ways. Wang Ziyang wished to deter her, but it was too late. He sighed softly and narrowed his eyes. Chapter 98. A breakthrough once more in the morning. Wang Ziyang and Zhao Yasi arrived at the dining hall, only to find Lola Estano busily clad in an apron, surrounded by an array of delectable dishes she had prepared for their breakfast. "Let's lend a hand," Wang Ziyang suggested, stepping forward with Zhao Yasi to assist. However, Lola gently pushed him aside, stating, "No need, you're my guests. Everything is ready, you may eat." "Thank you for your hard work." Wang Ziyang smiled warmly. It was no trouble at all. As Lola caught sight of his smile, a blush crept onto her cheeks, recalling the enchanting moments they had shared the previous night, where she experienced the essence of genuine happiness as a woman. Soon, everything was set, and they gathered around the table to dine. Noticing that Zhao Yasi was eating rather slowly, Lola inquired, "Miss Zhao, is the breakfast unpalatable?" Zhao Yasi quickly shook her head. "No, not at all." Wang Ziyang interjected. "Her facial muscles are slightly strained, which is why she is eating slowly." "Ah, facial muscle strain?"